When I was young, I was obsessed with novels, reading all sorts of miscellaneous ones. Sometimes I would fantasize about how I would act cool, slap faces, command the winds and clouds, gather heroes from all over the world, expand my backyard into a palace, and swagger through a garden of beauties with a pair of iron kidneys and a steel spear. As I got older, I would always smile when I recalled my youthful thoughts, because after being battered by society, I understood that unless it was a world like those in novels, and I came with a protagonist's halo of reduced intelligence for others, an ordinary person transmigrating to a completely unfamiliar world would have a death rate of 99%. Even if you had great abilities, you wouldn't have a platform to display them. You couldn't even find a place to do manual labor. Being knocked out with a club, stripped naked, and thrown into a ditch of sewage would be the most normal beginning. So even if one were to transmigrate, it would be best to transmigrate as someone with status, like a noble, and he did transmigrate as a noble. Yansu no, he was now Owen Hydra, a distinguished northern border viscount, possessing an ancient castle full of history, vast territories, and loyal subjects. As a noble, as a lord, he was supreme here. Even the emperor's orders were less effective than his single word. But was he arrogant? No, he remained as humble and as much of a gentleman as ever. Alright, those were embellished descriptions. In reality, he was sitting on a half-collapsed mud wall of the ancient castle, wearing somewhat old noble attire, watching the serfs in the distance tilling the barren land beneath his feet with wooden sticks and stones. While feeling a pain in his ass, his heart was also filled with sorrow. This life quality was worse than even the impoverished mountain areas without running water or electricity. At least there, everyone had clothes, wouldn't starve to death, and wouldn't be dragged away by wolves from their dugouts in the middle of the night. Even as a lord, he only lived in a drafty ancient castle, ate coarse grains that were hard to swallow, and worried daily about being robbed by bandits. He had transmigrated as a noble, possessing rights including the first knight and power, but the living conditions made him feel like he was living the life of a sand god, which was simply tragic. He rubbed his grumbling stomach. Yansu no, he had already accepted his fate. He was now Owen Hydra, a distinguished northern border viscount. The distinguished northern border viscount took out a piece of black bread, still bearing body odor, from his in my arms. He expressionlessly shoved it into his mouth, laboriously crushing it with his yellowed teeth. Then, he used his somewhat thick-coated tongue to vigorously stir it into a paste-like substance, and finally swallowed this breath-smelling concoction. If he could return to Earth now, he could truly answer the question from those silly netizens about what Oli J tasted like, because he felt it was similar to what he had just swallowed. The process of filling his stomach was arduous. As for the taste and texture, Owen simply pretended he had amnesia. He didn't even dare to look closely at what was on the black bread, much less at the production process, because he feared he would go mad. The reality was, if he didn't eat, he would starve. If he starved for too long, he would die. So Owen could only choose to endure all of this, waiting for the system to finish starting up. This had become his obsession to stay alive. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. He somehow remembered a game he used to play. Nostalgia, not embarrassing. But he was reluctant to spend money on the legitimate version because even old games weren't cheap and downloading them cost money. So he bought a second-hand hard drive online, supposedly from a gaming enthusiast who had gotten a girlfriend. Because playing games wasn't cough anyway with her, there were no games, and she even smashed his computer. So that person tearfully put the soul of his ex, which was the hard drive, online to recoup some losses. As a result, this hard drive, whether it was due to being incompatible with the new environment, or because a mistress had usurped the main wife and driven her to despair, caused him to transmigrate as soon as it was installed and started, and they flew off together. Opening the system again with hope, Owen sighed once more, seeing several decimal places after 9% constantly fluctuating. It had been 7 or 8 days, and it hadn't even reached 10%. Sometimes he truly feared this thing would get stuck at 99% and then restart. He would really break down then. After satisfying his stomach, Owen carefully jumped down from the mud wall. His shoe was too big and his foot slipped, causing his vigorously exerted big toe to pop out of a hole in his boot. He didn't care, just shrinking his foot back with his heel against the shoe to get his big toe back in. What else could he do? He couldn't even find a needle and thread. As for new ones, if he had them, would he even need to say anything? His current miserable situation was mainly because the so-called Hydra family, going back 3 generations, was not noble. His grandfather was just a wandering knight who couldn't even find an object of loyalty. He happened to catch the Empire's formation of an expeditionary force to develop the northern border region. His grandfather donned his ancestral armor, picked up his ancestral weapon, mounted an ancestral old horse, and resolutely joined the highly deadly expeditionary force. Ultimately relying on luck and strength, he found this ancient castle, eliminated his teammates, then occupied this land, and even secured a viscount title, becoming Hydra I. From a wandering knight to a distinguished viscount, it seemed like an overnight success. In reality, northern nobles and imperial nobles were two different things, like the difference between a red panda and a giant panda. Northern nobles would defer to imperial nobles by 3 ranks upon meeting them. That is to say, a northern border viscount status might not even be as good as a rural imperial knight. At least the latter was a proper gentleman, unlike the Hydra family, whose swords still had fresh blood on them. Therefore, although the newly established Hydra family became nobles, their life quality did not improve much. On the contrary, it became more perilous. This was because the castle, territory, and serfs all needed to be protected with weapons. Otherwise, there would be plenty of people to take them away. Owen's grandfather, the first Viscount Hydra, died fighting bandits. Because his eldest and second sons had both died in battle, the only remaining third son succeeded him, becoming Hydra II, who was Owen's father. Hydra II's survival and succession wasn't because he was strong, quite the opposite. Compared to his burly father and 2 elder brothers, he was as thin as a stick. Thus, he became a tool for marriage, marrying Hela, the daughter of the Airway Trading Company president. Because he didn't need to fight, he lived to succeed. Unfortunately, while his father and brothers were alive, they could shield him from wind and rain. After their deaths, he had to bear everything himself. He couldn't withstand it and died in a wolf disaster. After his father's death, Owen succeeded, becoming Hydra III. By this point, the so-called Northern Border Region noble Hydra family had existed for less than 20 years, which shows how harsh the Northern Border Region environment was. Therefore, his mother unhesitatingly chose to leave, leaving the original owner alone. In grief and helplessness, he was replaced by the transmigrator. This tragic memory made the transmigrated Owen dare not leave the ancient castle. Even though the entire ancient castle only had 8 soldiers and 2 servants, the half-collapsed mud walls and the drafty castle still offered him some sense of security, which was much better than the wilderness. But staying cooped up like this wouldn't do. It had been several days since he transmigrated. Before, he still fantasized about returning, but now it seemed that was unlikely in this life. He could only hope to reincarnate back to Earth in his next life. The problem was, even if he couldn't go back, the critical issue was that his golden finger was still unable to activate. Owen had no choice but to plan for the future. First, he needed to understand his family's assets, so he wouldn't be at a loss when things came to a head. Owen listed a priority order: first houses, then grain, soldiers, commoners, land, and finally equipment. There was no need to say more about houses. His biggest asset right now was this ancient castle, built hundreds of years ago. Because its main structure was built with dressed stones, it still stood tall despite centuries of wind and rain. However, as for decoration, don't even think about it. The Hydra family, over 3 generations, had only added some log furniture and installed the main gate. As for anything else, there was nothing. But the area was indeed not small. If the city walls were rebuilt, it would be enough to accommodate 300 to 500 people. In the northern border region, building a castle of this scale would require at least 1,000 people working for over a decade, mainly because materials were hard to come by. Stones had to be quarried from far away, polished, and then transported back little by little, which was the most labor-intensive and time-consuming part. Currently, the entire castle, including him, only had about 10 people. Besides 8 soldiers, there were only 2 servants, and these 2 servants also doubled as gardeners, cooks, stablemen, and other roles. Originally, there was also a butler, 2 maids, and several bodyguards, who were part of his predecessor's mother's dowry. However, after his predecessor's father died in a wolf attack, his predecessor's mother left without a second thought, taking her people with her, leaving his predecessor alone in solitude and torment until he was replaced. In this situation, Owen couldn't even dream of enjoying a decadent, noble life. He had to do many things himself. Fortunately, he wasn't really some noble young master. He could do laundry, cook, and clean. It was just that he lacked proper tools and was still getting used to things. What Owen found most difficult to get used to was the nights. In such a large ancient castle with so few people, the wind at midnight sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Lying on a wooden bed wrapped in animal skin, he would wake up several times a night in fright and didn't even dare to go out to relieve himself. As for how he solved that, you can imagine. Actually going out to the latrine was even more terrifying. because the castle latrines were built like a hole smashed into a bay window. Sitting on it, not only would his backside be suspended, but he could also clearly feel the rising air currents from outside the castle. At the same time, if people below looked up, they could clearly see a budding daisy or a black chrysanthemum in the process of vomiting. Later, because some people used crossbows and extended long spears to ambush and assassinate, these latrines were improved, for example, by building something similar to a garbage chute below, leading directly to the moat. But there were still thin and brave warriors who chose to ascend against the flow of excrement, using daggers and iron awls for cruel assassinations. Victims with ruptured intestines often wailed for several days before dying, which shows how brutal these shit-stabbing assassinations were. Although Owen didn't have to worry about being assassinated, sitting suspended over a dark, black hole always gave him a creepy feeling, so he preferred to dig a pit in an open space to relieve himself. Despite all these flaws, having one was better than not having one at all. At least it was a castle. The Hydra family probably wouldn't have the capital to build one even if they passed it down for several more generations. Having already seen the castle, Owen turned and went to the warehouse. Facing a heavy lock weighing 7 or 8 caddies and a keyhole large enough to insert a finger, Owen finally understood what the iron rod his predecessor always kept close was for. He pulled out the iron rod-like key, laboriously inserted it into the tight, dry hole and twisted hard, but it wouldn't move. Helplessly, he pulled it out, found some grease to lubricate it, and finally, after much effort, managed to open the lock. He pushed open the large door, and immediately, a smell of grain mixed with dust rushed out, making Owen's nose itch and making him want to sneeze. Rubbing his nose, Owen saw the sun outside piercing through the stirred-up dust, evenly scattering into the warehouse, illuminating the sacks of grain piled on the wooden shelves. Although the northern border region had a dry climate, moisture prevention was still an issue. To prevent grain from getting damp and moldy, the grain would be piled on wooden shelves. Although it took effort, it was better than having it get damp and moldy and having nothing to eat. He opened a few sacks. Inside were either rye or black beans. In a corner, there were also some shriveled onions. Besides these, on a shelf nearby, there were 20 to 30 spears and a stack of leather armor. This was all the property the Hydra family possessed. The land in the northern border region was barren, and fine crops had too low a yield. To fill their stomachs, they could only choose to plant rye, which had a higher yield, along with black beans, onions, and cabbage. Everything was for the sake of sustaining life. Balanced nutrition and taste were out of the question, so only these things were stored here. There was still a good amount of rye, the staple food, but Owen knew it wasn't enough. It was only early spring, and there was still a long time until harvest, but the serfs in the territory had no stored grain. To ensure they wouldn't starve and to maintain their strength for spring plowing, the daily consumption of grain was like flowing water, so they couldn't save anything throughout the year. Otherwise, how could a dignified viscount be in such a miserable state? In fact, if not for the Awoke trading company delivering supplies every year, the Hydra family would be even worse off than they were now. As for why they were so miserable, the reason Hydra II could marry the daughter of the Awoke trading company's president back then was, naturally, because of his noble title. The class system in this world was despairingly rigid. The descendants of farmers were farmers, the descendants of hunters were hunters, the descendants of merchants were merchants, the descendants of knights were knights, and the descendants of nobles were nobles. Your status was determined the moment you were born. Throughout history, countless people had tried to break this invisible barrier and ascend, but successful individuals were not even 1 in 10,000. The reason was simple. Because as superiors, they could unconditionally strip subordinates of everything, from wealth to life, and the process was simple and direct, not even needing to conceal their intentions. It was precisely because of this immense power that the superiors desperately maintained class stability, which meant cutting off channels for upward mobility, even if this would provoke resistance from countless subordinates and even burn themselves along with them. In fact, if not for the internal contradictions within the empire accumulating to the point of near explosion, and the emperor's firm insistence, there would have been no northern border region development, nor would titles have been offered as rewards. Even so, the imperial nobles still separated the northern nobles, leading to the northern nobles not being accepted or even acknowledged by the imperial nobles. Back then, his predecessor's grandfather was able to become a viscount. Besides his strength and luck, bloodline was the biggest reason, because his grandfather's father was a second son of an imperial noble who had no right of inheritance. This status was nothing to boast about in the empire, but in the northern border region, it was enough to make people's eyes light up. That's why his predecessor's grandfather was able to stand out and become a border viscount instead of a common knight or baron. Even if border nobles had various shortcomings, they were nobles nonetheless, at least in the northern border region. This meant the Hydra family had already stepped one foot into another class. Otherwise, why would the Awoke Trading Company, if not for forging a connection, marry off its daughter and send goods every year? As long as this connection existed, the Awoke Trading Company could gain many conveniences in the northern border region, enough to offset the investment of marrying off a daughter and sending supplies. After carefully locking the warehouse and keeping the iron rod closed, Owen arrived at the open ground in front of the castle. Here, 3 longhouses were built against the earthen wall, where the soldiers usually lived. The longhouses, built from logs, were very sturdy. With bark and dry grass laid over them, they were sufficient to shelter from wind and rain. As for the interior, it was a bit dim due to the lack of windows, but for the relatively cold northern border region, warmth was the most important factor. There was a well on one side of the longhouse, and also a thatched shed used as a kitchen. A large pot was set up there, along with half a sack of grain. Clearly, the soldiers ate and lived here daily. Due to insufficient manpower, 2 soldiers were responsible for guarding the city gate each day, 2 patrolled inside the castle, and the remaining 4 rested. As for training, they would train whenever they remembered. Daily training was impossible because there wasn't enough food, and forced training without physical strength would lead to deaths. When Owen arrived, 4 soldiers were leaning against the wall, basking in the sun under the longhouse. After all, in this godforsaken place, that was the only thing to do. The soldiers were all in their prime. Because the castle provided food, they were stronger than the serfs. At least one couldn't easily count their ribs at a glance. "Come with me." Owen didn't dare to go out alone, so he called on the 4 soldiers. If there was one good thing about this world, it was that the power of nobles was truly immense. Despite Owen's miserable life, these 4 soldiers remained loyal, willing to risk their lives to uphold his rights. This left him somewhat speechless, as he was, after all, the beneficiary. Upon hearing their lord's command, the 4 soldiers immediately put on their leather armor and picked up their spears. 2 in front and 2 behind, they walked out of the castle, escorting Owen with chests puffed out and heads held high. The leather armor and spears were 70% new, acquired by Hydra II through the Awoke Trading Company, gritting his teeth. This not only exhausted the Hydra territory's meager savings, but also left him in considerable debt, all for the sake of arming the Hydra territory's only 30 soldiers. 30 soldiers was not a small number. Including the serfs, the Hydra territory could readily muster over 100 people for a brawl. Unfortunately, the last wolf disaster caused heavy casualties among the frontline soldiers, leaving Owen feeling a bit lacking in confidence. The power of nobles, in essence, came from land and military force. Having land without military force was not enough. Owen was currently troubled by this, as 8 soldiers simply couldn't provide him with enough security. The problem was that the Hydra family's foundation was shallow. There was no money and no people. The serfs in the Hydra territory were decent at labor, but far from suitable as soldiers. Therefore, Owen had no way to replenish his soldiers for the time being. Not just anyone could be a soldier. Usually, free farmers were chosen because they possessed a certain degree of freedom and wealth. To ensure they could maintain these, they would fiercely defend their lord's rights. Otherwise, if the lord changed, they would lose everything. However, the Hydra family's Hydra territory had no commoners, or so-called free farmers. They were all serfs without personal freedom. Most of them were displaced people who had lost their land, as well as criminals and opportunists. After arriving here with the pioneering group, they sold everything they had for the sake of life. Because they had struggled with hunger their entire life, these serfs in front of him had no spirit whatsoever. Their eyes, besides numbness, only held fear of the lord and the soldiers. As for communication, Owen had tried. Their vocabulary was so impoverished it was speechless. Many serfs only knew 20 or 30 sentences, as their monotonous life almost exclusively used these, and anything more was beyond their comprehension. It felt like explaining Coca-Cola or computers to people from an African primitive tribe. They simply couldn't understand what he meant. With serfs living almost like animals and soldiers who only knew obedience, Owen had already given up on his ideas of making glass, gunpowder, and cement. Unless he could do everything himself, any project would be a 5-year plan at minimum without a single helper. Not to mention, Owen himself wasn't clear on the theories and processes of these things. After all, who in their right mind would learn to make these things by crude methods? Thinking about these vexing matters, Owen continued his inspection, focusing on the farmland. The land in the northern border region was somewhat barren, with wild grass growing in scattered clumps rather than continuous patches. Therefore, even with a year of hard work, the harvest was meager, barely enough to keep most people in the Hydra territory from starving to death. In fact, if not for the current small number of soldiers, during busy farming seasons, soldiers would also have to work in the fields. Only great nobles could afford fully detached, large-scale soldiers, not an insignificant northern border region noble like the Hydra family. Not long after leaving the castle, Owen discovered countless problems. He hadn't farmed, but he had raised pigs, and he had certainly eaten pork, hadn't he? It was one thing that the fields here weren't the familiar squares. Perhaps circular fields were popular, but there were no ridges, no raised beds. The so-called spring plowing involved simply clearing shrubs with a stone knife, then poking a hole in the ground with a pointed wooden stick, dropping in 2 or 3 seeds, and covering them with soil to prevent birds from eating them. Even with common sense, one could imagine how appalling this planting method was. It was truly a miracle from God that the people of the Hydra territory hadn't all starved to death by now. Owen's face alternated between green and pale, but he also had no solution for this, because if he were to do it himself, he would be even worse than these hole-digging, soil-burying serfs. He didn't even know when to plant or when to harvest. He simply couldn't bear the consequences of haphazard instructions. If there was no harvest for a year, he would have to lead everyone in the Hydra territory to beg for food. After circling the castle, there was finally one piece of news, though it was debatable whether it was good. Although the Hydra family was mediocre in every aspect, the Hydra territory was vast. It would take an ordinary person 1 or 2 days to walk around the entire Hydra territory. Unfortunately, the land was not fertile enough, there were no special products, and manpower was insufficient. What was the use of a large Hydra territory if it couldn't be effectively developed? However, increasing the Hydra territory's population was not an easy task. The best method was to rely on the natural reproduction of commoners. Such commoners were more loyal and formed the foundation of great noble families that had been passed down for centuries. With these, they could choose to obey the emperor's words or not. The Hydra family, which had changed 3 generations in less than 20 years, certainly didn't have this capital. If he did, would he still be worried? As for other methods, they included purchasing serfs or taking in displaced people. Serfs were not expensive because many of them were desperate displaced people, basically willing to sell themselves into servitude for a meal. The problem was that their bodies were too worn out, and even good food and drink couldn't fully restore them, let alone that no lord would do so. The latter had too many uncertainties, as many displaced people often became bandits once they covered their faces. Arbitrarily taking them in would create instability in the Hydra territory. Countless problems weighed heavily on Owen's heart. Therefore, after returning to the old castle, he silently wept in his room, not daring to make a sound. Because now he only had the outer shell of a noble left. Once it was broken, what difference would there be between him and those serfs? A single soldier could easily kill him and seize everything he had. Not to mention, his maternal grandfather's family likely also had designs on the Hydra family. In such a situation of internal and external troubles, even he, a transmigrator with the soul of a middle-aged man, couldn't withstand the pressure and fell into a breakdown. If life had given him anything, it was this. As long as he didn't have the courage to face death, then he should stand up, bear the pressure, and continue walking. Even if his head couldn't be held high and his back was bent, he still had to keep going, because even if he stopped, no one would pity him, let alone lend a hand. After crying his eyes dry, Owen picked up the earthen pot on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls of cold well water. Even at this moment, he rationally refrained from drinking too much, because chugging a belly full of cold water would almost certainly lead to an upset stomach, and falling ill in this dreadful place was akin to stepping 1 foot into the gates of hell. Owen didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Unable to sleep, Owen began to rack his brain for a solution. He was currently facing 3 major problems: insufficient food, insufficient soldiers, and insufficient population. Each problem was interconnected, forming a deadlock. Without enough food, he couldn't support more people. Without enough people, he couldn't earn more wealth. Without enough wealth, he couldn't train more soldiers. The reality was that he couldn't do anything, and he didn't dare expose the true weakness of his territory. Otherwise, let alone wild beasts, the nearby bandits and noble neighbors would all raise their knives and forks and gather. Before transmigrating, Owen was an ordinary person. After transmigrating, this body was also just an ordinary youth. At most, he had learned some knightly skills from his father and some literacy from his mother. Other than that, he had nothing. He suddenly realized that he was just an ordinary person, both before and after transmigrating. He didn't possess the ability to suddenly come up with a breakthrough solution. Moreover, he neither had the capability to fight 100 on his own, nor the ruthlessness to kill decisively. Even after a night of hard thinking, besides giving up and waiting for death, his only options were to try and rekindle his mother's affection, cooperate with the Arui Trading Company to swallow the Hydra family's territory, and see if he could make a living with the Arui Trading Company in the future, especially since he was quite good at his multiplication tables. For a transmigrator, this would absolutely be a colossal embarrassment, but for an ordinary person, it was the most realistic choice, because reality wouldn't give you the chance to be willful, nor would it indulge you. When it was time for a beating, it would absolutely not hold back, and when it was time to kill you, it wouldn't even blink. Fortunately, although Owen was an ordinary person, he was still a transmigrator with a golden finger. This was the key to his breakthrough, and his capital for not having to accept a cruel reality. This shows the importance of a golden finger to a transmigrator. If there were no golden fingers, transmigrators might as well be called the Myriad Worlds Suicide Squad. The system was still unable to start normally, but when the progress bar reached 10%, with a burst of garbled code, a pile of folders appeared before Owen's eyes. Only a few of them were in an openable state, most were grayed out and broken. Tank Battle, Super Mario, Space Invaders, Contra, Street Fighter, Half-Life, Heroes of Might and Magic, Age of Empires, Mount and Blade, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, World of Warcraft. Seeing the names of the many folders, Owen suddenly understood why the system had been unable to fully activate. If one game was one golden finger, then Owen's golden fingers were so numerous he could sell them wholesale. But this also led to conflicts, which was why it had been unable to activate. Right now, Owen didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to see what could help him through his current predicament. Because the system hadn't fully activated and was currently stuck at 10%, the functions it provided were limited. Owen could only use the system's activation progress value to exchange for items, skills, or characters from some games. However, it was best to choose things that fit the current world, because the more it exceeded the scope of the current world, the more progress value it would consume. This was especially true for technological products. Even everyday items consumed an unimaginable amount of progress value. Simply put, if this world was ancient, the progress value to exchange for an ox might only be enough for a modern bar of soap, let alone those precise machines. Although the progress value would continuously recover, continuous extraction in a short period would significantly slow down the recovery speed. Just like constantly draining a well, it needs time to recover. So Owen had to be cautious, because he didn't have a chance to start over. With the golden finger, Owen's spirits returned. He vigorously rubbed his face, cheered up, and began to rummage through the games in each folder one by one. The many games gave Owen too many choices, but not many were currently usable, because he was limited by the world he was in. For example, the various tanks in Tank Battle and the various firearms in Half-Life. Although Owen coveted them, he wouldn't know how to use them, and secondly, they required too much progress value. Even if he exchanged for them, he would still face issues of usage, ammunition, and maintenance, making them too cost-ineffective. After careful selection and comparison, Owen found that Age of Empires, Mount and Blade, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms were more in line with his current situation and needs. Among them, Mount and Blade was the most suitable for his current identity, because once he obtained the character template from that game, he would not only gain the ability to protect himself, but also be able to directly recruit new soldiers in his territory, without needing to spend progress value to exchange for troop types from the system. However, after more in-depth consideration, Owen rejected this idea, because the troop types recruited in Mount and Blade required payment of wages, which was far less cost-effective than the troop types in Age of Empires. Moreover, indigenous troop types could also be trained after building barracks. Opening the Age of Empires folder, a large amount of information appeared before his eyes. It was mainly divided into two categories, troop types and buildings. Buildings were too expensive. With the current progress value limit, he couldn't afford anything good. Therefore, Owen focused on troop types. He didn't know how the system priced things, but different troop types had different prices. Farmers and militiamen were cheap, less than a whole number. Next were infantry and archers, exactly one whole number. Cavalry were more expensive than infantry because the horse was included. However, the most expensive were the top-tier troop types, the kind he couldn't afford right now. Owen carefully weighed his options and didn't aim too high for advanced troop types. He decided to get 5 swordsmen and 5 bowmen, each costing 1 progress value to start. He had read about countless systems in novels, but experiencing one firsthand was a first. Owen was very curious, not even blinking, but there were no sound or light effects. 10 living men suddenly appeared before him. The system's magic could be studied later. Owen first confirmed whether his words were effective. If these soldiers didn't obey his commands, then all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, being in a bedroom with 10 men seemed quite dangerous no matter how he looked at it. Verbal communication was not an issue, and their obedience to his commands was also not an issue. Although their reactions were slightly rigid, he wanted these soldiers for combat, not for errands. This minor flaw wasn't really a flaw. After all, cold weapon combat was very brutal. A quick-witted person might be talented, but on the battlefield, a flexible mind could easily make them overthink, which was clearly unacceptable for cannon fodder. Moreover, these Age of Empires soldiers did not require wages. They only needed food and shelter, and they would fight for him. This was simply too good for Owen, who had no money. Patting one's shoulder and touching another's arm, Owen was so happy he was almost in tears. This meant his life was saved. As long as he accumulated enough soldiers who would dare to kill him, now he wished he could write an essay on the importance of a golden finger to a transmigrator. Once he calmed down, Owen carefully observed the 2 types of soldiers. The swordsman was a basic unit in Age of Empires. Although not very tall, he had a good physique, wore an iron helmet and leather armor, and was equipped with a one-handed sword and a round wooden shield. He could fight, defend, and run, adapting to various complex combat environments, making him a versatile unit. In contrast, the archer was a bit taller, wearing a vest-style leather armor that revealed a pair of strong arms. He carried a wooden bow and a quiver, with bright eyes and good spirits. Owen compared the soldiers from Age of Empires with his original soldiers and found that the former were significantly stronger than the latter. He wouldn't say they were a whole tier higher, but in a 10-on-10 fight, they would definitely win. In a 10-on-20 fight, even without a geographical advantage, they could still achieve a Pyrrhic victory. This judgment was not made without basis. Although Owen had never served in the military or been in a fight, he knew that humans were actually very fragile. No matter if you were a martial arts champion or a heavyweight boxer, a knife to the kidney would bring you down. Especially in ancient times, while bone and muscle injuries offered some hope of survival, internal organ damage was almost equivalent to getting a ticket to the gates of hell. Otherwise, why was it allowed for commoners to possess weapons in ancient times, while secretly owning armor was a grave crime of rebellion? It was because no matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't withstand a few volleys of arrows. Conversely, if one wore a good set of armor, it was not impossible to charge in and out 3 times with sheer brute force. Although the territory soldiers were not as elite as the system's soldiers, their equipment wasn't too bad, and as long as he, the Lord, gave the order, they truly dared to fight to the death. A charge with a spear meant almost certain death if hit. Therefore, even though the Age of Empires soldiers were more elite, Owen still made this judgment. This also served as a reminder to himself not to become arrogant just because he relied on the system's soldiers. System soldiers were not invincible, and if he made such a mistake in war, he might not get a second chance. Owen settled these system soldiers in the long wooden houses, as this place was originally used as barracks. Each wooden house could accommodate 10 soldiers, and it used to be full. The original soldiers had no doubts, inquiries, or hostility about the arrival of the system soldiers. Instead, they were quite happy, as it meant they were stronger, safer, and had an easier life. With 10 more soldiers in the castle, the daily food consumption increased significantly, but at least it was much safer. The days of only 4 people patrolling the castle were gone, now doubled. As for food consumption, Owen wasn't worried because not only food, but many resources could be exchanged from the game using progress points. Of course, all of this was exchanged with progress points, and progress points needed time to recover. So while resources seemed infinite, Owen still needed to be meticulous and plan ahead. Otherwise, if a problem arose, it wouldn't be a small one. Therefore, he first needed to calculate the consumption of soldiers and serfs to prepare enough emergency supplies in advance, at least enough to last a month without system resource replenishment. This was the absolute minimum. However, he didn't realize how big the problem was until he actually calculated it. Due to the lack of animal protein and fat, both soldiers and serfs had large appetites. Soldiers were better off, guaranteed at least 1 caddy of grain per day, but this was still limited. If unrestricted, 3 to 5 caddies a day wouldn't be enough. The problem was that 1 caddy of coarse grain per day was barely enough to maintain normal physical strength, let alone training, so the soldiers' rations could only be increased, not decreased. In contrast, the serfs were even worse off. Half a caddy of grain boiled into porridge was their food for the day. No wonder the territory annually purchased serfs in his memory, yet the population never increased. It would be strange if people didn't die with such a diet. Additionally, he had to consider supplements like salt, vegetables, and fish. This not only related to health but also to morale. At the same time, consumables like clothes, shoes, and equipment also needed to be prepared in advance. All these calculations gave Owen a headache. A soldier, excluding combat and high-intensity training, consumed at least 1,000 caddies of food per year, 4 sets of clothes, thick and thin, 8 pairs of shoes, and at least 1 spare set of equipment. Serfs consumed much less, but no matter how little, 1.5 caddies of grain per day could absolutely not be skimped on. They needed at least 1 thick set of clothes, otherwise half of them would die during winter. The total expenses made Owen frown. No wonder the Hydra family previously only had 30 semi-professional soldiers. It wasn't that they didn't want more, but primarily that they couldn't afford them. Knowing the approximate consumption, it was time to calculate resource replenishment. Although the system could exchange resources, it wasn't free. 1 progress point could only exchange for 10 units of grain, which was 1,000 caddies of wheat, equivalent to a soldier's annual consumption. This was just for infantry. Cavalry consumed even more. After all, warhorses couldn't just be fed grass. They ate grains, beans, eggs, and salt, consuming not only more than humans but also better food. Additionally, while the exchange ratio of progress points for grain seemed high and cost-effective, 1,000 caddies of grain represented a loyal soldier willing to die for him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a loss. Owen immediately crossed out parts of his previous plan. Civilian affairs could not be neglected. Farming had to start early. Not only did he need to focus on grain cultivation to quickly reduce reliance on system grain, but he also needed to accumulate more artisans, such as carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths. These were not only closely related to life, but also very important for the military. With enough farmers and artisans, Owen would greatly reduce his reliance on system resources, allowing him to save more progress points to exchange for soldiers, because the loyalty of system soldiers was irreplaceable. Interestingly, in the system's exchange, miscellaneous items offered a better cost-performance ratio than grain. Cloth, candles, pottery, as long as it wasn't metal, the exchange rate wasn't much higher than grain. But if sold, they could definitely make a large profit, which in turn could be used to buy more grain and other supplies. However, considering his insufficient strength and lack of suitable talent, after much deliberation, Owen still abandoned this idea. What he needed now was more accumulation, not to show off and attract too much attention. The appearance of the system could be said to have freed Owen from his growing internal panic. Therefore, he specifically spent some progress points to buy items to furnish the castle, so he wouldn't feel like he was living in a historical ruin all the time. With some furnishing, it felt a bit more lively, and he could sleep more soundly. In reality, Owen didn't buy many things. Besides candles and lanterns, which were bought in boxes, he mostly bought seasonings and food, because good food always cheered people up. Owen also bought pig bristle toothbrushes, green salt for cleaning teeth, and bath beans for bathing. After changing into new clothes, he felt completely refreshed. Other than that, Owen did not waste any more progress points. After several days of consideration, Owen finally decided to limit the number of soldiers to around 50. This number of soldiers was truly insignificant, as guarding the castle alone would require at least 100 or 200 people, not to mention the entire territory. It could be said that 100 or 200 was not too few, and 300 or 500 was not too many. The problem was that the Hydra family's foundation was too shallow, and Owen couldn't overdo it. Besides, 50 full-time soldiers was not a small number. The various expenses added up to a considerable sum. Without external replenishment, it would cost nearly 100 progress points in a year. He also had to set aside some progress points to develop the territory and couldn't use all of them here. Because the recovery speed of progress points was limited, in order to utilize them rationally, Owen divided the territory's future development into 4 stages, and he had already conceived the second stage. In the first stage, the total number of swordsmen and crossbowmen would be expanded to 20, plus the original 8 soldiers, making a total of 28. The 2 previous servants would also be incorporated, responsible for meals and carriages. This way, if needed, 30 people could immediately go into battle. However, while perfecting the first stage, Owen realized that having only combat soldiers was not enough. Scouts and doctors were also needed. For scouts, Owen chose the scout cavalry from Age of Empires. Although cavalry was expensive, even as light cavalry, each scout cavalry required 3 progress points. But because the northern border region was relatively flat, mounted scouts were clearly more suitable for the environment here. As for doctors, the monks from Age of Empires would have been a good choice, essentially a pauper's version of a priest. Unfortunately, he could only store up to 10 progress points at the moment, which wasn't enough to recruit a monk worth 15 progress points. So Owen could only choose companions from Mount and Blade who were skilled in healing. Although he would have to pay them a salary, it was better than nothing. The plan for the first stage was completed. In the second stage, the number of system soldiers would increase by 10, and then the main focus would be on exchanging for farmers and artisans to develop agriculture and the economy. Although the farmers in Age of Empires seemed cheap, each one was a talent. They could not only farm, but also log, quarry, fish, hunt, butcher, and build. Except for their combat ability being a bit lacking, they were practically all-rounders. However, after testing, Owen found that the system farmers' abilities were not as exaggerated as in the game, where they could build city walls and structures just by using a hammer. In reality, they could only be called craftsmen, understanding some crafts but not being particularly proficient. In front of true artisans, they could only act as assistants. But after Owen's research, he discovered that by deleting other abilities before exchanging for farmers, the summoned individuals would be more specialized craftsmen, such as loggers, miners, fishermen, hunters, butchers, and artisans, perfectly filling the gaps in the territory. At the same time, the numerous items in Mount and Blade also provided ample supplies for the territory. As long as a blacksmith shop was built, the serfs would no longer need to use wooden sticks as farm tools, greatly improving production efficiency. It could be said that these 2 games alone put Owen's territory on the fast track. If the system officially opened, wouldn't he be soaring? Time passed quickly in his busy schedule. Owen, with no experience, was haphazardly adding to his territory. Fortunately, the slow recovery speed of progress points gave him more time to think, preventing him from making mistakes in his haste. One day, a scout came to warn him. After listening to the description, Owen suddenly understood. "They've come quite early this year. It seems they couldn't wait," Owen said with a sneer, for he knew who was coming. "Gather the soldiers, everyone into the castle." Owen had long prepared for this day, so he calmly ordered. Owen ascended the half-finished city wall and raised his brass telescope. In the distance, a thick, indistinct black line transformed into a trade caravan. 5 carriages need so many people for escort. Heh, they're not here with good intentions, Owen said with a sneer after counting the number of guards in the caravan. Although caravans made money, and the profits obtained in the northern border region were unimaginably high, the various costs were not low. This meant that caravans could not hire an unlimited number of guards. There was usually a limit. Even in a dangerous place like the northern border region, an ordinary caravan would not have more than 2 guards per carriage, because the assistants and drivers could pick up weapons and fight if necessary, which was already a decent number. Hiring more people would definitely reduce profits. While it wouldn't lead to no money being made, for a merchant, earning less was losing money, so they naturally had to be meticulous. So 5 carriages with about 20 guards, plus an equal number of assistants and drivers, claiming to be coming in peace, Owen would have to be foolish to believe it. Owen knew perfectly well what goods the Airway Trading Company transported annually. It was certainly not worth hiring 20 guards. Now that they had hired so many guards, to avoid losing money, they would definitely want to earn some extra income, such as seizing a noble's territory along the way. No matter who it was, as long as they were not a noble, seizing a noble's territory was a highly taboo act. The surrounding nobles would unconditionally attack the rebel and then divide the unfortunate fellow's territory. Even if that unlucky noble was still alive, to thank the good neighbors for their help and make them put down their still bloody knives, they would have to bleed profusely, to an extent that they might not recover for 100 years. The problem was that the Hydra family's situation was a bit complex. The so-called family consisted only of Owen, the sole heir, so according to noble tradition, if he died, his mother also had the right of inheritance. If the Awoke Trading Company was willing to spend money to operate, there was a possibility of swallowing the Hydra family's inherited title, which was enough to make the Awoke Trading Company take a risk. As for why they didn't deal with him earlier and instead left, it was of course because such matters couldn't be handled recklessly. Otherwise, once the surrounding nobles caught wind of it, it would certainly end in failure and ruin. Simply put, the Awoke Trading Company wanted to put on a show, to distance themselves, and then legitimately occupy the Hydra family. This required both opportunity and time to arrange, which is why it dragged on until now. Although Owen knew the Awoke Trading Company was not coming with good intentions, he had no intention of resolving it with violence. Because merchants, no matter which world they were from, shared one common trait: they didn't do business at a loss, so he didn't hide anything. When he saw the caravan approaching, he directly opened the city gates wide. Dressed in clean and tidy noble attire, and riding a docile training horse, Owen displayed the elegant smile of a noble, and with all his soldiers surrounded the caravan. Facing the encirclement of soldiers, the caravan guards were very nervous. Although they gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes were somewhat flustered because they clearly understood the consequences of facing organized soldiers. Otherwise, why would they be so docile when facing nobles? It was because they couldn't win. If the caravan guards were like this, the assistants and drivers were even worse. Even if they weren't professionals, they could still see that their chances of winning were even lower than getting a raise. Why would they be willing to fight to the death? At most, if things looked bad, they would surrender directly. After all, it didn't matter who they worked for as long as they got to eat. The guards and assistants could see that the situation was dire, and the caravan manager could, of course, also see it. With sword and shield soldiers in front, spearmen close behind, and archers covering the rear, if a fight broke out, their side would certainly die in droves. Therefore, the caravan manager could not just watch the two sides clash. Even if their original intentions were not good, now they just wanted to reason, truly no lie. The person in charge of the caravan was an old acquaintance, Code, the manager of the Awoke Trading Company responsible for the northern border region. He was a handsome middle-aged man who always kept himself clean and tidy, no matter where he was, and treated people with courtesy and grace, full of gentlemanly demeanor. Owen's mother, whether she was getting married or returning home never to come back, was always escorted by this middle-aged man. Clearly, he was also in charge of this time's plan to take a hard line, as he knew the ropes. However, he never expected that the originally pitiful, weak, and helpless tragic young man would quietly rise up, and they would become the disadvantaged party. Under these circumstances, the previously planned methods of house arrest, persuasion, and annexation were clearly unusable. Just these soldiers alone could take them all down. Code didn't believe these soldiers were disguised farmers, nor could they be hired. The spirit of these soldiers and their obedience to Owen's commands made it clear. Now, the master's plan ended before it even began, and the eldest miss also miscalculated. The Hydra family clearly had a hidden card. Young Master Owen, your mother has been worried about you during this time. She specifically instructed that this year's supplies be 3 layers more than in previous years, and also asked me to bring 2 serving church maids to take care of your daily life. Code spoke as if it were true, almost convincing Owen. However, Owen hadn't planned to openly break ties, so this was just right. He waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately retreated 2 steps. Although the encirclement wasn't lifted, at least the feeling of being on the brink of death was gone. The guards and porters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Code's expression also relaxed, but thinking of what he had to give up, he smiled bitterly. This time, he had lost a great deal. 3 layers more of supplies were nothing. With the Awoke Trading Company's reserves in the north, they could be replenished at any time. Giving up 2 maids from the serving church was the problem that gave him a headache. The serving church is a very special church. Its followers believe in service, so while other churches have nuns and priests, here they have maids and butlers, all of whom have undergone extremely professional training. Because they believe in service and loyalty, regardless of their ability, once a serving church maid or butler recognizes a master, they serve for life, and even death cannot stop them. Therefore, they are very popular among nobles. Not to mention butlers, even maids are sought after. The Awoke Trading Company had paid a considerable price, and these 2 maids had some flaws, which was how they managed to acquire them. Moreover, they were meant for a significant purpose in the northern border region this time, but now they were gone. Although he felt distressed, Code knew he had no choice. If he didn't satisfy this young Master Owen without an accident, they would definitely have an accident. Accidents in the northern border region were completely normal. Even the Airway Trading Company wouldn't be able to trace it back to this young master. So, when choosing between a total loss and cutting losses in time, Code unhesitatingly chose the latter. Don't call me young master, now I am Viscount Hydra. Owen narrowed his eyes, staring at Code, and said softly, My apologies, esteemed Viscount Hydra. I will have them unload the goods immediately. Code understood Owen's meaning, quickly admitted his mistake and changed his address, and had the porters unload the items from the carriage. As for how much was unloaded, he no longer cared. Very good, I also miss my mother very much. This is my gift. Please deliver it to her personally. Owen nodded and had someone bring the court dress he had prepared earlier. It was a women's formal gown, known for its ornate design. However, commoners could not wear it. Only noblewomen could, and his mother had that qualification. Owen's choice to send a court dress was not random. If the other party accepted it, it meant she still acknowledged his identity as part of the Hydra family, and they would have a basis for continued cooperation. If she didn't accept it, then Owen would only be able to moonlight as a bandit and teach the Airway Trading Company a good lesson, showing them how wrong it was to provoke a transmigrator. Code, being entrusted with such an important task by the Airway Trading Company, was naturally intelligent and capable. He immediately guessed Owen's meaning and accepted it readily. It was no longer realistic to seize the Hydra family's territory and title, at least not now. It was better to maintain the status quo. The Airway Trading Company initially cooperated with the Hydra family because Hydra I had established the reputation of the Tiger of the North, which could deter surrounding nobles from easily attacking the Airway Trading Company's caravans, thus allowing them to develop commerce in the northern border region. In fact, this decision was correct. Although the Airway Trading Company was nothing in the empire now, it already had considerable influence in the northern border region and had established cooperative relationships with many northern nobles. After all, the nobles of the northern border region had not yet developed to the point of self-sufficiency and had gradually come to understand that relying solely on plunder could only last for a while. Only good cooperative relationships could provide a continuous supply of goods, even if it required paying a fortune. The problem was that without caravans, money couldn't be spent, so the Airway Trading Company developed very quickly over the years. Bori, the president of the Airway Trading Company at the time, chose to marry off his daughter not because he wanted to seize the Hydra family, but to deepen their relationship. Although he decided to develop commerce in the northern border region and was also the pioneer, the company was not his alone, so people within it would not sit by and watch him monopolize this part of the profits and thereby completely control the company, because it did not align with their interests. Although Bori was the president, he couldn't kick out all the collaborators, so he came up with the idea of marrying off his daughter. The nobles of the northern border region were regarded as country bumpkins by the imperial nobles, but their noble status was recognized by the empire. This was Bori's opportunity. After all, even the most impoverished imperial nobles rarely married a merchant's daughter, and even if they did, they would impose many harsh conditions, far less straightforward than the Hydra family. However, later Hydra II died suddenly, and Hydra III, who inherited the title, was too young, which made Bori think, I can do it too. Now that was clearly not feasible. Who would have thought that the Hydra family still had a hidden card? In such a situation, it was better to continue cooperating to recover some losses. Code was not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, he was very decisive. After understanding the situation, he immediately changed his attitude, leaving Owen with no complaints. After unloading the goods, the caravan left. Although both sides intended to continue cooperating, they had almost come to blows just now, so it wasn't the time to stay. Moreover, Code had to report this matter back and see the president's attitude towards the Hydra family. In addition, the losses this time also needed to be covered by the company. It seemed his days ahead would be difficult. Thinking of this, Code couldn't help but shake his head. Hiring so many guards was one expense, the unplanned supplies were another expense, and the 2 serving church maids, which the company had gone to great lengths to acquire, were even more crucial to the company's future development in the north. Now all of these were gone. Even if he was deeply trusted by the president, the company was not the president's alone. Even if he wasn't dismissed, reprimands would likely be unavoidable. What was worse was that people within the company would seize the opportunity to interfere in northern affairs, which was the most troublesome thing. Leaving Code to fret until his hairline began to recede, Owen started arranging for people to transport the supplies after the caravan left, but he then found himself in a difficult position because the two maids were not quite as he had imagined. Originally, Owen didn't want to accept them due to a lack of trust and fear of hidden dangers. But men, sometimes, don't think with their brains, like when they're scrolling through short videos of dancing girls on their phones or opening hidden folders on their computers. Especially since Owen was no longer in his previous life, past the age of impulsive spending and transitioning from a weekly wage to monthly mortgage payments, a difficult period. Now, he was not only not short of money, but had enough ammunition to want to catch any mouse he saw in the castle to determine its gender, so he was swayed by their beauty. Maids from the serving church were not common goods. Like his black card in his previous life, you couldn't buy them with money without a certain amount of capital and status. This was also what Owen found strange. The Airway Trading Company had some money and influence in the northern border region, but to say they had great power was a joke. They even married their daughter to a noble from the northern border region. How much capability could they have in the empire? Logically, they weren't qualified to interact with the serving church, but by chance, the president of the Airway Trading Company helped the local serving church with a favor. Coupled with the fact that these two maids had some flaws and were stated to be gifts for a certain noble in the northern border region rather than for personal use, they were acquired. After reading the contract for these two maids, Owen finally understood what flaws meant. Owen held the contract left by Code, which recorded the names, ages, specialties, experiences, and magic images of the two maids, similar to a work resume and personal file. Upon seeing the animated magic images, Owen knew this world wasn't that simple, and then he was attracted by their looks. The first maid was named Maya, 36 years old. This age was quite old for a maid, as the average human lifespan in this world was probably less than 30, at most early 20s, so it was clear how awkward a maid of this age would be. However, her experience and appearance made Owen take notice, and he couldn't help but look up. Maya had wine-red hair, which looked very thick because it was somewhat curly, naturally cascading behind her like waves of red wine. Her features were deeply sculpted, like a statue. Large eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and full lips, coupled with a voluptuous and enchanting figure. Even though she was no longer young, she still exuded the allure of a mature woman. But compared to her beauty, Owen valued her abilities more. At 16, Maya became the personal maid of a countess's daughter. 10 years later, the countess's daughter became a countess, and she became the head maid. Although she was called the head maid, Maya, who was deeply trusted by the countess, not only took over the duties of a butler, but also held significant power. However, because of this, after the countess's death, the countess's son, who inherited the title, sent her back to the serving church and subtly suggested finding her a remote and quiet place to retire. So when she learned of the Airway Trading Company's intentions, she was selected. For Owen, Maya's value was not in the present, but in the future. Owen was well aware of what the Hydra family actually was, despite being called nobles. This defect wasn't a problem in the northern border region, as everyone's background wasn't great, and the Hydra family could at least claim some connection to noble blood. Other border nobles came from all sorts of backgrounds, many managing their territories like bandit dens, so no one could look down on anyone else. However, Owen felt that he would surely come into contact with imperial nobles in the future, and a maid who was familiar with the situation of imperial nobles would clearly play an important role in the future. As for the other maid, Shire, she was fair-skinned and beautiful, with long black straight hair. Dressed in a maid outfit, she had an unimaginably huge appeal to otaku types. The problem was that she was too well developed. Her height must have been 2 meters, with her long legs alone over a meter. And even when she tried to relax, the muscle lines on her arms and thighs were still very obvious, giving a feeling that one's head would be smashed in. And although her figure was explosively good due to her overly developed muscles, her 2 astonishingly large headlights gave a hard impression, and her high-rising, incredibly full round hips made Owen feel the phantom pain of an egg hitting a stone, along with an irresistible sense of oppression. Looking down at Shire's contract, her maid skills were only passable, but why was it specifically noted that she had completed most combat skill training and was particularly skilled with single-handed axes and hammers? Wasn't this just a berserker in maid's clothing? One was too old and the other was too strong. So, although they came from the serving church, they still had some undeniable flaws. No wonder the Airway Trading Company got their hands on them. But Owen wasn't picky. Regardless of the abilities of maids and butlers from the serving church, their loyalty was top-notch. For hundreds of years, no betrayals had ever been heard of. Even if the master was utterly depraved, they would at most return to the serving church or commit suicide. Otherwise, where would they get such a high reputation in noble circles? Although it wasn't 100% trust, at least most things could be entrusted to these two maids. He thought to himself, I'll let them access deeper secrets later, once I find a way to control them, Owen, who was very lonely both physically and mentally, thought. In fact, it was simply because their looks were acceptable. If they were two old women, Owen would absolutely refuse to the death. Since you've joined the Hydra family, then do a good job. Owen had never been a leader, and his words were a bit dry, but both maids were professional. Their slight smiles never changed throughout, which showed their professionalism. Maya will serve as the castle's head maid and temporarily act as the butler, while Shire, as a combat maid, will be responsible for the castle's security. Owen made a simple assignment, and neither of them had any objections. In fact, even if they did, as maids, they wouldn't express them, especially when they had just met. Because Owen was the only one living in the entire castle, he often used it as a storage room, accumulating many miscellaneous items. Many of these things were items he thought were useful and exchanged for on a whim, but he had never dealt with them. The arrival of the two maids finally brought him relief. At least all those miscellaneous items would be placed where they belonged. After all, gentlemen's aesthetics were all focused on women. As for household furnishings, as long as they didn't interfere with life, that was fine. As for whether they looked good or not, what gentleman would care about that? When asked, they only needed to sit on the sofa, nod, and say it looked good. This is indeed quite a challenge, Maya murmured, narrowing her eyes at the castle, which could only be called a ruin. Shire also had her mouth slightly agape, with a surprised expression. Even though Owen had tried his best to compensate before, the lack of hardware still filled the place with a sense of historical decay, making it difficult for Maya, accustomed to a refined life, to adapt. After all, for nearly 20 years she had lived in the Countess's magnificent castle, enjoying treatment higher than that of ordinary minor nobles. Repair the castle. Owen, finally free from miscellaneous tasks, was sketching on parchment with a quill. He looked up, a little dazed, clearly not having fully come to his senses yet. After Maya's patient explanation, Owen finally understood the necessity of repairing the castle. At the same time, from her description, he realized that it wasn't the world that was backward, but the northern border region, the Hydra family. If the existence of nobles is counted from the elders and priests who held real power in tribes, it has already spanned 2,000 to 3,000 years. Under prolonged accumulation and monopoly, the power and resources controlled by nobles grew larger and more abundant, leading to the development of diverse luxuries and conveniences. For instance, imperial nobles now use flush toilets, and their bathrooms not only have brass pipes but are also connected to boilers that provide hot water. The design is so intricate it's beyond the imagination of the poor. In terms of enjoyment alone, imperial nobles have reached the level of wealthy people in the 70s and 80s of his previous life, and in some aspects, even surpassed it. As for the reason, although this world lacks electrical appliances, it possesses something unscientific: magic. Born in the northern border region, raised in the castle, and active within the territory, the only people Owen interacted with who spoke articulately were his parents and the butler. This meant his understanding of the world was probably inferior to that of a traveling merchant, leading to a flawed judgment of this world. Owen clearly hadn't realized before that this was a world with magic, and that professions like knights weren't just about wielding weapons. In fact, most professions had their own extraordinary inheritances, far from as simple as he had perceived. There was nothing to be done. Those who came to open up the northern border region in the past were all failures, criminals, and vagrants who couldn't make a living in the empire. They had nothing to begin with, so where would they get accumulation and heritage? Fortunately, as the Countess's most trusted person, Maya had encountered and understood the extraordinary. It was also from her that Owen learned a more realistic side of this world. Although the extraordinary power in this world hasn't reached the level where a single forbidden spell can destroy the world, it is still not to be underestimated. The troop types from the Age of Empires alone would likely not suffice, which made Owen, already under considerable pressure, feel even more anxious. Owen decided to revise his plan again. He had to find a way to break through the progress value limit as soon as possible. With more progress value, he could exchange for stronger power. The problem was that he still couldn't find a way to break through the current progress value limit. Many times, he had to constantly revise his plans because they were either impossible to achieve or too difficult, so he truly had it tough. Fortunately, repairing the castle was not an issue. Since there were no external enemies at the moment, decorating the castle would also make it more comfortable to live in. Thus, Owen cooperated with Maya to mobilize resources for a simple repair of this centuries-old ruin. However, flush toilets and brass pipes were out of the question. The cost of transporting them made Owen think of heart medication. He could only wait to exchange for them from the system later. Due to limited conditions, Maya only had the artisans simply repair some damaged parts of the castle, then focused on building new toilets and bathrooms, specifically squatting latrines with waterways and large bathtubs. Owen was extremely satisfied with the latter too, even feeling it was worth spending more progress value for them. Instead of squatting over a bay window hole that felt like it would suck him into a black hole, he could now freely relieve himself across the banks of a river, a feeling of immense relief. Most importantly, Owen found toilet paper. Thinking back to the various cleaning materials his backside had kissed before: thatch, leaves, sticks, stone chips. They were not only difficult to use but could also cause injury if one wasn't careful. Even more embarrassing, if not wiped clean once dry, you might suddenly find yourself leaving crumbs as you walked, a truly mortifying public experience. In contrast, the bathroom's role was equally significant, because from memory, Owen realized he truly didn't take many baths throughout the year in this life. His body was covered in layers of old skin and grime, so he couldn't resist the temptation of a good hot bath. After the two areas were renovated, Owen first relieved himself with satisfaction, then gritted his teeth and soaked for half a day in hot water, scrubbing off 2 caddies of dirt, before finally feeling thoroughly cleansed and changing into new clothes. As he walked out of the bathroom, even though his clothes were soft cotton, Owen felt them rough, indicating how delicate his skin was after washing away the grime. Besides these 2 things, 3 meals a day were also handled by 2 maids, which finally freed Owen from having to do everything himself to be well fed and clothed. The castle repairs and improvements to his daily life didn't take up much of Owen's time. Even some impulses typical of his age were forcefully suppressed, because he had too many more important things to deal with. Being well-fed and warmly clothed, only to be cut down by a blade, would that be dying a well-fed ghost, so Owen dared not relax. From his memories, Owen knew that the northern border region was not safe. Otherwise, how would Hydra I and Hydra II have met their end? In the north, during the line season and harvest time, it was also bandit season. Some of these bandits were vagrants or criminals from the empire, some were local indigenous people, now the northern barbarians driven further north, and some were even led by lords seeking to get rich. Regardless, for a bite to eat, killing was nothing to them. Although the northern border region had been developed for about 20 years now, it was barely different from when it first started. People went hungry every day, and people starved to death every year. So, to survive, killing and robbing for food had long become ingrained in their life. If not for the sheer number of people who couldn't survive within the empire, with people coming to the north every year with dreams to make a life, this wretched place would have been deserted long ago. Unfortunately, the better areas of the northern border region were long occupied. With no food to eat and no place to live, the only option besides selling oneself into slavery was to become a bandit. Hydra I and Hydra II, when they were alive, had both hanged many bandits and frequently fought with their neighbors. Robbing for food, money, and people was commonplace. Otherwise, how could the family, during its peak, support over 100 soldiers while also having his grandfather and 3 uncles, eldest, second, and third, as knights? It's worth noting that the cost of supporting one knight exceeded that of 10 elite soldiers. Where did all this come from? Of course, it was stolen. However, the Hydra family's arrogant actions naturally drew widespread resentment. When his grandfather and 2 uncles led soldiers to suppress bandits, all 3 died in battle, and the soldiers suffered heavy losses. No one would believe there was no foul play involved. If the bandits had that level of combat power, they would have long ago seized territory and become nobles themselves. So, how these people died, everyone understood. And this was already the norm in the northern border region. Here, everyone wielded their fists. Whoever had the bigger fist could fill their stomach, grow stronger, and then grab more things. Conversely, the weak had no way to survive here. Compromise and concession ultimately only led to death, without exception. Owen disliked this kind of life. It felt like immigrating to a beautiful country. Unfortunately, just like in his previous life, he could only adapt to life. It was impossible for life to adapt to him. Besides bandits, the northern barbarians also suffered from beast plagues, though the timing of the latter was irregular. Generally, wild beasts became more aggressive before winter and more ferocious in spring, often entering territories and causing casualties. Therefore, every noble lord enjoyed hunting, not only to obtain rare meat, but also to reduce the risk to their territory. At the same time, every few years, a joint army would be formed to raid the northern barbarians, demonstrating the law of the jungle to its fullest. All these issues required preparation in advance to avoid regret when the time came, which is why Owen had been busy with these important matters. The bandit problem was imminent. They couldn't breach the tall, soldier-guarded castle, but serfs didn't have that protection. After being abducted, serfs could be exchanged for grain with other nobles, which greatly troubled Owen. Logically, the castle had enough space to accommodate all the serfs in the territory, but the Hydra family had never done so before. Even though serfs froze to death in their dugouts every winter, these serfs were never allowed to set foot inside the castle. Owen found this practice difficult to understand, but he did not intend to violate this tradition. When you are unsure about something, it is best to refer to the practices of your predecessors. This way, even if you miss many opportunities, you will not make major mistakes. The problem was, Owen could not sit idly by while serfs were plundered by bandits. These serfs were all his property. After consideration, Owen decided to gather the serfs and build a village, which would make it easier for him to station soldiers and protect the serfs from bandit attacks. Originally, serfs had no houses, they lived in dugouts. They would find a sunny spot, dig a pit, dry it out, and then lay a thick layer of dry grass inside, where they would sleep at night. This was only for emergencies. After all, people are not mice, and living in dugouts for a long time would certainly lead to various ailments. However, the life expectancy of serfs was already short, and often they would die before any illness could manifest, so no one paid attention to these things. Since Owen had decided to break free from reliance on system grain, a large number of native farmers were indispensable, so he could not allow the territory to continuously lose population. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the slack season to have craftsmen lead these serfs in building some thatched sheds. As long as earth walls were added before winter, they would become thatched cottages. Although simple, they were better than dugouts, and fewer people would freeze to death in winter. Thatched sheds required no special skills. A frame was erected with wooden poles, and then woven dry grass was layered on top, which could be completed in half a day. So before long, a small village appeared not far from the castle. Although all the thatched sheds were simple, Owen had still planned ahead, with all sheds facing north and south to ensure ample sunlight and prevent moisture buildup inside. He also left sufficient distance for future expansion, and drainage ditches and public toilets were dug in advance. It could be said that he did everything he could think of and was capable of. Next, he had the serfs build a fence around the village, so that no one would be carried off by wolves at night. Perhaps because they had a home, the serfs were uncharacteristically proactive, which greatly pleased Owen. He then arranged for craftsmen to begin building a watchtower at the village entrance, which would be the guarantee of the village's safety. As a defensive structure, the watchtower certainly couldn't be made of mud. It had to be built with bricks and stones, otherwise it would be laughable if it could be kicked down. However, this meant that foundations had to be laid, and piles and beams had to be erected to increase stability and frame strength, which was a considerable amount of work. Fortunately, there were plenty of stones under the castle's earth walls that could be directly used to build the watchtower. Otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. These stones were originally part of the city wall, because the castle's city wall consisted of 2 layers of stone walls, inside and out, filled with earth in the middle, which saved materials. So even though half of the city wall had collapsed, the stones were not lost. They were buried under the earth below and could be used once dug out. In fact, the Hydra family had always wanted to rebuild the city wall, partly to enhance the castle's defense and partly to make it look better. However, rebuilding the city wall required too much manpower and took too long, which is why the Hydra family had never rebuilt it. Owen did want to repair it, but after calculating the cost, he decisively gave up and could only put it into later plans. These farmers from the Age of Empires, after retaining only their construction ability, had their skills enhanced. Originally, they could only help build houses in the village, but now they could handle any building that wasn't too complex or exquisite, working very efficiently with tools. They dug the foundation in 3 days, then stacked stones and buried pillars, and the watchtower was completed in less than half a month. The completed watchtower was square and looked very sturdy. Because it had internal wooden pillars and beams for support, a total of 2.5 stories were built. The first floor was the storage area, where food, drinking water, and equipment were kept, including the metal farm tools used by the serfs. The second floor was where the soldiers rested. Owen specifically had craftsmen build bunk beds, so the watchtower could garrison more soldiers when necessary. The top was a lookout post with a parapet, where soldiers could stand guard and shoot arrows to kill enemies. After the tall and sturdy watchtower appeared, it gave a strong sense of security. At least when the serfs knew their safety had more guarantees, their formerly numb expressions softened a little. In fact, during this time, they also felt changes in their life. First, there was more food. They couldn't say they ate their fill every meal, but at least they weren't weak every day and wouldn't go to bed hungry every night. With the appearance of the village and the watchtower, these serfs truly saw hope. Perhaps they were no longer consumables and had hope of becoming true subjects of the Lord. After the watchtower was built, Owen garrisoned a total of 15 soldiers there. They patrolled during the day and kept watch at night, rotating weekly with the castle's soldiers to maximize the protection of the territory's wealth. However, Owen felt that the best method was to form a cavalry squad, which could both launch active attacks and expand the patrol range, as well as deter neighboring lords and make them control their claws. Unfortunately, although cavalry only had 1 more horse than infantry, their price was several times higher. A light cavalryman required 3 progress points, but the combat power they displayed was completely disproportionate to the price, because 3 swordsmen or bowmen could easily kill a light cavalryman, making the combat power and exchange value disproportionate. After careful comparison, Owen felt that the better cuirassier was most suitable for the current situation of the territory. Cuirassier were between light cavalry and knights. In addition to swords, they were also equipped with spears and shields, allowing them to both engage in direct combat and pursue enemies in chaos. Only 5 progress points were needed to exchange for 1, offering good value for money. However, assembling a cuirassier squad would require 50 progress points. Considering the recovery speed of progress points, if it were truly to be assembled, it might not even be ready by the autumn harvest. In his helplessness, Owen could only choose to first increase the number of swordsmen and bowmen, which would allow him to send out more soldiers to patrol without worrying about the castle's safety. The implementation effect was quite good. A patrol squad of 5 people was enough to dispel most bandits' thoughts of taking risks, and the 4 scout cavalry also played a significant role, preventing the territory from being invaded by bandits. With the watchtower in place, Owen, temporarily relieved, had to find something to distract himself from his overflowing energy, a byproduct of his worry-free life, as the next phase of his plan required patiently waiting for the progress bar to recover. As for what that something was, wasn't it obvious? What else could a man his age, in the prime of his life, be thinking about? Among the 2 maids, while Zyle's looks were not bad and quite to Owen's aesthetic taste, her muscular physique always gave him an ominous premonition that if he were to provoke her without knowing his limits, he might very well get his brother broken. As for Maya, her looks were beyond question. She'd score 90 points even without makeup, and she was a woman difficult for ordinary men to handle, truly the perfect partner he had fantasized about in his previous life. Regarding the age difference, Owen was older than her in his previous life. Moreover, for a man, age isn't an issue. As long as the looks are there, even a change in race is fine. Otherwise, where would we get the likes of Su Hanwen, the rustic hero, Ning Kaichen, the undead knight, Han Dongyang, the immortal sage, and Luo Shi, the insect-controlling technician? The only thing Owen hadn't considered was that he had overestimated his own capabilities. In just 3 days, Owen once again experienced the pain of middle age and the feeling of being willing but unable to make offerings once a week. The transformation contained a great terror between life and death, and even after being reborn, the shadow of his previous life still loomed over Owen's heart. Even more terrifying was that despite his wretched state, his brother remained undyingly ambitious. Owen often heard a voice in his ear, "Help me up, I can still fight." It was so inspiring it made him want to cry. Fortunately, Owen, with his past life experiences, knew not to always try to force it, so he proactively found things to do, such as checking which games in the system could help him. In fact, there were quite a few good things. Previously, he had found a pig bristle toothbrush and green salt tooth powder, as well as bath beans and olive oil for bathing, from a martial arts game. He didn't know why such items would exist in a game. The toothbrush was made of a wooden stick and pig bristles, looking strange and inconvenient to use, but it was better than nothing. Dipping it in tooth powder, he could clean his teeth, at least getting rid of bad breath. Bath beans were for bathing, an ancient version of soap. Because they were mixed with spices, one would smell fragrant after bathing. This was the only thing Maya liked about the castle. Olive oil was used for moisturizing. The climate in the northern lands was quite dry, and if one didn't take care of their skin, it would quickly lose moisture, leading to dry and cracked skin. Taking off clothes, one would be covered in flakes, shaking them off like snow. This was also why his predecessor rarely bathed more than a few times a year. Without the protection of sebum, skin could even crack. After bathing and applying olive oil, although it felt like it added unnecessary philosophical charm, the effect was indeed good, especially when someone helped him apply the oil. Owen, having absorbed a lot of theoretical experience in his previous life, also came up with many new uses for olive oil. The joy within this was unknown to outsiders. Time passed quickly in this leisurely way, and Owen received bad news from the scout cavalry. Because bandits appeared every year, the northern nobles would mostly form patrol teams during this period, making it difficult for the bandits to act. But not robbing meant starving to death, so these bandits did not give up. Instead, they united and prepared to pull off a big job. Just then, someone knew that the Hydra family had suffered significant losses due to the previous wolf disaster, so several groups of bandits united, planning to capture the Hydra family's territory and carry away all valuables and food. Although the combat effectiveness of the scout cavalry was not as good as light cavalry with the same progress value, their observation skills were more outstanding. Therefore, they made this judgment from the recent movements of the bandits. Now Owen faced two choices. One was to heighten vigilance and wait for the bandits to come, and the other was to take the initiative and solve the problem outside. Considering the size of the territory and the castle, this number of men simply couldn't defend it all. If the bandits found a loophole, who knew how much damage they would cause, so Owen decided to take the initiative. The scout cavalry had already locked onto the approximate location where the bandits were gathered. Because they had almost no food reserves, these bandits couldn't endure much longer, either tonight or tomorrow, so Owen decided to immediately gather the soldiers. Currently, Owen had 15 swordsmen, 15 archers, 8 ordinary soldiers, and 4 scout cavalry, which was not a small number. However, the castle and watchtower still needed to be garrisoned, and dividing the troops made manpower a bit tight. It seemed he would have to continue increasing the number of soldiers in the future. Considering that this battle would not take too long, Owen only left the 8 ordinary soldiers armed with spears, choosing to go into battle with the more elite system soldiers. Master Xyle's strength is quite good. You can take her with you, Maya whispered as she helped Owen put on his armor, and Xyle's ears perked up beside them. Although she was a maid, it didn't prevent her from having the heart of a warrior. Owen thought about it. If he could go to the battlefield, then Xyle, a fierce woman who could beat 8 of him with one hand, would certainly be fine, so he nodded. Owen wasn't joking when he appointed Xyle as a battle maid. He had indeed prepared a set of equipment for her. Therefore, upon receiving his approval, Xyle immediately donned the fine armor, slung the heavy shield on her back, and in addition to 2 one-handed axes hanging from her waist, also carried a long spear, fully arming herself. This posture looked less like she was preparing to protect him and more like she was charging into battle. Owen was speechless, but she was a fighting force, and the strongest one at that, so he tacitly allowed it. It was getting late, and Owen had no intention of fighting a night battle, so he ordered the soldiers, who had already eaten, to depart immediately. The scout cavalry rode out of the castle first. They were to rendezvous with the previous scout cavalry and establish a tighter surveillance circle to prevent the bandits from escaping. This was their duty. The swordsmen and archers also set off in formation, their ranks neat and uniform, spirits high. It was clear at a glance that they were elite professional soldiers. Owen, in exquisite armor, rode his horse in the middle of the procession. Zyle, holding a long spear and riding a warhorse, lagged half a horse length behind, guarding him closely. However, she no longer looked like a maid, but rather a valiant female knight. However, when it came to horsemanship, Owen admired Maya more. She was a master who wouldn't be thrown off, no matter how much primordial strength you used to make the horse gallop, as if she had suction. It was just that it was a bit life-draining after a long time, and it was better for non-tough men to take it easy. The place where the bandits gathered was not far from the castle, located in the Demon Horn Forest about 10 li to the west. No bandit dared to directly attack a noble's territory, as the noble's soldiers were not to be trifled with, so they were waiting for nightfall to sneak into the castle, and then, taking advantage of the surprise, burn, kill, and plunder. They didn't know they had already been targeted, and that their demise was being awaited for a celebration. However, the bandits' choice to hide in the Demon Horn Forest was somewhat beyond Owen's expectations. The northern border region rarely had large-scale forests, and the Demon Horn Forest was an exception because it was home to the Demon Horn Tree. This tree had no flowers, leaves, or fruit. It was like hardened thorns and was also poisonous. Once pricked by a demon horn tree thorn, the wound would burn with unbearable pain and bleed incessantly, a sensation no one wanted to experience. Additionally, the magic horn goblin lived here. Compared to common goblins, the magic horn goblin had red eyes, black skin, a mouth full of fangs, and a small horn on its head. It was bloodthirsty and carnivorous, using weapons fashioned from demon horn tree wood. Even soldiers dared not be careless when facing them, so few people ventured into the Demon Horn Forest to cut timber or hunt. As a result, the surrounding environment improved significantly, and the ordinary forests on the outskirts had grown to a considerable size. As long as one did not go too deep, the danger was not that great. However, wouldn't entering the Demon Horn Forest in groups attract the magic horn goblins? These little monsters loved humans the most. After all, humans had no thick fur or tough, hard-to-chew sinews, making them a rare delicacy. Perhaps these bandits thought they would be fine staying just one night, but the problem was they had already been discovered. 10 miles was not far, and with Owen slowing his pace, by the time they reached the edge of the forest, the soldiers had just finished their warm-up. Therefore, after a short rest, they immediately entered the forest. The scout cavalry were not limited to riding horses. They had secretly entered the forest earlier to pinpoint the bandits' gathering location. So Owen, led by the scouts, headed straight for the destination and quickly ambushed the bandits. 20 to 30 lazy, dirty bandits were gathered, either lying or sitting. To avoid detection, they hadn't even lit a fire and were struggling to gnaw on black bread or some other unknown stuff with their yellowed teeth, preparing to replenish their energy for their night operations. Then they looked up and, well, no need to wait, the enemy had arrived. In the forest, the foot archers couldn't all gather in one place, so Owen arranged them into squads of 2 foot archers and 2 swordsmen, focusing on ranged attacks. The foot archers' wooden bows weren't top-notch, but hitting a person within 30 to 50 meters was certainly doable. With the twang of bowstrings, arrows twisted like snakes, yet miraculously followed smooth arcs to hit their targets with few misses. Although the enemies were hit, one shouldn't expect a single arrow to kill a bandit. Arrows were not bullets and did not cause cavitation damage upon impact, so as long as a vital spot wasn't hit directly, they wouldn't die on the spot. In reality, the greatest effect of arrows was to reduce enemy numbers, because only a few warriors could continue fighting bravely after being shot. Most people, after being hit by an arrow, could only lie on the ground groaning, awaiting the judgment of fate. Given the medical standards in this wretched place, even healthy people could be killed, let alone those with injuries, bleeding, and infections. This was the greatest utility of arrows. After 2 volleys of arrows, the bandits, who outnumbered the soldiers, completely collapsed. They were not regular troops, they were merely trying to make a living and had no sense of resistance. So when faced with an attack, let alone fighting back, they didn't even know where to run. Except for a few who, in a daze, ran deeper into the Demon Horn Forest, the rest either lay on the ground groaning or knelt in surrender, their backs high, clutching their heads and trembling. At this point, the swordsmen, who had remained still, stepped forward to clear the battlefield. The wounded were all given a quick end, their heads chopped off with short axes. Those who surrendered were given a rope to tie themselves up. If they didn't do it properly, they were simply chopped down. The entire process was simple and brutal. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Owen, who was so tense he hadn't even changed his posture, felt a bit lost amidst the pungent smell of blood. Was his first time really over just like that? Regardless, this battle served as a baptism for him, a baptism of combat and death, which would be a seasoning of life he could never shake off. Many people died before Owen, and many were killed after losing the will to resist, but he didn't feel much. Vomiting, for instance, was out of the question. Aside from a slight difficulty in accepting it emotionally, everything else was fine. Owen wasn't cold-blooded, he simply knew this was unavoidable. He would have liked to close his doors and focus on farming, but aside from being slaughtered like a pig once he grew fat, there could be no other outcome. After arriving in this world, Owen had already come to terms with it. Killing was inevitable, and killing only a few was also impossible. Many times, if you didn't kill them ruthlessly enough, didn't make them fear you, they wouldn't give up. So what Owen had to do was to quickly get used to all of this, to become the one holding the butcher's knife, not the unfortunate soul begging for mercy under it. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Owen truly had no sense of belonging to this world, so killing these people from another world brought him little psychological pressure. What's more, these bandits' beards and hair were never groomed, all tangled and matted together like felt. They wore scraps of cloth and leather haphazardly stitched together, so you couldn't even tell how they were worn. Their exposed skin was covered in thick grime, their fingernails and toenails were long and black like a beast's, and their body odor was enough to make people keep a wide berth. Such appearances made it hard to feel sympathy, so Owen was still in the mood to arrange the next steps. The territory had a gallows for hanging bandits, and now it bore more than a dozen heads, like a bunch of grapes. A gust of wind could stir up a swarm of flies, and surely, any bandits who saw it would instinctively choose to turn and leave. The living bandits were locked in wooden cages for public display, while the victorious soldiers were celebrating. 3 of the 10 sheep that could be exchanged with the Age of Empire's progress points were slaughtered, boiled and roasted, and paired with beer from mount and blade. The soldiers ate very happily. However, as a lord and a noble, Owen certainly wouldn't eat the same food as the soldiers. The fattest parts of the 3 sheep were cut off beforehand, meticulously cooked with spices and olive oil, sprinkled with a little fine salt, and paired with good wine. With 2 maids serving him, Owen finally enjoyed a taste of noble life. After a feast, some soldiers rested, others patrolled, but the celebration was not yet over. The gnawed bones and offal of the sheep were not wasted, they were all thrown back into the pot, then some grain was added, salted, and left to simmer. The simply cleaned sheep offal didn't taste very good. Once boiled over high heat, the smell was so strong that no one could stand within 10 paces. But it was meat, and the serfs waiting around the large pot grew increasingly bright-eyed, their formerly numb expressions beginning to change. In Owen's eyes, these serfs were like human puppets, showing almost no other reactions, as if their lives consisted of nothing but labor, eating, sleeping, and then awaiting death. However, upon closer thought, it seemed his previous life was also much the same: work, eat, and wait to die. After becoming a lord, Owen didn't want such unresponsive serfs. He wanted these serfs to come alive, to work more proactively and enthusiastically. After all, reluctantly working without energy and actively working with enthusiasm were 2 different things. So he needed to instill more vitality in these serfs, which meant giving them a glimmer of hope, like a carrot dangling before a donkey's eyes, and delicious food was the first switch. Although the scale of this battle was very, very small, and the results achieved were completely negligible, it unexpectedly met the conditions for the system's progress value to break through. Owen didn't know if it was the fighting or the killing, but a breakthrough was a good thing, so he also received an additional reward. There were 4 items in total: troop type, profession, skill, and building, all drawn completely randomly. However, tonight he needed warm embraces and lavish affection to wash away the bloodstains from his memory, so he decided to wait until later. After a night of hard work, Owen, in a state of sustained sagacity, felt nothing inside. He lay lazily on the reclining chair in the study and chose to draw his rewards. Ninja Squad, Templar Knight Profession, Iron Cloth Skill, Blacksmith Shop Building. The Ninja Squad also belonged to a troop type, originating from a certain East Asian-style game. Because it wasn't very suitable for this world, Owen had initially overlooked it. After studying it now, he found that at least the ninja troop type indeed had its merits. These ninjas did not come from Konoha, so they couldn't use chakra, nor could they clap their hands and summon anything. Because they prioritized stealth and agility, these ninjas had slender builds and lacked large muscles, so their frontal combat ability was not great. However, when it came to lurking and sneak attacks, they were indeed excellent. For a Western-style castle like this, ninjas had too many ways to infiltrate and too many ways to carry out sneak attacks and assassinations. At the very least, making a target die a valiant death by attacking from an unexpected direction was easily achievable. Unfortunately, Owen currently had no targets for the ninjas to showcase their skills, so he had them infiltrate the castle to be responsible for covert guard duty, especially at night. Due to the special nature of the ninjas, Owen did not have them live in the longhouse with the soldiers. He didn't even want too many people to know about their existence, so he placed them in the cellar. The castle was not just about the buildings above ground. In fact, the underground building area was also quite large, but it was never used. It had only been opened once during Hydra Eye's time, and then sealed until now. Underground, there were not only cellars, but also wine cellars, dungeons, and interrogation rooms, which perfectly suited the needs of these ninjas. Owen didn't need to personally open the cellar door. These ninjas silently disappeared into the castle. If they didn't appear at his call, he would have thought he had misremembered. Owen looked at the Templar Knight profession. Although it offered significant enhancements, if he used it himself, he wouldn't be able to unleash much power because he lacked a fighting spirit. The Iron Cloth skill was the same. Because this skill amplified one's own foundation, it would be a waste for him to use it. However, there were people in the castle who met these requirements, and Owen also intended to use this opportunity to test the system's influence on the natives of this world. Owen called Shire in. Although the two had not had more in-depth contact, relatively speaking, among the two maids, he trusted her more. It wasn't because he was Shire's first master, but because of their shared experiences. Shire's peculiar preferences made her a maverick even in the serving church. Coupled with her rapid growth in height and muscle from puberty, she was overlooked for 3 consecutive years, making her even more reclusive. It wasn't until the Arrowy Trading Company, which wasn't picky, arrived that she had the chance to leave the serving church and begin her life as a maid. Therefore, when facing her first master, she was more proactive and willing to dedicate herself. Even Owen's excessive demands, she would follow without hesitation. This was what Owen valued in her. Otherwise, he would not have easily allowed her to carry weapons and equipment for fear she might smash his head in. In contrast, Maya's abilities were stronger. Placing her in the Hydra family was a waste of talent. With just a simple understanding, Owen felt that in terms of both ability and intelligence, she was far superior to him. If he didn't have his golden finger and most of his soldiers didn't come from the system, Owen would probably have nightmares about being sidelined. Therefore, Owen would not easily experiment with Maya because he couldn't guess her thoughts and reactions. If she harbored ill intentions while he was writing, he would surely die a miserable death, perhaps even being uprooted. Shire, who remained motionless according to Owen's command and had no resistant thoughts, successfully integrated the Templar Knight profession. Although it was successful, Owen was somewhat disappointed because the conditions for anyone other than himself to accept system enhancements were too stringent. They had to not resist and have no trace of resistant thoughts. Among his subordinates, only the system soldiers and Shire could completely achieve this. Owen couldn't even say if he would ever encounter such a person again, because the human heart was truly unfathomable. This made Shire even more precious, and the Iron Cloth skill, which he had originally been somewhat reluctant to part with, was also bestowed upon her. After integrating the Templar Knight profession and the Iron Cloth skill, Shire became even taller and stronger. Her oversized maid uniform was torn apart, and her muscles bulged wantonly, making her look like a demonic bodybuilder, the kind that could make a grizzly bear cry. Owen couldn't help but swallow. He wasn't without thoughts about Shire, but practically speaking, there were some difficulties. Now, what was originally just a bruising issue had become a hydraulic press situation, raising the difficulty directly to hell level. While Owen was lost in thought, Shire, with her extraordinary talent, had already become accustomed to her enhanced abilities. Through the control of her muscles via iron cloth, her overly developed muscles subsided. Although she still looked intimidating, at least she wouldn't easily scare people to death. Although Shire was curious about the changes in her body, Owen told her not to ask and not to speak. So Shire put the matter aside and then turned to look at a dark corner of the study, her hand reaching for the one-handed hammer at her waist. Those are the castle's hidden guards. Owen knew what they were, but he was still somewhat surprised that Shire could detect the hidden ninjas. It seemed the ninjas weren't as formidable as he imagined. Once strength reached a certain level, they could be perceived. This meant ordinary missions could be given to the ninjas, but special targets were probably out of the question. The appearance of the blacksmith shop solved Owen's urgent problem. After all, ironware was an important part of civilizational progress. Before, his territory didn't even have a carpenter, let alone a blacksmith. Moreover, farmers could become artisans but not blacksmiths. Now with the blacksmith shop, many of Owen's plans could be implemented. Owen's second stage plan included developing local artisans, such as craftsmen, as these were the foundation of the economy. Unfortunately, skilled craftsmen could find work anywhere and rarely came to the northern lands, which meant the Hydra family had to find carpenters, let alone blacksmiths, from outside. Now with the blacksmith shop, it was a good start. Owen immediately arranged for craftsmen to build the blacksmith shop. Although it could be directly materialized, it would cost additional progress value. It was better to build it with real-world materials and then use the system to bestow attributes. Because the blacksmith shop could be equated with military industry, it was not built in the village but within the castle, which also made it convenient for repairing damaged equipment for the soldiers. How could Maya not notice such a significant change in Charles? But she was smart enough not to ask, nor did she have any intention of prying. As a seasoned serving maid, she knew very well that you only know what your master wants you to know. If your master doesn't want you to know, even if you do know, you must pretend not to. Otherwise, what good is a serving maid, even one renowned for her loyalty? The serving maids she had personally dealt with were not just one or two. When the master feels that only your death can bring peace of mind, then you can only die. 80% of serving maids die unnatural deaths. The rest either swear to cultivate for life in the serving church or become disabled, unable to hear, speak, or write, and this is already the master's mercy. The reason for all of this is their extreme loyalty, which leads the master to entrust them with extremely secretive matters. But as secrets accumulate, when too many of one's own secrets are known by others, it inevitably leads to unease, so they can only be made to die. Maya's fortune compared to other serving maids lay in her unusual relationship with the countess she served. Besides being master and servant, they were also lovers. This allowed her to grasp more secrets and power, even to the extent that the newly ascended son of the countess dared not easily lay a hand on her. Otherwise, how could she have lived until now? In reality, just as Owen suspected, Maya's rich life experience and her own encounters had long since made her more than just a pure serving maid. Of course, she still adhered to the bottom line of a serving maid, never harm the master in any way. But on this basis, what's wrong with living a better and happier life? Owen was unaware of Maya's thoughts. He was busy studying the system. After breaking through the limitations, the progress value's upper limit reached 20 points, and it began to involve the extraordinary realm, giving him more choices. However, after some research, Owen discovered how useless a 20-point progress value upper limit was. Any decent extraordinary goal exceeded the limit, or the cost-effectiveness was too low, plunging him into decision paralysis. He could only focus on the present for now. With the breakthrough of the upper limit, the recovery speed of the progress value increased significantly. According to Owen's observations, the recovery speed of the progress value from 0 to 3 was the fastest. It clearly slowed down by 5, and after 10, the recovery speed became progressively slower. To recover to 20 points, the time consumed was equivalent to 3 or 4 times the time from 0 to 10. So the most efficient method was to exchange for troop types costing 3 to 5 progress points, which would allow him to form cavalry. Although swordsmen and bowmen were very useful, only cavalry possessed external deterrent power. Cavalry costing 3 progress points were only scout cavalry and light cavalry. The former leaned towards reconnaissance, while the latter's combat power was too weak, only capable of bullying ranged units and light infantry without formations. In a direct confrontation, the casualty rate would be too high and not cost-effective. it would be better to directly exchange for the more cost-effective cuirassier. Although exchanging for a cuirassier, which costs 5 progress points, would be slower, a cuirassier equipped with a spear and shield possessed the ability to directly charge enemy formations, unlike the fragile light cavalry. Their defense against arrows was also enhanced, and their deterrent power on the front lines was not low. As long as there was a small squad of cuirassiers to make an appearance, anyone who wanted to provoke Owen would carefully consider the consequences. After all, even a knight would find it difficult to resist a small squad of charging cuirassiers. For the sake of secrecy, Owen did not choose to make this exchange in the castle. He took his soldiers to the Demon Horn Forest to hunt. This was a noble tradition, to prevent beasts lacking food from the forest before winter. Even if you couldn't hunt, you had to at least pretend to watch the soldiers work, as it was tradition. But everything Owen did was to hide from Maya. To put it plainly, he couldn't outplay her and felt insecure, so he wanted to hide any secrets, just like old men who automatically learn to hide their private money after marriage, purely a male animal's survival instinct. Owen did not overly conceal his distrust of Maya, because with his skill level, he couldn't possibly hide it from her. It was better to directly adopt an attitude of, "You haven't earned my trust yet." This was very normal. He was the master. He was a noble, naturally suspicious of everything, and would not easily trust anyone, so even Maya didn't find anything wrong with it. In reality, Owen's inner thoughts were even more complex. As a transmigrator, he relied on Maya due to intense loneliness, both physically and emotionally, but at the same time, he would not fully trust her. The reason was also simple: experience. An overly rich life experience created a complex heart, which was why Owen was willing to trust Charles, but always remained wary of Maya. If it were in his previous life, the cost of trust would at most be heartbreak and financial loss, but in this world, the cost of trust was often more direct, because killing was too simple. Moreover, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer to extract his secrets, or what methods would be used to control him? There were too many unknowns. The unknown and fear made it difficult for Owen to trust anyone. Even Charles could only be considered half-trusted. As for fully gaining his trust, Owen thought it unlikely, even if someone were to die for him. This was a world with magic where anything could happen, and death was not irreversible, so he couldn't be too careful. Therefore, although the two had some intimate exchanges that crossed boundaries, and enjoyed and were fascinated by them, Owen was not a hot-headed young man easily swayed by love. He wouldn't easily give up everything for so-called love or lust at first sight. The sharpening of life made him calmer and less impulsive, because the cost of impulsiveness was often something he couldn't afford. Based on various concerns, Owen instinctively wanted to keep a few tricks up his sleeve. The Demon Horn Forest was merely the first step. It would be best if he didn't need to use them, but if he did, his efforts wouldn't be in vain. As for why he chose the Demon Horn Forest, first, it was relatively close to the castle, and second, because it was very dangerous, and people usually wouldn't approach it. Not to mention the poisonous demon horn trees and the cunning, ferocious magic horn goblins, the wild beasts living here alone were enough to claim most people's lives. So, except for desperate bandits, few people were willing to venture here, making it sufficiently secretive. However, although the outer reaches of the Demon Horn Forest were relatively safe, it was only relatively so. Therefore, in addition to exchanging for some farmers, Owen also needed to exchange for some additional troops, some powerful troops, otherwise, he might not see anyone alive next time he came. Logically, Owen shouldn't be wasting precious labor here when the city walls hadn't been rebuilt, but he wasn't acting entirely rationally, and he was also a foolish novice. Many times, plans he painstakingly devised never came to fruition, which made his utilization efficiency of the golden finger pitifully low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted so much work to Maya, even though he didn't fully trust her. Wasn't it all to improve efficiency and avoid waste? Moreover, the arrangements in the Demon Horn Forest, rather than being a backup plan, were more of a way for Owen to soothe his anxious heart, and he invested no small amount of effort into it. In Owen's plan, a sturdy wooden fortress capable of accommodating over 100 people and dozens of horses would be built here. The majority of them would be soldiers, with farmers serving only as builders and lumberjacks. This way, if the castle ever needed support, this force could quickly rush to the battlefield, enough to change the tide of battle. Therefore, this was no small undertaking. Every aspect needed to be considered. Each farmer was worth 2 progress points, so Owen exchanged for 10 of them and sent them to cut wood and build long wooden houses, which would form the foundation of the future wooden fortress. After all, in his plan, this place was meant to be a long-term establishment, A mere wooden wall and tents wouldn't suffice. Even if these soldiers never complained to him once exchanged, they were no longer insignificant data in a game, but flesh and blood. Although Owen wouldn't abandon the idea of sending them to fight, or even to their deaths, he would at least ensure their daily life standards weren't too low. Perhaps this would ease his conscience somewhat. Besides the farmers, the soldiers were the priority. Owen chose swordsmen and crossbowmen, each costing 3 progress points, so he could only exchange for one of each. However, this should be enough for the early stages. Swordsmen are an advanced form of swordsmen, using an elongated single-handed sword as their weapon. Because the sword is longer and can be wielded with more force, their techniques are more complex, unlike the swordsmen whose shorter swords could only compensate for insufficient lethality with thrusts. While increasing their attack power, swordsmen are also skilled at using their shields. Combined with their more refined armor, they are better suited for survival on the battlefield than swordsmen, despite being a bit slower. Crossbowmen's rate of fire is not as fast as archers, but at short range, the crossbow's arrow trajectory is straighter, its armor-piercing capability is stronger, and its speed is faster. Even a strong wild bull would not fare well if shot by a crossbow arrow. The advantage of a crossbow over a bow is that it is strung. When used, one only needs to pull the trigger, saving the action of drawing the string, making it more suitable for use in forests with complex environments where enemies might appear at any moment. Although not too many soldiers were needed in the early stages, at least a dozen or two needed to be supplemented, plus the more valuable cuirassiers. Owen found that his momentary impulse had once again derailed his previous plan, but he was already used to it. Aren't plans just like novel settings, meant to be changed? Anyway, he still had a whole winter. By the time the wooden fortress was completed, his desired cuirassier squad would also be almost fully exchanged, and they could then proceed directly to the castle. Otherwise, if they appeared one by one, it would certainly arouse unnecessary suspicion. A small squad of cuirassiers is neither too many nor too few. In the vast and sparsely populated northern border region, it would be impossible to determine their origin unless they were tracked all the way. Furthermore, Owen also arranged for them to arrive with the supply wagons, which would provide a plausible explanation for the origin of the soldiers and supplies, better than them appearing out of thin air at the castle. After a busy half-day, leaving behind ample supplies, Owen returned to the castle exhausted. Before he could even take off his armor, he smelled the aroma of food. "Welcome home, master, you must be tired." Maya walked over gracefully, carrying food that had been kept warm by the fireplace. Her serving-maid dress, stretched by her plump hips, swayed from side to side with each step, as if trying to lift a curtain and beckon him. This, combined with the aroma of the food, warmed Owen's heart and helped him relax, dispelling the chill he had brought in. The relaxed muscles awakened his fatigue. With a somewhat languid motion, Owen, with the help of Shire, removed his heavy armor, letting it drop to the ground with a dull thud. This chainmail mixed with large overlapping plates was not plate armor but a lighter and more flexible type of armor, a composite armor. It combined the advantages of chainmail, plate armor, and scale armor. Its defensive power in vital areas was not much inferior to plate armor, making it a very expensive and fine piece. Owen had exchanged it from the game to protect his own life. But no matter how exquisite, the weight of the metal was still there. Owen's previous body had not completed night training. Although he was stronger than his peers, wearing it for half a day still left him sore all over. After helping Owen remove his armor, Shire used special tools to maintain it and then placed it on a nearby rack. Whether it was leather armor, iron armor, chainmail, or plate armor, all required careful maintenance. If cared for diligently, it could be passed down through generations. If neglected, it would rot away in a few years. Although the northern border region has a dry climate, the winter winds still brought some moisture, so every nook and cranny of the armor needed to be wiped clean and coated with a thin layer of oil film. Owen didn't care for these tasks and wasn't willing to bother with them, so Shire always took care of maintaining and organizing his armor and weapons. Owen, having changed into his casual clothes, breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down at the dining table without any aristocratic elegance, but he was simply too tired. The dining table in front of him was almost 20 meters long, specially equipped for banquets. It was covered with fine and expensive velvet, and the beeswax candles on the silver candelabra emitted a sweet scent like honey when lit, uplifting one's mood. The complete sets of dishes were exquisite porcelain, so fine one wouldn't bear to let dust settle on them. The accompanying cutlery, made of gold and silver, was also divided into various different uses. Even for a bowl of soup, there was a large spoon for thin soup, a medium spoon for thick soup, and a small spoon for solids. Such attention to detail. In reality, both Owen and Maya knew very well that these things were just for show, meant to be displayed. So when Owen ate, he only used a pair of knife and fork and a spoon. As for chopsticks, he didn't use them because he would have to come up with an excuse, and they would attract too much attention. Owen's dinner today was beef stew with tomatoes and potatoes, pan-fried fish belly, vegetable salad, and whole wheat bread. It looked simple, but it was actually quite elaborate. Cattle were traditionally the main force for farming, and even a lord would be reluctant to slaughter them for food unless a wild bull was hunted. Otherwise, meat mainly consisted of pigs, sheep, and poultry. As for pan-fried fish belly, it not only required spices to remove the fishy smell, but also a sufficiently large fish, which was not easy to come by. A vegetable salad might seem simple, but gathering the necessary vegetables for a salad was inherently difficult, let alone now that winter had arrived. Even the whole wheat bread was a high-quality product mixed with eggs and milk. Its sweet aroma, baked by the fireplace, was simply intoxicating. The cost of Owen's meal was almost equivalent to a commoner family's monthly food expenses, but he felt no guilt while eating it. He, a transmigrator, didn't come here to suffer. If there were no conditions, then so be it. He had gnawed on dough, slept on plank beds, squatted in dirt pits, and his backside had seen all sorts of bizarre things. Now that he had the conditions, shouldn't he quickly improve his quality of life? What was the meaning of his life otherwise? Was it just to share hardships with the people of another world? After eating and drinking his fill, Owen first took a bath, cleaned his teeth, then pulled out half a bottle of olive oil and led Maya back to the room to continue discussing the 13 uses of olive oil, leaving Shire to pick up his weapon and go outside to arrange the night patrol. Owen's distrust of Maya was one thing, but it didn't mean he would be overly cautious. In reality, no matter what, Maya was just a serving maid, and all her power derived from her master. So when the Countess was still alive, she was highly sought after in the imperial capital, and even minor nobles of ordinary birth would greet her first. However, once the Countess died, she was banished to the northern border region. Had the Countess's son, who inherited the title, not had some scruples, she might have been gone entirely. The problem was, knowing this didn't mean Owen could let go of his guard. The people here were strangers to Owen, a transmigrator. The place was strange, the environment was strange, the world was strange, everything was new to him. In this situation, his heart was lonely and fragile. He was wary of everything around him. Perhaps only when he felt he controlled everything would he truly relax. The first snow of winter had just fallen when 10 mighty cuirassiers, heads held high, carrying the banner of the Hydra family, escorted 5 fully loaded carriages. The tracks they left were quickly covered by the increasingly heavy wind and snow. Standing on the castle at this moment, one could see a vast expanse of white. Heavy, leaden clouds were pressed down by the howling cold wind, rolling continuously close to the ground, scattering large flakes of snow. It made it impossible to tell how high the sky was or how thick the earth, and no one knew when this wind and snow would end. The weather in the north during winter was always this harsh. However, to avoid revealing any flaws under Owen's orders, the convoy truly did circle outside for 3 days, only rushing back to the castle when it was about to snow. Therefore, the fatigue of the long journey and the wear and tear on the vehicles were all genuine. Owen, that grandson, was really willing to spend a lot of money just to deceive Maya. It's unclear if it was truly necessary or if he was just playing a game of wits with himself, much like how a married man instinctively hides some extra income. Perhaps even he himself couldn't explain it. Maybe he was just trying to cover up his inner confusion, purely giving himself something to do. The arrival of the convoy injected new vitality into the territory. The knight-like cuirassiers uplifted everyone, as they were a symbol of strength, and the delivered supplies meant the territory could more stably endure this cold winter, guaranteeing survival. Although many people came to the castle, the longhouses were already built, and the warm stables were filled with hay. The stable hands quickly prepared warm water, and bean flour and coarse salt were mixed into the hay, enough for the horses that had traveled a long way to quickly recover their strength without injuring themselves from the long journey. Aside from the slight hassle of tallying the supplies, settling the cuirassiers, and the accompanying farmers didn't take much effort. They soon ate freshly baked bread and hot soup, then could enjoy a good night's sleep. The castle once again fell into a quiet state. Owen didn't mention the source of the soldiers and supplies, and Maya, with a tacit understanding, didn't ask. They were all adults. At night, they were intimately intertwined, but during the day, when it came to serious matters, they each did their own thing without interfering with each other. This was the mature side of adults. Owen was helpless about this, as he didn't want to lie, nor was he good at lying, nor did he want to hide anything. However, the existence of the system concerned his own life and death, leaving no room for carelessness. Under duress, he could only use more troublesome and complex methods to conceal it. The problem was that the system's troops and supplies appeared out of thin air. He had to find a reasonable source or excuse for them. Confined to his territory, all he could do at the moment was provide simple guidance, leading people to believe that the Hydra family had several contingencies or received secret support from certain forces. It sounded unreliable, but even in the previous life, with such developed information and entertainment, no one would truly believe in things like transmigration with a cheat finger, let alone the people of this world. So as long as a tiny clue was left, they could imagine 80 episodes. Not to mention, Owen not only established temporary outposts outside, but also adopted segmented management to minimize the risk of exposure. Currently in the territory, Owen, as the Lord, held supreme authority. He was responsible for setting the direction of development and providing resources and manpower. Maya, as the second in command, was the project manager. Her main role was to utilize these resources and manpower more reasonably and efficiently, while also preventing Owen from casually changing the direction of development. Shire, as Owen's confidant, was responsible for managing the territory's soldiers, and she fulfilled this task very well. As for Shire's identity as a maid, most of the territory's soldiers came from the system, and Owen's orders were paramount. So, with his appointment, command was not an issue. With such a division of power, even if Maya had ulterior motives, it would be difficult for her to overstep the bounds of authority Owen set for her and interfere with other aspects. Owen didn't know if his approach was good, but it was the best method he could think of. However, everything came to a halt as the snow grew thicker. The entire world seemed to press a pause button, no human figures were visible, and even birds and beasts had long disappeared. In the most prosperous and powerful imperial capital, people froze to death every winter, let alone in the harsh north. Especially the serfs, their dugouts were not warm places. Without enough clothing and food, at least 1/3 of the serfs never emerged from their dugouts each spring, simply being buried in the earth. In fact, if it weren't for the relatively tenacious vitality of the people in this world, after a single snowfall, there would be virtually no one left alive. After all, even bears need to fatten up for hibernation. Fortunately, Owen had made preparations in advance. The village had become much more complete. The originally slanting thatched sheds became simple farmhouses with mud walls and thatched roofs. Although not attractive and low and dim inside, they were very practical, maximizing heat retention. Mud walls could last a long time in the less rainy north. Thick thatched roofs could effectively block wind and snow, and small buildings were conducive to insulation. As long as a small bonfire was lit inside, wrapped in clothes sewn from scraps of fur and rags, huddled in a haystack, at least one wouldn't go to sleep and never wake up again. Moreover, Owen had long since distributed sufficient winter food and firewood. The staples were rye and crushed black beans. The side dishes were onions, cabbage, and dried wild vegetables, and there was also a small jar of precious animal fat and salt. Although not much, it was enough to ensure they could survive the cold winter. At least most people could survive. Unfortunately, the castle walls still hadn't been built, but a long distance had already been cleared. This was also a considerable amount of work, which naturally couldn't be done by just a dozen bandit laborers. It was mainly because Owen had exchanged for 20 more Age of Empires farmers. They were the main workforce. Compared to the skinny serfs and the reluctant bandit laborers, the Age of Empires farmers were skilled and hardworking. Coupled with the metal tools from the blacksmith shop, their efficiency was indeed not low. Unfortunately, it was only clearing. To completely build the city walls, at least 100 people would be needed for sufficient efficiency, and it would also have to be in the spring when flowers bloomed. Otherwise, the frozen ground could lead to despair. Although the city walls had not been built, the interior of the castle had changed greatly. The ground had been leveled, and some areas were paved with flagstones. The original 3-room longhouse had now been expanded to 10 rooms, and stables and sheepfolds had been built. The blacksmith shop in one corner clanged from morning till night, and the neighboring bakery constantly emitted cooking smoke, adding a touch of vitality here. The damaged parts inside the castle had undergone simple repairs. Carpets, drapes, and decorations were added, transforming the castle's historical atmosphere into a deeper foundation. At least it no longer looked like an archaeological ruin. Owen, who had been busy for a long time, finally had time to catch his breath. For the past 6 months, he had been racking his brains, trying to find brilliant ideas from within. Unfortunately, his accumulation of wisdom was insufficient, just like how tofu pudding, no matter how much it stirred, won't turn into abalone. The poor man could only rely on his limited knowledge from his previous life to plan the territory's development. Only when it came to actual implementation did he realize that what he had gained by sacrificing his hair was like shit. It was like a certain author who painstakingly created an outline of hundreds of thousands of words, only to go off topic just past 100 chapters, and the kind that couldn't be corrected. He instantly felt like destroying everything. Currently, with heavy snow falling and freezing temperatures, Owen cannot make any major moves. After all, going out in this weather is practically suicide, so it's impossible for large numbers of people and supplies to come knocking. Otherwise, it would be an insult to Maya's intelligence. This is a good opportunity for him to rest properly and summarize the achievements made during this period, drafting a plan for future development. After all, even a bad plan is still a plan. He can't just not make one because of repeated revisions. At least with a plan, he'll have a general direction in mind, and even if he revises it, he'll know how to do so. In reality, planning is not difficult. The territory currently only has a few hundred people, and everything is lacking. All he needs to do is figure out which gaps to fill first. However, because everything is lacking, he often gets sidetracked. Owen has no solution for this, as the territory is simply too poor. He's like someone trying to build a house with a bag of cement. It's not enough for anything. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. This year, not too many serfs in the territory will freeze to death due to the construction of the villages, which is good news. He plans to buy more serfs before next spring, ensuring a more abundant workforce. After all, no matter how large the territory, it's useless without people. With a sufficient workforce, and under the guidance of system farmers learning more advanced farming techniques, coupled with metal farm tools from the blacksmith shop, it's highly likely that the territory will experience a bumper harvest next year. This means he needs to prepare for battle in advance. In the northern border region, a bumper harvest is not necessarily a good thing, as it will attract many bandits who will take everything. Don't expect them to leave behind food or even seeds. This is why the northern border region has never been able to develop. There are simply too many bandits. Often, your neighbors are the most dangerous, dragging you into hell. Otherwise, why would Owen bury his head in farming and accumulate soldiers? However, Owen is not afraid right now, because by the autumn harvest next year, the territory's military strength will at least double, enough to protect his wealth. The number of soldiers in the territory is now quite considerable, with 20 swordsmen, 20 foot archers, 8 spear-wielding native soldiers, and 12 spearmen, as well as 4 scout cavalry and 10 cuirassiers. Aside from not having knights, their combat power is comparable to the peak period under Hydra I. This military force is enough to conquer any baron's territory in the northern border region, and even a viscount would view them as a formidable enemy. It is a power Owen takes pride in. But the cost was over 100 progress points, which was nearly 3 months of his accumulation. At the same time, dozens of craftsmen and farmers, and a considerable amount of supplies, cost him another few dozen progress points. There's also the wooden fortress in the Demon Horn Forest, where 20 farmers, 10 swordsmen, 10 crossbowmen, and 4 scouts are stationed. This is also a formidable force, but it also cost him dozens of progress points. If it weren't for the fact that the recovery speed increased after the progress point cap reached 20, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate so much. It can be said that all of Owen's accumulation over the past 6 months is here, and this is his capital to safely get through the winter. However, not using progress points during this wintering period would be a waste, so Owen wants to find a reasonable way to utilize them. With something on his mind, Owen decided not to lie in bed today. Although the cold wind still howled outside the tightly shut windows, he forced his eyes open with strong willpower, but it was still so cold. The entire castle was just a stone structure, with no insulation. As soon as Owen had the means, he first had the doors and windows repaired, so at least he wouldn't hear the wind blowing in through wide gaps, carrying away the already scarce heat. As the Lord, Owen naturally had better conditions. Not only were the doors and windows tightly sealed, but there were also heavy curtains to block the cold, and a fireplace directly facing the magnificent bed, finally maintaining the indoor temperature at a tolerable level. In reality, Owen was just being delicate, compared to the surf shivering in the cold wind, he was living in paradise. It's just that going from frugality to luxury is easy, and having grown accustomed to a progressively better life, he naturally couldn't endure hardship anymore. He pulled the rope nearby, and the bell in the next room rang. Maya, who was already prepared, walked in. She first added 2 dry logs to the fireplace to raise the room's temperature, then picked up the copper pot nearby. The water temperature was just right, and she poured it into the copper basin for Owen to wash his face and brush his teeth. After washing up and changing clothes, Charles brought in breakfast. Hot oatmeal, freshly baked bread, bacon, and a fried egg. This was Owen's breakfast. After breakfast, Owen stretched his limbs indoors, doing a set of calisthenics. Once his body was warm, he went to the study alone. Closing the door, Owen pulled out a stack of parchment from a secret compartment. These were his compiled game contents, mainly from Mount and Blade and Age of Empires, covering everything from unit types and buildings to resources. Because they were written in Chinese characters, he wasn't afraid of them being seen, and even if there was magic like comprehend languages, it would be difficult to discern any issues. These 2 games provided Owen with a large selection of unit types, buildings, and resources. If he were simply to be a lord, these 2 games alone would suffice, but the problem is that this world is not simple. Owen learned from Maya that supernatural powers exist in this world. Fighting aura, magic, divine miracles, orcs, elves, and demons, all of these are real. As for why he had never seen them, the reason is simple. In big cities, engineers and programmers are considered ordinary, very common professions, but would they go to remote mountain villages without electricity to find work? The northern border region is the edge of the edge, even worse than the Empire's countryside. How could people who wield supernatural powers come here? But Owen felt he had to be prepared. After all, with the system by his side, being a mere border lord certainly wasn't his limit, meaning attracting supernatural powers was only a matter of time. Therefore, he planned to make some preparations in advance. When progress points were at 10, most of the unlocked games did not involve supernatural powers. Although the monk and sacred object in Age of Empires involved the supernatural, their exchange cost was above 10 progress points. Only after progress points reached 20 did the supernatural realm begin to open up to Owen. The problem is he disdained low-level supernatural powers and couldn't afford high-level ones. Therefore, although some time had passed, Owen still hadn't made a selection. Games like Heroes of Might and Magic, Warcraft, and Diablo are out of the question for now. Firstly, their settings are too grand. Secondly, their power ceilings are too high, reaching the realm of gods, and simply cannot be unlocked with the current progress points. He can only look for games that, while containing some mystical elements, do not have a high power ceiling. For example, Super Farm, Plants vs. Zombies, Dungeon Keeper, and Puppet Master. These 4 are the new games Owen painstakingly selected during this period, each with unique features but not a high power ceiling. Among the 4 games, Super Farm has the simplest function, growing vegetables and raising livestock. It's a very old but enduring classic game. There's no need to say much about Plants vs. Zombies. It's a classic among classics. The various magical plants and zombies dazzled Owen, the only pity being its somewhat restrictive usage. Rebuild Dungeon is an obscure, low-pixel indie game that feels like playing an 80s learning console, but its theme is excellent, rebuilding a dungeon as a fallen demon king, summoning various monsters to fight invading heroes, and acquiring various materials. As for Puppet Master, it's one of those games that lures players with exquisite pages, where every image could be a wallpaper. However, the gameplay is somewhat interesting, involving collecting materials to create various puppets. After closing the system, Owen surveyed the study. Although it was spacious and tidy, it wasn't suitable for his experiments, so he donned his cloak and left the study, unaccompanied, heading to the cellar. The castle's cellar was not as narrow, damp, and cold as one might imagine. On the contrary, it was spacious and dry, well ventilated, and even had a water source, clearly indicating considerable thought went into its construction. This was because another original purpose of its construction was to serve as a final refuge, and now Owen used it to house the ninjas who liked to appear and disappear mysteriously. He unlocked the cellar door with an iron bar key, struggling to push open the heavy, copper-clad, iron-inlaid wooden door. If not for the well-greased hinges, the noise would have echoed throughout the entire castle. Once the door opened, it revealed a staircase leading underground. Owen picked up a lantern and walked in, then laboriously closed the door from the inside, simultaneously bolting it from behind. This way, even with a battering ram, it wouldn't be smashed open anytime soon. The staircase spiraled downwards. Slowly descending, he reached another door at the end, but it had no keyhole, clearly not designed to be opened from the outside. He didn't know how the ninjas inside confirmed his identity, but as Owen approached, the door opened from within. Several ninjas who were not on castle patrol knelt there, awaiting his arrival. The dust that had accumulated in the cellar had been cleaned, but the dim light made it appear overly dark. One wrong step and he might bump into a wall. However, this was part of ninja training. Only by getting used to the dark could one become a qualified ninja. The entire cellar was divided into a dungeon, a torture chamber, and a wine cellar. The dungeon and torture chamber were preserved and maintained. Owen could even see the sheen on the torture implements, clearly well maintained by the ninjas, who eagerly awaited the day they could be put to use. The wine cellar served as a resting area. The wooden racks that originally held wine barrels had become beds, though without bedding, indicating the ninjas' standard of life was indeed very low. Overall, the cellar was large enough to accommodate dozens of people when necessary, a considerable area, but still not enough for Owen. Having accumulated a good amount of progress points during this time, Owen selected a spot, then opened the Rebuild Dungeon game and chose to build a dungeon secret room. In a flash, a secret door appeared before him. He opened the secret door, descended the stairs, and entered the dungeon secret room. A standard dungeon secret room had an area of 100 square meters, a height of about 3 meters, and was entirely constructed of sturdy rock. Owen was very satisfied with this, as building a basement of this scale manually would be extremely time-consuming and laborious. Next, Owen exchanged for a flower pot from Plants vs. Zombies, capable of growing plants. A lantern grass appeared in the flower pot, and its soft light immediately dispelled the darkness in a section of the dungeon secret room. What was inexplicable was that the light from the lantern grass was like that of a shadowless lamp. Within its range, no shadows existed, which was truly magical. He studied it for a bit, then Owen felt it was foolish to research such a thing. After all, he had a cheat, so why bother researching whether it was scientific or not? Since his transmigration, apart from eating, drinking, and bodily functions being scientific, nothing else was. Because the dungeon secret room was quite large, to illuminate it completely would require at least 4 lantern grasses, which, along with the flower pots, would cost 8 progress points. This clearly exceeded Owen's current reserves, so he planned to accumulate more progress points before returning. Before leaving, Owen left behind some life necessities and ninja equipment, most importantly a sunflower, allowing sunlight to fall into the cellar for the first time. This was a reward for the ninjas' daily efforts, and they were immensely grateful for their master's generosity. No one doesn't yearn for light, and ninjas are no exception, so even though the sunflower could only illuminate a small area, it was extremely precious to them. Next, Owen was not in a hurry to continue expanding the underground space. One dungeon secret room was temporarily sufficient for his needs. After accumulating some progress points, Owen faced 2 choices. One was to exchange for the Demon King's monster summoning art, and the other was the puppet master's puppetry. Since he could choose both, Owen didn't hesitate for long, prioritizing puppet master because puppetry required time to learn and master, during which he could wait for his progress points to recover. Puppet master wasn't an overly powerful, extraordinary profession, as its exchange limit was only 20 progress points, so he couldn't conjure fireballs or teleport at will. It was more like a craftsman who made figurines, but as long as the materials kept up, miracles could often be created. However, to become a puppet master, one first needed to complete the awakening spiritual power before proceeding to the next step of learning. This was also why Owen chose to first become a puppet master, because he knew that summoning arts must be related to the spirit. Not rushing to change professions, Owen first exchanged progress points for a mental power headband, a metal band with exquisite patterns. Wearing it would make it easier to concentrate his mind, thus significantly increasing the success rate of the awakening. As for why he exchanged for the headband first, it was mainly because although the success rate of awakening in the game was 100%, this was reality. To ensure foolproof success, Owen was so cautious in making more preparations. After preparing, Owen sat cross-legged alone in the center of the dungeon's secret room. For this, he had even specially exchanged for a meditation cushion from a martial arts game that had a calming effect. Once his mind was completely calm, Owen opened the system and chose to awaken. The progress points required for awakening were not many, only 10, but how to describe the feeling? It was like opening the top of his head, dripping a few drops of cooling oil inside, then blowing a cool breeze. Suddenly, it was refreshing and exhilarating, an absolutely unforgettable experience. At this moment, Owen felt he had never been so clear-headed, feeling his entire being begin to sublimate, as if gaining another unique perspective to observe the world. Influenced by the mental power headband and the meditation cushion, Owen didn't indulge in this feeling for long. He quickly realized that his mental state was somewhat overly excited, and it was like a nearsighted person wearing glasses for the first time. Although everything was perfectly clear, there was a top-heavy sensation, clearly because he couldn't freely control the surging mental power. For a long time after this, Owen didn't rush to learn how to make puppets. Instead, he exchanged for the mental power meditation method and spent a full month learning how to control his rapidly increasing mental power. The progress points accumulated during this period were all used to exchange for the tools a puppet master needed. As for exchanging for the monster summoning art, he wasn't in a hurry, because he found that being a puppet master was truly interesting, far from the simple and primitive profession he had initially imagined. Just by looking at the tools a puppet master used, it was clear. Not only were they extremely precise, but they also possessed special attributes for mental conduction. Therefore, exchanging for the necessary progress points was considerable, and Owen spent a full month barely gathering enough. However, his efforts in waiting were not in vain. Once he had a preliminary grasp of his mental power, the underground secret room had already been transformed into a rudimentary puppet master workshop. At this time, in each of the 4 corners of the underground secret room, a pot of lantern grass was placed, providing soft and bright light that illuminated every detail. A large, heavy, multifunctional workbench was conspicuously placed in the center. The puppet master is a profession highly dependent on tools and materials. Therefore, a multifunctional workbench is indispensable. It liberates the puppet master from tedious and monotonous manual work, ushering in an era of high-precision processing. So, although it cost Owen a considerable amount of progress points, it was worth it. After finally getting most of the preparations done, Owen looked at his accumulated progress points and, suppressing his excitement, sat in front of the workbench to familiarize himself with its functions. The workbench was extremely precise and had multiple processing functions. From cutting and polishing wood to machining gears and bearings, it could do it all. Additionally, it had 2 robotic arms that could both bend steel bars and carve intricate patterns on a grain of rice. The only drawback was the lack of computer control, which meant all processing required mental power to guide it. Therefore, if the operator lost focus even for a moment, the processed part would be scrapped. However, the higher the mental power, the stronger the control, and the higher the strength and precision of the processed parts. This is also why becoming a puppet master requires spiritual awakening to activate mental power. With everything now ready, Owen planned to create his first work. To call it creation would be less accurate than assembly. After all, Owen certainly couldn't design a puppet from scratch right now. Fortunately, the game of Puppet Master couldn't be so hardcore that beginners couldn't even get started without a postgraduate degree. In reality, every type of puppet had various models of universal components. After purchasing them, modifications could be made to the original foundation. As long as it wasn't too exaggerated and the requirements weren't too high, assembling a puppet wasn't much harder than modifying a 4-wheel drive car. Now Owen faced many choices, starting with the material. According to their materials, puppets are divided into natural, mechanical, biological, and hybrid types, utilizing plant materials, metal materials, biological materials, and composite materials, respectively. Different materials will affect the puppet's ultimate performance, and whether it can achieve a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, depends entirely on the puppet master's personal experience and talent. Owen pondered for a long time, deciding not to be too outrageous for his first attempt. He would just make a standard one first. First was the spine, which determined the puppet's overall structure, such as height, weight, and reactions, and was also the core of the entire puppet's framework. Among several materials, Owen chose a universal silver alloy mechanical spine. The characteristic of this spine was its sufficient sensitivity and high conductivity. Once exchanged, the silver-white mechanical spine laid flat on the workbench looked highly futuristic, especially the dense metal wires on both sides. These metal wires would connect all parts of the entire puppet, acting as nerve conductors. This alone made it seem incredibly unbelievable. This wasn't a puppet, it was clearly a futuristic bionic robot. But in reality, both the system and this world still categorized the puppet before him as extraordinary, not technological. Otherwise, his meager progress points wouldn't be enough to exchange for such a high-tech item. After silently congratulating himself, Owen proceeded to select the skeleton model. He chose a warm yellow copper alloy lightweight skeleton. Its strength wasn't particularly high, but it had good toughness, strong applicability, and was easy to process and shape. Next was to combine the two. Under the control of Owen's mental power, the spine was picked up by the robotic arm and steadily placed onto the metal skeleton. With mental power injected, the mechanical spine automatically adhered to the metal skeleton, while the dense metal wires on both sides were also guided by the robotic arm and fixed to various positions on the metal skeleton, serving a conductive purpose. For a complete puppet, a metal skeleton alone is far from enough. Puppets are very precise constructs, so Owen continuously exchanged various metal parts and installed them inside the skeleton for fixation. Although the puppet could still move without these parts, these complex parts and structures were necessary because they could more efficiently convert energy into kinetic energy, while also increasing the puppet's attack and speed. However, the most important part was the puppet's core. Without a core, this rudimentary puppet would just be a display. There were not just one core, but two: the intelligent core, which determined the puppet's intelligence level, and the energy core, which determined the puppet's energy reserves and power limit. If Owen could manufacture the metal skeleton and internal parts using blueprints, the cores would only leave him in despair. Due to their special function, the cores were made of high-purity gem crystals and rare alloys, with extremely complex circuitry etched inside, so intricate it was astounding. With his current mental power, even if magnified tenfold, he couldn't create them. If he couldn't exchange them with progress points, Owen wouldn't have dared to choose this profession. The fist-sized intelligent core was slowly installed into the metal skull by the robotic arm, while the energy core was installed at the connection between the spine and the ribs. As Owen activated the cores with his mental power, the puppet began to vibrate continuously. This was not a problem, but rather a way to activate the puppet itself. Simply put, it was to vitalize the metal skeleton and internal parts. After the intelligent core started, although it carried a small amount of energy, it was not enough to activate the entire puppet. Therefore, it immediately activated the energy core along the circuits. Once the energy core was activated, the released energy did not scatter but was guided into the spine. After being regulated by the spine, it was then released to various parts of the puppet. Under the stimulation of energy, the metal skeleton and the internal precision parts constantly vibrated, but this vibration was more like a mutual breaking in. Until, with a click, the puppet seemed to be integrated, the metal skeleton and the internally installed parts perfectly combined, and no more miscellaneous noises were emitted. The opened metal skull was sealed, and the expanded metal ribs retracted, firmly securing the energy core and important parts in place. Next, Owen added some composite armor as protection to the key parts of the metal skeleton. However, from an overall perspective, the puppet in front of him looked more like a special model of a Terminator. Terminators all have a layer of synthetic flesh and skin, and puppets, of course, have similar products and even more special options. Facial features are very important, and Owen didn't dare to be careless. After all, his aesthetic sense was fine, but his preference for beautiful women had nothing to do with makeup, so he directly exchanged for the facial features of a big-eyed cute girl from the game and paired it with pink hair. After completing the adjustments to the facial features and hair color, Owen began to fill the metal body with a slime-like gel. This gel could automatically mold itself, felt better than silicone, could switch between transparent and translucent, and if damaged, could automatically repair itself just by injecting nutrients. The problem was, why was the nutrient injector a stick-like object resembling a large syringe, and the designed insertion method was to tilt one's head back and swallow it? Fortunately, it was a puppet. If it were a human, they would have likely thrown up everywhere without years of practice. After the hardware was complete, Owen began to inject personality, voice, and skill modules into the intelligent core. These could all be exchanged from the game and were very cheap, perhaps because they belonged to knowledge-based, non-physical, non-energy categories. However, the intelligent core he was using had average performance, limited memory and capabilities, and couldn't run overly complex modules, so Owen needed to make some trade-offs. Such a design certainly had flaws, but constrained by hardware conditions, it was an unavoidable situation. He could only hope to acquire a more advanced one later. When everything was completed, Owen began to infuse his own mental power into the core, allowing it to create a peculiar resonance with the previously injected templates. This mental resonance would not damage the templates in the intelligent core. Instead, it miraculously allowed the previously input templates to begin merging, magically forming a primary intelligent template. It wasn't that Owen didn't want a better intelligent template, but his hardware and his own mental power couldn't keep up. Without a good core, it couldn't accommodate complex templates, and without sufficiently strong mental power, it was difficult to influence various complex and vast templates, let alone make them merge. Although his creation could only be considered a primary puppet, Owen was very satisfied. Ignoring the backache from sitting for too long, he stood up and carefully admired the mechanical puppet maid, Ram, in front of him. Ram was 1.6 meters tall, with short pink hair and a black silk short skirt maid outfit. If not for her somewhat stiff expression, some might even believe she was a goddess who stepped out of a two-dimensional world. In his previous life, countless otaku would have sold a kidney just to get one to worship. However, such a goddess would probably not exist in reality. After all, as a mechanical puppet, despite her soft and cute appearance, she was actually a metal creation. Both her arms and legs were exposed silver-white alloy armor. When she moved, crushing skulls with iron hands and tearing out hearts with bare hands were all basic operations. Only her torso, filled with a special gel, formed a perfectly curvaceous and softer body, appearing cuter, but it still couldn't change her Terminator-like internal structure. The Ram before him was far from perfect, but she had consumed much of Owen's energy. Now that his work was complete, he couldn't help but want to show her off, so he took the mechanical maid out of the basement, where he had been cooped up for so long he was practically molding. "Master, shall we eat first or bathe first?" Maya first looked at Ram in surprise, then quickly returned to her usual elegant demeanor, bowing and asking Owen. "Let's take a bath first, then eat." Although a little disappointed by Maya's calm reaction, he then remembered that he had unknowingly spent many days in the basement and probably smelled quite ripe. Without the courage to smell himself, Owen unhesitatingly chose to clean himself up first. The hot water caused a significant amount of grime to rub off, and Owen, feeling light, lay there, allowing Maya's soft hands to apply olive oil to him, his mind completely blank. After an unknown period, Owen suddenly shivered, snapping back to reality. "This is the puppet maid I made. I'm entrusting her to your management. See if there are any areas that need improvement," Owen said lazily to Maya, letting out a long sigh. "Yes, master." Maya washed her hands. She had been curious about the appearance of the mechanical maid earlier, and now she was even more surprised that Owen knew about such things. She had seen similar items in the imperial capital, but they were all created by certain alchemy masters. It seemed her master was truly mysterious. After eating and drinking his fill, and then spending some intimate time with Maya, thoroughly clearing his inventory, Owen finally completely relaxed. Unable to sleep for a while, Owen, dressed in his pajamas, went to the study. When he saw the plan he had written on the table, which had been there for who knows how long, he was instantly stunned. Damn it, time passed so quickly. Owen was dumbfounded to realize that he had wasted an entire winter for a mechanical puppet maid. An entire winter's time and accumulated progress points only resulted in one mechanical puppet maid, which was clearly a huge loss. Owen rubbed his temples, knowing he had fallen back into his old habits. He had given himself a great sense of urgency and even spent a lot of hair to rewrite a plan, but he always focused his energy on unnecessary things, wasting a lot of time and effort for nothing. Owen wanted to make up for it, like rushing homework with desperate energy when a vacation is about to end. But calculating the days, spring plowing was imminent, and there was a heap of things to do. There was no time to reset the plan, so he could only temporarily put it aside and focus on spring plowing first. Soon the weather began to warm. The serfs, who had been holed up all winter, crawled out of their thatched huts to stretch their bodies, then carried out those who hadn't emerged from other huts and buried them outside the village. Because Owen had prepared in advance, not many serfs froze to death this year, and those who survived were not so weak that they seemed on the verge of dying after a few steps. After replenishing their strength, they could work, which saved a lot of trouble. Moreover, this also meant he wouldn't need to purchase too many serfs. He had 2 sheep slaughtered and made a large barley soup with mutton bones, an offal to give the serfs some strength. The remaining meat, of course, was for him and the soldiers. After filling their bellies, the serfs, under the urging of the soldiers, lined up to receive farm tools at the watchtower and began to work in the fields. Owen also began to prepare for his journey. In the northern border region, serfs were both tools of production and consumables. Most did not live for more than 3 years. If not for the difficult times within the empire, leading to a large number of displaced people each year, the northern border region would not have so many cheap serfs available. For this trip, Owen prepared 3 carriages loaded with cloth, porcelain, salt, and salted fish. These were hard currency in the northern border region and could be exchanged for many serfs. However, these goods would also attract many covetous gazes. If there wasn't enough strength, covetousness would turn into robbery. So Owen not only brought 10 cuirassiers but also 10 archers, 10 swordsmen, and 10 spearmen. 40 professional soldiers, 10 of whom were powerful heavy cavalry, might not be much within the empire, but in the harsh northern border region, it was enough to make all lords drool with envy and at the same time try to show their benevolent side. Indeed, when you're strong enough, the world is always full of goodwill towards you. With only a crude map and a couple of memories in his mind, Owen gritted his teeth and set off with the convoy. The only good thing about the northern border region was that roads didn't need to be built. The terrain was flat, so you just had to pick a direction and go. However, it was also easy to get lost. Once you lost your bearings, you'd walk and not even know where you were, because there were no landmarks in this godforsaken place. If Owen hadn't exchanged a special item from the system, he really wouldn't have dared to leave, because he wasn't even sure if he could find his way back. Fortunately, this compass-like item worked quite well. It had 2 sides, yin and yang, and could be separated. Once separated, they would always point towards each other, so as long as he left one half of the compass in the castle, he wouldn't be afraid of not finding his way home. Along the way, Owen, unwilling to give up, tried to refine the map, which only had simple lines, but found that he had overestimated his abilities. Although he had always overestimated his abilities, this time the blow was even greater, because he didn't even know where to start. All he could see was grass. Forget about identifiable terrain like rivers and hills. There weren't even any large trees or rocks. What could he use as a marker on a blank sheet of paper? In his helplessness, Owen could only abandon this idea for now, but he felt that if his territory grew in the future, he must build a straight main road. They encountered some wild beasts and bandits on the road, but facing 40 professional soldiers, 10 of whom were cuirassiers, no one was foolish enough to dare make a move. Even when passing through noble territories, the local lord would send gifts to express his goodwill, fearing that these people would turn around and wipe them out. This was no joke. Northern nobles lacked foundation. There were very few like the Hydra family who could occupy an abandoned ancient castle. Most northern nobles lived in villages built of earth and wood, which looked like pigsties when it rained, and with their habit of defecating and urinating anywhere, it was truly a scene of yellow liquid and floating excrement, with a stench that carried for miles. As for soldiers, at most they maintained 20 or so, and they weren't even professional soldiers. They couldn't possibly defeat Owen's elite soldiers. So if it came to a fight, it would be a sure win every time. There was nowhere to run. There was no other way. In this godforsaken northern border region, if you lost your territory, you wouldn't even have a place to flee. Otherwise, in the past year, Owen wouldn't have seen only the Awoke trading company once, and then just a group of starving bandits. Fortunately, Owen had no real interest in them, because there was no profit to be made. Even if he conquered them, the land would require more manpower and resources to yield returns, and the payback period for this cost was almost half a generation. So without special produce, conquering more territory would only be a burden. However, with the appearance of noble territories, Owen slowly found the trick to reading the map, and then he felt confident, knowing that he hadn't taken the wrong path. Although this map was crude, it was very precious in the northern border region. If not for the help of the Awoke trading company, the Hydra family would never have been able to possess it. From the map, it could be seen that the closer one got to the imperial border, the more lords there were. According to the density on the map, a day's journey could pass through the territories of 2 or 3 northern nobles, which was unimaginable in Owen's area because his closest neighbor was a 2-day journey away. This was mainly because the northern border region nobles were like a handful of seeds scattered by the empire. The further out, the greater the spacing. This was because only a few ambitious northern border region nobles would choose to delve deeper into the northern border region to occupy more land. Most northern border region nobles remained rational. They chose to gather along the empire's border. Here they were backed by the imperial border troops, and it was convenient for imperial merchants to come, so the speed of development naturally surpassed that of lords who ventured deeper into the northern border region. However, because of the close proximity and the struggle for interests, many conflicts and frictions were inevitable. Various overt and covert struggles would consume a lot of energy, making it hard to say whether it was good or bad. But this was exactly what the empire wanted to see. The disunited northern border region nobles were easy prey, but when they banded together, they were a considerable threat, so the empire often fanned the flames within them. This had little impact on Owen, because his territory was too far from the imperial border. Even riding nonstop would take several days, and the surrounding area was all wilderness. Imperial nobles would have to be crazy to covet his land. Owen's destination for this trip was not the large towns near the imperial border, where most of the wealth of the entire northern border region was concentrated, and where imperial nobles harvested the wealth of the northern border region. But he was only there to buy some serfs, so he didn't need to go there at all. Moreover, from the many novels he had read, if he, as the protagonist, dared to approach such a place, he would definitely offend the descendant of some great imperial noble for various reasons, and then be targeted and hunted. Although the opponent would ultimately not be able to defeat the protagonist's halo and would be counterkilled by him in a show of strength, he was not so bored as to neglect his land and go looking for trouble. Had all the work in the territory been finished, or was Maya no longer fun? So Owen's destination was Mara Town, located in the middle of the northern border region. It was one of the transit points connecting north and south, and only a 3 to 5 day journey from his territory. The northern border region was fan-shaped, and similar transit points were like the ribs of the fan, allowing goods to flow between north and south. Because there was more than one such transit point, while they were important, they weren't overwhelmingly so, leading to less intense competition for interests. Naturally, this didn't attract big sharks and the risks were greatly reduced. At least with the strength Owen currently displayed, all he received was goodwill, whether it was the guards of Mara Town who liked to extort, or the bandit scouts who came here looking for prey. They all learned to smile after seeing Owen's contingent. Owen was used to this, and surveyed the place that had only appeared twice in his memory. Mara Town was not small, but its permanent population was only about 300, as most here were herders, so the land occupied was naturally much larger. The location of Mara Town was uniquely advantageous. Not only was it one of the transit points connecting north and south, but the water and grass here were also good, suitable for grazing. Therefore, Marquis Mala was one of the few lords capable of forming a cavalry force of significant size. The problem was that there were differences between cavalry and cavalry. When Owen entered the town, he saw the cavalry of Mara Town. Most were former herders, good at horsemanship and skilled with scimitars, but their combat effectiveness was somewhat lackluster. They were fine against petty bandits or other lords' half-baked soldiers, but if they faced Owen's cuirassiers, even if they were twice the number, they would surely lose. After all, a scimitar less than 3 feet long against a cavalry spear over 2 meters long, crude leather armor against fine cuirasses, and undisciplined against well-trained, it was easy to tell who would win and who would lose. Training, equipment, morale, coordination, these were all too disparate. Without sufficient numbers, it was simply impossible to bridge the gap between the two sides. Moreover, Owen's other troop types were not to be trifled with. Pikemen, swordsmen, and foot archers. When arrayed, a small number of cavalry would not dare to charge, at least not Mara Town's light cavalry. Owen and his group's movements were not small, and as the ruler of Mara Town, Marquis Mala quickly learned the news. Marquis Mala was originally an ordinary merchant on the imperial border, mainly providing grease for maintaining weapons and armor to the border troops. After learning that the empire planned to develop the northern border region and open up noble titles, his ambition led him to immediately form a small trading company. Relying on his connections with the border troops and a bit of good luck, he successfully earned his first pot of gold. Later, he spared no expense to build Mara Town deep in the northern border region and obtained the title of Marquis. Although Marquis Mala was old now, he still maintained vigorous energy, personally handling all affairs of his territory. So, upon hearing the news, he immediately recalled information about the Hydra family. Also being one of the first pioneers to arrive in the northern border region, Marquis Mala had a deep impression of the Hydra family, because Hydra I was truly a formidable fighter. He at least was a merchant who had some capital to start with, but Hydra I started from scratch, carving out a territory during that chaotic period. He truly admired him, but it was a pity he died too early. If he had lived to this day, he might have had to respectfully address him as Earl. It seems that having too great a reputation is not necessarily a good thing, as too many people are eager to kick one when he is down. Now, in less than 3 generations, the family has fallen into decline. Not long ago, he even heard that the Airway Trading Company had intentions of replacing the Hydra family, but this situation didn't seem to fit that narrative. After all, if their foundation had been seized, how could Owen be allowed to leave? Was the news false? Regardless of whether the news was true or false, the combat prowess Owen displayed, and the goods he brought were enough for him to personally welcome Owen. Prepare new clothes for me, clean the riding boots and warhorse. Also, notify the cavalry to heighten their vigilance. Marquis Mala stood up and had his servants help him change into aristocratic attire reserved for welcoming distinguished guests. However, he did not relax his guard, so he arranged for someone to inform the cavalry, ensuring they wouldn't be caught off guard if a fight broke out. Donning gleaming riding boots and mounting a tall horse, though not young, he still exuded an extraordinary aura. In reality, Marquis Mala was only in his 40s. Looking at his features, he must have been a handsome man in his youth, but years of living in the northern border region had long since eroded his former appearance. His complexion was dark red, his face covered in wrinkles like carved lines, yet his spirit was good. He sat steadily on his horse, his demeanor a mix of shrewdness and frankness, making him easy to like. Such an image and temperament perfectly matched Marquis Mala's current status, as anyone who could achieve such success was certainly not ordinary. Riding his horse and accompanied by his retinue, Marquis Mala saw Owen waiting at the original spot and inwardly sighed that he was truly old. Compared to Marquis Mala, who had endured hardship and struggled in his early years and had been working tirelessly ever since, Owen was well protected in his youth. After being left alone, he gained a system, and during this time he had no worries about food or drink. He not only paid attention to hygiene but also emphasized quality of life. Thus, even after several days of travel, he still appeared radiant and well-groomed, just like a true noble young master in the empire. How could Marquis Mala not feel a surge of emotion? The negotiations between them were not complicated. After all, this was the northern border region, where most lords didn't see their neighbors even once a year, and with natural disasters and man-made calamities, one might be gone any day. So why make it so complicated? It was settled in a few words, taking less time than Marquis Mala spent changing clothes. The goods Owen brought would only be considered village level within the empire, not particularly impressive, but in the northern border region, they were luxury items. Even when Marquis Mala entertained guests, serving a steamed salted fish on bright porcelain would not seem cheap, which shows its value. Most importantly, these goods, unlike other specialties of the northern border region, did not need to be transported to the empire to have value. They could be consumed locally. So Marquis Mala did not hesitate and took all the goods, but he did not intend to pay. Because the economy was too backward, precious items representing wealth like gold, silver, and jewels had little market here. Even Marquis Mala preferred bartering in his transactions, so not paying did not mean he intended to forcibly seize the goods. Owen also wasn't aiming to exchange for money. Moreover, money held little significance for him. Therefore, he focused his attention on the goods Marquis Mala presented. Marquis Mala himself came from a merchant background, and after becoming a lord, he took control of all the commerce in the small town. Thus, he indeed produced quite a few items. In the northern border region, the most popular items were weapons, followed by warhorses, and then craftsmen, food, and population. Weapons are consumables and the only means of protecting oneself and one's wealth. So in the northern border region, you might not have food, but you cannot be without weapons for raiding. However, because the empire strictly controlled the outflow of weapons, even transporting iron pots to the northern border region was not an easy task. This led to a severe shortage of weapons and metal tools in the northern border region. Even iron nails had to be counted carefully, let alone fine equipment. Such strict embargoes meant that while the northern border region hadn't regressed to the Stone Age, it wasn't much better, as the main sources of weapons were either smuggling or locally crudely made goods. Due to the lack of skilled craftsmen and quality coal, even with high-grade ore in the northern border region, it was difficult to forge fine weapons. Many were just crude iron sheets, which Owen, with his system, didn't even bother to look at. As for horses, just as not everyone is a warrior, not every horse is a warhorse. Although Mara town had many herders, their horses were more suited for riding and hauling goods rather than charging into battle. Otherwise, Marquis Mala would not have formed a half-baked cavalry unit. Another reason is that warhorses don't just eat grass. Cavalrymen aren't just any person who can serve, let alone the specialized weapons for cavalry. So even though Marquis Mala had many herders and trade routes, his cavalry still resembled armed herders, which shows how difficult it is to form cavalry on a large scale. Shaking his head, Owen ultimately only requested a group of displaced people. Tens of thousands of displaced people arrived from the empire every year, and the flow was endless. However, the population of the northern border region had not grown much over the years. The reason for this was simple: an excessively high mortality rate. Therefore, if there was even a glimmer of hope for life, the empire's displaced people would not come to the northern border region. Unfortunately, for stability within the empire and to develop the northern border region, large numbers of displaced people, criminals, and captives were all driven to the northern border region. Those who refused to go were hung on gallows as decoration, so they had no choice. And this path was known as the Road of Death because the displaced people had very little food supply. Although the empire would provide some grain, after layers of embezzlement, it's easy to imagine how little was left. So, to survive, they had no choice but to sell themselves into servitude, while also eating anything they could find along the way. Even so, only a portion of adults could make it to the northern border region. The elderly and children were nowhere to be seen, and those who did arrive were skin and bones, truly looking as if a gust of wind could knock them all down. Even more critically, the life conditions in the northern border region were extremely harsh, with no time or resources for these serfs to recover. After barely filling their stomachs, they were forced into strenuous labor, ultimately leading to very short lifespans and turning them into cheap consumables. The goods Owen brought were enough to exchange for 150 serfs, which shows how cheap serfs were. This was mainly because serfs had no real cost. As long as they arrived alive at the northern border region, it was a profit, so Marquis Mala thoughtfully provided 300 grass cakes as a bonus. The palm-sized grass cakes were the main food for serfs, made from a mixture of grass seeds, tree bark, and a small amount of coarse grains. The finished product was as hard as a clod of earth, but eating it brought a strong feeling of fullness and was difficult to digest. Many weak elderly and young people died from these grass cakes. Serfs had a deep impression of the grass cakes, filled with both resentment and longing, because this was their hope for life, even if it was a false hope. Because eating this stuff simply couldn't meet the human body's needs. Besides fooling the stomach, daily activities relied more on their own reserves. Therefore, people with weak bodies couldn't survive the journey to the northern border region, and even if they made it, their bodies would likely have collapsed, leaving many chronic illnesses. This is why northern border region lords treated serfs as consumables. The cost of nursing them back to health was too high, far less convenient than replacing them after they were used up. As for issues like cruelty or inhumanity, this was not a civilized society, and besides, whether it was the Empire or Owen's previous life, the only difference was that one was a bloody tearing, and the other was processed and served at the table. Aside from the eating habits becoming more refined, there was no essential difference. Directly counting out 150 serfs, Owen did not linger in Mara town. He led the serfs out of Mara town like herding sheep, and the next time he came back would probably be next year. Because the serfs' bodies were too weak, they slowed down the team's speed, and after walking for half a day, they hadn't gone far. Owen had anticipated this and had the accompanying farmers set up a pot and light a fire. As soon as the water boiled, an entire bag of coarse flour was poured into the pot, a handful of salt was sprinkled in, and then it was stirred vigorously with a wooden stick picked up from the roadside. At the same time, all the wild vegetables collected along the way were thrown in, making the originally monochromatic thick soup colorful. Although the color was eerie and the taste was hard to accept, for the serfs, it was a long-awaited delicacy, because only before each journey could they eat something that could barely be called food. Holding the wooden bowls given to them, they queued up under the soldiers' whips to receive a bowl of thick soup, then found a place to sit down. At this moment, the bowl of wild vegetable thick soup in their hands was like the entire world in the serf's eyes. There was nothing else. They ate so seriously, so carefully, thoroughly chewing every bitter wild vegetable, with such greedy expressions that Owen felt a chill down his spine. He also understood why the Empire continuously forced displaced people within its borders to the northern border region to die, because once these seemingly lowly and insignificant serfs gathered, they would be like sparks, completely igniting the already decaying empire from within. That's why such a temporary, rather than fundamental, decision was made, though he didn't know how long it could last. But this had nothing to do with Owen. His territory was hundreds of thousands of miles from the Empire's core, so he had no such leisure. After resting for a night, another bowl of wild vegetable thick soup in the morning brought a bit of color back to the serfs' faces. Owen wasn't too surprised by this. The humans in this world had incredibly tenacious life. Otherwise, how could they migrate hundreds of miles just by eating grass and survive an entire winter in a cave with little clothing and food without dying out completely? To take care of these weak serfs, Owen deliberately slowed down, providing 3 meals of wild vegetable thick soup a day, slowly replenishing their extremely depleted bodies. However, every day he would go out with the cavalry, and each time they would bring back some things. Thus, when they returned to the castle, the convoy was not only full again, but the team also had 6 more scout cavalry and 10 oxen. The choice to add scout cavalry instead of the more cost-effective cuirassiers was mainly because, although scout cavalry had little combat power, they were truly useful for patrolling and scouting. Given the large size of the territory and the need to consider the Demon Horn Forest, Owen specifically increased the number of scout cavalry. Currently, 10 scout cavalry were just enough to meet the daily patrol needs of the territory. As for oxen, they were important production tools. Even if the exchange price was not cheap, Owen still specifically exchanged for some to facilitate better spring plowing. After sending the carriages into the castle and handing them over to Maya, Owen ordered the soldiers to lead the new serfs to the village. When the village was originally built, Owen had deliberately made it larger, reserving enough open space to accommodate the newly arrived serfs. When these serfs saw the village and the thatched huts, their originally numb expressions gained a bit of hope, because this meant they would no longer be treated as cheap consumables. Although they couldn't become commoners yet, at least they saw a glimmer of hope, so they worked very hard. What's more, their first job was to build their own thatched shelters in the open space of the village. Before winter arrived, they too would have a simple but cozy thatched hut. With survival at stake, no one would be lazy, so Owen confidently entrusted the management of things here to the soldiers. After all, they only needed to watch them work. In the castle, Maya diligently and responsibly registered the goods Owen brought, then transported them to the warehouse for storage or immediately distributed them. This was something Owen found difficult to handle in a timely manner because he lacked management skills, always struggling to distinguish priorities. So he simply left all these matters to Maya, and she did an excellent job. Now Maya had already figured out some of Ram's abilities, such as timing, recording, and calculating, as if carrying a portable computer, greatly improving her work efficiency. So she carried it wherever she went, and Owen was happy to see it, as the mechanical puppet maid could also be a means for him to guard against Maya. After bathing, changing clothes, eating, and sleeping, Owen once again fell into a state of idleness, because Maya had already completed everything that could be done now, even planning tasks 3 months in advance. Maya arranged things in an orderly fashion, and Owen felt it would be inappropriate to cause trouble, so he unconsciously returned to the cellar. Every man dreams of having a secret base, and Owen was no exception, so when he had the ability and time, he put a lot of energy into this place. The first level of the cellar had undergone some modifications, making it more suitable for ninja life and training. At the same time, to facilitate patrolling the castle, Owen also exchanged for some underground passages. These hidden passages were perfectly integrated into the castle, making the ninjas even more elusive and providing Owen with many more escape routes. As for the second level of the underground secret room, it had expanded to 3 rooms, a full 300 square meters. Illuminated by more lantern grass, this 3-meter-high space did not feel stuffy. Instead, it appeared very spacious. Now the entire space was divided by Owen into 3 areas, a work area, an experimental area, and a life area, which was also why he stayed here for an entire winter. During these days out, although he didn't have time to create puppets, Owen had more time to organize his knowledge about puppet masters. The game background for Puppet Master was an alternate history, featuring knights and mages, as well as elves and magical beasts, similar to his current world but much more peaceful. Long years of peace rendered the charging knights and mobile artillery mages obsolete, instead allowing puppet masters to develop fully. However, the styles evolved from ancient, massive puppets to those primarily focused on exquisite craftsmanship. Although the puppets were human-sized, their precision increased significantly, and the various foundational disciplines that evolved from this even made Owen feel like he was just starting university. Faced with knowledge that would take a lifetime to learn, Owen always felt the urge to give up. Fortunately, puppets were indeed interesting, especially after he assembled a mechanical puppet maid. He maintained considerable interest, so he selectively studied some, and now had many ideas he intended to try. After exchanging for many blueprints from the game, Owen began his difficult journey of imitation. With the help of the multifunctional workbench, as long as his mental power kept up, imitating most parts was not difficult for Owen. Only the spine and core gave him a headache because both were too precise. With his current level of mental power, let alone manufacturing, he couldn't even perceive them deeply. In desperation, he could only choose to enlarge them. For example, chips, each reduction in volume was an industrial advancement and extremely difficult. But if a chip were magnified 10 or 100 times, while not something any factory could make, the difficulty would certainly be reduced significantly. If some functions were also removed, the difficulty would decrease by more than 100 times. So Owen adopted this clumsy method. First, increase the volume. If that still didn't work, reduce the functions until the manufacturing conditions were met. Owen wasn't confident he could make it with just the blueprints, so he exchanged for a mechanical spine from the game, then disassembled it while imitating it. The problem was that the mechanical spine exchanged from the game was similar in size to a human, looking very delicate. But the spine Owen was imitating, even if only on paper, still looked like huge metal slabs linked together, obviously very clunky, so much so that people might even believe it was a heavy weapon. Furthermore, the workbench was designed for precision processing. Using it to cut metal ingots was not a good idea. He might ruin the workbench before even making anything. Helpless, Owen could only temporarily give up and planned to exchange for more suitable processing equipment from the system game later. In fact, the system had no shortage of games with modern backgrounds. Theoretically, given enough time, he could establish a complete industrial system himself, even advancing it to the interstellar age. The problem was that, limited by the current world, the exchange value required for non-magical items was too high, making it completely uneconomical, so Owen could only continue to find a solution. His abundant inspiration being blocked at the very first step made Owen feel very uncomfortable, and also added a touch of frustration, because he felt that despite his powerful golden finger, he had somehow managed to turn it into a difficult start, which was unique. Is my ability really that bad? Owen even began to doubt himself. Fortunately, he had a woman. After some deep and thorough operations, he could enter a sage state, which allowed him to think things through properly. Relying solely on exchanging parts from the game to assemble puppets completely failed to leverage his advantage as a puppet master. After all, his initial idea was to build a Terminator army, and relying entirely on progress value to exchange parts was simply unrealistic. But limited by his own abilities and external factors, he had no choice but to temporarily stop, choosing to continue studying puppetry and accumulate progress value. Since the puppet master path was temporarily unfeasible, he would try another path. In fact, Owen originally faced two choices, the puppet master route or the demon lord route. Out of certain considerations, Owen ultimately chose the more complete puppet master system, but limited by his own abilities, he had to refocus his attention on the demon lord route. As a demon lord that could be activated with just 20 progress points, it was naturally a heavily scaled-down version, with nothing but a demon lord aura and monster summoning art. Otherwise, Owen would not have chosen to be a puppet master. While accumulating progress value, Owen had nothing much to do. He strolled around every day, just like a young master. There was nothing he could do. Owen's territory was simply too small for Maya, requiring only a few words each day to complete the day's tasks. Under her management, spring plowing had been successfully completed, and due to the addition of a large number of serfs, as well as the use of plowing oxen and metal farm tools, the scale of the farmland had tripled. Next, the serfs would cultivate intensively under the guidance of farmers recruited by the system, and it was foreseeable that this year would bring a bountiful harvest. Owen could find no fault with Maya's management. Compared to his own plans, which seemed comprehensive and even incorporated advanced management experience from his previous life, they were useless. You cannot manage a medieval noble territory using corporate management methods. Recognizing reality, Owen entered a state of idleness, spending his time each day with a book on puppetry. Although the northern border region was poor, the good thing was that there was truly little to do on ordinary days. It was normal not to see outsiders all year round, so Owen had a lot of time to kill, which was also why he could persist in reading about puppetry. When a person is bored to the extreme, let alone reading, they would even count how many strands of hair they have each day. Finally accumulating 20 progress points, Owen eagerly exchanged for the Demon Lord Aura. The Demon Lord Aura had no offensive power, nor did it offer defense or support. However, the value of 20 progress points was not for nothing. The Demon Lord Aura's sole effect was to exert an irresistible pressure on monsters and to project an aura of fear and brutality to other creatures. No matter how fierce the monster, under the cover of the Demon Lord Aura, it was like a small rabbit in a tiger's mouth, only capable of trembling, without the slightest power to resist. And in the eyes of other creatures, he was the Demon Lord, the embodiment of fear, the synonym for brutality. But the problem was that the Demon Lord Aura had only this one effect. If monsters fought back desperately, Owen would be helpless. Coupled with the ease of being misunderstood, if it attracted a real-life hero, it would be a complete tragedy, which was why he chose to become a puppet master in the first place. After eagerly exchanging for the Demon Lord Aura, Owen's demeanor underwent some changes, becoming more noble, more mysterious, and possessing more of an aura of a superior, like a prince constantly shrouded in darkness, privy to countless secrets. Although his demeanor changed greatly, his essence remained unchanged, and his physique did not strengthen in any way. When facing Maya, he was still mostly in a subordinate position. After waiting for a while longer, Owen, whose patience was wearing thin, finally accumulated enough progress points to exchange for the monster summoning art. Having waited until the flowers withered, he hurried to the cellar, ready to perform his first summoning. Although his patience had been greatly eroded, and his mood was quite agitated, Owen still suppressed his impulsiveness and made some preparations. He had faith in the system, but just in case, he still had to make the necessary preparations. The dungeon in the cellar was extremely sturdy, carved directly out of solid rock, measuring only 10 square meters inside, with a narrow iron door as its entrance. Owen stood at the entrance now. If he took one step back and closed the iron door, even if he summoned an ogre, he would have to stay put inside. Moreover, behind him was a group of ninjas on high alert, who could certainly buy him some time. He specifically greased the iron door to ensure it would close more smoothly. Owen took a deep breath and activated the monster summoning art with his mental power. Because Owen had no magic power, apart from the one free summoning per day, he needed rituals and sacrifices to summon again or to summon more powerful monsters. Of course, directly using progress points was simpler. In the game setting, free summons could only conjure goblins, slimes, venomous snakes, and demon sheep. If sacrifices were used, specifically equipment dropped by heroes, enhanced versions of these 4 monsters could be summoned. Overall, the monster summoning art could only summon these 4 types of monsters, but in reality, it was different. As the monster summoning art activated, Owen's consciousness instantly entered an illusory space. It was like a kaleidoscope, constantly changing. The different colored light points were monsters. Once linked, the monster would be summoned. Clearly, the monster summoning art had changed in reality. However, 4 light points were closest to him, almost right in his face. Unless he deliberately avoided them, most summons would land on these, which were clearly the 4 monsters from the game. Owen had no intention of avoiding these 4 monsters to seek excitement. If he summoned a powerful monster that he couldn't control, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? So, he simply randomly picked one from the 4 light points. Goblin. Owen recognized what it was at a glance and couldn't help but frown. The goblin's nature was cruel and cunning. It tried to retaliate right after being summoned, but upon seeing the cold eyes of the ninjas behind Owen, it immediately cowered, bowing and scraping, trying its best to please. However, Owen knew that if he dared to expose his back to it, this goblin would absolutely not miss the chance to stab him in the back. In short, it was an ungrateful wretch that couldn't be tamed. Just then Owen flashed an evil, charming smile, and his entire demeanor changed. Under the effect of the demon lord aura, Owen was like someone with a beauty filter on. His entire being was enveloped in an invisible shadow, with only a pair of blood-red eyes and ghastly white teeth forming a terrifying smile. The overall effect was like the special effects of a demon lord appearing in early anime. Although the special effects were cheap, it had to be said that the result was truly good. Not to mention the timid goblin, even the ninjas behind Owen were so startled they took a step back, some even involuntarily kneeling on one knee. This was despite the demon lord aura primarily targeting monsters. However, the subsequent changes were unbelievable, even to Owen. How to put it, ninjas, as an Eastern military unit, also carried that unique morbid mindset of the East, that good people don't come to a good end, and only the utterly evil are heroes. Simply being kind to them would eventually lead to betrayal. If one was ruthless and displayed the demeanor of a ruthless overlord, they would instead be willing to die for you. Although due to the system, the ninjas were utterly obedient to Owen, even when executing suicidal orders. After this psychological change, their loyalty surprisingly turned into fanaticism. Indeed, the worse a man is, the more he is loved. "Kill it," Owen said coldly, taking a step back. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of shurikens pierced the goblin, whose expression hadn't even had time to change, turning it into a pincushion. Moments later, its scrawny body collapsed in a pool of green blood. Owen didn't even flinch. The puppet master profession didn't directly enhance Owen's strength, but it awakened his mental power, granting him extremely keen perception. Coupled with the goblin's weak and simple mind, he had clearly felt its emotional changes just now. The demon lord aura was indeed effective. The goblin's heart was filled with fear, and it dared not defy his commands. But once the demon lord aura was deactivated, the fear would slowly diminish. Although it would still fear him, over time, as memories faded, it would hesitate to follow his orders and even betray him. Even if he could avoid this situation by simply activating the demon lord aura periodically, it was still unacceptable to Owen. "No absolute loyalty, no absolute disloyalty," Owen muttered softly, and the ninjas behind him, hearing this, all knelt on the ground with fanatical eyes. At this moment, even if he ordered them to commit suicide, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Owen sensed the ninjas' emotional changes. Although he didn't know why they had become so fanatical, since it benefited him, he didn't intend to delve deeper, and instead continued to study the monster summoning art. Owen wasn't too disheartened by the failure of his first attempt, because it was just an attempt, and because he still had the system, which was his greatest confidence. After praising the greatness of System Daddy in his heart once more, Owen decided not to wait until tomorrow, and spent a small amount of progress points to perform a summoning through the system. It was still a goblin. This time, even without activating the demon lord aura, Owen saw loyalty in its eyes and smiled with satisfaction. When using the monster summoning art in the game, although it could only summon those fixed 4 types of monsters and lost the infinite possibilities, it gained the system's guarantee that no matter what monster he summoned, its loyalty would be 100%, with the only distinction being between passive loyalty and fanatical loyalty. "Indeed, loyalty is the most important," Owen said softly with a sigh of relief. However, ordinary low-level monsters were too weak and could only bully serfs. To get stronger monsters, sacrifices were required, which made Owen notice 2 things he had previously overlooked. One was hero equipment, and the other was the synthesis furnace. Hero equipment included Knight's sword and armor, increasing attack and defense. Ranger's bow and cloak, increasing range and speed. Priest's hammer and holy book, increasing health and recovery. Mage's staff and runes, increasing magic resistance and magic power. Each piece of hero equipment was worth 5 progress points, much more expensive than ordinary weapons, but it was worth the price, at least Owen thought so. The knight's sword before him was heavy and solid, with its center of gravity towards the hilt and an elongated tip, like a short spear. In fact, the knight's sword itself was a smaller version of a knight's lance, used for cavalry charges. However, this did not mean it was weak in ground combat. In fact, the substantial weight of the knight's sword possessed considerable armor-piercing capability, making it overkill against infantry. This was just the most basic. When Owen held the knight's sword, it was as if he received some kind of blessing. His body was strengthened, and he automatically mastered knight's swordsmanship. The only drawback was that it consumed too much stamina and was difficult to sustain. After performing half a set of knightly sword techniques, Owen felt his stamina flagging, so he handed the sword to the first goblin he summoned from the game. This goblin knelt on the ground, extremely excited, and received the knight's sword with both hands. Then, as if a certain condition had been met, a flash of light enveloped his body, and he evolved. When the light dissipated, the goblin that reappeared before Owen had changed greatly. His height had increased from less than 4 feet to over 5 feet, transforming into a muscular goblin. His crude weapon had become a heavy axe and a round shield, and he was clad in sturdy iron armor. His demeanor had shifted from cunning and obscene to fierce and formidable. If not for his prominent aquiline nose, some might even believe him to be an orc. Even more interestingly, this goblin could actually speak, clearly possessing a high level of intelligence. "Lord Demon King, the goblin warrior awaits your command," the short, stout goblin warrior said in a tone filled with reverence, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. "Do you know where you came from?" Owen's curiosity was piqued, wondering if he could uncover a secret of the system this way, so he asked. "Lord Demon King, the goblin warrior comes from the dungeon, here to open new territory for you," the goblin warrior stated without hesitation, puffing out his chest. This answer did not surprise Owen. After all, if the system's secrets were that easy to uncover, it wouldn't be System Dad. However, judging by the answer, the goblin warrior's intelligence was not low, he just didn't know about his strength. From his appearance, his strength should be no less than a swordsman with 3 progress points. As for whether he could reach the level of a 2-handed swordsman with 5 progress points, he didn't know. It was impossible to tell without a life-or-death struggle, but he wouldn't be so foolish as to make 2 of his subordinates fight to the death. At this moment, Owen suddenly had a new idea. Since the brave knight's sword could make a goblin evolve into a goblin warrior, could other brave equipment make goblins evolve into special goblins? Previously, there were game restrictions, but now that he had exchanged them, although he couldn't completely exceed the game, he could achieve more combinations and variations within the framework. After a period of experimentation, Owen found that his idea was correct, and the goblin's plasticity was indeed very high. By fusing different brave equipment, they could advance into different professions. Goblin warrior sword, goblin guard armor, goblin monk holy book, goblin berserker hammer, goblin witch doctor staff, goblin blacksmith rune, goblin archer bow, goblin rogue cloak. This was only one of the 4 types of monsters, the goblins. The other 3 types of monsters also had different advancements. This made Owen deeply regret choosing the wrong path back then. He wished he hadn't become a puppet master first. Owen admired the goblin elite squad before him, pondering how to utilize them. Simply keeping them in the castle would be a waste, as the castle already had ample strength. Furthermore, while 1 low-level monster summoned per day might seem insignificant, it would accumulate over time. If he didn't exchange more progress points for underground space, the cellar would eventually be overflowing. Poisonous snakes and slimes were fine. Their small size allowed Owen to place them in the castles, gradually improving dungeon passages, serving as both guards and his eyes and ears. Goblins and demon sheep, however, were a different story. The former were not a docile sort, and the latter were particularly ill-tempered. As one of the 4 types of monsters, the demon sheep had black fur, red eyes, and 2 ram horns like heavy hammers. Their bodies were much larger and sturdier than other members of their kind. Although they lacked hands and feet and couldn't use weapons, one could smash a person's ribs into mahjong tiles. Coupled with their extremely volatile temper, if they were kept in the cellar, they would tear everything apart. So Owen decisively bestowed a brave armor upon the first summoned goblin warrior, upgrading him to a goblin general. In addition to becoming taller and stronger, the goblin general also automatically gained the ability to command goblins and exerted considerable influence over other low-level monsters, which greatly pleased Owen. Prioritizing the construction of a dungeon passage leading outside the castle, Owen ordered the goblin general to lead his goblins and demon sheep to the demon horn forest to seize territory from the magic horn goblins there. The goblin general, 2 meters tall, slender, and full of explosive power, carried the weapons and food bestowed by the Lord Demon King and confidently set off for the demon horn forest. He would defeat and subdue the magic horn goblins there, claiming new territory for the Lord Demon King. Owen did not intend to interfere with the movements of these monsters. Aside from regularly having the goblin general take a batch of free-summoned monsters, whatever achievements they made had little to do with him, as even occupying the entire demon horn forest wouldn't change much. Currently, Owen's energy was partly focused on researching different advancement combinations for various monsters, and he was also eagerly awaiting the exchange for the synthesis furnace. In the game, the synthesis furnace could strengthen brave equipment and monsters, transforming them into Demon King armament and stronger monsters, a role not to be underestimated. Moreover, Owen still hadn't given up on creating puppets, and the synthesis furnace would clearly play a huge role in this. Therefore, exchanging for the synthesis furnace was imperative. The only problem was that he needed to wait patiently. The slower the progress points recovered later on, the longer it would take to accumulate 20 progress points, at least 10 days to half a month. This made Owen increasingly eager to break through the current progress point limit, but he had no clues. He was tempted to randomly pick a neighbor and wipe out their family to try, but he hadn't been able to make up his mind. Waiting, still waiting. The progress points were like an oxygen tube being squeezed. No matter how urgent Owen was, they still advanced at a leisurely pace, making him agitated. Even Maya coming up to him was no use. But System Dad stubbornly refused to accelerate progress, so no matter how anxious Owen was, he could only wait. As he waited, his mood gradually calmed. Master, you haven't inspected the territory for a long time. Maya, whose legs were somewhat sore from squatting for so long, slowly stood up, smoothed her slightly damp skirt with her hand, took out a handkerchief to elegantly wipe the corner of her mouth, and then turned to Owen, who was in a state of idleness, speaking in a calm tone. Oh, the territory. Owen, who had almost forgotten he was a lord, finally snapped out of his reverie. Just as he was about to rub his face, he suddenly smelled something. He decisively went to wash his hands and face and change his clothes first, then spoke earnestly to Maya. Inform Charles to prepare the horses. I want to inspect the territory. Yes, master, I will go inform him now. Maya nodded, first opening the window for ventilation, then twisting her increasingly ample hips as she walked out of the study, leaving Owen with more to savor. After Maya left, Owen rubbed his waist, wondering if he should add a bed to the study. However, the bedroom was right next door, so adding a bed here seemed a bit redundant. Even with the scene's enhancement, there was no need. Otherwise, maybe a swing. Amidst his wandering thoughts, Owen walked down the stairs to the castle's main entrance, where Charles, fully armed, was already waiting with the warhorse, flanked by neatly arrayed cuirassiers. Unknowingly, summer had passed. Although the sun was still bright, the temperature wasn't as high. Riding his horse with the wind in his face, Owen felt quite comfortable. This was because he was wearing noble hunting attire instead of armor. Otherwise, wearing a heavy iron suit weighing dozens of pounds, no matter how well made, would only lead to exhaustion after a while. However, this outing wasn't for leisure. Owen quickly focused his attention on the territory. He hadn't paid attention to the territory's changes for a long time. Maya usually managed it, and he hadn't expected her to do so well. Under Maya's arrangements, the serfs learned farming from the system farmers in a one-on-one manner. Now, the serfs in the territory had mastered more advanced farming skills. The original haphazard farming method was completely abandoned. Large, neat, and orderly farmlands appeared in the territory. Nearby river water was diverted to irrigate the fields, ensuring the crops received ample water. With a bountiful harvest year approaching, even without freedom, the serfs still showed genuine smiles. In reality, these serfs weren't incapable of farming. Many had been farmers in the empire, so saying they couldn't farm was pure nonsense. Perhaps their farming skills weren't as comprehensive as the system farmers, but they certainly weren't terrible. Otherwise, they would have starved long ago. However, anyone who had experienced the tragic life of a refugee was forced to sell themselves into slavery and was sent to the desolate northern border region as a serf would be disheartened. Not to mention the physical toll of the long journey north that was never fully recovered. It would be a miracle if they had the energy for intensive farming. But now, not only were the farmlands well maintained, but the villages were also gradually improving through their efforts. Not only were there sturdy fences, but the original crude thatched huts had also disappeared, replaced by neat and uniform farmhouses. Although still simple, it was a very good start. Coupled with 3 meals a day during the busy farming season, 2 dry and 1 soupy, it wasn't lavish, but it was enough to fill their stomachs, naturally sparking some hope and motivating them to work hard. Owen was very satisfied with the territory's changes. It was worth entrusting the territory to Maya's management, and it was worth rewarding her day and night. Now that she was so radiant, he deserved a lot of credit. However, this inspection also brought Owen some worries. As the crops in the fields began to mature and harvest approached, the number of wild beasts and bandits in the wilderness increased. Although wild beasts don't eat grain, they eat people. As the weather gradually turned cold, hunting would only become more difficult. Humans, who are slow and have little fur, were clearly a quality food source, inevitably attracting wild beasts. Recalling the number of times Maya had told him the scout horse archers had spotted wild beasts and bandits recently, Owen couldn't help but frown. It seems the territory needs more horse archers. Owen slowed down, letting his warhorse walk at a leisurely pace, then turned to look at the cuirassier behind him, muttering softly. Although the cuirassier were cost-effective, they were more suited for charging into battle than for chasing across the wilderness. As for the scout horse archers, while fast, they weren't suitable for combat. At most, they could only drive away bandits and wild beasts. Over time, their effectiveness would surely diminish, and they might even be ambushed and killed. This made the previously overlooked light cavalry useful. But upon closer thought, light cavalry wasn't very suitable either, because their primary attack method relied on a single-handed sword, barely enough to cut people, let alone wild beasts with low centers of gravity and more agile movements. It was very easy to get into trouble, so Owen set his sights on the horse archer. Horse archers worth 3 progress points were mounted archers. They were archers who rode horses, dismounting to shoot arrows after arriving at their position, and had not mastered the skill of mounted archery. Exchanging them held little significance. True horse archers were worth 5 progress points. They were the real masters. Not only were they skilled in horsemanship, but they could also use recurve bows suitable for mounted archery. Whether pursuing or being pursued by enemies, they could launch powerful counterattacks while galloping. Each one was a master of kiting, and dealing with bandits and wild beasts would be effortless for them. Owen didn't need to think much to know what to choose, but exchanging for horse archers would have to wait until he exchanged for the synthesis furnace. After all, it was fine to exchange for items with fewer progress points, but reaching 20 was truly agonizing. Besides patrolling around the castle, Owen also took time to visit the Demon Horn Forest. The wooden fortress's development was slow, as manpower was still too scarce. Fortunately, the Goblin General had been staying here with many monsters during this time. Although he wasn't skilled in construction, logging and hunting were no problem, solving many difficulties. However, the Goblin General wouldn't stay here for long. He had been searching for traces of the magic horn goblin, and once found, he would certainly deploy his entire army, leaving the wooden fortress as it was. After noting down the need to replenish manpower and supplies for the wooden fortress in his notebook, Owen returned to the castle. Reading books and researching puppets, letting Maya handle things herself, Owen spent a period that was both fulfilling and empty. Finally, when the progress points reached 20, Owen, feeling somewhat weak in the legs, eagerly went to the dungeon's secret room. The increasingly radiant Maya didn't mind this, having long been accustomed to her master frequently visiting the cellar, and turned to energetically prepare for the autumn harvest. The autumn harvest was a major event for any territory, allowing no room for carelessness. Ironically, the entire territory had no shortage of serfs or soldiers, but there was no one capable of grassroots management. Originally, Shire was quite capable, having studied at the serving church. But after arriving here, Owen treated her entirely as a guard captain, a serving knight. As a result, she became increasingly unrestrained, spending her days either riding horses and practicing martial arts or training the soldiers. Aside from her maid dress, which was more decorative than functional, she no longer resembled a serving maid in the slightest. Thinking of this, Maya walked to the window and saw Shire practicing martial arts in the open space. Because of Owen, Shire, who had found her life's purpose, didn't need to diet or control her figure. Now, not only was she half a head taller, but her weight had also surged by dozens of pounds. In all respects, she had reached the limits of human potential. Even the formidable northern barbarians probably couldn't withstand a casual punch from her, so her weapon also fit her persona, a heavy two-handed warhammer used as a one-handed hammer, which was truly unique. Under Maya's pained gaze, Shire wielded the warhammer with fierce power. A solid wood target would be ready for firewood after one hit, and a few hits could dismantle a house. Maya's eyelid twitched. She gave up the idea of bringing Shire back to the path of a serving maid. With those arms and legs, even 3 oxen probably couldn't pull her back. Lamb, open record number 27. Maya closed the window, preparing to assign people to work. The territory's affairs weren't numerous, and with the useful mechanical puppet maids, Maya didn't have too many things to handle. The only problem was that she had to personally arrange everything because there was no suitable person to replace her. So to prevent errors, she had to supervise the entire process, which was why she appeared so busy. While Maya was busy with the territory, Owen was moving things in the underground chamber. The materialized synthesis furnace was quite large. If his underground chamber hadn't been expanded to 300 square meters and 3 meters high, it truly wouldn't have fit. Even so, it occupied nearly half the area, so a sufficiently large space had to be cleared. This disrupted the original layout of the underground chamber, and many items were piled together, looking somewhat cluttered and crowded. It seems I need to replan and build a second level for the underground chamber, Owen said with a hint of helplessness, rubbing his arm after laboriously moving things for a long time. But first, let's see how effective the synthesis furnace is. Having finally exchanged for it, Owen couldn't care less about his aching arm and eagerly began to experiment. The synthesis furnace, resembling a module, was less of a furnace and more of a special alchemical synthesis array, and its function was very singular: synthesis. However, singularity also meant specialization, so the synthesis furnace's effect was unexpectedly powerful. Theoretically, as long as he had enough materials, he could easily obtain various synthetic materials and even achieve biological alchemy. However, only non-humans like monsters could withstand the brutal biological alchemy of the synthesis furnace. Normal people, even if they survived, would become idiots or lunatics, as the synthesis furnace was not designed for ordinary people. As for the synthesis furnace's upper limits and limitations, Owen's current capabilities couldn't reach them yet. When he did, there would surely be better options. The only problem was that the synthesis furnace was not an infinite energy source. The energy it needed came from absorbing surrounding magic power and energy generated by material decomposition. The castle was not a place abundant in magic power. It was merely better than nothing. As for the energy produced by material decomposition, ordinary materials certainly wouldn't work. They wouldn't even be enough to cover the consumption. And those that met the conditions invariably needed to be exchanged from the system using progress points. In that case, it would be better to directly use progress points to activate the synthesis furnace. Therefore, before finding a suitable energy source, the synthesis furnace could not be used too frequently. He should try to use recoverable magic power. Of course, if he was willing to use progress points, everything would naturally be fine. Unfortunately, using progress points occasionally was acceptable, but long-term use would be unsustainable for him. After all, the more the territory developed, the higher the demand for progress points. Owen's imagined self-sufficient territory still seemed a long way off. Next, Owen was not in a hurry to study the synthesis furnace. After exchanging for it, he had plenty of time to research it. Currently, his main focus was to use progress points to exchange for troops and supplies to strengthen the territory's foundation. Because the fewer progress points there were, the faster they recovered, Owen exchanged for 10 horse archers before the autumn harvest. The remaining progress points were mainly used to reinforce the wooden fortress in the Demon Horn Forest, where the forces were still somewhat weak. Soon, Owen discovered how wise he was to exchange for horse archers. Horse archers were a type of light cavalry, especially skilled in horsemanship. Not to mention bandits, even wild beasts couldn't outrun them. As soon as they entered range, death was only a matter of time, so they were hunted down one after another. The dried and rotten heads on the gallows from last year were soon replaced by new ones, and the territory also gained some free laborers. He only hoped that this batch of laborers would last longer, unlike the previous batch who died shortly after winter began. Owen would feel pity for serfs, improve their living conditions, and allow them to safely pass the cold winter, let alone force them to work in winter. However, he would not show mercy to bandits. Regardless of the reason for being a bandit, when you choose to be one, you are already prepared to violently plunder the wealth and lives of others. Such people are a hidden danger when alive, unless they have special talents. Otherwise, how could Owen keep them for just a little labor? So, working until death was their only outcome. However, bandits were just a small nuisance Owen had to face. Other impending problems would not be so easy to solve. The time Hydra I and Hydra II bought him with their lives was running out. Next, he would have to face these continuous problems himself. Although Owen had long been prepared for this, preparation did not mean he wasn't worried. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so uneasy. What troubled the lords of the northern border region the most was not its barrenness, but the fact that almost everyone was an enemy besides themselves. Endless bandits and ill-intentioned neighbors were a headache, but the real major threats were the northern barbarians and the beast tides. Although barbarians are human, they are taller and stronger than ordinary people, especially their bones, which are not only thick but also very hard. They have rough skin and thick flesh, weak pain nerves, and strong endurance to harsh environments. At the same time, because they have always maintained tribal living habits, barbarians are not only brave and combative, but also easily get carried away. Once their blood boils, they disregard everything. The bravest among them are called berserkers. Simply put, while barbarians drink, fight, and kill, they are very simple-minded. They also made great contributions to humanity. When humans and many other races were competing for living space, barbarians were humanity's best allies, their closest brothers, shedding blood and sacrificing their lives for this, making indelible contributions. But when the fruits of victory were almost at hand, and this brother from a different father and mother had also suffered heavy losses, humans, as expected, turned their backs. The barbarians, who had suffered heavy losses from continuous wars, along with the defeated alien races, were driven by the human army to the bitter, cold northern land. Along this journey, the barbarians not only had to contend with the human army, but also guard against the alien races migrating north with them. One can imagine how miserable their lives were. If the barbarians' fighting power hadn't been truly strong, and if the strong individuals within their tribe hadn't fought for a path to survival with their lives, the northern barbarians would not exist. But hundreds of years later, when problems arose within the empire, the conflict was still immediately shifted to the north, severely exploiting the barbarians. The greatest losses suffered by the Northern Land Reclamation Group were in battles with the northern barbarians. Fortunately, the barbarians' heritage had suffered too much loss, and they had no strong individuals to this day. Coupled with the Empire's blockade, they didn't even have decent weapons. How could they defeat the unscrupulous Reclamation Group, let alone the Imperial border forces lurking nearby? Therefore, the northern barbarians decided to continue migrating north. The problem is, the further north you go, the colder it gets, and the harder it is to survive. Even though barbarians are brave and skilled in combat, and highly adaptable to harsh environments, they cannot survive by merely eating wind and drinking snow. Therefore, the territories of the northern border region nobles frequently face invasions from the northern barbarians. The reason Hydra I was so famous in the northern land was because he slaughtered northern barbarians. He was one of the few northern land experts who could cut down northern barbarians as easily as ordinary people. Unfortunately, the northern barbarians were not to be trifled with either. Though Hydra I appeared unharmed, his injuries were actually quite severe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so easily. Hydra I established a territory for the Hydra family and left behind a formidable reputation. Hydra I, Owen's father in this life, although far incomparable to his father and elder brother, still used his life to clear out the largest wolf pack nearby for him. It was the sacrifice of these two members of the Hydra family that bought Owen these few years of stable development. But what must come will eventually come. The avenging northern barbarians, migrating wolf packs, and ill-intentioned neighbors will certainly ensure Owen's future days are not lonely. In reality, trouble came quickly. After the territory's abundant harvest, news spread rapidly. After all, the surrounding neighbors weren't oblivious. It was common practice to regularly send scouts to observe what their neighbors were eating and using, and if they had become wealthy. Moreover, the Hydra family territory had undergone such immense changes over the past year or so, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, while they had only added insult to injury back then, they were not entirely blameless in Hydra I's death. How could they possibly watch the Hydra family rise again? They didn't believe the Hydra family would be merciful, so they could only strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who dared to become a lord deep in the northern lands were all audacious individuals. Expecting them to be well-behaved was impossible. Hydra I had frequently relied on force to bully them, so when they learned of the Hydra family's abundant harvest and the signs of its resurgence, it only took half a month for a coalition army, comprising 3 barons and 1 viscount, to form. Owen had known about this for a long time. After all, there were no telephones in those days, and communication methods were extremely primitive. If one were in the Empire, magical means might be considered, but in the northern lands it was all up to people. Even carrier pigeons were out of the question. Therefore, messengers from all 4 directions, coming and going like industrious little bees, crisscrossed the northern land's wilderness. Even though the other party tried to conceal their movements, the scout cavalry were not to be underestimated. They detected something amiss almost on the first day. While the scout cavalry's combat effectiveness was nothing to boast about, they were genuinely skilled at tracking. They discovered irregularities from the residual traces on the ground and immediately reported them to the Lord. Upon learning of this, Owen remained unperturbed because he had anticipated it. He hadn't expected the changes in his territory to remain a secret indefinitely. Therefore, in addition to ordering the scout cavalry to intensify surveillance, he also began to strengthen his own forces. Owen had some understanding of the situation of his four neighbors. They were Viscount Flying Dragon, Baron White Wolf, Baron Bison, and Baron Swan. This was characteristic of northern border region nobles, who mostly used the names of magical beasts and animals. For example, the Hydra family was originally called the Nine-Headed Serpent, but later, hearing that the Nine-Headed Serpent was also called Hydra, they found the latter more pleasant and elegant, so they adopted Hydra. Among these four nobles, Viscount Flying Dragon was the strongest. Just as Hydra, I had a roundabout connection with a certain noble in the Empire. Viscount Flying Dragon also came from a noble family in the Empire. Therefore, compared to other nobles in the northern border region, he possessed a bit more heritage, and this bit of heritage was the difference, the class, the watershed distinguishing a Viscount from a Baron. Unfortunately, Viscount Flying Dragon encountered Hydra I and was utterly defeated from beginning to end. Eventually, after a certain treasure was stolen from him, Flying Dragon I in his prime was so enraged that he coughed up blood and died. Thus, the Hydra family and the Flying Dragon family were sworn enemies. Therefore, this time, it was the other party who initiated it. Flying Dragon II had both the capability and the qualification. As for the three barons, they were not just there to make up the numbers. Baron White Wolf was a former mercenary. Although his soldiers were not numerous, their combat effectiveness was the strongest. However, after so many years, the original veterans had either died or become disabled, so how much strength remained was an unknown. Baron Bison possessed some northern barbarians' bloodline, so he had several northern barbarians under his command and maintained contact with the northern lands' barbarian tribes. Baron Swan had the best background, being a minor noble from the Empire. Unfortunately, his family fell into decline and offended a powerful figure, forcing him to flee to the northern lands. Thus, he arrived the latest but developed quite well, and he was also the one Owen knew the least about. Together, the four could gather 100 to 200 soldiers, along with a considerable number of militiamen. Based on the system's troop exchange, Owen categorized soldiers worth 1 progress point as ordinary, 3 progress points as veterans, 5 progress points as elites, and 10 progress points as champions, which meant knights. Given the financial resources of the four lords, most of their soldiers should be ordinary soldiers, with only a small number of veterans. As for elites, apart from a few northern barbarians under Baron Bison, there shouldn't be many. As for knights, Owen didn't know how many there were. Initially, Owen thought that knights were merely strong, skilled in martial arts, and possessed some ability to lead troops and govern. In reality, it was not that simple. True knights were all beings who mastered battle aura, breaking through human limits, each capable of fighting 100 men. Cheryl could be taken as an example. Although she hadn't learned battle aura, she was exceptionally gifted. Coupled with the Templar Knight template and the Iron Cloth's enhancement, she also surpassed human physical limits, though she pursued a path of physical prowess rather than battle aura. This shows how formidable true knights or battle aura were. Among the four nobles, Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan had battle aura inheritances. Baron White Wolf was an old mercenary. Owen was unsure if he had a battle aura inheritance. As for Baron Bison, he probably didn't know battle aura, but he had a northern barbarian's bloodline, and his combat power was equally not to be underestimated. The Hydra family originally also had a battle aura inheritance. Otherwise, how did Hydra I and his sons manage to suppress those four families back then? But now, it was gone. Not only was the battle aura inheritance gone, but the few things the Hydra family could call treasures were also gone, including the dragon egg snatched from Flying Dragon I. As for how they disappeared, Owen knew perfectly well. They were taken by his ruthless former mother. Upon learning of his neighbor's movements, Owen dispatched the scouts from the Demon Horn Forest wooden fortress to intensify surveillance. Interestingly, the place they chose to rendezvous was right next to the Demon Horn Forest. However, it wasn't surprising, as the northern lands were vast and only the Demon Horn Forest could provide cover. So, unless they intended to alarm Owen and rendezvous directly below the castle, or travel for a day before the battle, this was their only option. "You truly are seeking your own demise," Owen said quietly. He had originally prepared for a siege defense, ready to sacrifice everything outside the castle. Who would have thought the other party would choose such a convenient location? It would be a disservice to their kindness not to bury them there. Such a long time was enough for the goblin general to establish a foothold in the demon horn forest and subjugate many magic horn goblins. Magic horn goblins were still goblins. Faced with the higher life forms of goblin warriors and the goblin general, they had little intention of fighting to the death because this was an internal struggle, and obeying the strong was also a goblin's nature. So, the problem the goblin general faced wasn't how many subordinates he had, but how many goblins he could feed. Even if goblins were so hungry they could eat decaying organic matter, they weren't insects after all. To last long, they needed a proper source of food. The problem was that goblins had no talent for farming or even herding. Apart from gathering and hunting, their only option was plunder. However, the demon horn forest was a special case. There was nothing to plunder. There were targets outside the forest, but the closest was Lord Demon King's territory. As for other human territories, they were a bit too far. For this, the Goblin General had a headache. The Goblin General now commanded all the magical beasts under Lord Demon King, but he hadn't forgotten that all of this was bestowed by Lord Demon King. This meant he could be replaced at any time, so he desperately wanted to prove his abilities to Lord Demon King. Fortunately, the opportunity arrived. Upon receiving Lord Demon King's command, the Goblin General excitedly blew his horn. In the pitch-black demon horn forest, countless cunning eyes instantly opened, and the goblins began to gather. After half a month of preparation, Owen decided to participate in this battle. Firstly, he wanted to see if he could use this battle to unlock the progress value limit, and secondly, it was to test the equipment on his body. The main function of the synthesis furnace in the game, besides synthesizing monsters, is to synthesize hero equipment into Demon King armament. For the advancement of the 4 basic monsters, both the venomous snake and the slime require a synthesis furnace to evolve into a serpent monster and a highly venomous slime. Owen wasn't very interested in this. What he wanted was the Demon King armament. To put it simply, Demon King armament is the fusion of hero equipment and monsters, forming different effects through various combinations. The first combination Owen chose was the Hero Knight's sword and the Demon Sheep. The process was smooth, and he obtained a strangely shaped Demon Sheep sword. Although the name had a rustic feel, its design was indeed excellent, especially the goat's head on the hilt and the downward curving horns forming the guard, all subtly revealing a hint of evil. The appearance was secondary. After fusing with a monster, this sword also gained a new characteristic, heavy strike. Wielding this sword, every slash would trigger a heavy strike to enhance attack power. Even an ordinary person, wielding this sword, would strike with the force of a demon sheep's charge. The first Demon King armament was so successful that it greatly boosted Owen's confidence. He then chose to fuse hero armor with a demon sheep, acquiring a suit of armor that resembled the Ares Saint cloth, except it was black and exuded an evil aura. Wearing this heavy armor, he didn't feel cumbersome. Instead, he felt his movements become more agile. The demon sheep armor granted Owen the power of a charge, making his steps lighter and his assaults more forceful. In addition, Owen also did the opposite, taking the demon sheep as the primary component and fusing it with hero armor to create a new monster, the armored demon sheep, completely covered in armor. The armored demon sheep was much larger and stronger than a regular demon sheep, and its body was covered in a layer of armor, making it not only suitable for riding, but also for charging into battle. Interestingly, when the demon sheep sword, demon sheep armor, and demon sheep mount were combined, a certain resonance occurred. Especially when Owen activated the Demon Lord aura to fully integrate the 3, a pitch-black demon sheep would even appear to empower him, significantly enhancing his strength as a demon sheep knight. During a charge, Owen always felt unstoppable, and this was precisely why he dared to venture onto the battlefield. Tonight's dinner was sumptuous, and Owen ate a lot. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and led Charles into the basement. Maya, who was nearby, was very curious, but Owen had never allowed her into the basement. Therefore, despite her curiosity, she never asked or probed. After silently clearing the dining table, she ordered the patrols to be strengthened, as she had a premonition that tonight would not be peaceful. This was Charles' first time entering the basement. She merely glanced at the ninjas hidden in the darkness before closely following her master. Charles had long known about these hidden individuals and had a certain unspoken understanding with them. She was responsible for overt guarding, while they were responsible for covert guarding. Therefore, despite never having any direct communication, their cooperation was remarkably seamless. Arriving at the dungeon's secret room, Owen stood before a metal statue. This metal statue was very peculiar. It looked like a somewhat abstract black sheep, yet also resembled a uniquely shaped armor. "Activate Black Goat." Owen, in a rather Chunabiu fashion, spread his arms and spoke in a deep voice, completely disregarding the fact that the armor's horns were clearly those of a sheep. Before his words finished, the demon sheep armor unfolded like a living creature, revealing its pitch-black, muscle-textured interior, and swallowed Owen whole. Because it was fused with a demon sheep, to some extent, this armor could be considered a special life form. Therefore, it could understand Owen's commands, and with the puppet master's mental resonance, he could freely control this armor. The full-body armor automatically adjusted to Owen's physique, making him feel more comfortable. At the same time, the special muscle texture inside also served an auxiliary role. Despite having no significant training, with just the armor's enhancement, Owen could suppress most warriors. This was the victory of a cheater. Clenching the demon sheep sword and feeling the enhanced power grow stronger, Owen nodded in satisfaction and said to Charles, "There's a battle tonight, so I've prepared a weapon for you." With that, Owen pulled back a nearby tarp, revealing a peculiar weapon. This was a two-handed warhammer, but its hammerhead was shaped like a goat's head. The protruding goat's mouth had a certain armor-piercing capability, while the two coiled horns at the back of the head delivered powerful blunt damage. Most importantly, this was also a Demon King armament, forged by Owen by fusing a hero warhammer with a demon sheep, bringing out the heavy strike characteristic provided by the demon sheep to its fullest. Unfortunately, its design didn't suit Owen's aesthetic, which is why he chose the demon sheep sword instead of this demon sheep hammer. Charles didn't care about the weapon's appearance. Besides, this was a weapon bestowed upon her by her master. Especially when she gripped the weapon, the muscles in her legs suddenly swelled by an inch before returning to normal. Clearly, the charge characteristic brought by the demon sheep hammer manifested even more powerfully in her, as the fundamental physical attributes of the two were vastly different. For such a long time, Owen couldn't even break through her defenses, which shows how formidable Charles' physique had become. The two mounted the armored demon sheep and quietly left the castle through the dungeon's secret passage, heading straight for the demon horn forest. The armored demon sheep, like a bull, galloped through the demon horn forest with an agility that defied its size. If Owen hadn't been empowered by the Demon King armament, he wouldn't have been able to react at all. Even so, he was tense all over, afraid of being knocked off by a tree branch, which would have been utterly humiliating. At this time, hundreds of magic horn goblins had already gathered on the outskirts of the demon horn forest. When they saw Owen, it immediately caused a commotion. Many magic horn goblins with small horns, like little imps, gripped daggers fashioned from demon horn tree thorns and were eager to attack. Goblins, though cunning and cruel, were not particularly brave. They would only take the initiative to attack in two situations, when facing a weaker opponent or when they held a numerical advantage. The number of goblins was directly proportional to their courage. When hundreds of goblins gathered, there were few they dared not provoke. Therefore, when the goblin general led his elite squad forward and knelt in submission, it immediately caused their displeasure, because Owen didn't look like a goblin at all. Just then, Owen unhesitatingly activated his Demon Lord aura. Under the enhancement of the Demon King armament, the aura's power became greater and more impactful. His entire being was enveloped in a shadow like demonic flames, with only a pair of blood-red eyes silently watching them, mercilessly injecting fear into their hearts. Magic horn goblins are a type of monster, so they naturally had no resistance to the Demon Lord aura. They immediately knelt in droves, simultaneously understanding why their goblin general had submitted to the other party. Owen knew that this submission was only temporary, but it didn't matter. As long as he controlled the goblin general and the elite goblins who formed the backbone, these hundreds of magic horn goblins would naturally be a force he could use at will. However, he wondered what Charles thought of his transformation. Owen's changes left Char's heart completely undisturbed. Her simple nature meant her loyalty to her master was boundless. Even if Owen's temperament drastically changed, or if he grew horns and a tail, she would follow him to hell without hesitation. Owen breathed a sigh of relief, sensing Char's unwavering loyalty. Her devotion always put his mind at ease, otherwise he wouldn't have revealed his trump cards to her. This was also a test, and the result greatly satisfied him. In this world, he finally had a subordinate he could truly trust. As for complete or unreserved trust, that was likely impossible in this lifetime. The mere existence of deities prevented him from revealing his identity as a transmigrator. Seeing that it was about time, when people were in their deepest sleep, Owen ordered the goblin general to attack. Upon hearing the Lord Demon King's command, the goblin general, who had been anticipating this for a long time, immediately stood up. His towering figure drew the attention of all the goblins. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of goblins unhesitatingly launched an attack on their target. When goblins gather in sufficient numbers, there is no target they dare not charge, let alone a mere crude encampment. In a corner of the Demon Horn Forest periphery, a crude encampment had been built. It lacked even a fence, and dozens of tattered tents were pitched in 4 sections, clearly indicating they were ostensibly a group but secretly at odds. However, this was not surprising. The 4 families united out of fear that the Hydra family would rise again and suppress them. The problem was that once the Hydra family was eliminated, wouldn't Viscount Flying Dragon become the second Hydra family, becoming uncontrollable? Therefore, the best solution was for Viscount Flying Dragon and the Hydra family to perish together, or at the very least, suffer heavy losses. Could Viscount Flying Dragon not know their intentions? Of course he did. All 4 parties were well aware of it, each feigning cooperation while harboring ulterior motives. Otherwise, even if the journey wasn't short, a joint military action wouldn't have been delayed for half a month. It was late at night, and only 3 to 5 people were guarding the campfire in the camp. As for the effectiveness, they would probably let out an sound as an alarm when they were cut down. It was better than nothing, after all. This was the northern border region, and you couldn't expect all of them to be elites. The vast majority were ordinary people who dared to fight, lacking experience and discipline. So when they saw countless goblins rushing out of the forest, they were completely stunned, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. The magic horn goblins used daggers sharpened from demon horn tree thorns. Later, the goblin general had goblin blacksmiths process a batch of javelins. Therefore, at a single command, hundreds of javelins rained down from the sky. The few night watchmen were impaled like bloody gourds, wailing on the ground. Surrounding tents were also pierced, and javelins fell inside, immediately eliciting screams. Although caught off guard, almost no one died in the first wave of attack. Even those bloody gourds on watch, if their bleeding was stopped in time, would not die, as the goblin's strength was not great, and the 2-foot-long javelins, being light, had limited lethality. The problem was that the demon horn tree javelins themselves did not rely on their own lethality to kill enemies, but on their toxicity. Why did the demon horn forest, despite having a large amount of timber rare in the north, go unnoticed? Besides the magic horn goblins, it was mainly because of the demon horn trees here. These trees are like thorns, covered in sharp spikes and poisonous. Being pricked causes a strong burning sensation and incessant bleeding. An ordinary person thoroughly impaled would be in excruciating pain, half dead, and would also be weakened by excessive blood loss. Even if they didn't die on the spot, they would lose their combat ability. If their physique was poor, they would simply perish, so no one dared to come here. To the sound of the goblin general's horn, hundreds of magic horn goblins rushed into the camp like mad dogs, scurrying everywhere. As long as it wasn't a goblin, the demon horn tree thorn daggers in their hands worked like sewing machines, frantically stabbing at their opponents' backsides. If they encountered someone short, after a flurry of attacks, their kidneys would be a gruesome sight. Someone with trypophobia would faint on the spot. However, compared to the magic horn goblins, who caused immense chaos, the elite goblin squad led by the goblin general were the true slaughterers. Their attacks were effective and lethal, and highly efficient, massacring large numbers of soldiers who had lost their combat ability due to demon horn tree poison. But they soon encountered enemies. Damn it, where did all these goblins come from? White Wolf, a former mercenary, was still vigilant despite his age. Therefore, after hearing screams from outside, he immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed out of his tent, fearing being trapped inside. His few surviving old comrades, with unspoken understanding, gathered with him, weapons in hand, forming a small group. Any magic horn goblins that dared to approach were cut down on the spot. After all, even if they grew a small horn, they were still goblins. As long as they weren't wounded by the demon horn tree thorn daggers in their hands, killing them was no harder than killing chickens. The problem was that the current situation could no longer be resolved by killing a few goblins. Because of the influx of hundreds of goblins, coupled with the dark environment, most of the soldiers, suffering from night blindness, had completely lost their ability to think. With wide eyes and open mouths, they screamed and hacked wildly in all directions. Accidental injuries were inevitable, and thus the camp became even more chaotic. Now, even if White Wolf stood out, he couldn't find the soldiers. Even if he did, in such a frantic situation, he couldn't effectively issue commands. In desperation, White Wolf could only go find the other 3 nobles first. Wild Bull was the easiest to find. Although he was already a noble lord, he still wore the furs favored by barbarians. Coupled with his tall stature and the roars he let out while swinging his axe, he was simply too conspicuous. Just like White Wolf, Wild Bull was also gathered with his northern barbarians' brothers, but unlike White Wolf, who knew to look for people, Wild Bull was too busy bending over and hacking at the goblins scurrying everywhere, like a bear playing whack-a-mole. Stop hacking, these goblins are problematic. Let's find those two first. White Wolf didn't dare to approach Wild Bull, who was almost red-eyed with killing. This man was not young, but his temper was still explosive. He wondered how he had managed to become a noble lord with such a temper. All right, Wild Bull said, panting heavily. In fact, he also didn't want to hack anymore. After all, he was not young, and bending over to hack at the goblins scurrying like moles was very strenuous. In such a short time, his lumbar bones were already making a dreadful creaking sound. If he continued, he might just collapse, clutching his old waist and groaning. The two, with their close subordinates, began searching for Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan in the camp. But the campfires had long been kicked apart and extinguished, leaving only a few embers, barely enough to light a cigarette, let alone for illumination. Coupled with the goblins and soldiers scurrying everywhere, even if they didn't have night blindness, they wouldn't find the two anytime soon. But if they delayed any longer, everyone might die. How can there be such a tall goblin? Baron Swan, a handsome man with a neatly trimmed mustache, usually paid great attention to his appearance. However, at this moment, his clothes were disheveled, and he had a fresh wound on his face, inflicted by a demon horn tree spear. The wound was swollen, and the intense pain made his face twitch, making him look quite disheveled. Despite this, he did not panic. Instead, he immediately noticed the goblin general's distinctiveness, recognizing him as the key to this battle. Kill him, otherwise even if we escape, these soldiers will all be finished. Viscount Flying Dragon had light green hair, the most obvious characteristic of the green dragon family. However, his bloodline was thin, so the color was not deep, and his eyes were not the emerald color possessed by the main lineage, but rather green-brown. This was why his father was exiled to the remote northern border region to be a border noble. His bloodline was considered too diluted to be passed on. Otherwise, even if he had no talent, he would have been kept to continue the bloodline, and he would have gained the glory of the green dragon family and lived a true noble life. Therefore, Hydra II both hated his father and himself. Because his bloodline was not pure enough, he lost the opportunity to be a superior person from birth, driven to the remote north like a dog, fighting for food with other stray dogs. However, Viscount Flying Dragon never considered himself a stray dog. Therefore, even in the remote northern border region, he always maintained his noble demeanor, even if it meant spending a large amount of unnecessary expenses. And in this dreadful place, only Baron Swan, also a noble, could appreciate him. Thus, the two had long formed an alliance, so when chaos erupted, they did not show themselves. Instead, they immediately hid, their purpose being to let White Wolf and Wild Bull take the lead. However, at this moment, Viscount Flying Dragon no longer cared about noble etiquette. The power of the Goblin General and the elite goblins exceeded his expectations. The soldiers were dying too quickly. Once the soldiers suffered heavy losses, even if he achieved ultimate victory, how much leverage would he have left? He would likely be defeated in minutes, ending up like a stray dog. Therefore, he roared in exasperation. Compared to the somewhat flustered duo, White Wolf, a mercenary, and Wild Bull, who rose through his own bravery, were much more decisive. Unlike Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan, who had noble backgrounds and foundations, these two gained their current status purely by fighting with their swords and axes. They had faced countless life-and-death crises during this time, so they did not panic. Instead, they tried to gather their strength. Without finding Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan, they did not hesitate for long and ultimately chose to combine their forces and charge towards the Goblin General. Now was not the time to calculate gains and losses. If they didn't launch a strong counterattack soon, these soldiers would all die. After all, ordinary soldiers who were poisoned by the demon horn tree would fall to the ground, powerless to resist, and be slaughtered by the magic horn goblins. And once all the soldiers were lost, all their efforts over the years would have been in vain. Moreover, they no longer had the energy to start over, so no matter what, they had to fight for it. Facing the aggressive White Wolf and Wild Bull, the Goblin General showed no fear, wielding his heavy blade to fight 2 against 1, suppressing both of them. As for the mercenaries and northern barbarians they brought, the elite goblins were not to be trifled with. They had diverse professions and worked together seamlessly, so the two sides fought inextricably. If it had been 1 or 2 decades earlier, the Goblin General would not have dared to be careless against either of them. The problem was that both of them were now close to 50 years old and not of noble birth. Having fought their way up, their bodies were already overdrawn. If they hadn't been relatively clever and known when to retreat, they would either be dead by now or lying in bed barely able to breathe. Even so, their bodies were severely depleted. Moreover, after becoming nobles in the northern border region, their opportunities to fight became fewer and fewer. Now, they didn't even have half of their peak strength. If it weren't for a few older mercenaries and barbarians helping them, they would probably have been killed by the goblin general on the spot. "They're all useless," Viscount Flying Dragon said with a grim expression, as he could clearly see the unfavorable situation. "We can't wait any longer. Without these two to hold him back, we'll have to use our trump card." Baron Swan looked at Viscount Flying Dragon with a meaningful glance and said in a voice only they could hear. Viscount Flying Dragon's expression grew even more grim, but he tacitly agreed with Baron Swan's words, drawing his longsword. He and Baron Swan, who wielded a rapier, charged towards the goblin general. As long as they killed him, the goblins would be a scattered mess. Owen, secretly hiding in the shadows, witnessed Battle Chi for the first time. Compared to White Wolf and Wild Bull, who were nearing 50 and struggling to fight, the 30-year-old Viscount Flying Dragon and the 30-something Baron Swan were in their prime. Although these two imperial nobles hadn't received much family resources, they had a basic grasp of Battle Chi. His predecessor didn't know much about Battle Chi, as Hydra II died early, and his predecessor's mother clearly had other motives, sweeping away the family's assets. So Owen learned most of what he knew from Maya. The original Battle Chi originated from knights who honed their physical bodies to the extreme. As reserve nobles, knights had the time, energy, resources, and conditions to train their bodies to the limit, perfecting them, thereby awakening Battle Chi. Therefore, the original Battle Chi was called the knight's breathing technique, a cultivation method with extremely high physical requirements. Later, the knight's breathing technique gradually spread and was modified by other professions, reducing the difficulty of cultivation and making the physical requirements less stringent, as not everyone had such favorable conditions. However, in contrast, after modification, the power of Battle Chi was also significantly reduced. To compensate for this, Battle Chi techniques emerged, using skill to make up for the shortcomings of insufficient Battle Chi. Both Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan use swordsman Battle Chi. The swordsman profession emphasizes offense and flexibility. The physical conditions required to activate Battle Chi are lower, and there are many dazzling Battle Chi techniques, making it very popular among nobles. However, while both use swordsman Battle Chi, there were significant differences. Viscount Flying Dragon's Battle Chi was mainly concentrated in his shoulders and back, in the triangular area of his body. After infusing Battle Chi, the muscles of his shoulders and back swelled high, as if concealing a pair of folded fleshy wings. When he erupted, Battle Chi was released, and the muscles of his shoulders and back acted like ignited boosters, propelling the longsword in his hand through the air at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing shriek. An elite goblin was instantly cut down before it could even react. After the sword's edge passed, blood spurted over a meter high from its neck, showing how fast that strike was. However, this kind of burst put a lot of pressure on his muscles, so Viscount Flying Dragon could not use it continuously. Baron Swan's Battle Chi was more dispersed, mainly concentrated in his joints, which made his movements flexible and graceful. He wielded his rapier with a flurry of rustling sounds, yet it was far less lethal and efficient than Viscount Flying Dragon's. According to Maya's classification of battle aura, both of them possessed elementary battle aura, meaning it wasn't strong enough to cover their entire bodies and couldn't be sustained for long, so it could only be applied to specific areas. The advantage of this was less consumption and only requiring targeted training of specific body parts, greatly reducing the difficulty of cultivation. However, both of them were already in their 30s and still only had elementary battle aura, showing their talent, or rather, that they hadn't cultivated seriously. If it were White Wolf and Wild Bull, they would have probably reached the intermediate level of battle aura long ago. Despite this, the battle aura techniques they mastered should not be underestimated. The Goblin General would not fall into a disadvantage against either of them, and even killing an opponent would only be a matter of time. But facing two experienced old-timers simultaneously, he definitely couldn't hold them off. Fortunately, the elite goblins resisted desperately, buying the Goblin General more time and giving Owen a chance to intervene. Charles, kill them. Owen had now suppressed his excessive sympathy and pity, no longer panicking at the screams coming from the camp's soldiers. In reality, Owen knew very well that if he hadn't detected it early and acted preemptively, he couldn't imagine what fate would befall him once the four-person allied army appeared in his territory. Thus, he gave the order without mercy. Compared to Owen's somewhat complex psychological journey, Charles was much simpler. For her master's command, she only needed to obey. So she spurred her armored demon sheep and charged forward, wielding her demon sheep warhammer. Demon sheep are naturally good at charging, and after evolving into armored demon sheep with a layer of armor covering their bodies, they were even more formidable. With a lowered head and galloping hooves, it was like a small jeep with the accelerator floored. Along the way, whether it was the frenzied soldiers or the obstructive goblins, all were equal before the heavy hammer-like ram horns. In the dull crashes, they flew through the air like broken weeds. What was even more terrifying was that the armored demon sheep's charging speed didn't decrease at all, showing how formidable the synergy between the armored demon sheep and the demon sheep warhammer was. If Owen, with better equipment and the demon lord Aura, were in her place, he would probably be even more powerful, but he would never choose to take such a risk. If they were humans, encountering such an indiscriminate master would likely cause morale to plummet, or even lead to black hand actions to kill the opponent. But for goblins, was this even an issue? Leaving aside the goblins' oddities, facing Charles' furious charge, Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan instinctively retreated immediately, which exposed White Wolf and Wild Bull. Although Charles didn't have much combat experience, her combat intuition was astonishing. She immediately saw that Viscount Flying Dragon and Baron Swan were not opponents she could easily defeat, as they were too agile. While the armored demon sheep's charge was unstoppable, it was too direct, and evading it was not difficult. Therefore, she wisely saved her first strike for the struggling Wild Bull. Though it was a two-handed warhammer, in Charles' hands, it was as light as a one-handed hammer. With the armored demon sheep's momentum, the hammer whistled through the air, instantly causing Wild Bull's heart to constrict. But it was no use. His aging body and the stamina consumed by his bitter struggle with the goblin general meant that Wild Bull, who could have erupted and turned the tide in his youth, could only watch as he awaited death. To say he was waiting for death isn't quite right. Wild Bull's body was too depleted, and the previous battle too intense. Thus, before Charles' warhammer could kill him, Wild Bull died of cardiac arrest. When Wild Bull's blood and shattered bones splattered on his face, White Wolf knew everything was over. Facing the goblin general's blade, he sighed, offered no resistance, and then fell into endless darkness. The successive deaths of Wild Bull and White Wolf made Viscount Flying Dragon's face turn extremely ugly, as defeat was now certain. Just as he was about to flee, a sudden pain in his waist, a finely crafted estoc had pierced through one side of his kidney, leaving him immobilized like a skewer. Battle aura wasn't omnipotent, at least elementary battle aura couldn't stop bleeding. As a result, Viscount Flying Dragon, whose vital organ was pierced, bled profusely. But he dared not move because Viscount Flying Dragon knew very well that if this part of his body was injured, even a slight mistake would cost him his life. If the wound didn't expand, there was still a slim chance of survival. So he tried to calm himself and said to Baron Swan behind him, "Holding me is your capital for surrender, Corins. You're still so clever, so decisive, just like when we formed our alliance." Viscount Flying Dragon wasn't entirely sure of Baron Swan's intentions, but with a knife through his kidney, to claim good intentions would be an outright lie. Given the current situation, he knew the other party most likely wanted to surrender but was worried about the consequences, so he took him, the highest-ranking and instigating party, as a bargaining chip. This was the wisest choice. If he wasn't the leader, he would have wanted to stab someone in the back. Unfortunately, he was the one being stabbed now. "In that case, Lord Viscount, please do not resist. You will be more valuable alive." Although Corins was still disheveled, his eyes were cold and merciless. The estoc-piercing Viscount Flying Dragon's kidney was held steadily in his hand, ready to slice the other party's kidney into kidney beans at any moment. "Have you ever considered whether the goblins will accept your surrender, or will they roast you over a fire?" Viscount Flying Dragon said mockingly. Surrendering wasn't shameful, but the problem was that the opponents were goblins. Surrendering to them was like diving headfirst into a boiling pot of soup, bringing your own seasoning. Don't tell me you didn't recognize her. The knight riding the sheep-like magical beast just now was human. Corins wasn't an idiot, and even an idiot wouldn't surrender to goblins. He had considered escaping earlier. Although the chances of escape were low given the speed of the opponent's mount, there was still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he could run separately from Viscount Flying Dragon, and then he could expose the other party as the leader, using him as bait to buy himself more time to escape. However, when Corins discovered that the demon sheep knight was human, and that the giant goblin who was the goblin leader showed her respect, he understood where the true path to survival lay. "I surrender," Corins' shout decisively silenced the entire scene. Facing Charles, who was riding an armored demon sheep with her warhammer still dripping blood, Correns held his sword with both hands, his head bowed so low that his chin touched his chest. Despite his disheveled state, he stood perfectly straight. This was the standard noble surrender posture. Even in defeat, one must lose with dignity. Seeing this, Charles hesitated. As a serving maid, she had been taught noble etiquette and knew that the other party was surrendering as a noble. As a serving maid, she did not have the right to execute the other party on her master's behalf. So after simple first aid, Viscount Flying Dragon and Correns, bound together, were personally escorted by the Goblin General and Charles to Owen, who was at the very back, awaiting his judgment on their fate. Owen, who had been constantly activating his Demon Lord aura, didn't look like a naive young man at all. His entire body was shrouded in shadows, exuding an aura of cruelty and fear, causing Viscount Flying Dragon and Correns to tremble uncontrollably. This had nothing to do with their will, it was a purely instinctive physical reaction. Viscount Flying Dragon, whose waist was bleeding, saw Death's scythe placed on his neck under the pressure of the Demon Lord aura. His eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted. Correns was slightly better. Although he felt dizzy in waves, it concerned his hope of survival, so he gritted his teeth and held on. However, under the immense pressure, he couldn't help but regret his choice to surrender, as this person didn't seem like someone who would be soft-hearted. Hydra III, a northern border region noble lord and hereditary viscount, accept Baron Swan Correns' surrender and allow you to serve me. Owen pondered for a moment before taking off his helmet to reveal his true face. Then, he returned Baron Swan Correns' rapier to him, an action that immediately made Correns sigh in relief. Correns was initially surprised by Owen's identity, but after a second thought, he didn't find it problematic. After all, there were only a few lords in this godforsaken place. 4 had allied, 2 were now dead, 1 was on the verge of death, leaving only him and this member of the Hydra family. So no matter how incredible it seemed, it would be the only answer, which was also why Owen chose to reveal his identity. As for whether commanding goblins to kill humans was evil or would become a weakness, in reality, such a thing was not an issue for nobles. Even Correns didn't consider it a weakness, because for nobles there were only 2 kinds of power, one that served him and one that did not. What the power was or whether it was evil was not important at all. Next, Owen personally killed Viscount Flying Dragon, who didn't even have time to say his name, and kept Correns alive. As for why he killed Viscount Flying Dragon but accepted Baron Swan's surrender, firstly, only 2 were alive, and if one had to be killed, it could only be him. After all, given the condition of Viscount Flying Dragon's kidney, he probably wouldn't live long even if he wasn't killed on the spot. At the same time, Owen did this to try to figure out how to increase the system's progress value, hence the 1 kill and 1 surrender. However, for Correns, it was different because he got to live and even had a good outcome. Fortunately, the other party was also from an imperial noble background. If he had encountered other northern border region nobles, Correns knew he would have probably been cut down long ago. The main difference was that the imperial nobles, over a long period, had developed relatively complete internal rules. Nobles were certainly not always harmonious. In fact, early noble struggles were extremely cruel and direct, employing poisoning, assassination, schemes, and warfare without restraint. It was not uncommon for opponents to be dragged into bushes during banquets, force-fed poison, and then declared to have committed suicide. At that time, as long as victory could be achieved, no one cared what methods nobles used. However, with the stabilization and solidification of the noble class, coupled with continuous intermarriages and exchanges of interests, the struggles among nobles gradually evolved into a relatively mature set of rules, designed to ensure that conflicts would not escalate and avoid affecting overall interests. In fact, imperial nobles now rarely resorted to force. Warfare was only a last resort, and even assassination and poisoning were considered low class, even rejected by the mainstream. Today, the great nobles in the imperial capital have become accustomed to achieving their goals through political means. This method is like using leverage, low input, high return. Every word and action can even influence the entire empire, regarded by nobles as the most elegant art and the ultimate goal. As for assassination and poisoning, those were low-class methods used only by minor nobles. As for leading troops into battle, that was the behavior of barbarians. Great nobles who could influence the empire's operations didn't need to use such methods. Their single word could dictate your death, or else send your entire family to their graves. Even if you were a good fighter, what then? could you defeat the countless strong individuals of the empire? Even if you had many elite soldiers and generals under your command, what then? Could you defeat the imperial army? Thus, the rules of the noble class became increasingly stable and deeply ingrained. Although the purpose of this set of rules was to minimize losses within the nobility, it did not mean completely abandoning killing. For example, what methods could be used for what kind of hatred, and the treatment after surrender, all had corresponding regulations. The hatred between Viscount Flying Dragon and Owen, for instance, belonged to a generational feud, allowing for any means, including killing the opponent after surrender, without incurring condemnation. However, while Viscount Flying Dragon could be killed, his family could not, unless they refused to swear off revenge. Within the empire, if a defeated noble did not renounce revenge, the victor had the right to kill him. But if the defeated noble swore to abandon revenge, then he could not be killed, and his family had to be allowed to live. This was primarily to preserve the noble bloodline for inheritance. However, don't think an oath was just idle talk. Once an oath to abandon hatred was made, the vanquished could not seek any form of retaliation against the victor afterwards. Otherwise, the victor had the right to take any measures, and the oath breaker would also become an enemy of all nobles. Even if they didn't directly act, the various forms of targeting would be enough to make the person's life a living hell. This rule also applied to Corrins. When he chose to surrender, it meant he relinquished his sovereignty. Due to the difference in their noble ranks, Owen returning his sword to him signified accepting his allegiance, which also carried the effect of an oath. Of course, this entire system was a tacit understanding developed over a long time by imperial nobles due to mutual constraints. It had no market among the northern border region nobles. In fact, most northern border region nobles didn't even know these so-called rules. Even if they did, they would probably scoff at them. After all, for the bandit-like northern nobles, killing all, looting all, and burning all were the most direct methods. Imperial nobles, however, had long passed this stage, able to wash the blood and mud from their bodies, wipe their mouths, retract their fangs, and adopt an elegant posture, despising the barbarism of the northern nobles. The battle ended. Owen had the goblin shaman treat Corrins' demon horn tree poison, and then he heard the sounds of tearing and the excited clamor of goblins from the nearby camp. Goblins were not herbivores. They also liked humans as food, not to mention the weapons, food, tents, clothes, and even a spoon in the camp were all good things to them, targets for them to fight over. Everything in the camp is your reward. Don't linger. At dawn, take all the goblins back to the magic horn tree forest. Owen was well aware of what was happening in the camp, but he had no intention of stopping it. The magic horn goblins were not summoned by him through the system and had no loyalty to him. If he were to step forward and stop them, even if he achieved his goal by relying on the goblin general and his own demon lord Aura, it would leave hidden dangers. So instead of a thankless effort, it was better to pretend not to see. After all, he wasn't the one suffering. The goblin general took the order and went to control the increasingly unruly magic horn goblins. Because too many elite goblins had died in battle, the effect was not very good. The goblin general killed several before barely managing to order these magic horn goblins to transport the supplies back to the forest. At dawn, Corrins, whose injuries had improved, rode a horse around the area with a banner. Many soldiers who had fled and hidden nearby gathered after seeing him. Goblins are not soldiers. They don't understand encirclement and annihilation. Even if the goblin general wanted to command such a thing, the magic horn goblins couldn't execute it, so there were actually many who slipped through the net last night. However, although many soldiers fled the camp, most of them did not go far, hiding in nearby locations. This wasn't because they were foolish for not running further after their camp was overrun. It was because this was the Northland, and without food and water, daring to wander off meant certain death. Therefore, they only hid nearby, waiting for the goblins to leave so they could gather supplies from the camp. Even a water skin or a piece of bread could increase their chances of returning alive. But after Baron Swan Corrins appeared, these soldiers, regardless of which imperial nobles they previously belonged to, gathered around him as if they had found their backbone. Without noble leadership, they were a disorganized mess. Never mind the goblins, just the wolf packs in the wilderness would be enough to give them trouble. So the best solution was to stick together. However, simply sticking together wasn't enough. There had to be a leader. So who would lead was the problem. They were all common soldiers. Why should they listen to you? Therefore, as soon as Baron Corrins appeared, regardless of whether it was a trap, these soldiers all gathered around him. Subduing these soldiers was not difficult, especially with the bodies of Viscount Flying Dragon and the other two displayed. No one objected, no one had any opinions. These soldiers obediently followed Korans to the Demon Horn Forest wooden fortress. Upon seeing this wooden fortress, which had been prepared for a long time, Korans knew that his defeat was not unjust. The opponent had been prepared for a long time. Even without the goblin incident, if these elite soldiers had attacked them from behind when they were attacking the Hydra territory, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The soldiers in the wooden fortress had already been expanded to 50 by Owen, all of them 3 progress value units. Dealing with 100 or so remnants was effortless. Moreover, these soldiers had long lost their fighting spirit. After eating a piece of bread and drinking some hot water, they went to sleep in the straw sheds. Owen planned to settle these soldiers in the wooden fortress to work for a period, supervised by the system soldiers, and then retrain them when he had time. After handling these matters, Owen took Korans back to the castle. Although the city walls had not yet been built, the village outside the city and those elite soldiers made Korans even more excited after seeing them, because it proved that his allegiance was valuable. So when Owen ordered him and Cyril to take the territory's soldiers to take over the territories of Viscount Flying Dragon and others, the enthusiasm and eagerness he displayed startled Owen. Owen was like a well-fed man who doesn't understand the hunger of a starving one. For someone like Korans, who came from imperial nobles but was forced to come to the northern border region to scrape by, his life's obsession was to become a true noble. So he didn't care who he served, as long as he could see hope, he was willing to die for the other party. Master, if you want to migrate all the population from other territories, then we need to make many preparations, and we must complete it before winter arrives, so I need more manpower. Maya, after hearing Owen's plan, calculated the required manpower and time, and spoke very earnestly. There are still dozens of skilled farmers in the Demon Horn Forest wooden fortress. Transfer all of them here. As for the rest, I will find a way. Owen no longer concealed the existence of the wooden fortress. These trump cards are meant to be used. Hiding them forever is meaningless. Besides, if one is exposed, just create new ones. He must deeply understand the essence of the Hydra. Cut off one head and 2 grow back. He is exposing one base, so he will build 2 more. Currently, Owen's main concern is whether he can again increase the progress value limit. Therefore, to accelerate the plan, he used all his progress value to recruit farmers and speed up the construction of the territory. System farmers are stronger than serfs and master multiple skills. They can handle farming, fishing, construction, logging, and quarrying, and even Maya couldn't find any fault with them. With these versatile farmers, coupled with the large number of idle serfs after the autumn harvest, the territory changed almost daily. And Korans did an excellent job of his role as a guide, leading Owen's soldiers to the Flying Dragon family's territory. The Flying Dragon family was not as lucky, nor as capable in battle as Hydra Eye, so although they came to the northern border region together, they lived in a self-built wooden fortress. Because the northern border region lacked wood and had insufficient manpower, the wooden fortress was very crude and had little defensive capability. Additionally, most of the soldiers and strong serfs had been taken away, so upon learning that Viscount Flying Dragon had died in battle and Baron Swan had sided with the victor, the other party surrendered with almost no hesitation. Madam, that's a wise choice, Korans said to the only member of the Flying Dragon family, Viscount Flying Dragon's wife. At the same time, he was also scrutinizing this young lady. Viscount Flying Dragon, who valued bloodline and noble status, would of course not marry a commoner. His wife was also of noble birth. Although only the second daughter of a minor noble, it was already his best choice. For this, he had spent a lot to marry her. However, it was all worth it. Viscount Flying Dragon's wife not only had a decent background, but her appearance and figure were also first-rate. Coupled with a special bloodline, she had a pure, blonde-haired, blue-eyed appearance but possessed a figure like a thermobaric bomb. Even Korans was momentarily lost in thought, but he quickly snapped out of it. Compared to women, Korans preferred power, so he would not do anything irrational because of her beauty. Moreover, this lady was Viscount Hydra's spoils of war. This widow in her 20s, upon learning of her husband's death, remained calm. She faced Korans' scrutinizing gaze like one inspecting goods with composure because she knew this was the price of defeat. Furthermore, she had no other choice. If the other party hadn't come, her fate, without a man's protection, would probably be worse than death. Very good, prepare to migrate to Lord Hydra III's territory. I will leave some soldiers to assist you in completing this. Korans composed himself, since he had decided he shouldn't look too much. After informing Cyril, he left a small squad of cavalry and then proceeded to the territories of the other two nobles. Baron White Wolf's territory was easily resolved. This man, perhaps not interested in women or perhaps injured in earlier battles, only had women and no descendants. So, after he and his old comrades from back then all died in battle, there was no one left to speak for him. Corin smoothly packaged and escorted the entire territory to the Hydra family's territory. The only troublesome one was Baron Bison's territory. A northern barbarian, relying on his familiarity with the Northland and his survival skills, ran back overnight. As a result, Baron Bison's daughter fled with the remaining few soldiers, leaving only some serfs behind. Corin strictly followed Owen's orders, relocating all the population, including those within his own territory. This was a complete act of burning his bridges, leaving no room for retreat. Logically speaking, although Corin had pledged allegiance to Hydra III, he wasn't required to offer everything he owned to him. In fact, besides his loyalty, he didn't even need to pay a ransom. The problem was that Corin had great ambition, and he was also very smart, knowing that this might be his only chance in this life, so he unhesitatingly staked everything. It seemed like a gamble, but in reality, this was Corin's shrewdness. Firstly, what did he give? So-called loyalty, his own abilities, and 200 to 300 serfs from his territory, along with a handful of remaining soldiers. The first two were cost-free. The latter two, if taken to the Empire, wouldn't even earn him a glance from a knight. So, while it seemed Corin gave everything, his actual investment wasn't much, and he was playing for big stakes with a small bet. Corin was very clear. If Hydra III rose in the future, whatever he invested now would surely yield greater returns later. After all, Hydra III had virtually no talented people under him. If he wasn't heavily relied upon, who would be? Thanks to Corin's efforts, Owen's territory quickly surpassed 1,000 in population, and it was at this time that the system's progress value limit finally increased. After a ding sound, Owen let out a huge sigh of relief, excitedly clenching his fists and swinging them back and forth in front of his chest. At the same time, his hips arched forward repeatedly, like a male dog in spring, showing how overjoyed he was. It took Owen a long time to calm his excitement. He plopped down in a chair, trying to relax while examining the rewards the system had given him this time. When the progress value increased to 20 points, the system's rewards were barely better than nothing. However, this time, the rewards for reaching 30 points were quite good, even generous. Teutonic Knights 10, Lord Template, Mysticism, Town Center. The special unit Teutonic Knights, the King of Infantry in Age of Empires, were so abnormal they could stand firm against Templar Knights. They cut down regular units as if it were a game, valued at 15 progress points. Knights valued at 10 progress points were already at the pinnacle of what mortals could achieve, yet a mounted and armored knight couldn't defeat a Teutonic Knight who was infantry. Only a Templar Knight, also a special unit, could contend with them, and even then, only when mounted. This clearly defied common sense. But if battle chi was added, it made much more sense. Clearly, to fit the environment of the current world, the system had modified the Teutonic Knights. Besides their perfect physical bodies, they were also granted the power of battle chi. Owen eagerly summoned the Teutonic Knights and immediately felt as if he had fallen into a siege, completely awestruck. Their impressive bucket helmets, heavy plate armor, and blue capes were striking, but what amazed Owen most was the Teutonic Knights' terrifying physical prowess. The Teutonic Knights were all burly men over 2 meters tall, with rounded muscle contours from their limbs to their waists and abdomens. This physique wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but it contained terrifying strength and inhuman endurance. Coupled with the miraculous battle chi, each Teutonic Knight could bear heavy plate armor nearly an inch thick and wield greatswords with almost rhomboid cross-sections, achieving near perfection in offense and defense. However, the drawback was that almost no warhorse could bear their weight, and their movement speed was inevitably affected by the armor, making Teutonic Knights more suitable as mobile fortresses to resist enemy attacks or break enemy formations. As for pursuit, forget it, they couldn't even catch a goblin. But this wasn't a problem for Owen. The system gave him infinite possibilities, and he could completely build a perfect unit on the foundation of the Teutonic Knights. Next was the Lord Template, which Owen had long awaited. After all, who could resist the temptation of leveling up by fighting monsters, especially a Lord Template suitable for farming and massing troops? The only problem was that this Lord Template came from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which made Owen very worried about it not fitting in, as the art styles were completely different. Leadership 20, Strength 15, Intelligence 12, Politics 25, Charisma 30. The Lord template was very simple, with no skills or any superfluous functions, but its effects were unexpectedly good. The leadership attribute allowed Owen to command soldiers almost perfectly, especially system soldiers. It was as if there was an automatic error correction mechanism. Even if his instructions weren't precise, the system soldiers could execute his commands with 100% accuracy. The only problem was that Owen's leadership attribute wasn't high enough, limiting the number of soldiers he could lead. It was meaningless for large-scale wars, and even now, it was barely better than nothing. The effects of the strength and intelligence attributes go without saying. With his current values, he might even capsize when bullying ordinary people. They needed strengthening. However, Owen wasn't surprised by this. Although he was a transmigrator with a system, he was quite self-aware, never considering himself a genius, nor believing he could turn the tide in desperate situations. So his only course of action was to hide well when trouble arose and not add to his subordinates' worries. The politics attribute had two functions. First, to make him thick-skinned and cunning, and second, to teach him internal affairs management, which suited his current status and situation very well. As for charisma, his highest attribute, his achievements were entirely due to his face, which proved he was indeed quite handsome. The only thing Owen regretted was that this Lord template had no levels. To improve attributes, he had to do corresponding actions, such as fighting, practicing martial arts, reading, managing, or being narcissistic. Although troublesome, the advantage was that every bit of effort yielded a corresponding gain, and progress was visible. As long as he persevered, maxing out attributes was only a matter of time. Additionally, Owen discovered that he could gain some of an opponent's attributes by observing them for a long time. For example, with the Teutonic Knights, he acquired some of their attributes. Teutonic Knight profession, Strength 50, Intelligence 10, Charisma 30. He had no objection to the strength value, but why did they have 30 charisma even while wearing a bucket helmet? Shaking his head, Owen continued to look at the next reward. The third reward was mysticism, from Heroes of Might and Magic, his favorite game in his previous life. The world of Heroes of Might and Magic was somewhat similar to Owen's current world, and the level cap wasn't low, so mysticism didn't disappoint him. Upon using it, he felt as if he had opened a new perspective, with the mysterious side of the world continuously unfolding before him, granting him some hidden knowledge. Although mysticism transformed Owen's mental power into magic and granted him additional resistances, he didn't intend to use this ability long-term because his spirit, his will, and his worldview simply couldn't endure the mysterious side of the world for extended periods. Owen, his face a little pale, took a long time to recover. In that short period, he seemed to have gotten used to certain things and forgotten others. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't remember what he had experienced at all. The only thing he knew was that acquiring this mysterious knowledge came at a price. Currently, he wasn't strong enough, so this price felt exceptionally heavy. Fortunately, he had the system and didn't get lost in the endless mystical knowledge, and he even gained many benefits. However, Owen still decided to seal away mysticism and never use it unless absolutely necessary. Although mysticism brought Owen a considerable fright, the final town center somewhat comforted his heart. The value of the town center was not low. Even after the progress value reached 30, games like Age of Empires and Mount and Blade were fully unlocked, allowing him to exchange for any troop type or building. However, the town center's exchange cost of 30 progress points still made him hesitate. Don't forget, the slower the progress value recovers later on, the longer he would have to wait for it to recover to 30 points. The good thing was that the recovery speed of progress value from 0 to 10 became very fast. He could completely replace all the troop types in his territory with higher level ones. But there was no rush yet. If his attempt succeeded, he would never lack troop types again. Because a large population had gathered in the territory, the original village could no longer meet the demand. At Maya's suggestion, Owen formally signed a document, mobilizing a large amount of manpower and resources to begin constructing a town. This was very risky. After all, during the construction period, no work could be done. Even though the autumn harvest had been completed, working hard would increase food consumption. If they couldn't sustain themselves until the next harvest, the entire territory would collapse. The problem was when Maya showed Owen the amount of extra food expenditure, he didn't seem to care. At this, Maya understood. Clearly, her master had an additional source of supplies. Although she understood, Maya did not immediately start construction on a grand scale. Instead, she spent a lot of time examining the terrain, then drew blueprints while arranging for people to transport food and supplies from territories like Viscount Flying Dragon. Clearly, she intended to make thorough preparations before starting work. This was a considerable amount of work. Fortunately, Maya had a good assistant, Ram. In fact, Owen still hadn't fully understood Ram's purpose. He had merely assembled Ram according to the instructions. At the time, he was more excited about creating a high-end life-sized figurine. Afterwards, finding Ram's reactions not realistic enough, he tossed Ram to Maya and ignored Ram completely, a typical scoundrel's behavior. It was only through Maya's in-depth research that Ram's abilities slowly developed, not in combat, but in calculation. Ram's intelligent core seemed very basic to Owen, unable to even simulate emotions. But this didn't mean Ram's intelligent core was weak. His computer in his previous life wasn't intelligent either. Could you say the computer's functions were poor and its computational ability low? In this world, Ram's intelligent core operated faster than the combined computational ability of 10,000 shrewd merchants, more than enough to assist a territory of over 1,000 people. Maya dictated the design, and Ram precisely drew it. After some revisions, blueprints and orders were distributed. Organizing tools, leveling the ground, transporting materials, and stockpiling building materials, everything was orderly, and the entire territory operated very smoothly. The first phase was initially completed. The so-called first phase consisted of thatched huts, because the vast majority of the territory's inhabitants were serfs. Although thatched huts were simple, they were sufficient for them. Moreover, now was not the time to pursue perfection. Safely getting through this winter was the most important thing. Because Maya had divided the entire town into several areas in advance, it did not affect Owen's plan. The problem was how he would explain the sudden appearance of the town center. Unlike the previously rewarded blacksmith shop, the town center rewarded by the system this time did not require construction. It materialized directly. But such a large building appearing suddenly could not possibly be explained by working overnight. After thinking for a long time, Owen couldn't come up with a solution, nor could he find a reasonable explanation, so he simply decided not to explain, not caring what anyone thought. In the middle of the night, Owen, escorted by Teutonic knights, slipped out of the city through the underground dungeon's secret passage. Without delay, he directly materialized the town center at the location of the town center. The process of materialization was more like teleportation, but Owen knew it wasn't, because the town center had a foundation, and the building was constructed on that foundation. This couldn't be explained by teleportation. However, Owen did not delve into this, knowing it would be futile. He first toured the town center, familiarizing himself with its structure. The town center resembled a cake, 3 stories high, with each lower floor having a larger area. The largest first floor was divided into 2. The back resembled a warehouse, and the front was like a sales hall, clear at a glance, with nothing much to see. The second floor was more elaborate. Besides a public area, the remaining space was divided into single rooms like offices, with the largest one being a suite, even having an independent bathroom. Interestingly, Owen discovered that the town center's toilets had ceramic-baked drainage pipes and copper pipes for water, allowing convenient access to water from the water tower on the top. From the perspective of life convenience, this place was more suitable for living than a castle. However, considering safety, Owen dismissed that idea. The third floor was half a platform, where the water tower was placed, and the other half was a watchtower combined with a clock tower. Although the town center was good, its true function was not just the external architecture, but the attributes bestowed by the system. As long as the attributes were not cancelled by the system, even if the external building was destroyed 100 times, as long as it was rebuilt, the attributes would still be effective. Therefore, Owen did not put too much effort into this. After sending away the startled patrol team, Owen began to study the true functions of the town center. After acquiring the town center, although he couldn't directly summon farmers with food, he could spend a small amount of progress value to convert the territory's serfs into system farmers, with 1 progress value converting 5. Originally, 1 progress value could only summon 2 farmers, so this was more than double, clearly more cost-effective. The only problem was that this conversion was not without limits. First, it was limited by the number of serfs in the territory, and second, by the population cap of the town center. Currently, a level 1 town center had a population cap of only 1,000, which would only increase after upgrading. To upgrade, besides meeting the population requirement, enough system buildings also needed to be constructed. After meeting these conditions, a sum of gold and materials also needed to be prepared to upgrade the town center to level 2. Owen looked at the conditions, realizing they couldn't be met in a short time. So he put this matter aside and instead considered how to quickly utilize the town center's function, as the town center was a treasure for farming-style gameplay, and the sooner it was utilized, the better. Unfortunately, this was not an easy task, because with Owen's political stats, this problem was a bit beyond his scope. Therefore, by the time he came to his senses, he found that it was already dawn, and Maya had arrived at some point, waiting outside the door. The Teutonic Knights didn't care who you were. Without their master's command, no one could approach. Maya also had no intention of risking her life to try. In fact, her heart was already filled with curiosity. Previously, the peculiarities of her master could still be explained by some traces, but not today. Teutonic Knights, as a top-tier troop type in Age of Empires, were not weak even in this world. Moreover, judging by their uniform equipment and numbers, they were organized into units. As for their strength, their aura alone indicated they were absolutely not weak, something that could not be cultivated by great nobles with hundreds of years of heritage. Not to mention this building, even if everyone in the territory was mobilized, it could not be built overnight, because construction is not simply about having many people. "Come in," Owen, who hadn't slept all night, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and then called Maya in. The Teutonic Knights, like two iron towers, moved aside to let Maya enter, but a part of their attention remained on her. If Maya made any move that they felt would threaten their lord, they would not hesitate to cut her to pieces. "What are your orders, master?" As if sensing she was being targeted, Maya, upon entering the room, did not rashly approach her master, with whom she frequently interacted but maintained a safe distance. She didn't mention the Teutonic Knights or the building at all. Holding the work plan she had organized last night, she awaited her master's command, like an efficient secretary. "How are the serfs doing lately?" Owen forced himself to be energetic and asked Maya. Because the thatched huts were built for themselves, and the food is much better than before, they are working very hard and are very obedient. Maya usually paid attention to the serfs' condition. After all, the territory now had over 1,000 serfs, and during the day they were holding metal tools. If they truly rebelled, it would be a huge problem. "It's not enough. Tell them that before the first snow arrives, the 100 best-performing serfs will receive my grace and become the first batch of farmers in the territory. They will own their own property and land. Furthermore, this is just the beginning. Next year, during spring plowing and autumn harvest, there will also be grace quotas." Owen sorted out his somewhat chaotic thoughts and then said to Maya. Maya had no objections to this. In fact, she fully agreed. It seemed that all the wealth created by the serfs belonged to the lord, but the problem lay in their having nothing. In this state, even if they were given thatched huts and thick porridge after previously sleeping in dirt pits and gnawing on grass cakes, the boost in morale would only be temporary. Once they got used to it, they would return to their original state, unless their treatment was improved again. Farmers are different. Although they have to pay taxes and perform service, they can own their private property, and their land and houses are their own. Even if their life is poor, they will not lose hope because of it and will work diligently without supervision. At the same time, when the territory is invaded, they will fight back desperately, because once the territory falls, they will lose everything. Of course, although farmers had these benefits, the previous situation of the territory was not suitable for increasing the number of farmers because it was too poor and lacked the basic infrastructure. Now it's different. With a sufficient population, especially with the town center, there is now fertile ground for farmers to thrive. That's why Owen had this idea. Then, somewhat disjointedly, Owen expressed the ideas he had pondered all night. He then went back to eat and sleep. Maya, who had already woken up early, had to work overtime to organize and perfect the ideas her master had just proposed and inform everyone by noon. Suddenly, the entire territory was in an uproar. Upon learning of the Lord's grace, these serfs truly risked their life. They had nothing to begin with, and if there was even a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't mind exchanging their life for it. Owen did not break his promise. On the day the first snow slowly fell, under the gaze of over 1,000 serfs, 100 serfs, with hearts full of excitement and eyes brimming with tears, walked into the town center as if in a dream. Here they will handle household registration and land distribution. When they emerge again, they will no longer be lowly serfs, but masters of the land. Sitting in the main seat, watching the 100 farmers whose identities had changed, kowtow and pledge allegiance to him, Owen quietly clicked. With the consumption of 20 progress points, the mental outlook of the 100 serfs was completely refreshed. At the same time, under the influence of the town center, their physical condition would slowly recover to their prime, and they would quickly master various labor skills. Of course, this requires time, as well as a plan with sufficient food and practice. However, this would also appear more reasonable. Otherwise, if a group of emaciated serfs went in and a bunch of burly farmers came out, anyone would know there was a problem inside. Having enough time for a buffer would solve the problem. After all, people are refreshed by joyous occasions, and with a goal in life, it's very normal for their bodies to improve and for them to become more motivated. After completing their household registration, these newly minted farmers each received a hoe, a sickle, an iron pot, and a bag of grain. This was the reward from the benevolent lord and their current private property. Next was the land allocation. As for houses, they needed to build them themselves. Before they were built, they would still live in thatched huts. However, no one complained about this. Everyone was full of loyalty to the lord and looked forward to an even better life in the future. After dealing with the farmers' issues, Owen sat in the newly redecorated lord's office, stretched leisurely, picked up the coffee Maya had brought, inhaled the unique aroma created by the blend of coffee beans, milk, and cane sugar, drank it in a few gulps, and then brewed himself a pot of tea. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, half a cup of coffee in the morning plus tea for quicker invigoration. The effect was indeed good, it just made it hard to sleep at night. Taking out paper and pen, Owen began to calculate the achievements of the territory in this phase. Thanks to the accelerated recovery of progress points, even before converting these 100 farmers, Owen had already increased the number of farmers in the territory to 150. Under Maya's management, the construction speed was greatly accelerated. Most of the buildings that could be constructed at Town Center Level 1 were almost complete, and some additional buildings had been added. Currently, the territory possessed a blacksmith shop, a dock, a mill, a water wheel, a bakery, stables, a sheepfold, a cow pen, a chicken coop, and even a general store. The blacksmith shop, bakery, and stables were already in existence, so while it seemed like a lot, the overall construction work wasn't extensive. Moreover, these buildings had simple structures, requiring only wood and stone. Wood was continuously cut by the 100-plus surrendered soldiers in the forest, and stone was directly dug from the collapsed city walls. Coupled with hundreds of serfs, the construction speed was naturally not slow. Of course, having only one of some buildings is definitely not enough, such as water wheels, mills, and bakeries. More water wheels are needed to irrigate more farmland, and more mills are needed to grind harvested grain into flour that tastes better and is easier to absorb. Not to mention, 1 or 2 bakeries cannot bake enough bread to satisfy over 1,000 people. These are not urgent yet. We can gather people to continue construction next spring. Owen's focus is on the barracks and the shooting range. Just like the town center, the barracks and shooting range also possess the ability to convert. Besides training system farmers into militiamen, they can also spend more time training militiamen into a unit worth 1 progress point. This process requires no additional progress points. Unfortunately, this is the limit for farmers, and also the limit for a level 1 town center. Additionally, ordinary soldiers can also be trained into system soldiers. Owen has already tested this with the surrendered soldiers. 1 progress point can convert 2 ordinary soldiers into system soldiers. Although they are only units worth 1 progress point, it greatly reduces the consumption of progress points. He contentedly admired the achievements made during this period. Although he only provided some immature ideas and not-so-sufficient supplies, and did not even actually participate in the management and operation, he should still take credit for at least 2/3 of the success. Rounding up, all the credit was his because he was the lord and everyone else was his subordinate. If the credit wasn't his, whose could it be? Of course, Owen was quite democratic. If anyone truly had an opinion, they could completely step forward. The gallows were still empty after all. After amusing himself for a while, Owen drank a cup of tea, and while his spirits were still high, he continued to deal with the matters at hand. The newly added serfs had completely pledged their loyalty. As long as the blessings continued, these serfs and farmers would be his staunchest supporters. As for the 100-plus surrendered soldiers, they could be converted through the barracks during the winter. Then the only remaining issues were Baron Swan Corrins and Viscount Flying Dragon's wife, Dare. As the first noble to pledge allegiance to Owen, Corrins was ambitious and capable, and at the same time, unwilling to be ordinary, much like an elite man in his previous life who climbed over colleagues to get ahead. You might not like him, but you cannot deny his ability. Such a person is a disaster for colleagues, but poses no threat to Owen. After all, have you ever seen a boss afraid of his subordinates being too capable or too ambitious? Corrin's ambition and ability required a platform to be displayed, and all the rewards and glory he received came from Owen's bestowal. Therefore, as long as he still had ambition and wanted to climb higher, he would only sink deeper and deeper, never escaping Owen's grasp his entire life. After all, no working man could resist the temptation of promotion, a raise, and becoming a manager. Thus, the only problem he currently faced was Viscount Flying Dragon's wife, Dare. This woman, upon first meeting, reminded Owen of many unmentionable comics he had seen in his previous life, because such an unscientific figure simply couldn't appear in reality, not even with plastic surgery, lacking a natural sense of beauty. To what extent was the golden-haired, blue-eyed Lady Dare's figure exaggerated? Standing face to face, their lips were still a foot apart. Standing back to back, the gap between them was wide enough for a dog to jump through. For the first time, Owen felt a fear of exposing his shortcomings. After all, he was just an ordinary human. He was missing the donkey part of the saying Pan Xian, Deng Zaiolv, a Chinese idiom implying prowess. Of course, the problem didn't stem from Owen's slight ulterior motives, nor was it a matter of his ability being willing, but unable. Rather, Maya had confirmed that the other party possessed a witch's bloodline. As the head maid of the Countess who had a special interest, Maya had handled at least 800, if not 1,000, women, ranging from different ages to different races, from different body types to different hair colors. She was well-traveled and knowledgeable, and had even physically examined more than one witch, so she recognized her immediately. There were many types of spellcasters in this world, and while mages were currently the mainstream, they were not the only ones. The reason mages were mainstream was that the profession was more widespread. As long as you were smart enough and studied diligently for 10 or 20 years, you could always cast a few cantrips. Even if they weren't very practical, with a clever mind and accumulated knowledge, it was no problem to become a noble consultant. Not to mention, a few archmages possessed terrifying city-destroying power, so the status of mages was very stable. Next were sorcerers and warlocks. Their spellcasting ability did not come from learning and mastering mysterious knowledge, but rather from their own magical bloodline. Simply put, they relied on natural talent. Although both relied on bloodlines for their abilities, sorcerers and warlocks were very different. The biggest distinction was that a sorcerer's bloodline was dominant. The biggest advantage of a dominant bloodline was that it was easy to activate. Perhaps a surge of desire for the opposite sex during puberty could trigger a magical riot within the body, thereby awakening them as a sorcerer. Although such an awakening might not be entirely proper, an awakening is an awakening, a progression from mortal to spellcaster, and extremely precious. The problem is that a sorcerer's magic is very active and easily influenced by emotions, and emotions, in turn, are easily influenced by magic. This leads to sorcerers having flamboyant personalities, liking to act ostentatiously, and lacking rational thought. What are you looking at? What if I am? Sorcerers are the ones who can be eating barbecue by the roadside and still pick up a beer bottle to fight. In contrast, warlocks are more silent and obscure, because their bloodlines are recessive, and their magic is difficult to detect and use. Yet they also have some peculiar traits that make them difficult for ordinary people to accept, often suffering ostracization and persecution. And once they fall into extreme emotions, their latent magic will erupt. This is not a good thing, because negative emotions can only attract negative energy, which in turn contaminates the magic produced by their bloodline, and then affects themselves, making them increasingly extreme and twisted. Witches, especially, are more susceptible to persecution and have even more extreme emotions, so witches have a very bad reputation. Yet they lack the ability to protect themselves, leading to countless tragedies. Unfortunately, Viscount Flying Dragon's wife, Dare, was a witch, and she was in the critical period of her magical awakening. Therefore, her emotions could not fluctuate too much, and she could not have too many negative emotions. Otherwise, once her magic was contaminated, her entire personality would become extreme. At that time, Owen, who had the enmity of killing her husband, would have a hard time, and just her curses would be enough to give him a headache. Fortunately, precisely because of this reason, although Dare was already married to Viscount Flying Dragon, they had no physical intimacy. This was because Viscount Flying Dragon pursued perfection, and only when Dare's magic stabilized would their offspring be more outstanding. This was more important than life itself to Viscount Flying Dragon, who had been driven away due to bloodline degradation. Otherwise, facing a beauty like Dare, any man would find it hard to resist. Of course, Viscount Flying Dragon also endured great hardship, so he usually avoided seeing her as much as possible, let alone intimate acts. Therefore, Dare didn't have much affection for Viscount Flying Dragon. They were more like nominal spouses. Somehow, after learning this, Owen secretly rejoiced for a long time. Perhaps this way, he wouldn't be considered a cow thief, a term for someone who steals another's wife. But Dare's problem remained a hidden danger. After all, many people with depression show no outward signs. What if she was someone who kept everything bottled up, and he wouldn't know until she turned dark one day? Owen had a headache over this, because a witch's methods were too secretive and difficult to resist. A sorcerer's magic is very active, so they are good at explosive power and possess astonishing destructive force. They are loyal supporters of the Five Fireball sect. For them, there is nothing a fireball cannot solve, and if there is, it means your fireball is not big enough. A warlock's magic is more subtle, often requiring complex rituals and various materials to guide it to function. Therefore, warlocks are mostly skilled in potions, as well as transformation and curse spells. Being poisoned, being turned into a pig, being cursed, Owen could not accept any of these, so he opened the system and found a certain game. Thanks to the extraordinary popularity of the Harry Potter series in his previous life, in addition to movies, various games also emerged endlessly. In Owen's view, the wizards in the Harry Potter world are very consistent with this world's definition of wizards, and although the upper limit is not high, the breadth is good, and it is very suitable for the farming genre. For example, if he transforms the castle into a magical castle similar to Hogwarts, he thinks it would be very interesting. Moreover, due to mysticism, Owen possesses magic power and the basic ability to learn magic. However, his 12 points of intelligence attribute give him 120 points of magic power. He is not sure whether this value is high or low, but this does not prevent him from immediately exchanging for Hogwarts 1st to 7th year textbooks, as well as work robes, pointed hats, protective gloves, cloaks, a cauldron, a set of small crystal potion bottles, a telescope, a brass scale, and most importantly, a wand. Owen did not choose the wand used by the protagonist, nor did he choose the most powerful Elder Wand, but a standard wand used by students. A standard wand has no special attributes, its only attribute is stable output. However, for beginners, stability is the most important thing. What's more, a standard wand without special attribute bonuses allows Owen to better observe and learn various spells without deviations caused by the wand's attributes. In addition, Owen chose the Hogwarts magic system as an entry point for the magic profession for a reason. It's simple enough to get started. A group of elementary school students, after being taught by professors, can cast spells and brew potions in their first semester. It's clear how simple the entry is. It's practically enough to just have magic power. Owen isn't particularly clever, but at least his intelligence is normal, and Puppet Master brought him powerful mental strength, while mysticism brought him stable magic power. The only thing he lacked was the means and methods to release magic power, and Hogwarts spellcasting conditions are famously simple. Agumenti, Owen held his wand, flicked and pointed it lightly. A thin stream of water was released from the tip of the wand. The process was very smooth, without any branching. The round and powerful stream of water drew a beautiful arc and landed steadily, quickly eroding a small pit in the ground. Perfect! After stopping the magic power output, the last few drops of water dripped from the wand tip. Owen took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, proud of successfully casting a spell for the first time. At least his feet weren't wet. Regardless of the effect, he at least successfully and stably cast a spell once. The entire process had no errors, which was good. After all, he didn't have a professor to teach him. Of course, to achieve this, in addition to his own efforts, this standard wand also played an indispensable role. Standard wands are specifically designed for students. Stability is the only requirement. After all, students' magic power is unstable due to their growth period and often erupts due to emotional loss of control. If not restricted, Hogwarts would probably have several unfortunate students die each year. Moreover, because many students consistently use standard wands, many still choose not to replace them even after adulthood. After all, a stable and durable standard wand is very convenient for daily life, and there's no need to worry about breaking anything. Of course, in addition to standard wands, there are also reinforced wands and dark wands. The former are powerful wands specifically for aurors, and the latter are wands used by dark wizards that enhance dark magic. Above that are the special wands used by several protagonists, which are expensive and not practical. After all, the magic in the Harry Potter series is not known for its power, so high quality does not necessarily mean great power. After finding the knack for casting spells, Owen successfully mastered many simple spells over the next period of time. To be honest, magic is really interesting. If not for his reluctance to give up the wonderful prospects of puppet master, Owen would really want to completely abandon this profession and focus all his energy on magic. However, the puppet master profession is also not weak. It brought Owen considerable advantages in the early stages, especially the existence of mental strength, which is practically like cheating. Wizards in Harry Potter often need to rely on emotions to drive magic. Spells and wands are all used to guide magic power, simply because their mental strength is not strong enough. Only a few wizards master wandless and nonverbal casting, the reason being their stronger mental strength and greater familiarity with magic. Owen, however, doesn't have these troubles, because the powerful mental strength of a puppet master can even perform nano-level operations, even if he doesn't have such powerful mental strength now. Using it in magic learning still yields twice the results with half the effort, so learning puppetry is not a waste of time and energy for him. During this time, Owen has been diligently studying magic, but exchanging textbooks and practicing magic doesn't consume much progress value. After all, he didn't think of rashly brewing potions, so he used his accumulated progress value to exchange for some items, the largest of which was the herb greenhouse located behind the castle, which is also preparation for future potion brewing. Hogwarts potions are really insane. Colds and fevers are out of the question. Being a bloody mess from a fall is considered a minor injury. Being able to recover from having bones removed is a bit unreasonable. In any case, Owen definitely won't give up on Hogwarts potions. As the place where Hogwarts cultivates herbs, this greenhouse is not that simple. Or rather, no building at Hogwarts is that simple, but the herb greenhouse is more dangerous. As for how dangerous, it's probably not much inferior to the Forbidden Forest. After all, some magical herbs can be deadly just from their scent, not to mention terrifying herbs like mandrakes whose scream alone can kill many. So Owen did not exchange for a complete herb greenhouse. He couldn't afford it either. With the framework in place, Owen then used the Super Farm's abilities to add soil and spring water that accelerate plant growth, and prepared many seeds. The only thing lacking now is a qualified worker. Feeling that it was almost time, Owen prepared an introduction to spells, a comprehensive book of everyday spells, a book on herbology, and a standard wand, then asked Maya to bring Dayer. Compared to Corrins, who lived in town and twaled daily, Dayer had been living in the castle since the day she arrived. However, neither Corrins nor Maya found anything amiss with this. Clearly, in their understanding, Dayer was not an independent person, but Owen's spoils of war. As for how this spoil of war was placed or used, it all depended on the Lord's preference. Unfortunately, after learning from Maya that Dayer possessed the bloodline of a witch, Owen had no choice but to be a gentleman, and it seemed he would have to continue doing so for a while. After all, the witch's bloodline itself is unstable, and he didn't want to be the one to draw hatred. So, although Dayer was not allowed to leave the castle, her treatment was not bad. Despite continuous renovations, the castle still exuded an ancient aura, but its interior was gradually being perfected, making it more suitable for living. Especially after independent bathrooms were installed in the main rooms, the comfort greatly increased. Not to mention the furniture and supplies Owen specifically exchanged from the game. The standard of life was not inferior to any ordinary noble family in the empire, and even surpassed that of most minor nobles, so living here was definitely not a hardship. Every morning after getting up from her silk and goose-down bed, Dayer would take a hot shower, then diligently care for her skin, usually opting for jasmine essential oil, and then spend the day with a full and vibrant spirit. Because of her bloodline, Dayer was naturally beautiful, but she understood that her appearance and figure were her only bargaining chips at the moment, allowing no room for carelessness. Therefore, she often spent a lot of time on her upkeep. Fortunately, the master here was very generous, providing many precious skincare products. Her foundation was already excellent, and after meticulous care, she was even more radiant and bright, with shining golden hair and skin like white porcelain. She looked as if she was glowing. Dressed in an off-the-shoulder white gauze dress, she was simply like a goddess descended to the human world, making any man who saw her unable to resist a special urge, an urge to personally shatter her perfect facade. Simply put, it was to make her kneel and sing conquer, as men, after all, only have such thoughts. Just as Dare finished her daily beauty routine and picked up a book to pass the time, a knock sounded at the door. When Dare saw that it was Maya who pushed the door open and entered, she knew that the time to decide her fate had arrived. Being granted freedom was something Dare dared not even dream of. She also did not dare to ask for freedom, because she knew very well that once she gained freedom, it meant she would completely lose protection, and her fate would be even more cruel than death. When she was very young, Dare's father had taken her to see how female slaves suffered. She did not want to live that kind of life for even a day, so she had never thought about obtaining so-called freedom. Even because she had been married once before, she had never thought of rising through her looks. Now, she was willing to use herself as a bargaining chip, just to exchange for a peaceful life, even if it meant being a canary in a cage. For a canary, although there is sunshine and forests outside the cage, and it can fly freely, there are also eagles and hunters outside. After a brief period of freedom and happiness, what awaits is the cruel wilderness. Dare, who had always been well protected, did not need to take risks, nor did she want to. Passing her life peacefully like her mother was her only hope, and all she needed to do was to capture a man who could provide her with protection. For this, she only needed to offer her body and loyalty. Maya understood Dare's mindset perfectly. This was a typical minor noble's education method, cultivating qualified canaries to present to higher-ranking nobles for appreciation, thereby gaining favor and benefits. To avoid any mishaps, the canaries cultivated naturally could not possess ambition or aggression. They had to be gentle and obedient. After all, although weapons could not be carried at certain times, a person's teeth could still be lethally damaging at specific moments. Dare was clearly a carefully cultivated canary, so Maya did not dissuade Owen from some of his ideas, as she considered it a very normal thing. In fact, if not for the poor conditions in the north, she would have already begun to cultivate more attendants for her master. "Lady Dare, the master has summoned you. Please follow me." Maya did not change her address for Dare, still calling her lady, because she keenly perceived that the master had an extra fondness for this title, and so she always used it. All right, Dare had always been prepared, so she merely adjusted her shoulder straps, making her two hemispheres appear even more rounded, then swayed her hips as she followed behind Maya. Maya was already plump enough, with an absolutely top-tier figure, yet Dare's figure far surpassed hers, reaching an unscientific degree. After all, a witch's bloodline always had some special aspects. Hers was considered good, as it merely increased her attraction to males. As long as she had someone to protect her, she wouldn't end up as the queen of an adult comic. "Lady Dare, starting today, you will learn from me how to become a qualified witch." Owen, who only mastered a few simple spells, said with a great show of pretense, simultaneously demonstrating a fluorescent sparkle. Dare greets teacher. Before the fluorescent light even appeared, Dare obediently lifted her skirt with both hands and bowed. Owen immediately gasped for air. He had seen an inverted bell, but this inverted basketball was his first time, truly an eye-opener. "Relax, don't be nervous. Let's sit there and begin today's lesson." Composing himself, Owen feigned a relaxed demeanor and pointed to the side, saying, In the study there was a sofa, wide and long, larger than a single bed, covered with thick, soft cushions. It was very comfortable to sit on and absorbed impact very well. Owen had personally tested it. Now he sat on it with a basketball on one side, and on one side was Dare, and on the other was Maya, beginning the lesson with a clear mind. Owen did not ask Maya to leave. Firstly, he was afraid of problems arising if he was alone with Dare. Secondly, he felt that Maya should also possess a special bloodline, but whether it was too diluted or too deeply hidden, his perception wasn't very clear, so he planned to teach them both. To say teach was more like reading verbatim from a book. Owen dared not offer his own learning experience, as he was by no means a smart person. If he truly took himself seriously and taught based on his own assumptions as truth, it would be troublesome if he led two smart people astray, as he hadn't yet exchanged for the I think power and couldn't make things true just by saying them, so he simply read. However, the three sitting together were a bit crowded, a bit soft, and a bit bouncy. Owen subtly lowered the book. There was a stand, and then, to distract himself, he read aloud while checking the attributes of the two women. Name Maya, age 38, profession head maid. Leadership 40, martial prowess 40 intelligence, 65 politics, 60 charm, 70 specialty, management, always able to organize chaotic affairs in an orderly manner. Name Dyer, age 22, profession, witch. Leadership 5 martial prowess, 5 intelligence, 20 politics, 5 charm, 80. Specialty witch bloodline plus 10, potion plus 5, transformation plus 3, curse plus 1, summoning plus 1. Although it wasn't his first time seeing their attributes, Owen still couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps only he was normal. Maya's intelligence, politics, and charm values, reaching 60 or 70, he could understand, as her abilities were evident. But why were her leadership and martial prowess also 40? Didn't this mean that if Maya got serious, she could beat him easily? No wonder he always lost in their sparring, and ended up with a sore back. However, according to intelligence equals magic power, Dayer's future magic power value was not optimistic. It was a pity that Maya did not possess a special bloodline as he had thought, thus wasting such high intelligence attributes. But Owen always felt that something was amiss, but unfortunately, his Lord template was somewhat unsuited to the environment, and he could only see this many attributes. Owen quickly found he couldn't read anymore, as the basketball kept hitting and jostling him, making his mind wander. Also, the bookshelf was too straight and the books too hard, making it uncomfortable for him to read. So after crossing his legs, he simply had Dayer fetch the items prepared for her on the desk, then asked Ram to take her to the greenhouse, which would be her future workplace. As soon as Dayer left, Owen eagerly pulled Maya to test the sofa's elasticity. This time, he wanted to try how much 300 consecutive heavy impacts would affect the cushion's resilience. Dayer, walking out the door, naturally knew what would happen next. Although she wanted to seize the opportunity to join in and secure a long-term, stable meal ticket, the wand in her hand was equally captivating. Look at it, long, hard, and with a bit of elasticity, stirring her inner turmoil. The magic, which was only a thin membrane away from erupting, seemed to have found its conduit, eager to burst forth, giving her an urge to release it on the spot. Madam Dayer, please follow me to the greenhouse. Because Dayer was still in a daze, Ram, responsible for leading the way, tilted her head and reminded her. Okay, please lead the way. Dayer hastily put away the wand in her hand, then hugged the book and followed behind the exquisitely crafted puppet. Dayer had seen puppets when she was with her family, but those ironwood puppets were clumsy and ugly, completely incomparable to the lifelike puppet before her. Compared to the meticulous renovations inside the castle, the exterior remained largely unchanged. However, the back garden, which had long been eroded by time, had undergone a dramatic transformation without her noticing. The previously barren open space had been replaced by a crystal-like building. Dayer was so shocked when she saw it that she couldn't speak. Glass existed in this world. After all, glass was merely melted sand. With the power of magic, it had long been discovered. As for removing impurities, for mages and alchemists, it was just a matter of a bit of research. If not for the idea of monopoly glass manufacturing, which could only come from mages and alchemists, would probably have already become widespread. Even so, many alchemists specialized in making various glass products. Although still expensive, at least most nobles could afford them. But to use such highly transparent, large area, and numerous pieces of glass to build a dreamlike greenhouse was still an extremely luxurious endeavor. Even if some nobles would build gardens that bloomed all year round with glass, the area would not be this large. It was like a crystal palace. Thinking that she would be working here, Dayer couldn't help but get excited. The planting work, which she had initially resisted, now seemed acceptable. Madam Dayer, these are the guardians of the greenhouse. Please remember to water and fertilize them. This will make them happy, Ram said to Dayer, pointing to several strange plants in front of the greenhouse door. These plants are really strange. Dayer had never seen such peculiar plants before. And why would these plants be the guardians of the greenhouse? Were they poisonous? Dayer suddenly gasped, covering her mouth, and instinctively took a step back. Because her movement was too large, her bosom surged quite a bit, but unfortunately, only Ram was present. These plants actually have eyes and mouths. Dayer pointed forward with one hand and pulled Ram with the other, saying in disbelief. Madam Dayer, these are the guardians of the greenhouse. Please remember to water and fertilize them. This will make them happy, Ram repeated, clearly indicating that her intelligent core was only slightly better than a basic AI, so when faced with Dayer's question, she chose to repeat her previous statement. Carefully following Ram into the greenhouse, Dayer then completely forgot about what had just happened, because it was simply too beautiful here. In the movies, Hogwarts's greenhouse was not extensively shown. Even the occasional classroom scenes were cramped within a single glass house, which was actually for teaching convenience. The interior of the greenhouse was much larger than it appeared from the outside, just like Dare herself, unscientifically large. However, this was not surprising. Hogwarts's magic was peculiar, in some aspects powerfully unreasonable, such as spatial expansion. The inside of a briefcase could expand to resemble a small nature reserve, which shows how abnormal it was, let alone a greenhouse. If one wished, it could even hold an entire forest. Although Owen had only opened a small part of the greenhouse, the area was still enormous, and the lighting, temperature, and humidity inside could all be adjusted. Owen had previously adjusted it to the most suitable environment for plant growth, which was the season of blooming flowers. Coupled with the soil and spring water from the super farm, the seeds he had casually sown had already grown. Walking in here felt as wonderful as being in a forest. Madam Dare, this is your workplace. Please plant according to the herbal manual. I wish you a pleasant work experience. Ram nodded at Dare, who was still in shock, then turned and left the greenhouse. This is truly incredible. Dare covered her chest, her mouth slightly agape, saying in disbelief. In reality, her gesture was not very effective. Her hands were a bit far from her heart, unable to soothe her rapidly beating heart due to shock, so she should have put her hand on her back, which was closer. Dare quickly adjusted. She felt as if she had returned to the small woods of her hometown. It wasn't large, but the scenery was beautiful. If she felt troubled, she would go for a walk there, and her mood would always improve. She had been in this bitter, cold Northland for 2 years and had almost forgotten that place. She never expected to find that feeling again in this castle. Suddenly, Dare realized that coming here was clearly a good thing. Otherwise, even if she became Viscount Flying Dragon's wife, what good would it do? She would still be shivering in the cold wind. In a pleasant mood, Dare discovered 2 tree houses in the greenhouse. They were very beautiful, one for preparing herbs and one for storing books. However, they were currently empty, awaiting her to fill them. When Ram returned to the study, Maya had already tidied her clothes. Owen was lying on his back, his eyes vacant, like a salted fish, clearly indicating that his ambitious test had ended in failure. "Oh right, take this book and this headband. You can ask me if you don't understand anything." Owen raised his hand, intending to rub his nose, but gave up. Then he took out the already prepared items from the drawer, the mental meditation method and the mental power headband. Dare had only been here for a few days and had already received extraordinary knowledge from him. Maya had worked tirelessly for him for 2 years, day and night. He felt guilty not giving her some benefits, as he wasn't a heartless person, nor was he a scoundrel who would abandon someone after using them. Moreover, as his territory and personal strength grew, his previously anxious and uneasy heart had calmed down a lot. Looking back, his caution towards Maya now seemed somewhat ridiculous. Although Owen wouldn't completely let down his guard because of this, he also wouldn't overreact, as all unease stemmed from one's own weakness. So Owen gave Maya the mental meditation method, believing she would be able to make better use of it. In fact, the rewards for Maya didn't stop there. It was just a conjecture for now, and it would require more time and experimentation to verify. Winter arrived, and urged by a thick blanket of white snow, the territory once again fell into tranquility. The heavy snow covered all activities, with only the wisps of cooking smoke and Owen remaining busy. After exposing the goblins and the wooden fortress in the Demon Horn Forest, Owen had a sense of urgency. Besides strengthening the power of the former 2, he was also eager to create more trump cards, more bases, and more troops. So, when he had a rare moment of time and sufficient progress points, he focused his energy on building the underground city. Below the original underground city secret chamber, Owen planned to exchange for underground city secret passages, underground city hidden doors, underground city traps, underground city secret chambers, and underground city palaces. It was like playing with building blocks, constructing a 3-story underground city beneath the castle according to his own ideas. This was definitely a major project. According to Owen's vision, the first floor of the underground city would be built as a labyrinth, with classic monsters as guards. The second floor would serve as a production and planting area, as the underground city also needed to be self-sufficient. The third floor would be the location of the Demon Lord's palace and barracks. It was quite an odd idea to build an underground city beneath the underground city secret chamber, which was already beneath the castle's cellar. It was like an ancient millefeuille, but it would definitely be unexpected. In fact, if possible, Owen wanted to build a subterranean city even further below the underground city, complete with a sprawling subway system, completely achieving the mille-feuille accomplishment. But thinking about these things now was useless. He would only consider them when the progress point's limit broke through 50. The current underground city was still just a crude drawing Owen had sketched on a whim. To fully materialize it, even if all progress points were used here, it would take several years. However, Owen was not particularly anxious. Building a city from scratch was not that simple. There were many aspects to consider. So besides expanding the original underground city secret chamber, he began constructing the first floor of the underground city, which was essentially an expansion of the castle's original underground city secret passages, making them more extensive and also serving as a labyrinth. During this time, Owen had been busy building the underground city secret passages because he hadn't spent time on more detailed blueprints, which often led him to improvise. Consequently, he predictably got lost. It seems I need to prepare some guards and servants for the underground city, at least to lead me out when I get lost, Owen said helplessly, wiping off the sweat he had worked up from getting lost, after successfully returning by exchanging for an underground city secret passage. In his previous life, his sense of direction wasn't great. Familiar places were fine, but if he went a little further, he would definitely get lost. He just didn't expect it to be the same in this life. Fortunately, he lived in the open Northland, where he could use a compass to find his way. But who would have thought he'd build an underground city labyrinth beneath his own castle and successfully get lost? No one else could manage that. This strengthened Owen's idea of preparing servants and guards for the underground city, because he couldn't rely on exchanging for an underground city secret passage every time he got lost. Now he summoned one of 4 types of monsters randomly each day. The goblins and demon sheep were sent to the goblin general, who was attempting to train a troop of goblin demon sheep cavalry. For this, Owen even specially prepared some equipment for him. Currently, only poisonous snakes and slimes remained in the castle. They roamed the underground city secret passages all day, catching rats and insects in the castle, and clearing dust from neglected corners, keeping the castle clean and tidy. But as guards and servants, they were a bit lacking. Owen needed something bigger and smarter. Actually, goblins were not bad, but they were too ugly, which was why he sent all the goblins to the Demon Horn Forest, out of sight, out of mind. Owen, back in the underground city secret chamber, went to the life area to shower and change clothes, then placed his kettle on the torch tree stump, waiting for the water to boil. The underground city secret chamber was originally only a place for Owen to create puppets. Later, because the synthesis furnace was placed there, it became much more crowded, so he expanded it again. However, because he was building the underground city, the expansion did not go downwards, but rather expanded the area to 600 square meters on the existing foundation, dividing it into 3 major areas. Besides the work area and synthesis area, there was also a more complete life area. Because he often stayed inside for several days at a time, Owen put a lot of effort into building the life area. Besides the sleeping, bathing, and resting areas, he also allocated half of the space to build a small garden to improve the environment of the underground city secret chamber. In fact, if he had enough food and a computer with internet access, Owen could stay here for half a year straight. Unfortunately, there was no internet in this world, so Owen could only find ways to pass the time himself. Owen, refreshed, sat in front of his workbench with a cup of coffee, deep in thought. Feeling his foot touched, he looked down to see a slime. He casually picked up the volleyball-sized slime and played with it in his hand. Although this peculiar creature was a type of monster, its texture was excellent, very bouncy and squishy, making it very stress-relieving to squeeze. It was also warm in winter and cool in summer, if only it were bigger. Without knowing what he was thinking, Owen suddenly had the idea to exchange for an intelligent core for a puppet. After setting up the intelligent template, he fused it with a slime in the synthesis furnace and miraculously obtained a slime maid. The slime maid was about 1.6 meters tall, looking like a maid figurine made of jelly, semi-transparent, and very bouncy to the touch. Because she had no bones, she couldn't walk on 2 legs and could only wriggle, but her speed wasn't too slow. Because her essence was slime, the slime maid had the ability to shapeshift. You could personally knead her into any shape you desired, completely satisfying some unspoken little thoughts in your heart. Unfortunately, the slime's bodily fluid was acidic and quite corrosive. Whether it was small captured prey or clean debris, it could be decomposed after a period of time. This limited the play of Owen's imagination and at the same time preserved his dwindling moral bottom line. After all, monster girls are simply amazing. Due to her special physique, the slime was immune to most physical attacks, but lacked offensive means, having only two ways: engulfing prey until it dissolved and spitting acid. However, as long as the appearance was high enough, Owen didn't care about this flaw at all, so he made quite a few. Besides the underground city secret chamber and the underground city labyrinth, he also planned to place some in the castle. The slime maid's intelligence was not very high, but simple tasks like cleaning, serving tea and water, greeting guests, and leading the way were no problem, as the fused intelligent core was not fused for nothing. After solving the problem of servants with slimes, Owen's thinking was completely opened up. Besides servants and guards, the first-floor labyrinth of the underground city, currently under construction, still had many shortcomings, such as insufficient light, stale air, low temperature, poor decoration, and an undesirable environment. Looking up at the small garden in the life area, Owen found a solution. Opening the Plants vs. Zombies almanac, he redeemed lantern grass to use as wall lamps, replacing the glowing moss and ghost fire torches in the dungeon structures. Additionally, Owen planned to build a small garden every so often in the maze to improve the terrible environment of the dungeon maze. The core of the small garden was a fountain, surrounded by greenery, because there were sunflowers that could generate sunlight and sunshrooms that could release sunlight. There was no need to worry about plant growth. However, due to persistence carried over from his previous life, seeing a piece of land only growing grass felt like a waste, so Owen simply redeemed many seeds from the super farm. He planned to plant a type of fruit or vegetable in each garden, which would not only serve as a marker to avoid getting lost, but also meet the castle's needs all year round. For guards, pea shooters, and other plants were temporarily used. Although plants could not move, positional warfare was their forte, and besides, there were no enemies in the dungeon currently, so it was sufficient. Bringing the slime maid, Owen returned to the castle. Because the castle's ceiling had improved, coupled with the torchwood in the corners, the internal temperature was maintained at a cool but not freezing level. However, it was still not comfortable, so Maya usually worked in the greenhouse. Dare dared not have the slightest objection to this. Instead, she served tea and water, and baked small biscuits every day to show respect to the territory's chief steward. Owen strolled through the castle with the slime maid. On both sides of the corridor were beautiful porcelain and oil paintings, as well as exquisite weapons, shields, and ornate full armor of knights. The enlarged windows were inlaid with large panes of glass, allowing the slightly dim winter sunlight to shine in, draping these decorations in a veil of time and bringing a greater sense of historical depth. These items were all carefully selected by Owen from the game. Even in the Empire, they would be presentable. However, the progress points required for redemption were not much, and he had redeemed many similar things to enrich the castle's heritage. Arriving at the greenhouse, Dare was using cooking magic. As her wand waved, ingredients and kitchen utensils danced flexibly in the air, without any collision between them, clearly indicating that her talent as a witch had gradually been developed by Hogwarts magic. Looking closely, Dare's attributes appeared. Name: Dare, age 22, profession, witch, mana 280/300. Leadership 5, might 5, intelligence 30, politics 5, charm 85. Specialties: witch bloodline 10, potions +5, transfiguration +3, curses +1, summons +1. Her intelligence attribute increased by 10 points in one go, and her already outstanding charm attribute also increased by 5 points. Most importantly, her mana finally appeared. Even without the aid of a wand, Dare could still use a witch's magic. However, compared to a witch's magic, which required complex rituals and potions, and strong, targeted emotions to release, simply waving a wand elegantly to achieve the desired result clearly suited Dare's aesthetic and preferences more. So let the evil magic of witches go to hell. Elegance is eternity's beauty. Master, freshly baked blueberry biscuits and perfectly warm milk tea. Would you like to try some? Seeing Owen enter, Dare's eyes immediately lit up. She approached with a plate of blueberry biscuits and milk tea, asking with a bright smile, "Give me a cup of milk tea." Also, you've changed quite a bit. It seems you're doing well here. Owen's gaze instinctively dropped to look, and indeed, it was quite a bit, so he swallowed and said to Dare, "Yes, master, this is all master's grace." Dare at some point began calling Owen master just like Maya. This also meant she had completely accepted her current life and identity, because compared to her previous life, she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Moreover, Master had resolved the hidden danger of her witch bloodline. She had heard that if a witch's bloodline went out of control, it would twist her body, making her uglier and more like a monster. Therefore, Dare's original obedience to Owen was merely due to the disparity in their strength and status, but now it was entirely willing. Owen, of course, would not correct this address. After drinking a cup of milk tea, he asked Dare to take him to where Maya worked. Walking along the path in the greenhouse, Owen found it to be very well maintained. Some herbs had already been planted and were now growing vigorously. They would be ready for harvest soon. For this, Dare had recently been diligently studying potion making. Fortunately, witches were naturally skilled at potion making, and Dare's talent in this area was not low, so progress was encouraging. Soon, Owen would be able to obtain batches of Wiggenweld potion. Currently, one of the 2 rooms in the greenhouse was occupied by Maya, transformed into her study. She would usually handle territory affairs here, while Dare, who had nothing to do all day except plant flowers and pull weeds, became her exclusive maid. It seemed she had been taught very well. Her clothes also leaned towards a maid outfit, and a low-cut one at that. It seemed Maya was very clear about his preferences. Owen glanced at the bouncing big white rabbit as Dare walked, maintaining a calm expression but inwardly giving Maya a thumbs up. He was becoming increasingly reliant on this capable head maid. Opening the door, he immediately saw Maya diligently handling official business behind the desk, wearing the mental power headband Owen had given her. This allowed her to concentrate better and work more efficiently. This metal headband did not diminish Maya's beauty. Instead, it brought a unique aesthetic. However, under the light of the lantern grass, Owen noticed faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Just as he was lamenting how time spares no one, a sound nearby caught Owen's attention. It was Ram. This mechanical puppet maid, whom he had rarely used, was tidying the bookshelves on both sides of the room according to Maya's orders. Many of the books on them were given to her by Owen. Some were novels and travelogues to pass the time, but more were professional books on management, economics, psychology, architecture, and so on. These hefty tomes were translated by Owen through the system into the local language of this world, but he still couldn't bring himself to read them, even knowing that learning them would have a huge impact on territory management. After redeeming them, they had always sat on the study's bookshelf as decorations. Upon discovering Maya's interest in these books, he simply gave them all to her. "Master." Maya noticed someone enter, looked up, and seeing it was Owen, immediately put down her quill, stood up, and walked from behind the desk to bow. Only then did she turn her gaze to the slime maid at the very back, because she knew that Master's visit this time was very likely for these strange maids. In fact, Dare was also very interested in the jelly-like slime maid and was secretly poking her with her finger, which completely contradicted her mature appearance, but it was quite cute nonetheless. When one has no worries about food and clothing and doesn't need to fret about life, a clumsy yet adorable maid is a joy of life. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, Owen was qualified to enjoy these joys of life. These are slime maids. Although their intelligence isn't very high, they're perfectly capable of doing chores. I brought some out so you can decide where to put them. Owen sat on a nearby sofa, comfortably taking a sip of the milk tea Dare had served. It was rich and fragrant, tasting quite good, though a bit too sweet. Maya, wearing the psychic headband Owen had bestowed upon her, keenly sensed through her expanded psychic power that these strange-looking slime maids were a type of puppet, but not entirely so. They were clearly her master's latest creation, so she nodded, feeling quite satisfied. The castle's area was not small. If it weren't for the vipers and slimes clearing out mice and dust, Maya would have to spend a lot of time cleaning every day. At the same time, she also needed to prepare 3 meals a day for her master, attend to his food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and also handle the territory's affairs. Things were much better now. Shire, who no longer resembled a maid, was responsible for the castle's defenses. Dare's cooking was excellent, so she handled the 3 daily meals. And now, with the slime maids to take care of chores, Maya was much more relaxed. In fact, Owen also had these considerations. Although Maya was somewhat special, she was nearly 40, and her energy and physical strength were declining. Moreover, the territory's affairs would become increasingly complex in the future. If she were still to be distracted by these daily chores, it would be a losing proposition. Additionally, Owen had also been searching for ways to enhance himself. Currently, there were 2 methods. One was professional enhancement, and the other was bloodline enhancement. For example, Shire, who integrated the Templar Knight template, and he, who integrated the puppet master profession, both belonged to the first type of enhancement. This type of enhancement had minor hidden dangers, but its drawback was that it relied more on one's basic abilities. If one's own capabilities were insufficient, even integrating a powerful profession would not yield much effect. The second type could be described as a leap to the heavens. As long as one gathered the courage to enter a synthesis furnace with a monster, if they didn't die, they would definitely become stronger, and the lifespan of monsters was incomparable to that of humans. The problem was that the success rate of the synthesis furnace applied to monsters. Humans had never actually tried it, so who knew what the consequences would be? What if one turned into a monster? Wouldn't that be fatal? This thing only handled synthesis, not separation. If not for these concerns, Owen would have long since used any means necessary to strengthen himself. With the current progress value, there were quite a few things he could utilize, such as the T-virus. If he were to undergo a reckless enhancement without considering the consequences, he wouldn't dare say he could single-handedly beat Shire, but he would certainly completely overwhelm ordinary people. However, Owen always suppressed his impulses because he was unsure if the system's enhancements to himself were infinite or if they were compatible with everything. This was very important. What if he enhanced a bloodline that was very powerful in the early stages but became a burden later on, preventing him from enhancing more promising bloodlines in the later stages? Wouldn't that be a case of losing a lot for a little gain? For example, Wolverine was definitely a powerful bloodline in the early stages, but in the later stages, he was just a meat shield. What if bloodline conflicts prevented him from enhancing bloodlines like Superman? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Even if forced integration occurred, what if it mutated? Not all mutations were beneficial, and not all evolutions were good. Therefore, Owen was very cautious about his self-enhancement. His first choice, Puppet Master, was precisely because the main enhancement attribute of a puppet master was mental power. As long as he didn't intend to leave the biological realm, mental power would only benefit any future enhancements he underwent, with no drawbacks. As for learning Hogwarts magic, this was not considered a physical enhancement, but merely a more effective utilization of one's own magic power. However, he could wait, but Maya probably couldn't wait much longer. Although humans in this world had good physical fitness, their lifespans hadn't significantly increased, especially Maya, who came from a serving maid background, and the serving maid profession didn't consider longevity. In fact, serving maids were merely higher-end consumables. That Maya, at over 30 years old, could still maintain her appearance and figure, besides her natural beauty, disciplined life, and the fact that her former master, the Countess, treated her well, the secret medicine from the serving church was the key. This secret medicine allowed users to maintain their appearance for a longer time, stay energetic and radiant, while also preventing them from having offspring. After all, they were serving maids and had no right to ascend. Nobles would not allow it, and the serving church would not allow it either. If it were allowed, the power of the serving church would inevitably expand rapidly, becoming a colossal entity with immense influence. However, no noble would allow such a force to exist, and the empire certainly wouldn't, so if the serving church dared to do so, it would only lead to a dead end. Furthermore, the side effects of the secret medicine were not limited to this. In addition to losing fertility, lifespan would also be affected. After all, maintaining one's appearance unchanged for a long time could not be without cost. Therefore, once signs of aging appeared, it indicated that life had entered a countdown. Owen didn't know how much time Maya had left, 1 year, 2 years, so he had to act quickly, before her vitality was completely depleted, because any enhancement required a good body. A body that was like a lamp with its oil running out could not withstand enhancement, even a good one. Back in the underground city's secret room, Owen was not in the mood to continue building the underground city. He rarely fell into prolonged contemplation, and eventually, he made a decision. Although Owen still couldn't completely trust Maya, it was undeniable that he couldn't do without her now. Whether emotionally, in life, or in his career, he couldn't do without Maya, so taking a small risk, paying a small price was worth it. At the same time, doing so was also a form of insurance. Owen discovered from Shire that he was able to control the system's enhancement effects on people. Simply put, if he wished, he could make the system enhancements on others ineffective, or even disappear. It was just like the buildings and troop types he exchanged from the system. They could be cancelled, but the consumed progress value could not be recovered. What would be the consequence of canceling an enhancement on someone whose life force was almost exhausted? Owen had some guesses. Don't say he was dark-minded, whether he was a transmigrator with a perpetually lonely and anxious heart, or a border lord of a barbaric land, he was not allowed to have the slightest excess of mercy or kindness, because it would kill him, and many others along with him. Granting his trusted subordinates longevity and power was clearly a worthwhile endeavor, so Owen began to prepare. In reality, not much preparation was needed, because Owen had wanted to enhance himself many times, so he quickly came up with a plan suitable for Maya. The T-virus, this was Owen's first choice, a fusion of Earth's primordial virus and leech gene fragments, possessing terrifying contagiousness. However, it was undeniable that this thing worked really fast. As long as one could adapt, it could enhance the user's endurance and vitality, and also activate psychic powers, making it very suitable for Maya. Owen had been tempted at the time, but the problem was that this thing altered genes, and he dared not use it carelessly. Owen wasn't ready until spring was almost here, and for this he had delayed many things. However, he believed it was worth it. If successful, this would not only be Maya's rebirth but also prove that his approach was correct. Owen led Maya through the study's dungeon secret passage to the dungeon secret room. This was her first time in her master's most secluded place. Take everything off, only keep the mental power headband. It will help with your upcoming enhancement, Owen told Maya, then carefully opened a briefcase. Inside were 2 syringes of different colors. If not for their appearance, they looked like some kind of blue oral liquid, but in reality, these 2 syringes contain the T-virus and its antidote, respectively. This is the T-virus and this is the antidote. First, inject the virus from the sole of your foot, then you must remain conscious and carefully observe the mutation of your body. Once the mutation begins to enter your head, immediately inject the antidote into your neck, Owen instructed carefully. Although he didn't know if this method would be effective, the virus entering from the sole of the foot would certainly enter the brain slower than injecting it into the neck. As for whether the virus would flow throughout the body via the blood vessels, he couldn't worry about that much. He wasn't an expert, and he had even prepared for the worst. Maya took the T-virus and the antidote, and without any hesitation, walked into the synthesis furnace, which clearly wasn't a benevolent place, and stayed with a coffin, not knowing if it was prepared for her. After the T-virus was injected, Owen couldn't observe any internal changes in Maya. He could only watch the changes in her expression, but Maya's expression didn't change at all. Although a serving maid was not a secret agent, the rigor of her training was no less demanding. Whether it was aristocratic etiquette or emotional control, a serving maid would not easily show her emotions, because this could be the difference between life and death. So, with Owen's eyesight, trying to discern anything from Maya's expression was a futile endeavor. Just as Owen was wondering if the T-virus was not adapting, the mental power headband on Maya's head began to emit a faint light and vibrate continuously. This was a phenomenon where mental power reached the equipment's limit. Clearly, the T-virus was effective, and the effect was unexpectedly good, enhancing Maya's mental power so quickly. As the mental power headband began to shatter, Maya decisively injected the antidote into her neck, without the slightest hesitation due to the continuously surging power. Power was never her pursuit. After Maya injected the antidote, Owen became even more nervous. Mutation was not a program, it couldn't just be stopped. If it broke through the critical point, he would have to activate the backup plan before Maya lost her sanity, but the consequences were unpredictable. Fortunately, Maya did not disappoint him. There were no abnormalities during the observation period. She remained rational, and her physical condition returned to its peak. Her skin also became firm and lustrous, clearly indicating that the depleted cell vitality had been restored. However, this was not enough. Owen had prepared for so long, there was no way he would only have one T-virus enhancement. In fact, the T-virus was only to provide the foundation for Maya to receive a new round of enhancement. the real enhancement was just beginning. As the synthesis furnace started, even though he had seen it countless times, Owen's palms still sweated nervously. He had a 70 to 80% chance of success with the T-virus enhancement, but for the second enhancement, he only had at most a 50% chance. If not for a bit of selfishness, Maya's situation would not have required a second enhancement at all. Therefore, if Maya's enhancement failed, it would be his responsibility. How could Owen not be nervous? When the door of the synthesis furnace opened, Owen unconsciously swallowed. Looking at Maya, who walked out with a unique swaying gait, he always felt that the long red hair brushing her perky buttocks was moving. "How do you feel?" Owen picked up the clothes nearby and handed them over, asking with concern. "I've never felt so good." Maya didn't take the clothes. Instead, she stared at Owen with a strange look. How to describe it? Like a snake seeing a bird's egg, that's how she looked. And wasn't her extended tongue a bit too long and forked? He shouldn't have chosen a gorgon as the synthesis material. This was Owen's only thought as he was pushed down. The T-virus enhancement was truly just a foundation, strengthening Maya's cell integrity and life, while also activating psychokinesis, giving her stronger mental power. Only then could she withstand the drastic changes of fusion with a demon and maintain herself, taking the dominant consciousness. The second enhancement was Owen's main event for Maya, a gorgon. The advancement of a venomous snake is a snake monster, and the advancement of a snake monster is a gorgon, a high-level demon of the same tier as a goblin general. However, unlike the goblin general, the gorgon used as Maya's synthesis material was an upgraded version, fused with one more piece of hero's equipment than the goblin general. Therefore, although her strength had not reached the level of a super demon fused with a hero's heart, it surpassed the goblin general, reaching a critical point, and like the Teutonic Knights, she belonged to the top-tier troop type. But the gorgon's abilities were not martial power, but petrification and magic. Name: Maya. Age: 38. Bloodline: Gorgon. Occupation: headmaid/sorceress. Mana value 700/700. Leadership 40. Martial power 45. Intelligence 70. Politics 60. Charm 80. Specialties: management, always able to organize chaotic affairs in an orderly manner. Gorgon 15. Petrification +8. Transformation +3. Curse +3. Summoning +1. Skills: Petrifying Ray, Snake Hair Entanglement, Kiss of Curse, Summon Venomous Snake. These were Maya's current attributes. Even placed in the Three Kingdoms era, she would be a well-known strategist, not to mention that with magic skills like Petrifying Ray, she could even contend with a third-rate general with a martial power value of 60. However, Maya becoming a sorceress through the Gorgon bloodline was something Owen hadn't anticipated. Clearly, the synthesis furnace's effect was far beyond what its required exchange progress value could measure. It was spring plowing season, and there was a pile of things to deal with every day. Thus, after a pleasant time, Owen, utterly drained, gasped for air in the dungeon's secret room, while Maya, twisting her beautiful serpentine waist, went off to work. Owen lay on the bed, eyes vacant, not wanting to move a single finger. Before, Maya was simply insatiable. Now she had learned to actively extract. Translator's note: extract here implies draining his energy life force. Owen estimated he had lost at least 3 caddies, suffering from mild dehydration, and that wasn't even counting the physical exhaustion. It was truly terrifying. Even recalling it now made him shiver and feel cold all over. He couldn't help but pull the somewhat damp blanket tighter, curling up like a shrimp lacking security, and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for almost a day and a night. Owen, still groggy, finally got up and staggered to the greenhouse, asking Dayer to prepare a pot of nourishing herbal soup for him to drink. Only then did he feel a third of his warmth return. One woman had reduced him to such a sorry state. Dayer, who was already promised, looked like a woman who would burn a man like firewood just from her appearance. How dare he plunge in head first without knowing the depths, unafraid of getting burned? He truly didn't know how those nobles in the empire managed to possess a multitude of women and still handle them with ease. Owen again felt the urge to enhance himself, but considering the future, he suppressed this impulse. Even if he didn't have Superman bloodline, the Nephilim of Diablo would do, a hybrid of angels and demons, an existence surpassing both, known as the first generation of humans with limitless potential. If he had these two options, he would be willing to save up progress points for 10 years. Unfortunately, there were none. Returning to his study, Owen took out his notebook and began to draw and write. A bad memory is worse than a dull pen. Owen was not a genius with an eidetic memory, and being unsupervised, he was often forgetful. So, if he didn't write down important things, he didn't know when he would remember them. This record was about Maya's enhancement. The adventurous enhancement not only gave him a powerful and durable assistant, but also allowed him to confirm some things. However, it was not suitable for himself. Simply put, Owen's goal was bigger, so he would not lose sight of the bigger picture for a small gain. I still need to wait patiently. Fortunately, I have the advantage of age, Owen first sighed, then said with some relief. He was not yet 20 and could afford to wait. However, although the T-virus was useful, it must never be abused. Owen was very cautious about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refrained from exchanging for cheap and useful biochemical monsters like lickers and tyrants. He was simply afraid of being discovered by the mages or sorcerers of this world. If a fantasy version of Resident Evil broke out, wouldn't they all be doomed? Don't think that mages are any different from the scientists of his previous life. They are all a bunch of reckless scoundrels who would gamble the entire world away. There is nothing in this world they dare not research, and even beyond the world cannot stop their curiosity. So Owen was certain that once the T-virus was discovered by these people, it would most likely lead to a major disaster. Therefore, Owen only used the T-virus as a means of basic enhancement, then covered it with the Gorgon bloodline, erasing all traces of the T-virus. Furthermore, everything was done in the synthesis furnace, and all traces were destroyed afterward. Although the synthesis furnace was a magical product, as a creation capable of synthesis at the material, genetic, and soul levels, its function, though singular, was terrifyingly powerful. A mere virus was nothing. Otherwise, Owen wouldn't have dared to exchange for the T-virus. This matter came to an end. Owen wrote down his summary in his notebook, awaiting the second experiment. It was currently the critical period for spring plowing, and even Owen couldn't abandon everything and hide in an underground secret room. So under Maya's coercion, he also became busy. Every day he had to adjust the exchanged materials at the town center according to the reports Maya sent, and from time to time, he had to serve as a consumable to exhaust her overly vigorous energy after enhancement, leaving him haggard and breathless. If not for Dayer's improved cooking skills and a bowl of nourishing soup every day, Owen would have suspected he might die suddenly. Fortunately, the development of the territory was getting better and better, finally appeasing his wounded young heart. Although Owen spent the whole year doing all sorts of strange things, the development of the territory did not stop. It continued to develop in an orderly manner, and there were traces to follow, fully in line with the achievements a lucky and capable lord could make. Especially Maya's existence served as the most reasonable explanation. Maya's background could not be hidden from those with keen eyes. She was a confidant of a powerful countess in the empire, called a head maid but actually a grand steward, wielding power not inferior to an ordinary earl at her peak. Even if she was exiled to the remote northern border region, as long as she slightly used some of the power the countess had left her, even if the local lord was a pig, he could still rise. Owen, who did not consider himself a pig, was diligently learning to handle official duties, because he was unwilling to merely act as a soulless exchange machine. Fortunately, as the number of territory system buildings increased, Owen's exchange pressure significantly decreased, but he soon faced more problems. As the territory developed, the problems he faced did not decrease but increased. Previously, he only needed to ensure enough food by farming. Now, in addition to building towns, expanding farmland, and constructing water conservancy projects, he also had to develop the local economy and maintain a balance in the number of men and women in the territory. These were all problems he needed to consider and solve. The first three items were not major issues. With the blessings of last year's autumn harvest, the serfs of the territory worked desperately, and with the increased number of farmers, there was no shortage of labor, especially with the timber stored in the wooden fortress of the Demon Horn Forest during winter, and the free stone obtained from demolishing the city walls. The construction of the territory would maintain a very high speed at least until the materials ran out. The latter two were a bit troublesome. The population in the north was too small, and the freemen of the territory had just appeared, so there was no economy to speak of. The general store built last year was still just a decoration. As for the problem of gender imbalance, it also needed attention. With the abundance of food in the territory, the originally hopeless serfs and farmers would certainly start considering procreation. When one is well fed and clothed, one thinks of other things. It's human nature. The problem was that the gender ratio in the territory reached an exaggerated 9 to 1, 9 men to 1 woman. This was unsuitable no matter how it was divided, and some unfavorable signs had already appeared. Owen did not want one of humanity's two oldest professions to revive here, nor did he want to form a Theban sacred band in the territory. Furthermore, these were not the only things that gave Owen a headache. For example, the territory lacked minerals and coal. Currently, he could only simply repair tools, and the bulk still relied on his exchanges, which was definitely not a long-term solution. Regarding minerals, Baron Bison's territory had an iron mine. The reserves were unclear, but the quality was good. He had seen it, there were very few impurities, and the iron content was at least 70 to 80%. With a little smelting, it could be called pig iron. The fact that Baron Bison's territory, with its crude processing methods, could forge some inferior weapons and equipment was a testament to this. The problem was that Baron Bison's descendants had escaped, and given their bloodline, there was a high probability they would seek northern barbarians for revenge. Therefore, merely sending miners to mine was far from enough. Sufficient military force was also needed for protection. Too few troops for protection would be useless, and too many would be counterproductive. Therefore, Owen had not sent anyone to mine, but he could no longer delay. He had to act this year. As for coal mines, he could look for them in the Demon Horn Forest. Those magic horn goblins were idle anyway. They should all get to work for Lord Demon King. However, after much deliberation, Owen decided that the current priority was still spring plowing. He would have Corins lead a caravan to Mara town to exchange for a batch of serfs and livestock first. The rest could be postponed. It was easy to find Corins. He was also at the town center. However, he currently had no specific position and had been acting as Maya's deputy, helping to handle territory affairs. But more often, he served as a messenger and overseer because he truly couldn't intervene in territory matters. Maya's ability was too strong, and her aura was also quite formidable. After all, in her presence, even viscounts and barons only had to obey, let alone a fallen noble scion like him. So much of the time, he would stay at the town center, awaiting Maya's orders. However, Corins was not content with this because it was not what he wanted, and with the rapid development of the territory, his heart grew more urgent. Finally, the opportunity he had been waiting for arrived. Corins carefully tidied his appearance, adjusted his breathing, and only then, under the gaze of two Teutonic knights, knocked on the door of the Lord's chamber. As soon as he entered, he bowed and greeted with impeccable posture. "Greetings to you, Lord." "Good afternoon, Baron Corins. Please be seated," Owen said, raising his head and casually gesturing to a nearby seat. Although the etiquette Corins learned dictated that a subordinate should stand tall with a slightly tucked chin in the presence of a superior to show respect. If the superior bids you to sit, you must sit first, no matter how many reasons you have. Even if your hemorrhoids are flaring up, you must sit down with a bloody smile, while simultaneously appearing overwhelmed with gratitude. As for what to do if your pants get wet, just try to scoot forward a bit when you stand up to wipe it clean. I have observed your performance during this period. It has been excellent. You possess ability, ambition, and no lack of patience. Corins was over 10 years older than Owen, yet Owen spoke with the tone of an elder, and neither of them found anything amiss. Often the gap in status can nullify many things, such as age, ability, and experience. Even an ignorant young man, as long as he bears the title of general manager, can discipline a group of elite white-collar subordinates like grandsons. Here, the disparity in status is even more terrifying. In his previous life, if you couldn't help but punch that blabbering scoundrel, at most you'd lose your job and be detained for 2 days at the police station. But here, disregarding status and daring to offend a superior carries the price of your entire family's lives. You become an enemy of the entire class. Corins had long grown accustomed to this status disparity, both revering and anticipating it, waiting for the day he would become one of those revered. Therefore, he would not break it, but only obey, which was also why Owen dared to employ him. Next, I have decided to entrust the management of the territory's commerce to you, primarily responsible for the purchase of serfs and commercial exchanges. Of course, the territory is still in a very primitive stage, with almost no commercial foundation, but given the development speed of the territory, you won't have much time. So your task is not easy. You must, within 1 or 2 years, familiarize yourself with the commercial exchanges of the territory, the northern lands, and the imperial border, laying the foundation for future trade development. Owen deliberately emphasized the northern lands. Corins was clearly a thoughtful opportunist who understood how to seize chances, and he immediately grasped Owen's meaning. his heart no longer feeling the desolation he had felt upon first hearing he would be responsible for the territory's commerce. The northern border region nobles are all paupers. There's no meaningful commercial interaction with them. They prefer to rob and steal things they like, so Owen was implicitly referring to the northern barbarians. In reality, trading with the northern barbarians is no secret. The best furs in the northern lands always come from the northern lands' barbarian tribes, not to mention things like gold nuggets and gemstones, which are directly equated with wealth. In some respects, the northern lands are not barren. Combined with the vast, sparsely populated land that has never been developed, wealth is everywhere. It's not uncommon for people to occasionally find large natural gold nuggets and gemstones. However, this wealth is difficult to centralize for development, and the long distances and high costs are the reasons for the slow development of the northern lands. However, due to the preferences of imperial merchants, the northern barbarians have now begun to consciously collect gold and gemstones, so don't assume they are poor just because they dress shabbily. Even in his previous life, there were quite a few professional beggars who would pull out BMW keys after work. Owen then rewarded him with several exquisite noble outfits and a fine white warhorse as commendation, as he would be the territory's public face, and dressing presentably was standard. The convoy would not depart immediately. Owen needed to prepare goods, so Corrins could now return home and await departure. Corrins, walking out of the town center, did not let his servants touch anything. He personally carried the clothes in one hand and led the white horse with the other, returning home in this somewhat comical manner. Owen knew the importance of talent, and Corrins was not only a talent, but also the first noble to pledge allegiance to him. To serve as an example of buying horse bones for 1,000 gold, he naturally wouldn't make him live in a longhouse. Instead, he immediately had farmers build a villa, even exchanging for quite a few building materials for it. The villa consisted mainly of a 2-story building with an attic balcony, which was the owner's residence. Behind it were 2 brick and tile longhouses, serving as servants' quarters, kitchen, warehouse, and stable. Everything the owner didn't want to see was here. Then it was enclosed by a fence, leaving an open space in front that could be used as a lawn or a garden. The place was not large. In the Empire, it would at most be the residence of a country knight, but in the northern lands, it was definitely high class. At least Corrins's wife had not stopped decorating the house since she arrived here. "My dear, you're back. Oh, what is this?" A fair-skinned, beautiful lady opened the door, and when she saw the clothes Corrins was holding, she exclaimed, her hands clasped over her ample bosom, indicating her shock. Her actions were slightly exaggerated, but charmingly humorous, not at all like a mother of 2 children. Corrins's wife, Katie, was the daughter of a country knight. She was quite pretty, but her personality was not composed enough, always being overly dramatic. However, Corrins liked her personality precisely because it was so easy to understand. Everything was written on her face. Thus, the couple's relationship was good, and they had 1 daughter and 1 son. "Where are Kayla and Cormy?" Corrins kissed his wife, then handed the clothes he had carried all the way to the excited Katie, and had a servant lead the white horse to the stable to be fed warm water and good fodder. "Kayla is practicing swordsmanship in the back, and Cormy is still asleep from his nap," Katie said happily, walking into the room with the clothes, admiring the exquisite patterns on them as she spoke to Corrins. Kayla was Corrins's eldest daughter. Because she had studied swordsmanship with a retired knight at her grandfather's house since childhood, her personality was relatively rigid and conservative. She disapproved of her father's pursuit of fame and fortune, and wholeheartedly wanted to become a knight loyal to her lord. Therefore, she rarely communicated with her parents and preferred to practice swordsmanship alone. Cormy was their eldest son, but he was only 3 years old, an age when he loved to sleep. "Then let's not disturb them," Corrins said softly to his wife, taking off his riding boots with the help of a servant and hanging his sword on the wall. "Okay, so these clothes are also from the Lord?" Katie asked, her big eyes fluttering, full of anticipation, because besides 2 men's outfits, there were also 2 dresses, 1 large and 1 small, clearly meant for her and her daughter. Corrins suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps he had brought too little to his wife and his 2 children. "Yes, today the Lord appointed me to manage the territory's commerce." I will be departing for Mara town in the next 2 days, which will take quite a few days, but upon my return there might be more rewards, Corin said gently to his wife. The Lord is truly benevolent, Katie said, her big eyes narrowed, her innocent smile just as it was when they first met all those years ago. Perhaps only he had changed over the years, Corin suddenly thought, looking at his wife's smile, which was just as he remembered it. However, his wife's words were indeed correct. The Lord was truly benevolent. At least Corin's had never seen such benevolence before. Initially, Corin's had burned his bridges, leaving no room for retreat, dedicating everything he had built up over the years to his Lord, hoping to secure a future for himself. For this, he was prepared for his entire family to endure hardship and toil. However, the Lord quickly bestowed a beautiful villa upon him, complete with furniture and necessities. He also had precious spices and rare northern border region ingredients delivered, and these were provided monthly at a set time. According to Maya, this was the salary and benefits set by the Lord. For Corin's, this was an unheard-of arrangement, but the outcome was quite good. Although he lost his territory and serfs, he now had a fixed salary and benefits, occasionally receiving bonuses and rewards. As a result, his family's life quality was even better than before. Furthermore, Corin's found a goal to strive for here. His wife could now dress herself beautifully every day to care for their children, no longer needing to worry about how to cook edible food from monotonous ingredients, nor needing to consider which day was more economical for heating water for baths. She no longer had to worry about sudden wild beasts harming the children. Watching his wife holding a dress drag their daughter, who was practicing swordplay in the backyard, to try on clothes, Corin's became even more convinced that his initial choice was not wrong. Therefore, he absolutely could not give up any opportunity and must do his utmost to demonstrate his abilities. While Corin's was mentally cheering himself on, Owen had already prepared the goods in the inner vault. The territory's warehouses were divided into a public vault and an inner vault. The public vault stored grain, seeds, farm tools, and some weapons and equipment, which Maya could freely manage. The inner vault, however, was different. Without Owen's approval, not a single item could be taken out, and all entry and exit were handled by system soldiers. In reality, the inner vault was Owen's cover for his exchanges. Regardless of whether Maya was suspicious, with the existence of the inner vault and secret passages, she couldn't ascertain the source of the territory's supplies. After all, Owen had appeared too mysterious in many aspects. As for why he did this, Owen wasn't sure. He instinctively wanted to conceal his little secrets. Anyway, he was idle, and wasn't it normal for a man to have his own little secrets? Even the most honest of lovers might tell each other about their first love, but have you ever seen a man share his seeds with his girlfriend, or a woman discuss lengths with her boyfriend? Large quantities of goods were brought out from the deep underground inner vault, packed into crates and loaded onto carts. It was still the same few items: cloth, porcelain, salted fish, and iron pots. These items might seem insignificant, but in the northern border region, they were hard currency, more useful than gold and gems. At least, you would find it very difficult to exchange gold for anything from the northern barbarians, but an iron pot could let you take everything in his tent, including women. Northern lords were much the same, the further north, the more so. Often, it was hard to distinguish them from savages, and in some places, even merchant caravans only came once every year or two, or sometimes never at all. In such circumstances, what good was having a lot of gold in hand, unless they were willing to risk returning to civilization? However, the identity of a border noble could not be exchanged for that of an imperial noble, so it was either return to being a commoner or return to being a merchant. Seemingly, northern border region nobles and imperial nobles were only separated by a border line, but in reality, the gap between them was an unbridgeable chasm, completely segregating them. Therefore, even if a northern border region noble made a fortune, they would at most enjoy themselves in a border city. They rarely gave up everything to return to the empire, because those who did so usually met with unfortunate ends. The sparsely populated northern border region was fine. It wasn't worth traveling a great distance to deal with you. But back in the empire, dealing with you was just a matter of a word. If you were poor, it didn't matter, but if you had a sudden fortune, who else would they target? Over time, no one was willing to go back. Because this time a large number of serfs and a large herd of livestock needed to be purchased, the scale of the caravan was much larger than last time. Of course, more soldiers were needed for guard duty, otherwise, they would inevitably be targeted. This expedition, in addition to a cavalry team consisting of 4 scout horse archers, 10 cuirassier, and 10 horse archer, also included 20 foot archers, 20 spearmen, and 20 militiamen responsible for vehicle repairs, cooking, and odd jobs. These soldiers were enough to eliminate any border noble in the northern border region and could make anyone who saw the caravan maintain their composure. And this was not all of the territory's military strength. Corrins, dressed respectably, looked at the elite cavalry and soldiers before him with a flushed face. Although he maintained his composure, he could not hide his inner excitement. He admired the spirited soldiers before him. In comparison, his former soldiers were simply a bunch of trash. This was the proper demeanor for a noble. Corrins was lost in the moment, but he quickly snapped out of it, gave a command, and led the caravan to Mara town. The round trip for the caravan would take several days. After all, the serfs along the way needed to recuperate, which Owen had instructed in advance, so they wouldn't be back anytime soon. After temporarily dealing with the matters at hand, Owen, having nothing else to do, originally wanted to visit Baron Bison's territory to check on the iron ore. However, all the cavalry had gone with the caravan, so going now was clearly unsafe. Thus, he changed his mind and took Shire, riding an armored demon sheep to Demon Horn Forest. Although the wooden fortress in Demon Horn Forest had been exposed, it didn't mean Owen would abandon operating there. After all, the development of the territory couldn't do without timber, so the current wooden fortress was more like a logging camp. Most of the surrendered soldiers had already been converted into system soldiers, and the rest were converted into farmers to work as loggers here. Every day, a considerable number of trees were felled, trimmed into timber, and stacked in an open space, waiting for people from the territory to transport them away. However, there was a lack of a manager here, causing everyone to only act according to Owen's previous orders. The problem was that he himself was only half knowledgeable and hadn't considered everything thoroughly, inevitably leading to oversights. This resulted in the logging efficiency of the wooden fortress not being very high, so Owen had been hesitating whether to exchange for a talent from the system. As for why he needed to exchange from the system, firstly, the northern border region lacked talent, and secondly, there was a lack of basic trust. This made Owen lean more towards people from the system who were 100% loyal to him. After all, regardless of good or bad, they were more trustworthy than outsiders, and loyalty was priceless. In fact, Owen had always coveted the famous generals and strategists from the Three Kingdoms period, but felt nothing for Western famous generals and figures, because he didn't even know who they were. Of course, if he could exchange for Joan of Arc, he would retract that statement. Unfortunately, the race and style were completely different from this world. Even the art style was different. This meant that although many Three Kingdoms series games were available, the exchange value required was extremely high. Otherwise, Owen's soldiers wouldn't primarily consist of Age of Empires units. Even ordinary soldiers were so expensive, let alone those famous generals and strategists. Templates, however, were cheaper and had fewer restrictions. Thus, Owen could choose a compromise, only exchange for templates, rather than exchanging for entire Three Kingdoms famous generals. This brought up a new problem. Not everyone could fully utilize a template. Insufficient personal ability would only hinder the template's potential. Otherwise, Owen would have long ago exchanged for the template of Ghost God Lu Bu to go on a rampage. From the fact that the martial prowess of a strong man like a Teutonic knight was only 50, one could see just how powerful true Three Kingdoms generals actually were. Owen's current limit of 30 progress points couldn't even exchange for a first-rate general template. After all, the Three Kingdoms generals Owen exchanged for came from games, not true history, so their explosive martial prowess was normal and naturally required a lot of progress points. In reality, because there were many Three Kingdoms series games, some of the upper limits were indeed ridiculously high, such as Ghost God Lu Bu, Peerless Fierce Generals, Immortals, Divine Beasts, and so on. It wasn't that simple, but this made it even more appealing, wasn't it? Because there were too many uncertainties, Owen merely noted it down and then activated his Demon Lord aura, leading Shire deeper into the Demon Horn Forest. Their destination today was not here. Many people thought the Demon Horn Forest was nothing to be afraid of, because from the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary forest. Even bandits and the initial noble coalition dared to enter the forest. In reality, this was a huge mistake. This misconception was entirely due to the Demon Horn Forest being divided into inner and outer layers. The outer perimeter of the Demon Horn Forest was no different from an ordinary forest. Otherwise, Owen wouldn't have built a logging camp here. However, the interior was different because the true demon horn forest only contained one type of plant, the demon horn tree. Although called a tree, the demon horn tree actually looked more like an oversized thorn bush from its appearance. It had no flowers or leaves, was as black as iron, and extremely hard. The demon horn tree thorn could easily pierce flesh and carried a terrifying venom, making no creature willing to approach it. Moreover, the demon horn tree was highly predatory. Within its growth range, only plants of the same species could grow. Other flowers, grasses, and trees had no space to survive. Therefore, although magic horn goblins lived within the range of the demon horn tree, they would not truly go deep inside, because they needed to forage in the outer forest. The demon horn tree merely served as a barrier for them against external enemies. The armored demon sheep moved with agility and power, leaping through the forest like antelopes. Soon, they carried them through the outer forest and into the true demon horn forest. This place was like a forest cursed by a witch in a fairy tale. Giant black thorns, several people thick, were everywhere, growing wildly like prehistoric pythons. Countless dense vines extended from their bodies, interweaving and forming a net in the air, leaving almost no gaps. Coupled with the dense, saw-toothed demon horn tree thorns, it was like a jungle of needles. No normal creature would enter here. If goblins weren't too weak, combined with their super strong reproductive ability and adaptability, they wouldn't have entered the demon horn tree's growth range and undergone mutation. For the sake of aggregation, the goblin general did not choose to stay inside the demon horn tree forest, but found an open space outside. Currently, dozens of tattered tents were haphazardly set up, with garbage and feces everywhere. There was also an iron pot stewing half a goblin, attracting a group of small goblins who drooled around it, but no small goblin dared to approach, probably because some unlucky fellow had fallen in before and become a side dish. The goblins, having just passed winter, were in a state of hunger. They threw their weak or those who didn't survive the cold winter into the pot to eat, but the quantity was ultimately limited, so they were busy foraging. The camp only had the goblin general and a bunch of small goblins. Lord Demon King, the goblin general, who was about to train the small goblins, quickly came over to salute upon seeing Owen's arrival. "This place looks pretty bad. Even for goblins, at least make it presentable," Owen said with great dissatisfaction. "It is this subordinate's fault. I am unworthy of Lord Demon King's trust." The goblin general immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly knelt to admit his mistake. Seeing that the reprimand had an effect, Owen knew when to stop and told him to get up and report on his work. After all, with the limited resources he provided and the special circumstances of the goblins, maintaining the status quo was already good enough. The situation was as it appeared, not very good. The large gathering of goblins made foraging a very difficult task. After all, goblins couldn't cultivate, couldn't raise livestock, and even hunting depended on luck. What's more, it was just the beginning of spring, and even wild beasts were gaunt and hungry. If they encountered each other, it was hard to say who would eat whom. Additionally, goblins were difficult to control. Combat was fine, but normally they were like herded ducks. Don't expect them to obediently follow orders, which gave the goblin general a huge headache. Owen then thought of something. If serfs and surrendered soldiers could be converted into system units through system buildings, then could goblins also be? Lord Demon King, these were found in the Demon Horn Tree Forest. Perhaps to improve his impression in front of the Lord Demon King, the goblin general carried out several boxes from his tent, containing broken gold and silver coins and some strange items. The commonality was that they were all man-made, not natural products. "Are you saying there are ruins resembling an underground ruins in the Demon Horn Tree Forest?" Owen didn't disbelieve the goblin general's words. As a monster from the underground ruins game, he might not recognize other things, but he could recognize an underground ruins with his eyes closed just by smelling it. What surprised him was how there could be an underground ruins in the Northland. Could it have been built by the northern barbarians? Why build it in the Demon Horn Tree Forest? What was the purpose of its construction? Countless questions plunged Owen into confusion, but after he came to his senses, he had already decided to explore the underground ruins. He couldn't sit by and allow this unstable factor to be near him. He urgently wanted to know what secrets were hidden within the ruins. Although this world had magic, building an underground ruins was by no means a small project. Perhaps it wasn't a national-level project, but it was definitely not something ordinary nobles could build. Spending such a huge cost couldn't just be for future archaeology. There must be an important reason. In fact, Owen wished it was just an ordinary ruin, because that would mean there was no danger. If it was used to seal a demon lord, he would have to consider when it would be best to run away. Fortunately, the ruins had existed for so many years, so there was no fear of problems arising in the short term. Owen decided to first try the goblin conversion problem. As for personally exploring the underground ruins with Shire, Owen stated that he wasn't that foolish. He painstakingly cultivated and developed his subordinates precisely so that he could safely stay in his territory without taking any risks. Why would he go where the danger was? In the middle of the night, the goblin general personally led a group of goblins to the territory. The scent of humans and animals and the buildings here made the goblins restless. Their cunning eyes constantly flickered, clearly wanting to do something like burning, killing, and looting. Fortunately, Owen was well prepared. He had cooked large pots of food in the barracks, and with the goblin general making an example of one, these goblins still obediently entered the completely independent and heavily guarded barracks. Owen was also a bit nervous. Although he had mobilized quite a few soldiers, there would definitely be casualties if a fight broke out. Fortunately, the risk was worth it. After trying, Owen found that it actually worked, and the progress value consumed was much lower than for ordinary people. 1 point of progress value could convert 10 goblins into goblin farmers. Although the converted goblin farmers still showed cunning in their eyes and had a wretched appearance, their obedience was much better. Additionally, just like system farmers, as long as they were willing to spend time, goblin farmers could also become basic units through training in the barracks. If goblins weren't so weak and had such low aesthetic appeal, converting goblins as the main population would obviously be more cost-effective. However, this was also acceptable, at least as cannon fodder, they were sufficient. The gold and silver collected by the goblin general were enough to upgrade the town center, so Owen had nothing to worry about. Besides, goblins were consumables to him. If the population quota wasn't enough, he could just find a reason to expend a batch. He would never feel any compassion when facing goblins. If he did, he'd just look at what was in their pot. Once the goblin conversion was complete and the town center met the upgrade conditions, Owen didn't hesitate. With his confirmation, a large number of system farmers, carrying tools and materials, began to expand the town center, which greatly surprised Maya. Spring plowing hadn't fully ended yet, and withdrawing a large number of skilled farmers now was clearly not a wise move. However, as a serving maid, Maya did not stop her master's irrational behavior. Instead, she participated in the coordination to speed up the project. Only by doing so could production be restored faster and losses reduced. In just 3 days, the town center was upgraded, reaching a population cap of 5,000 and gaining the ability to convert civilians and troops worth 3 progress points. The difference between civilians and farmers is that the former are more skilled in work other than farming, forming an important basis for the territory's artisans. In other words, one pays grain, the other pays taxes. However, serfs who are severely depleted in spirit and relatively numb cannot be converted into system civilians. Only farmers or civilians with better mental states can be converted into system civilians. This caused a problem. Unless he bought serfs or slaves from the imperial border who hadn't yet been tormented into numbness, the serfs who had been worn down by the northward migration could only reach the level of system farmers. After all, system conversion only strengthens existing foundations. It's not a complete transformation and has its limits. Moreover, even after conversion, farmers converted from serfs still had issues like emotional deficiency, slow reactions, and lack of spiritual insight, making them unable to handle relatively complex tasks. This is also why system farmers, despite being versatile, able to farm, log, and fish, are not specialized and can only perform manual labor. System civilians, however, are different. They are smarter and more flexible, capable of handling more complex work, such as handicrafts and service industries. This requires that the converted person must not have lost hope, or at least their spirit has not reached a state of numbness. In this way, after being strengthened by the system, they would be as if enlightened, able to quickly learn and master relatively complex skills, bear the heavy responsibility of paying taxes, and after long-term training in the barracks, reach the level of troops worth 3 progress points. Owen saw this and knew that as long as enough civilians were converted, the foundation of the territory would be established, and it might even be possible to dominate the northern border region through this. However, the current overall strength of the territory was already considered a hegemon of the northern border region. As long as he didn't encounter a large tribe of northern barbarians, Owen's future life would be worry-free. But this had already exceeded the current limits of the territory, as the soldier-to-civilian ratio was too imbalanced. He needed to replenish more people and convert more farmers, otherwise the produced food would not be enough to eat. According to Maya's advice, the soldier-to-civilian ratio should not be lower than 10-1, meaning 10 farmers support 1 full-time soldier. In reality, this ratio would already have a significant impact on the development of the territory, as land yields are not stable, and soldiers often need to be chosen from strong individuals, i.e., able-bodied laborers. Among 10 farmers, after excluding women, children, and the elderly, how many able-bodied laborers in their prime could there be? Not to mention that soldiers, in addition to daily training, also require equipment. Therefore, the pressure of 10 farmers supporting 1 full-time soldier is not small. Once a lean year occurs, the consequences are disastrous. Thus, most lords maintain the civilian-to-soldier ratio at 15-1 or higher, and in peaceful times, it can even reach 20 or 30-1. This is only for ordinary soldiers. Cavalry or elites require even more support. For example, a knight needs at least 100 farmers to support them with all their might. Otherwise, why would knights be called prospective nobles? Because commoners simply cannot afford to support them. Without a small village as a fief, it's not easy to even gather the necessary equipment. Owen specifically took the time to tally the population and military strength of the territory, including the Demon Horn Forest and the Goblin Tribe. Castle Ninja Squad 10, Healers 1, Teutonic Knights 10, Slime Maid 8. Herbal Greenhouse, Slime Maid 2, several plant guards. Dungeon Secret Room, Slime Maid 2. Dungeon Maze, several slime, several vipers, several plant guards. Akita Town. Farmers 350, Serfs 828. Swordsmen 50, Foot Archers 50, Spearmen 50, Javelinmen 50. Scout Cavalry 10, Horse Archer 10, Cuirassier 10. Demon Horn Forest Wooden Fortress, Farmers 50, Swordsmen 30, Crossbowmen 30, Scouts 10. Demon Horn Forest Goblin Tribe, Goblin General, Goblin Shield Guards, Goblin Priests, Goblin Holy Warriors, Goblin Rangers, Goblin Wizards, Goblin Assassins. Goblin Farmers 300, Goblin Swordsmen 50, Goblin Foot Archers 50, Goblin Scouts 50, Goblin Demon Sheep Cavalry 30. The numbers were quite impressive, but the soldier-to-civilian ratio was severely imbalanced. If Owen hadn't had a cheat, the territory would have probably collapsed long ago. Therefore, Owen decided to keep the number of infantry unchanged, only improving the quality of the troops, slightly increasing cavalry, and then intensifying the development of agriculture, animal husbandry, and fisheries, attempting to apply the super farm to reality and achieve self-sufficiency as soon as possible. No matter how grand the goal, one must first fill one's stomach. Owen was very clear about this. As for the continuous increase in military strength in the early stages, that was because his strength at that time could not give him a sense of security, so he naturally had to desperately increase his strength. Now that he was almost a hegemon of the northern border region, he naturally had to consider long-term development. In fact, Owen had already been trying to use super farm to boost production, but the results were not very good because the law of conservation of energy was also effective here, so harvesting every few hours was not realistic. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but the cost was too great. The super farm's acceleration of plant growth was a kind of magical effect. Owen didn't know the specific process, but he knew that this method would excessively consume the vitality of the land without sufficient external energy replenishment. First, the surrounding plants would wither, then dry up, and eventually, the surrounding land would even turn into sand, because all the organic matter and nutrients in the soil would be completely extracted. Although this process is not irreversible, the cost of making sandy land fertile again is not something to be taken lightly. Suddenly, Owen paused. The biggest problem with his previous desire to explore the ruins deep within the magic horn tree forest was the inability to approach them. After all, trying to enter by felling the demon horn tree was wishful thinking. no less difficult than rebuilding a ruin. But what if he used the super farmland of the super farm to seize the vitality of the demon horn tree? Owen rushed to the goblin tribe, eager to see what surprise awaited him. Although goblins possess their own language and are quite intelligent, their cunning and barbaric nature makes them behave more like beasts driven by instinct. However, no matter how stubborn a goblin's nature, it couldn't resist the system's power. After being converted, despite still looking shifty and having a hint of cunning in their eyes, they learned to work and cooperate, and their obedience improved significantly. The previously dirty and disorganized camp had been completely transformed, replaced by a jumble of treehouses and tree hollows. Some goblins had even learned to craft simple furniture like seats. While still rudimentary, it was undeniable that these goblins had the beginnings of civilization, which greatly pleased Owen. As for whether he worried about the goblins growing too powerful and losing control, Owen honestly wasn't too concerned. The reason these goblins could achieve this was because their inherent nature had been altered by the system, making them farmers. Even if it was a rudimentary template, it wasn't something mere goblins could break free from. If they did break free, the goblins would revert to their original barbaric nature, and then there would be no civilization to speak of. "Excellent, you haven't disappointed me," Owen said, patting the goblin general's shoulder, making him tremble with excitement. "This is your reward. Keep up the good work," Owen said, bestowing the already prepared hero's heart's armaments upon the goblin general, allowing him to evolve into an elite goblin general. His strength increased by a notch, second only to the goblin leader who had integrated a hero's heart, and he could even exchange a few blows with the battle-specialized Teutonic knights. After sending off the goblin general, who looked like he would gladly draw his sword and commit suicide to show loyalty, Owen exchanged for super farmland near the magic horn tree forest and brought in some goblin farmers to help. Goblin farmers' planting skills were average, but basic sowing and harvesting were not an issue. Moreover, super farmland didn't require much planting expertise, so Owen left a batch of seeds and farm tools before returning. After all, no matter how fast, it would still take several days to see results, so he would just come back later to check the outcome. In reality, Owen didn't have to wait long. The unrestricted cultivation quickly caused the originally hard demon horn trees to become shriveled, and eventually, due to lack of moisture, they collapsed under their own weight, shattering into oily black magic horn tree chunks resembling coal. After experimenting, Owen discovered that the dried demon horn trees were very suitable as fuel for iron smelting, because they even burned through the iron pot. The dark, oily magic horn tree chunks felt heavy in his hand, clearly indicating high density. Furthermore, the demon horn tree's sap was viscous and very oily. Otherwise, the demon horn tree wouldn't possess such great toughness and retain its moisture so easily. However, all of this was rendered useless under the effect of the super farmland. After having their life and moisture extracted by the super farm's farmland, they directly transformed into excellent fuel. Not only did they burn for a long time, but the temperature after burning was also extremely high, even capable of melting steel. This directly solved a major problem for the territory. The effect of the super farmland greatly boosted Owen's confidence. Although it would take a long time to reach the area where the ruins were located, and clearing the entire ruin area would require an even longer wait, this process would yield both food and high-quality fuel. Why not? He only needed to regularly extend the farmland deeper into the magic horn tree forest, and the territory would continuously gain profits. Therefore, Owen was no longer in a hurry, and even built an underground secret chamber in the goblin tribe as a grain storage warehouse. However, after witnessing the process of the demon horn trees drying up and collapsing, Owen decided that he couldn't abuse the super farm's farmland in the future. This thing was truly effective quickly, but the side effects were too great. Even if he developed fertilizers later, he couldn't use it this way. After all, the composition of fertile soil is complex, and it's not something that can be solved by simply fertilizing. Once the land degrades, there's basically no other way besides letting nature heal itself. Owen detested such short-sighted behavior that only knew how to take without considering the consequences. Therefore, after clearing the demon horn trees, he reduced the growth speed of the farmland behind it and taught the goblins how to fertilize. The forest soil was inherently very fertile, but it was unsuitable for large-scale cultivation due to its unsuitability for extensive clearing and the abundance of insects. However, the super farmland perfectly solved these problems. With regular fertilization, ordinary planting would not affect the surrounding environment at all. Nevertheless, the process of teaching fertilization left Owen a bit speechless. Most fertilizers have an unappealing smell, and they also need to be processed before use. Simply scattering them is not a wise move. This meant that Owen, who was teaching by the book, often had to personally demonstrate. The goblins didn't care about the smell and actively kept trying, allowing Owen to quickly escape this unbearable teaching. No one dislikes diligent and studious individuals. Coupled with the fact that the goblin tribe's iron pots no longer contained any strange concoctions, Owen's impression of the goblins, albeit only the converted ones, improved for a rare moment. During this time, the goblin general frequently clashed with other goblins. Because the tribe had stored a large amount of grain, those goblins, having caught wind of it from who knows where, continuously came to try and snatch it, making the goblin general incredibly annoyed. Fortunately, Owen had anticipated this situation, and goblin scouts accounted for 1/3 of the entire goblin force. Scouts are a type of soldier highly dependent on their environment. In the northern plains, they were like rabbits in a field, unable to fully utilize their potential. However, in a complex forest, scouts who know how to hide themselves and set traps are the greatest threat. Goblins were already cunning enough, and the goblin general was not a fool who relied on instinct. Therefore, he had always arranged for goblins to set up dense traps around the camp. Many invading goblins were dealt with by the traps before they could even get close. As with Owen's support, the goblin tribe did not lack weapons and tools, making the traps even more lethal. Occasionally, when large groups of goblins gathered to attack, the goblin general would lead his elite goblins and goblin demon sheep cavalry to slaughter them, leaving rivers of blood. The more he killed, the more vacant territory there would be. With more territory, foraging became much easier, and fewer goblins came looking for death. However, the goblin tribe was no longer as insignificant as it was before Owen arrived. Both the output of the super farmland and the magic horn tree chunks used as iron-smelting fuel were crucial resources that could not be lost. "It seems I need to invest some capital," Owen said, pulling out his notebook with a headache. The projects requiring progress values were increasing, but prioritizing them was always a source of trouble for him. Owen, whose nose felt like it was about to give out from trying to make fertilizer, had just returned to his territory when he received the bad news from Corrins. This made him anxious again, and his anxiety grew daily, despite his heart having softened considerably with the growth of his territory's strength. This was Corrins' second return. The first time, he brought back all the female serfs from Mara town, but there were only 30 to 50 of them, which didn't do much to adjust the gender ratio in the territory. However, Owen still rewarded him and gave him 2 days off. But Corrins, having achieved only this much, was not disheartened. He pleaded with Owen for another chance. Since Owen believed the more people in his territory, the better, he organized an even larger caravan. Corrins truly put in the effort. He was gone for over half a month and managed to bring back 300 serfs, 100 of whom were women. Owen was overjoyed, but also curious where he had found so many serfs, and only understood after hearing his explanation. It was actually quite simple. Mara town was just one of the Northern Land Reclamation Group's transit stations, not the only one, and it wasn't the only place with serfs. In fact, the closer one got to the imperial border, the more serfs there were, and the higher the proportion of women. However, the journey back and forth was not easy. If one didn't carry enough food, the mortality rate of the serfs along the way would be quite high, and with other risks, it was easy to lose everything. Corrins dared to go only because Owen provided ample food, fodder, and soldiers, but he still put in a lot of effort along the way, and he had visibly thinned down. But upon his return this time, Corrins also brought bad news. The Empire was preparing for a second Northern Territory Development Group. The first Northern Territory Development Group lasted several years, with tens of thousands of people continuously heading to the Northern Land Reclamation Group, fighting with barbarians, battling wild beasts, and brawling with fellow travelers. In the end, less than 1 in 10 survived, and even fewer managed to gain a firm foothold. Over the next decade or so, nearly hundreds of thousands of people, those who actively came to seek their fortune, those who were passively exiled, and a continuous stream of displaced people, used their lives and sweat to create the current prosperity of the imperial border. But when this life-devouring land began to yield wealth, some people couldn't resist and prepared to intervene. In other words, the fruit pickers had arrived. According to the information Corrins gathered, This expedition was no longer a death-defying expedition, primarily composed of criminals and displaced people, but a plundering group mainly consisting of landless younger sons of nobles, impoverished minor nobles, wandering knights, and mercenary groups. They mean trouble, Owen sighed in his study. This was not the early stage, where they needed to contend with the northern barbarians for land, requiring sufficient military force to survive. The Northern Land Reclamation Group was much more peaceful now. Although there were conflicts between neighbors, no one would truly go for the kill. If not for this, Owen would not have survived until his actions became too prominent, alarming his neighbors and prompting them to move against him. This was mainly because the Northern Land Reclamation Group was simply too vast and sparsely populated, so there weren't many areas of conflict between them. Moreover, if one got caught in internal strife in the Northern Land Reclamation Group, survival would be impossible, so hoes were more suitable than swords for the current Northern Land Reclamation Group. Under these circumstances, was it necessary to form a fully armed development group to come here? The facts were clear. Obviously, this armed development group was not coming to help everyone build a home together. Owen could even guess what they would do, and Maya had specifically warned him about this. They would casually occupy a piece of land, then create conflicts and go to war with their neighbors, and then, of course, the victor would own everything. Knowing it, Owen could not change anything. The essence of nobles was that of greedy devourers. Their desire for power and land was endless. Initially, the northern border region was merely a place where they discarded refuse, insignificant. But once the refuse decomposed and turned into nutrients, this land, which began to grow fertile, was no longer so dispensable. Of course, the Northern Land Reclamation Group was not yet valuable enough for the great nobles to act, because they simply didn't care for it. Great nobles already stood above ordinary nobles. They possessed a long history and deep foundations, and their vast territories were more like independent kingdoms. In fact, a ducal territory was also called a duchy, and a marquisate was called a marquisate, which shows the power and influence of great nobles. Coupled with the feudal nobles who rallied around the great nobles, every great noble held significant influence in the empire. They were top predators entrenched on the behemoth that was the empire, and they were not short of benefits, so it wasn't worth their while to bother with trifles, as it would be beneath their dignity. The problem was that there were too many nobles in the empire. Even though the emperor and the great nobles had consciously reduced the enfeoffment of titles long ago, the accumulation over long years still amounted to an unbearable number. For this, conferred nobles also emerged. Enfeoffment meant ceding a portion of one's land, and unless the enfeoffed noble betrayed them or their line completely died out, this portion of land could never be reclaimed, which was an eternal pain in the hearts of both the great nobles and the emperor. Conferment was simpler. It only granted a title without land. Even if the title could be hereditary, their status could not compare to that of enfeoffed nobles. It was they who had pushed for the Northern Land Reclamation Group Development Act, because their craving for land had almost become an obsession. However, some enfeoffed nobles also supported this decision. Firstly, the nobles' desire for land was endless, and secondly, only one descendant could inherit the title, leaving the rest to find their own way, which was not conducive to family development and risk-sharing. So in the long run, developing the Northern Land Reclamation Group was beneficial to them. But the Northern Land Reclamation Group was not only harsh and cold, but also the territory of the northern barbarians. To develop it, at least a million-level workforce and resources would be needed, and even the empire could not bear such an exorbitant cost. After all, with such a huge investment, it would take at least decades to see returns, and no one would do that. So the Northern Land Reclamation Group Development Act ultimately became the Northern Land Reclamation Group Development Group, guiding private forces to develop the Northern Land Reclamation Group, and then stepping in to reap the rewards after the task was done. This was an open conspiracy, and many intelligent people saw this point, but seeing it was one thing. In reality, no one could resist the temptation of land. Even knowing it was a near-certain death, people continued to flock to the Northern Land Reclamation Group, especially after the Empire brought out the ultimate weapon of the Northern Nobles title, which pushed the Northern Land Reclamation Group development to a climax: Otherwise, the heavy mortality rate would have scared people away long ago. Now 20 years had passed, and although the Northern Land Reclamation Group had not yet reached its mature stage for harvesting, some people could no longer wait, because once the Northern Land Reclamation Group was truly developed, it would not be their turn to intervene. This was the only thing Owen could be grateful for, because most of those acting at this time were the Empire's small and medium-sized nobles, and it was unlikely to be the main force of their families. It was more like a casual move, so there was no need to worry about being crushed. Moreover, Owen's territory was relatively far from the imperial border, so the Second Northern Territory Development Group would not affect him, at least in the short term. However, as his territory developed better and better, it would certainly attract some hungry wolves, and then troubles would be constant. After clarifying the implications of this matter, Owen didn't have many good solutions. Even the emperor couldn't curb the greed of the nobles, so what could he do? Besides accelerating the development of his territory and strengthening the army, he had almost no other options. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, Owen had other plans in private. After all, he was a man with a cheat and had inherited the name of Hydra. Although Hydra is often a minor boss for the protagonist to practice against in various stories, it must be said that Hydra's vitality is indeed tenacious. Even the protagonist finds it difficult to kill it in one blow. Marvel's Hydra takes the art of survival to the extreme. No matter how many times it's beaten by superheroes and justice organizations, it always pops up from some corner to show its presence. Moreover, Owen was not without a trump card. If he was truly pushed to the brink, he could just drop a tube of T-virus and run. Then, no matter what chaos ensued, he could just lay low for a few decades and come back to clean up the mess. However, unless he was truly desperate, Owen definitely wouldn't resort to such an extreme measure. God only knows what terrifying changes a technology-based T-virus would undergo in this fantasy world. But whether he would ultimately do so, even Owen himself couldn't say for sure. Perhaps in his previous life he wouldn't have, but in this life. Did he have that many attachments in this world? Owen couldn't figure out his own heart. Right now, he was like a balloon constantly sulking, desperately wanting to release some internal pressure, and there was no better way to release it than with a woman. Dayer behind him had a rosy complexion and a faint smile, as if watching a mischievous little fellow leave the house. But Owen, emerging from the greenhouse, was conflicted, experiencing for the first time an urge not for strength but to strengthen a certain area. It was simply too embarrassing. If he hadn't retained the thick skin of a middle-aged man, he probably would have collapsed from shame long ago. Feeling a bit too ashamed to face anyone, Owen went directly to the secret room in the underground city, busy organizing the pile of manuscripts he had left behind from his study of puppetry. It must be said that the sage state is indeed conducive to a man's calm thinking. By organizing his manuscripts, Owen discovered that over the past year or so, through continuous self-study, he had achieved good results in puppetry. He wouldn't dare say he was proficient, but he at least knew the general idea, just like knowing that a car, besides the steering wheel and accelerator, also has a chassis, engine, clutch, air conditioning, fuel supply, lubrication system, etc. If it were an exam, he'd at least score 30 points. Flipping through the still-flawed replica plan manuscripts, Owen was quite self-aware. With his current ability, he shouldn't even think about replicating it. It would be a pure waste of time and energy. It seemed he still needed to accumulate more knowledge, but this also aligned with his intelligence attribute. Fortunately, through continuous reading, studying, and managing his territory, his intelligence and political attributes had increased by 3 points, allowing him to see some hope for the future. Putting the replication plan aside, Owen planned to revise it before putting it away. This way, he would continuously study and revise, and then restart the puppet replication plan when he felt confident. Although the puppet replication plan was shelved again, Owen gained a lot of inspiration from it. The previous synthesis of demon sheep armor gave him considerable insight, reminding him of Iron Man's suit. The demon sheep armor grants the wearer greater strength and explosive power, and the demon sheep sword grants the user superb swordsmanship and techniques. Together, they can directly transform an ordinary person into a battle-hardened elite warrior. And this is only the basic Demon King armament. Above it are intermediate, advanced, and true Demon King level armaments, and each level of Demon King armament can be enhanced 3 times. If an advanced Demon King armament is enhanced 3 times, its power would certainly be no less than Iron Man's suit, at least not inferior to those before the nanotech series. The only problem is that using the power of the Demon King armament is not without cost. Besides consuming the equipment's own magic power, it also heavily drains the user's stamina. If one's own strength is insufficient, not only will they be unable to unleash the Demon King armament's abilities, but they will also easily become a 3-second man. Of course, one can choose to have the Demon King armament devour monsters to compensate for this consumption and gain a significant boost. The problem is that if used this way long-term, even the Demon Lord aura cannot completely resist the Demon King armament's erosion of the user. Don't forget, this thing is called Demon King armament. It's demonized equipment created by contaminating hero equipment with monsters, and it's not to be trifled with. Despite this, the Demon King armament is still an important foundation for Owen's future fantasy version of the Iron Man suit, so he has not given up on researching these changes. However, due to the repeated setbacks of the puppet replication plan, Owen learned patience from it, so he didn't immediately aim for the advanced Demon King armament, but instead chose the basic Demon King armament as an attempt, then gradually perfected it step by step, ultimately creating a fantasy version of the Iron Man suit. The basic Demon King armament doesn't consume much progress value. Hero equipment worth 5 progress points and a free summoned monster are things he can afford to waste, and the finished product won't be damaged. Even if there are certain hidden dangers for ordinary users, it can still be used for emergencies in times of crisis. As the first synthesized Demon Sheep series, it was obviously a success, so this time Owen set his sights on venomous snakes, planning to create a snake series. Also a fusion of a monster and hero armor, the snake armor was clearly less bulky than the Demon Sheep armor, belonging to an ultralight scale armor. It looked like directly peeled snake skin, so it fit quite snugly, perfectly accentuating the body's curves. He looked down at the lump below, originally thinking it was a standard size, but now suddenly felt a few points less confident. So he immediately took off this tight scale armor, which would make a man look like a pervert and a beautiful woman look like a hot trend. Despite this, Owen still felt the benefits of this set of scale armor. After wearing it, the body becomes more flexible, as if all joints have become silky smooth. Although it doesn't increase strength or defense, it can greatly enhance flexibility and instantaneous explosive power, like a venomous snake poised to strike its prey. The second piece was the Viper Soft Sword, which would emit a snake's hiss when continuously stabbing and contain potent venom. However, besides releasing snake venom, the soft sword could also achieve detoxification by absorbing toxins. Since snakes are not suitable for riding, there were no mount-type enhancements, nor were they suitable for synthesizing hammers or cloaks. However, their fusion with staves and runes was good. Owen synthesized a snake staff and a viper amulet. The former could summon and control venomous snakes, and the latter could increase the power of curses. Owen planned to give this series of viper equipment to Maya to enhance her strength. As for the issue of demonized pollution caused by ordinary people using Demon King armament, Maya herself had integrated with a Gorgon, a high-level demon, so how could she care about a bit of demonized pollution? However, thinking of this, Owen suddenly realized a problem, or rather, a safety hazard that he had overlooked before. The first Northern Land Reclamation Group was composed of a bunch of trash. Although a few grains of gold dust were sifted out in the end, it still didn't change their trashy essence, meaning their quality was too poor to pose much of a threat. In fact, if it weren't for the Imperial Border Army's several heavy blows, which killed a large number of northern barbarians and forced them to migrate north, there would have been no subsequent involvement for the Northern Land Reclamation Group. Did they really think the northern barbarians were vegetarians? Even if they didn't have any advantage in weapons and equipment, they could still smash a Northern Land Reclamation Group made up of a bunch of trash with just their fists. Of course, for this, the Northern Land Reclamation Group was also used as bait by the Imperial Border Army. Otherwise, the barbarians, scattered in tribal forms across the vast northern land, would not have easily gathered, let alone been caught off guard by the Imperial Border Army. Although this led to heavy losses for the Northern Land Reclamation Group, it was precisely because of these few victories that the northern barbarians were forced to retreat further north, allowing the Northern Land Reclamation Group to establish a foothold in the northern land. So, it's hard to say who used whom. Putting aside old matters, the predicament the second Northern Land Reclamation Group faced was clearly much smaller than the first. Instead, they were vying for future benefits. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the next few decades would be a period of rapid development for the northern border region. If all went well, becoming a new province of the empire was not a problem, and the contained benefits were astonishingly large. However, the cycle was too long, with hope only for at least 3 or 4 generations, so the empire's great nobles were not in a hurry to intervene. But for others, this was a rare opportunity, because by the time it truly developed, there would be nothing left for them. So, in addition to the forces of small and medium-sized nobles, it was very likely to attract adventurers from within the empire and dark forces hidden in the shadows. Adventurers are a group of people unwilling to be ordinary. They wander around seeking strength, wealth, and glory. From bullying slimes at the village entrance to slaying evil dragons and rescuing princesses, there's no task they won't undertake. Although, according to Maya, most adventurers are weaklings who like to brag, there are also many practitioners among them who possess extraordinary abilities, and their strength cannot be ignored. In addition, while adventurers help solve many local problems, they also create many troubles. Most importantly, they are always restless. How restless! They would overturn the ground wherever they went to see if there were any ruins underneath, pick up a vase and think it sealed a demon, and see everyone as a hidden demon king's army cadre. This caused much distress to local residents and lords, so adventurers were not very welcome, at least not when there was no trouble. As for dark forces, their existence in this world is simply too normal. Cultists of chaotic evil gods, heinous wanted criminals, blood-stained assassins, notorious black mages, infamous demon warlocks, compared to annoying adventurers, these are the real dangerous elements. Originally, the northern land was barren and worthless. Even dark forces wouldn't set their sights on this remote backwater. But the Empire's move to form the Second Northern Land Reclamation Group was very likely to attract these unstable factors and dangerous elements, which was absolutely a terrible thing. Adventurers were fine, not too many were expected to come. Dark forces, however, were troublesome. The army only posed a threat to them but found it difficult to truly eliminate them because they were elusive, not weak in strength and ruthless. They were especially good at creating chaos and death. Once angered, it was hard to estimate how much destruction they could cause. Moreover, dark forces were not like adventurers, who held reverence for lords. In fact, they often ended up being hunted by everyone precisely because they attacked nobles without any scruples. Thinking of the crises he would face in the near future, strengthening his own and his subordinates' self-preservation abilities, and enhancing the territory's defenses, these alone were not enough. Owen decisively believed that only evil could fight evil, and only darkness could devour darkness. And who was he? He was Hydra III, the future Demon King. Not only did he possess an underground city, yet to be built, but he also had a large group of monsters under him who killed without batting an eye and ate people without salt. Who could be more like a dark force than he? Even if he agreed, the Hydra would not. Long live Hydra! Let the name of Hydra resound throughout the dark world. After a moment of chunibyo, Owen continued to busy himself with the task at hand. After all, both in physical and mental age, he had long graduated from chunibyo. After the demon sheep and viper, Owen turned his attention to the slime and immediately felt a headache because slimes did not have very good compatibility with any hero's equipment. After all, the characteristic of slimes was their gelatinous physique, and this characteristic was simply a disaster for weapons and armor. Owen tried to fuse the slime with a staff and a talisman, obtaining an acid staff and an acid talisman. The effect was barely better than nothing, so it was better to save them for synthesizing slime maids to work in the castle. Now, among the 4 monsters, only the goblin remained. However, whether it was synthesizing the Green Goblin equipment series or the lewd version of the Goblin Maid, Owen couldn't bring himself to accept it. Even if the Goblin Maid might become beautiful, just thinking of its original form, with that hooked nose and fangs, immediately dispelled all distracting thoughts. Goblins should just continue to be enforcers in the Demon Horn Forest. They were both monsters, but due to differences in appearance, they received completely different treatment. This shows the importance of appearance. It's no exaggeration to say it determines fate. The synthesis of the primary Demon King armament was almost complete. Although there were more combinations, there was no need to continue. Owen needed to accumulate more progress points to attempt higher-level synthesis. Intermediate Demon King armament required 2 heroes' equipment to be synthesized before they could be used as the main material, and it also required an advanced monster, immediately doubling the cost. Considering practicality, Owen chose the most cost-effective hero's armor and the advanced demon sheep, the demon sheepman, as fusion materials. The enhanced hero's armor goes without saying. The main focus was on the demon sheep's advancement, using bipedal half-sheep people. The demon sheepman was half human, half sheep, possessing a goat's head, a human upper body, and a backward-jointed sheep's lower body, like the cunning demons in myths. However, demon sheepmen were not as powerful as demons. Although their strength and agility exceeded ordinary people, they mostly relied on instinct to fight, charging at enemies like boxers for a frenzied beating. So in Owen's evaluation, they were worth at most 3 progress points. However, the demon sheepman was just the catalyst for the enchanted armor. The fighting style was not important. The demon sheep armor after synthesis was much stronger than the demon sheep armor. Not in terms of the armor's strength, but rather the internal amplification. The demon sheep armor was still merely a simple armor. Its amplification was more like a magical enchantment, performing better the higher one's own attributes. The demon sheep armor, however, was different. It was practically like a living creature inside, covered in greenish-blue blood vessels, blood-red muscle fibers, and constantly wriggling gland-like organs, and it also secreted a transparent, colorless viscous fluid internally, while the blood-red eyes on the helmet emanated an evil will. It was absolutely demonic. This thing was alive. Owen could feel the demon sheep armor's craving for flesh and slaughter, not to mention that wearing this armor was like crawling into the abdominal cavity of some creature. Even without any foul smell, he had no intention of trying it on. Besides that, the external appearance of the demon sheep armor was also too evil. If the demon sheep armor still carried a strong sheep-like style, somewhat resembling a black painted gold cloth of Ares, especially with its huge horns spanning the shoulders, then the demon sheep armor could only be described as purely demonic in style. It was not only sharply angular, but also exuded an evil aura everywhere, the kind that righteous characters would definitely hack it twice before pulverizing if they saw it. Imagine himself wearing the demon sheep armor, leading a group of monsters, and then showcasing the dungeon. No one would believe him if he said he wasn't a dark force. Now it was settled. When facing adventurers, he was the noble and upright lord. When facing an invasion by evil forces, he was the evil and brutal demon lord of the dungeon, who would dare to contend with him for territory. Regarding the demon sheep armor, as long as he didn't wear it, Owen was quite satisfied, except that the name wasn't pleasant, so he removed one character and named the new series the Demon Man series. Although the Demon Man series was far stronger than the Demon Sheep series, its evil aura was too strong. Unless he planned to always appear as a villain in the future, it was best not to use it normally, and besides, it was too disgusting inside. So after forging a Demon Man sword to complete a set, Owen chose to seal it in the 3rd level of the dungeon, and then find a way to strengthen the basic Demon Sheep series. First, the material, the special aspect of the hero's equipment, which served as the synthesis's main body, was not its hardness, so in terms of defense, it was only equivalent to fine plate armor. If it were an ordinary world, this strength would be sufficient, but unfortunately, this world was not ordinary, so it had to be strengthened. Strengthening hero's equipment was very simple. Merging equipment of the same type was enough, up to 3 times. In reality, each merger was the primary material needed for the next stage of Demon King armament synthesis, and the 3rd time required merging a hero's heart, which meant a maximum of 3 hero's equipment pieces and 1 hero's heart merged together. This was the game's limit, and also the synthesis furnace's limit. Previously, Owen had not exchanged for a hero's heart because a hero's heart, valued at 20 progress points, was not cheap, and he was also unsure what a hero's heart was actually used for, so he had never exchanged for one. This time he planned to strengthen the demon sheep armor to its limit, and a hero's heart was indispensable. At the same time, he wanted to see the limits of the synthesis furnace. In fact, the limits of the synthesis furnace were not as elusive as imagined. As a product exchanged for 20 progress points, the powerful functions of the synthesis furnace were mostly targeted at heroes' equipment and monsters from the same game. Even so, breaking through the limits still required the hero's heart as a special substance for refinement. Besides that, although the synthesis furnace also had magical effects on ordinary substances, its upper limit was not as high as imagined, which obviously restricted Owen's future potential. However, for the current upper limit of progress points he possessed, the synthesis furnace was still sufficient. He synthesized two newly exchanged heroes' armors with the original demon sheep armor. The resulting demon sheep armor became very heavy, giving a feeling of evolving from plate armor to power armor. In fact, the feeling was not wrong, because Owen had indeed borrowed some of the puppet's structure for the new demon sheep armor. As long as an intelligent core and an energy core were added, this thing could move on its own. However, achieving this step was not easy. Owen had only accidentally discovered that mental power could be used with the synthesis furnace for more detailed operations during repeated mergers of the Demon King armament. Influencing the internal synthesis of the synthesis furnace through mental power across the furnace was not easy, let alone having to persist until the synthesis was complete. The mental power, acting as a mold or framework, would be partially consumed during this process, causing him to feel mentally drained for several days before recovering. But the advantage was that this part of the mental power did not disappear. Instead, it integrated into the synthesized item, giving him a high affinity for the composite. Otherwise, the Demon Man armor would not only be disgusting, but also quite dangerous. Later, through Owen's continuous research, he mastered the ability to create puppet mechanisms using the synthesis furnace and applied this to the enhanced demon sheep armor. Of course, with Owen's current mental power, he could not directly synthesize more complex structures, such as a mechanical spine. Therefore, on this basis, he successively incorporated a mechanical spine, an intelligent core, an energy core, magnetic mushrooms, and finally, a blood-red hero's heart gem. It was at this time that Owen understood the function of the hero's heart. It was similar to a simplified philosopher's stone, capable of completely integrating all items and functions, and to a certain extent, preventing the user from being affected by the Demon King armament's influence on emotions. This was why the Demon King armament required a hero's heart when strengthened to its final stage, and also the key to why the Demon Man armor appeared so evil. Although he possessed the Demon Lord aura, Owen would not be affected by the demonic corruption of the Demon King armament. However, as a demonic item filled with negative energy, the negative impact on spirit and emotions was still unavoidable. Going on a spring outing in clear weather versus trudging through mud on a rainy day would certainly result in different moods. One could self-regulate for a short time, but over a longer period, it would be impossible not to become depressed. Fortunately, due to the continuous strengthening process, the proportion of monster elements in the demon sheep armor kept decreasing, and the finally formed demon sheep armor's color even changed to a low-key, luxurious metallic gray, looking much more pleasing to the eye. Besides the color, other aspects also changed significantly, such as its height increasing to 2 meters and its weight exceeding half a ton. To be honest, without the exoskeleton frame of the puppet structure, wearing this thing would truly kill someone. If the helmet was crooked, one's neck would surely break. But with the exoskeleton frame, plus the integrated mechanical spine, intelligent core, and energy core, even without a wearer, the demon sheep armor still possessed autonomous movement capabilities. Once worn, it was like adding wings to a tiger. And this was not the true capability of the demon sheep armor. Its internal structure was what amazed Owen. Compared to the disgusting and uncomfortable biological tissue inside the Demon Man armor, although the demon sheep armor also had similar biological tissue inside, it did not appear disgusting. Countless tough fibers formed rubber-like muscle fibers, crisscrossing and covering the internal space of the armor. It didn't resemble a living organism, but rather a biochemical synthetic material, with excellent anti-collision and shock-absorbing effects. And this was only the most basic function. It was only when Owen truly put it on that he personally experienced the effect of this layer of biological tissue. How to put it, it felt like countless slippery little hands caressing your entire body, or like a warm, skinned python coiling around you. It was a very strange sensation. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable and nauseating, but once you got used to it, it was surprisingly stimulating, like being wrapped around by Maya, constantly being taken from. Once this sensation was accepted, the spiritual power immediately flowed through, as if merging with this layer of muscle tissue. It felt like suddenly becoming incredibly strong, like a scrawny teenager suddenly transforming into a burly strongman. Clearly, this was an illusion caused by the muscle bundles providing the user with extra powerful strength. Besides enhancing strength, this tough biological tissue could also help the wearer share and withstand external pressure. Its effect was significant. Owen could even easily lift 1 or 2 tons of heavy objects, and this was not even the limit. After all, the external armor was a puppet structure, and it also integrated a mechanical spine and an energy core, so the power output was considerable. At the same time, Owen also noticed that this armor concealed some functions, such as the magnet mushrooms he had specifically integrated. However, these functions still needed to be developed before they could be used. The only drawback was that it was too heavy, not to mention ordinary warhorses. Even the armored demon sheep couldn't bear this weight. Perhaps he could consider a chariot. Owen named the ultimate version of the demon sheep power armor the Overlord Sheep Armor. Moreover, this armor did not require a special place for storage. With Owen's will, it transformed into a hero's heart necklace worn around his neck. The heavy, massive armor turning into a tiny necklace was a very magical process, so Owen, full of curiosity, chose to don it again. The armor's release was very stimulating. Piece by piece, the armor rapidly unfolded outwards from the hero's heart, covering his entire body in an instant. The smooth yet subtly industrial aesthetic of its extension, along with the sound of metal plates colliding and rubbing, could make any boy's blood boil, making him wish he could immediately fight a super villain for 800 rounds. Although men are boys until they die, Owen didn't indulge for too long. After playing with it a dozen times, he was pretty much done. Next, I just need to synthesize a weapon. Owen finally let out a sigh of relief. It was then that he realized he had wasted too much time and progress points on this, but what he gained in return was self-preservation and inner peace, which was worth it. I wonder how much time has passed. Because he was engrossed in synthesis, and the dungeon chamber was built too comfortably, Owen actually forgot how long he had been there. Although if anything important happened, Maya would surely come to inform him. The problem was that being out of contact with the outside world for too long made him feel a bit anxious. This was definitely not because his little brother had been stubbornly refusing to bow down, so Owen went straight back to the castle. As soon as he came out, he almost froze to death. Pushing open the door to see the snow, a shivering Owen suddenly realized that it was already winter. He had actually stayed in the dungeon chamber for half a year in one go. But it was not surprising. Progress points needed waiting, and after synthesis, testing was required. In addition, inspiration kept flowing during this period, and Owen suddenly seemed to have a breakthrough in puppetry, becoming unconsciously engrossed in it. His intelligence had increased significantly, so it was no wonder he overlooked the time. Indeed, research requires focus. With no women to distract him, his efficiency improved considerably. Although it was very cold outside and there was a thin layer of snow, Owen still couldn't resist the urge to run out and frolic for a while, trampling the pristine snow into a mess until a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead before he stopped. No matter how comfortable he made the dungeon chamber, the space was limited. Staying inside for a long time inevitably caused some inner suppression, so as soon as he came out, he eagerly released his inner impulses, running wild in the snow. As a result, still wearing only a single layer of clothing, he predictably caught a cold. With such a small physique, wishing to be immune to heat and cold was simply dreaming. So after changing into thick clothes, Owen, sniffling, went to the greenhouse to find Dare. Of course, he could exchange for cold medicine from the system, but wouldn't that mean losing a reason to go see Dare? Although having a reason or not wasn't important, at least it added some romance. Under Dare's care, the greenhouse had taken shape, filled with common Hogwarts magical herbs, though many venomous snakes roamed here, making it seem fraught with danger. Because it's warm and comfortable here, and there's plenty of food, many rats came here a while ago and bit the plant guards. So Lord Maya gathered a batch of venomous snakes from the castle to come here. They don't need to hibernate here and can also help catch rats, Dare said to Owen, recounting some recent trivial matters while brewing a refreshing potion, as gentle and considerate as a wife brewing soup for her husband. Wrapped in thick clothes, Owen, enjoying the current feeling while roasting by the torch tree stump, couldn't help but recall that he was no longer young. He would be 20 in another year. Perhaps he should start considering his lifelong affairs. The refreshing potion was successfully brewed. Thanks to her witch bloodline sensitivity to potions and ample raw materials, Dare had already learned most of the brewing methods for common Hogwarts life potions and had self-studied the Hogwarts textbooks up to the 4th year. Although the first 3 years of the curriculum were more about building a foundation, Dare's talent could not be ignored either. Of course, this was also related to Dare's witch bloodline and the fact that she was already an adult. However, at this rate, she would be able to self-study all the textbooks and become a formal witch in another year or two. In contrast, Owen seemed a bit behind, as he had only self-studied up to the 2nd year. Clearly, his energy was too dispersed. After drinking a large spoonful of the refreshing potion, Owen instantly felt much more energized, though his ears kept smoking, which made him lose much of his enthusiasm for a deeper conversation with Dare. After all, it would make him look like a small train that couldn't climb a slope no matter how hard it tried. Just as Owen was hesitating whether to start the car, Maya quickly arrived, placing a large pile of accumulated territory affairs before him. Well, no driving, let's start working first. Helplessly, Owen could only work hard while his ears were still smoking. Owen did not return to the dungeon chamber afterward. Firstly, his passion and inspiration were mostly depleted, and secondly, the territory truly could not do without him. Owen first converted the serfs who had performed well over the past 6 months into farmers. This was crucial for the territory's labor efficiency and public morale and could not be delayed. Then, using the internal treasury as a cover, he replenished the territory with a wave of scarce supplies, and then reviewed the intelligence compiled by Maya. Corins had not been idle in the territory for the past 6 months. He had gone out multiple times to purchase serfs and inquire about news, mainly regarding the movements of the Second Northern Land Reclamation Group. Next spring is when the Northern Land Reclamation Group heads north. Who knows who will be unlucky first? Owen put down the intelligence report, pinching the bridge of his nose. Even though he had expected it, he still felt a sense of powerlessness. However, Owen quickly cheered up. His territory was too far from the imperial border. The Second Northern Land Reclamation Group would definitely not ignore the immediate benefits and travel all the way to him. The further north, the more barren it was. This was a common understanding of the Northern Land, and everyone thought so. This would at least buy him 1 or 2 years of development time, enough for him to significantly increase the strength of his territory. By then, even if they harbored ill intentions, they would have to consider if they could afford to provoke him. Thinking of this, Owen, who was about to smile, suddenly stiffened. How could he have forgotten about the adventurers? If adventurers came along, they certainly wouldn't stay put near the imperial border. Exploring further afield was inevitable, so he didn't have as much time as he thought. Damn adventurers, Owen cursed fiercely, just like some big villain boss. Because he had lived in the safest and most stable country in his previous life, he hated these lawless, reckless people the most, especially when it concerned his own interests. Although he could abandon everything and run away if necessary, the problem was how much effort and progress points he had invested in the territory's development. Abandoning everything wasn't impossible, but it would definitely pain him to the point of wanting to kill someone. No more wasting progress points, Owen began to budget carefully. He needed to use this limited time to upgrade all his existing troop types, increasing their strength as much as possible while maintaining their numbers. However, the number of cavalry still needed to be increased. The vast and flat environment of the northern land was most suitable for developing cavalry. The horses Corins bought from Mara town could become qualified warhorses after being transformed by the stables, allowing him to train enough cavalry with fewer progress points. At the same time, the number of ninjas also needed to increase. Although the progress points required for their exchange were slightly higher due to their race, ninjas, who were suitable for operating in the dark and were essentially death squads, were very suitable for doing dirty work. Whether it was going against the current to burst a chrysanthemum or hiding in a toilet, as long as they could complete the mission, they would do it without hesitation, let alone clearing out some overly curious adventurers or dark forces with malicious intent. However, their numbers needed to increase, and their strength also needed to be enhanced. Ninjas were just ordinary people who had undergone inhumane training. They had no shortage of strange methods, especially with the magic potions provided by Dare, making them even more unpredictable, but they lacked hard strength. Killing all witnesses is a successful infiltration. Although this statement has an element of humor, it must be said to be true. After all, infiltration is for killing people. As long as it is successful, the method and process are not important. In fact, Owen had long since figured out a way to strengthen them. A long time ago, he had given the ninjas various breathing techniques exchanged from the Demon Slayer game to practice, and also had Charles teach the soldiers iron cloth and battle aura. Now the ninjas had already made some progress in breathing technique, and the soldiers had also learned the basics of iron cloth, but there was no progress with battle aura. It wasn't because ninjas and soldiers were system troop types, nor was it because breathing technique and iron cloth also came from the system. The main reason was that to cultivate battle aura, one must train their body to a certain limit. Then, either someone injects a battle aura seed into you to slowly cultivate it, or you train your body to its limit to awaken it independently. There is no other way. The abilities of system soldiers are more reflected in combat skills and disciplined cooperation. Their physical fitness can only be described as decent. For example, a system soldier worth 1 progress point has only slightly better physical fitness than a farmer, far from being elite. Only soldiers worth 3 progress points look somewhat elite, but their physical fitness still doesn't meet the requirements to activate Battle Aura. Owen estimated that to independently activate Battle Aura, one would need to be a troop type worth at least 10 progress points, and for passive activation, they would need to be a troop type worth 5 progress points. Currently, most of the soldiers in the territory are low-level troop types worth 1 progress point. Even if they are upgraded, they will only be troop types worth 3 progress points, far from the requirements to activate Battle Aura. Don't think that Battle Aura seeds are so easy to condense. The requirements for Battle Aura are too high, making breathing technique and iron cloth much more suitable for widespread adoption, at least in the early stages. Although breathing technique has the suspicion of burning life in exchange for power, it must be said that in terms of instantaneous explosive power, it is still superior to Battle Aura. After all, a skill that can slay demons with a mortal body is by no means ordinary. However, breathing technique requires a high degree of willpower concentration to comprehend. Currently, only ninjas who have undergone inhumane training in the territory can practice it. On the other hand, iron cloth is more suitable for all soldiers to cultivate because it is inherently a clumsy skill and does not involve energy like Battle Aura or internal energy. Its essence is a technique for tempering the body, and the later stage involves the power of vital energy in blood, which only utilizes the organism's own blood circulation. Therefore, it is one of the few martial arts in this world that is not restricted. In its early stages, iron cloth cannot achieve invulnerability to blades and spears, but it can significantly enhance physical constitution, which is extremely important for soldiers. The improvement in physique allows soldiers to use heavier armor and weapons, which means stronger defense and lethality. At the same time, the improvement in physique also gives soldiers stronger explosive power and endurance. All these combined can play a decisive role on the battlefield. However, the cultivation of iron cloth is not without problems. The strengthening of the body requires a large amount of energy, and where does this energy come from? It can only be obtained from food, and it must be high-quality food, preferably large amounts of meat and fish every day. This is just the initial stage. The medicinal diets and baths in the middle and later stages are even more demanding. In fact, let alone the middle and later stages, the initial stage already made Owen scratch his head. Because the territory's grazing, farming, and fishing have just begun, it will take at least another half a year to basically meet the needs of the soldiers, and that's assuming their food intake doesn't increase. If it weren't for the Goblin tribe's large reserves of grain, which are still continuously increasing, Owen wouldn't dare to let the soldiers train freely. Of course, the advantage of doing this is that the progress points required for troop upgrades are lower. After all, as long as the physique meets the standards, the upgrade only requires infusing combat skills and experience, which doesn't consume many progress points. Even equipment can be saved by using what's produced in the territory, minimizing the consumption of progress points. Regarding equipment, Owen thought he would have to wait a while longer to be self-sufficient. Who knew that during his seclusion in the dungeon's secret chamber, Maya sent Charles to the Wild Buffalo territory to mine a batch of high-quality iron ore, which was then refined into a batch of fine iron using magic horn tree chunks. Although not a large amount, it was already enough to meet the territory's daily needs and forge a batch of weapons for reserve. After finishing a lot of work, Owen decided to relax. This wasn't laziness or a lack of urgency on his part, thinking about relaxing at such a time. Rather, it was because appropriate relaxation could effectively prevent anxiety caused by overly tense nerves. In other words, if he wanted to rest, he would rest. He was his own boss, and if he didn't want to work, he wouldn't. His previous life was ordinary. Even if he worked overtime for a long time, at most he would scroll through Douyin or watch videos at home, enjoying the post-event emptiness while incidentally criticizing certain celebrities for neglecting their duties and engaging in illicit relationships. As for what he truly thought deep down, perhaps only he knew. In any case, he dared not go to foot massage parlors, nor did he dare to indulge in one-stop services. Besides verbally complaining, he had no other good options. In this life, he had the means, and he could play for real. only he knew the smugness in his heart, saying it out loud might get him beaten. Although there was a suspicion of revealing his shortcomings, Owen still chose the gentle and considerate Daer as his companion for the winter nights. That night there were no flowers in the castle, no candlelight dinner, and certainly no romance. Owen didn't care, and Daer wasn't in a position to care. Besides, her current life already made her very satisfied, and Owen wasn't an old, ugly, perverted noble. He was young, humorous, and knew how to undress people. What was there to be dissatisfied with? She was even much happier than her mother, so what was the harm in giving her all her tenderness? The canary Daer was very satisfied with her current life. Not only had she met a good master, but he had also helped her solve the problem of her witch bloodline. This way, her magic would not go out of control, nor would it distort her body, making her increasingly ugly and strange. Not to mention, she could also research the potions she liked. As for the master's minor troubles, they were nothing. Both potions and magic were easy to solve, such as an engorgement charm. This is a Kneazle, a magical creature, very intelligent. It can accompany its master and also help you catch rats in the greenhouse. Owen handed the basket to Daer, who was tending to the herbs. Kneazles are magical creatures unique to the Hogwarts world. They resemble cats but have larger ears, various spots on their bodies, and a lion-like tail. Although they look a bit ugly as magical creatures, they don't live by being cute. The magical thing about Kneazles is their keen ability to sense who is suspicious and who is more trustworthy. They make good pets, so Owen also raised one. He had intended to send one to Maya and Shur too, but considering their personalities, neither was suitable for fluffy small animals. He decided to wait and see. So cute, Daer put down her watering can and took the basket. When she saw the adorable little creature inside, her eyes almost sparkled with pink stars. Few people can resist the charm of fluffy small animals, especially women. Daer loved the gift so much that she momentarily ignored Owen, but he didn't mind, knowing that he would be compensated sooner or later. He was confident about that. The current weather was not friendly to the little creature, so Daer thoughtfully built a warm little nest for the Kneazle beside the torchwood stump and fed it some milk. After settling the Kneazle, Daer took out a long list. These were the ingredients she needed for brewing potions. It was impossible to collect them all by herself or from the territory, so she could only rely on Owen to provide them. Hogwarts potions are very complex, including not only herbs, but also the limbs and organs of magical creatures and ordinary animals, very much in line with the fairy tale image of an old witch stewing bat livers, lizard tails, and rat whiskers in a pot. Although it sounded disgusting, Owen found it hard to give up the super powerful effects of Hogwarts potions. So, after successfully cultivating herbs, he planned to cultivate common magical creatures in reality, according to the list provided by Daer. Magical creatures also have different grades. Most magical creatures are not expensive, though some are, like fire dragons and thunderbirds. However, Daer couldn't brew potions using magical creatures of that grade, and even if she could, he could directly exchange for the ingredients. The ingredients were much cheaper. He had exchanged many for Daer to practice with before, only forbidding her from adding these things to daily meals, except for potions and tonic soups. Owen first exchanged for a batch of ingredients, then exchanged for several easy-to-raise and low-risk magical creatures, such as bowtruckles, puffskeins, auguries, and mooncalves. Bowtruckles from a distance look like green praying mantises, but upon closer inspection, they resemble small stick figures. They are very good at camouflaging themselves, living in trees and feeding on insects. When the tree they inhabit is damaged, they will attack the eyes of the perpetrator. Overall, they are beneficial to plants. Because they were cheap, Owen exchanged for many. They could catch pests and clear dead branches and leaves, reducing Daer's workload. Exchanging for puffskeins was entirely for their appearance. These fluffy, ball-like magical creatures look like buns, very cute, and can be used to decorate the greenhouse. At the same time, these magical creatures are scavengers and can effectively clean the greenhouse. Auguries are also high-value magical creatures that are pleasing to the eye, and their feathers are excellent material for making quills in the magical world. However, despite being such beautiful magical creatures, their song can make people lose their minds, so care must be taken when raising them, and silence charms and muffling charms must be frequently reinforced. Even though there was no need to worry about them going out of control because they were exchanged from the system, Owen still only exchanged for one. Although somewhat dangerous, when necessary, auguries are also a trump card against enemies. As for mooncalves, these creatures that resemble alpacas have long and very thick necks, making them appear top-heavy. A pair of eyes as large as crystal balls occupy 90% of their heads, making them look adorably clumsy, leading one to greatly suspect if their brains were squeezed out by their eyeballs. In short, they are creatures with a rather unexpected appearance. The appearance of the mooncalf is hard to describe, but its droppings are excellent fertilizer, especially suitable for herbs, so Owen exchanged for two to see if they could reproduce. After exchanging for mooncalves and thinking about the use of their droppings, Owen realized he had forgotten about the fertilizer problem. Owen felt he couldn't bear to have a beautiful woman with whom he had been intimate deal with fertilizer. The previous experience of teaching goblin farmers to handle fertilizer in the magic horn tree forest had left him with a considerable trauma. So despite having decided not to waste any more progress points, after exchanging for many magical creatures, he still assembled a new mechanical maid using plant and biological materials. The new maid was a little shorter than Ram. As she was made entirely from plant and biological materials, her weight was closer to that of a human, and her movements were softer, though her appearance was equally unique. The new maid, named Lulu by Owen, had pale green skin and long, wavy green hair. Her large, moist emerald-like eyes and petal-soft pink lips were enchanting, and coupled with her slender figure, she resembled an elf walking out of the forest, exuding a natural aura. Compared to the cyberpunk-style Ram, Lulu appeared more vibrant and her eyes were more animated because her intelligent core and energy core were more unique. They weren't mechanical cores focused on enhanced computation, nor were they high-energy cores. Instead, they were processed from natural products, making them natural magic cores. Therefore, while Lulu was not as strong in combat or computational power as Ram, she was superior in perception and attention to detail. She could use magic, making her more suitable for greenhouse work. In Owen's opinion, Ram was closer to the definition of a robot, while Lulu was more in line with a fantasy-style doll, though in reality, both were puppets. However, the game Puppet Master was originally marketed on its exquisite graphics, so the details and rationality were only barely acceptable. Having a background setting was already good enough, one shouldn't ask for too much. Dayer was very curious about the elf-like Lulu, because unlike Ram, whom she had seen by Maya's side before, though both were puppet creations, Lulu seemed softer and more approachable. Regarding the new maid, although Dayer didn't say anything, she was very satisfied internally. This meant that while her status might not have changed, her position in her master's heart was different from before. Even if she couldn't compare to Maya, it had become more secure. As a canary, Dayer wouldn't contend for fame or profit, nor would she think of rising to become the main wife. However, this didn't mean she wouldn't try her best to consolidate and improve her position in her master's heart. After all, a canary cherished by its master and not abandoned is a good canary. Otherwise, if easily tired of and disliked, their fate would not be good, and being bestowed upon a subordinate was already the best outcome. Leaving Dayer in a joyful mood, planning to brew a magical potion similar to a targeted expansion agent to cultivate her master's lacking confidence in certain areas, Owen began to busy himself with work after delivering the gift. Owen did not waste any progress points after this. As the progress points slowly recovered, he used them all to improve the quality of his soldiers. However, this couldn't be rushed, as the daily recovery of progress points was limited, so in between, he also took a trip to the goblin tribe. He couldn't rest easy until the ruins there were understood. Moreover, because the super farmland was not affected by the weather, it continued to yield harvests even in winter, leading to a shortage of space in the underground city's secret chambers for storing grain. This time, he was going to expand it and also check how many magic horn goblins the goblin general had gathered. Most of the surrounding magic horn goblins had joined the tribe, but it wasn't enough. At least 1,000 were needed to meet Owen's next plan. The goblin general dared not be negligent in the slightest. He had already gathered 200 to 300 magic horn goblins, but he kept them all outside the tribe, setting up abandoned tents for them to spend the winter, and then throwing them some food every few days, just enough so not too many would starve to death. For the goblin general, these magic horn goblins needed a transformation ritual to truly join the tribe. Only sufficiently loyal goblins were qualified to become a subordinate of the evil Lord Demon King. Currently, they were just a pile of stinking fertilizer. The goblin general, who had grown accustomed to the clean and tidy tribe, sneered at the dirty and barbaric primitive magic horn goblins. If not for the Lord Demon King needing more cannon fodder, he would rather kill all the magic horn goblins and use them as fertilizer. When Owen arrived at the goblin tribe, he found that it had indeed improved. The transformed goblin farmers became more obedient and instinctively knew how to build homes and maintain a clean and tidy environment. Even without much direction from the goblin general, the previously messy and dirty tribe had become clean and orderly. Owen was in high spirits and specially exchanged for a fountain in the middle of the tribe. It could serve as both a water source and a decoration, as a reward for the goblin tribe. A fountain meant nothing to the goblin general, but since it was a gift from the Lord Demon King, its significance was different. Therefore, he immediately called an elite goblin to guard it. Taking water was allowed, but bathing was prohibited, especially for those restless little goblins. They absolutely must not be allowed to urinate in the pool. The most striking feature of the entire goblin tribe was a straight avenue extending deep into the magic horn tree forest. The super farmland was more like a green belt in the middle of the avenue, dividing it into two, which was very spectacular. Even though it was winter, the super farmland was still full of spring vitality. From time to time, goblin farmers, with joyful smiles of harvest, pushed handmade wheelbarrows to transport the harvested grain to the tribe, looking orderly. Thinking back to the cunning and cruel goblins from before, and then looking at the diligent and honest goblins in front of him, Owen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This was no longer simple brainwashing, but a distortion of their very essence. At this moment, he had a more intuitive and profound understanding of the system's transformation. Shaking his head, Owen dispelled the chill in his heart, because for him, who was completely dependent on the system, all sorts of suspicions and precautions against the system were utterly unnecessary. It's like a rich second-generation heir who inherited billions, opened a few shops, and earned in a year what an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime. Would you say this is his own capability? Would you say he would be wary of the inherited wealth? All along, Owen had not been lost by the achievements he had made so far. Whether it was the rapidly developing territory, the nascent underground city, loyal subordinates, elite soldiers, or powerful armor, he was very clear that all of this came from the system. It could be said that he didn't even have 1% of the credit in the entire process. He was even a burden. If it were someone else, with the same system and time, they would probably already be considering counterattacking the empire. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Owen never thought he was an extraordinary person, nor did he think he was a capable person. If he really had that ability, he would have succeeded in his previous life. Why wait until transmigration? Therefore, Owen was very clear that without him, the system would still be the system, but without the system, he was nothing. He would probably still be crying silently in the dilapidated castle. Moreover, it's as if his wariness of the system would even be useful. Owen didn't think the system transforming him would be much harder than transforming a serf. So people need self-awareness. When you are useless enough, you will understand what it means to lie flat. When you are useless enough, you don't have to worry about being exploited, because your chances of messing things up are higher than your chances of success. After clearing his mind of useless thoughts, Owen arrived at the entrance of the Demon Horn Forest Avenue. This was the first place where super farmland was exchanged, so it was naturally the most deeply affected and most representative. Thus, he would inspect it every time he came. Grabbing a handful of soil, Owen immediately frowned, because he found that the stickiness of the soil had decreased again. It had changed from fertile humus soil that felt oily when squeezed to dry, crumbly yellow soil. Therefore, after standing up, he said to the goblin general, "All the farmland in this section will stop planting. If severe soil degradation is found in the surrounding area, stop immediately. Then transport humus from the surroundings to increase soil fertility. After spring, plant soybeans in the usual way to nourish the land. Also, as soon as the weather warms up, immediately start building a wooden wall to block this area, prohibiting anyone from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy." Stopping cultivation on some of the super farmland was because Owen's goal was not to destroy this forest. In fact, the demon horn tree was a rare and precious resource, and he would never kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Instead, he would try his best to maintain the surrounding environment and ensure that the surrounding demon horn trees would not die in large numbers. As for prohibiting outsiders from entering, it was merely a precaution to guard against adventurers and dark forces who might discover the ruins deep within the demon horn tree forest. Who knew what was inside the ruins? Treasures would be fine, but what if some great demon king was sealed inside, and those adventurers with itchy hands released him? They would cause trouble and then just walk away, leaving Owen to suffer. so it was best to strictly prevent adventurers from entering beforehand. Through this inspection, Owen found that the goblin tribe was developing well and had good potential. He was very satisfied with this, so he rewarded the goblin general and told him to keep up the good work. If he performed well, he would be promoted to goblin leader, which made the goblin general immediately kneel and pledge his loyalty. Next, in addition to building new underground city secret rooms as grain storage warehouses, Owen also had the goblin general transport a batch of grain to the Demon Horn Forest wooden fortress, which he would then have his territory's people escort back. Taking advantage of the freezing weather and deserted landscape, Owen planned to secretly increase his territory's grain reserves. Firstly, he wanted to increase the rate of population absorption next spring, and secondly, it was also to prepare for war. Although Owen estimated that he still had at least a year, the problem was that this was just his guess, not a prophecy. He would not put his hopes on his own assumptions, so the best way was to prepare for the worst in advance. Under the power of the system, the heavy snow did not completely halt the development of the territory. Instead, it grew rapidly in unseen places. Thanks to the large amount of grain provided by the goblin tribe, Owen allowed the soldiers of his territory to train freely. At the same time, bags of grain were baked into hard bread and sent to the homes of the farmers to replenish their bodies, which had been depleted during their time as serfs, making them stronger. In fact, Owen had already prepared to make the farmers a reserve force, to be sent to the battlefield immediately when necessary. But this was not enough. Besides soldiers, he also needed to stockpile more weapons, equipment, and production tools, so the iron mine of Wild Buffalo territory was a must-have for him. As soon as the ice and snow melted, Owen eagerly led his people along the northern boundary river to Wild Buffalo territory. The northern boundary river is said to have been formed by the melting glaciers of the far north, spanning most of the northern land. Near the imperial border, it suddenly curves, turning east, becoming a natural dividing line. Most barbarians originally lived on the south side of the northern boundary river, but after being ambushed several times by the imperial border army and suffering heavy casualties, they had no choice but to cross the northern boundary river and migrate further north. Because the wide northern boundary river was practically a natural border, the Northern Land Reclamation Group's initial progress stopped there. Water is the source of life, and no territory can do without water. Irrigation for farmland alone is an unavoidable hurdle. However, although the northern boundary river could provide ample water, it was too far from the imperial border. Who knew when the forcibly relocated barbarians would return to attack? At that time, they would be the first wave of casualties. So many people came, but only a few dozen decided to stay and establish a territory, and ultimately only 5 persevered, or rather, survived to become lords. Of course, now only Viscount Hydra and Baron Swan remain. Wild Buffalo territory was not far from Owen's territory. It only took half a day by horse and a day by caravan, so he reached his destination before his patience ran out. To facilitate irrigation of farmland, everyone's territories were built along rivers, and Wild Buffalo territory was no exception. However, the terrain here was a bit special. In the predominantly flat northern land, Wild Buffalo territory had a protruding hill. This hill had a strange shape, rising high in the middle and sloping down at both ends. Because it curved forward like a bull's horn, it was given the name Wild Buffalo territory. The mine pit of Wild Buffalo territory was in the concave part of the bull's horn. A large pit had already been dug here, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that not much iron ore had been excavated. Owen stepped forward to inspect it and found that beneath a shallow layer of soil was entirely dark iron ore. Tapping it produced a metallic sound, indicating its high purity. No wonder Baron Wild Bull had occupied it for so many years, but extracted so little, as it caused too much wear and tear on tools. And even if more iron ore were extracted, what good would it do? Without refining methods, it would be useless. As for transporting it to the Empire to exchange for money, if there were a direct railway to the Empire, it might be worthwhile, but transporting it by carriage alone would result in a complete loss. However, this was not a problem for Owen. He had blacksmiths, he had fuel, and now he had iron ore. Since the value of the iron ore was clear, he would claim it. Owen had originally intended to build defensive structures here, but there was no suitable place, no matter how he looked at it. The Bullhorn Hill was not very high, and its top was not wide and flat enough to build large structures unless the top was leveled. However, the soil layer of the hill was only about a foot thick, and below it was all gravel, crushed stone. Laying foundations for construction would require too much manpower. Owen simply took a shortcut, finding a hidden spot behind Bullhorn Hill to exchange for an underground city secret passage. After delving deep and finding the ore vein, he directly exchanged for an underground city secret room, creating an underground living space. Then, he dispatched a group of farmers to guard this place and mine iron ore. This way, it would not only be convenient, but also not easily discovered by others. However, although farmers were hardworking and very loyal, Owen was not so insane as to make them work to death in a sunless place. Therefore, he not only built a small garden underground, but also planted fruits and sunflowers, so that the farmers would not become depressed due to prolonged time underground. In addition, the farmers mining underground would rotate once a month, and the caravan would always mine in the previous pit each time it came as a disguise. This way, even if any traces were left, people would only think they occasionally came to mine iron ore. Doing this was, of course, very troublesome, and it required squeezing out a portion from the already tight progress bar. Owen's hair became greasy with worry, and pimples appeared on his face. Although such changes were normal for his age, the problem was that he had a woman, all right. Even the most vigorous hormones would be worn down, so where would there be any energy left for pimples? The main reason Owen insisted on doing this was his sudden whim again, attempting to build a series of underground structures in Wild Buffalo Territory, Magic Horn Tree Forest, and the Domain Castle respectively, and then connect them. With the castle's underground city as the core, linking the Magic Horn Tree Forest, which produces food and fuel, and the Wild Buffalo Territory, which produces iron ore, it would be possible to secretly connect several important locations. This would allow for the covert concentration of all forces and ensure multiple escape routes, not to mention the benefits of resource transportation and surprise attacks. Although there were many benefits, the only problem was that the sheer scale of the project was enough to build a city, yet Owen preferred to bury it underground, which shows his continued lack of a sufficient sense of security. Perhaps it was due to spending a long time underground, but for Owen, the earth was like a quilt covering him when he slept alone at night. Whether it was useful or not, it at least brought him some sense of security. Besides, even if he had the ability to build a city, he wouldn't do it, because he didn't plan on being targeted by others. Rapid development within a range that others can understand or accept is fine, but inexplicable rapid development is like projecting the words, "I am very suspicious, I have a secret," onto the sky with a spotlight. If you're going to court death, don't choose such a stimulating method. The idea of building an underground complex was good, and Owen had the ability to achieve it. He just didn't know if he had enough time. After having the scouts thoroughly check and finding no traces left by outsiders in Wild Buffalo Territory, Owen knew he still had time. The escape of Baron Bison's descendants was a hidden danger, but only a hidden danger. Even if they attracted barbarians, he wasn't afraid. It would be a good opportunity to try and re-enable the progress value cap. Owen's confidence was not unfounded, but rather a conclusion he reached after gaining sufficient understanding through Maya's explanations. The northern barbarians were formidable, and even once a major threat to the empire, but as the empire developed, the northern barbarians remained stagnant or even regressed, turning from a grave internal concern into a border nuisance. After several severe setbacks inflicted on the northern barbarians with the help of the First Northern Land Reclamation Group, the northern barbarians were forced to migrate north for survival and legacy, which shows how weak they had become. It is a common understanding that the further north one goes in the northern land, the more desolate it becomes. Given any possibility, the northern barbarians would not have chosen to cross the northern boundary river and migrate north, because it is easy to leave but difficult to return. The problem was they had no choice. Even if they still had the ability to annihilate the Northern Land Reclamation Group, what then? If the Empire could form the first, there would be a second, a third, and it was not impossible to form 10 at once. The Empire had plenty of people and could afford the attrition. Therefore, the wise men of the Northern Barbarians saw very clearly that their only hope lay in the north, which was the reason for the great migration of the Northern Barbarians in the past. Unfortunately, although they found a way to survive, in the far north, the barbarians would face even more difficulties. Maintaining the status quo would be good enough, let alone hoping for development and growth. Of course, no matter how weak the northern barbarians were, they were not something Owen, a mere viscount, could deal with even with his cheat. The problem is that the northern barbarians are not good at farming. They primarily rely on herding and hunting, so it's impossible for them to gather in large numbers. After all, the beasts in the northern land are not crops, and grass also needs time to grow. Simply put, the number of people a piece of land can support is limited, and to get more prey, they must travel further. Consequently, barbarians cannot gather in large numbers and can only constantly migrate in the form of nomadic tribes. It used to be fine, for countless years, through constant mutual slaughter and compromise. Although there was animosity between tribes, they all had their own living spaces and nomadic routes, generally keeping to themselves and living in peace. But after the migration north, all order was lost, everything returned to primitive ways. Whoever had the bigger fist ate well, and the previously diluted hatred certainly deepened. As a result, the difficulty for barbarian tribes to cooperate became sky-high. Without cooperation, Owen truly wasn't afraid of a single barbarian tribe. The population of barbarian tribes would not be too large, mostly maintaining around 300 to 500 people, and even more commonly, small tribes of over 100 people. This is mainly because barbarians are big eaters. Ancient nomadic peoples in his previous life didn't eat meat every meal. They primarily subsisted on dairy products and grains exchanged from agricultural peoples. The problem is that with the barbarians' appetite, dairy products simply couldn't fill their stomachs, and as for exchanging grain with agricultural peoples, were the imperial border army dead men. Therefore, barbarian tribes mainly relied on hunting and herding for food, but food obtained through hunting was unstable, and herding was limited by grasslands and easily attracted wolf packs, making it difficult to increase numbers. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they would not slaughter more livestock, so going hungry one meal and full the next was common. Precisely because they ate so much, barbarian tribes simply couldn't support too many people. Unless it involved the survival of the entire northern barbarians, tribes mostly kept to themselves, at most exchanging unmarried men and women in common areas every 2 or 3 years to maintain fresh blood in the tribe. Baron Bison only had half barbarian blood, and his descendants only a quarter. Even if he established a relationship with barbarian tribes by selling ironware, it wasn't enough for them to fully help him seek revenge. Barbarians are merely savage, not foolish. How could they risk the destruction of their tribe to help seek revenge? One must know that the most fundamental aspect of any tribe is continuation, not seeking immediate gratification. Tribes that truly thought and acted that way would not have survived to this day. It was precisely because he understood this that Owen didn't take them seriously, and this was also why he didn't put all his effort into building a city. Although they knew the hope of recrossing the northern boundary river was slim, the northern barbarians still understood how fatal it would be for them if the empire built a city on the northern boundary river. Once a city was built there, it would not only completely cut off their hope of returning, but also become a bridgehead for the empire's next northern expedition. Therefore, the northern barbarians would never sit by and watch Owen build a city on the northern boundary river. A town was their limit of tolerance. It was still too early to talk about these things. Just the city walls alone would make Owen distraught, let alone a complete city. As the mining of iron ore in Wild Buffalo territory got on track, 10 carts of excellent quality iron ore were transported to the domain every month. After being smelted with magic horn tree chunks, it turned into refined iron, which was then hammered into various tools and weapons by brawny blacksmiths. For this, Owen had to increase the number of blacksmith shops in the domain. Even though Maya could handle most domain affairs on Owen's behalf, it didn't mean he didn't have to do anything. At the very least, he needed to understand the extent of the domain's development and what to do next, especially the direction of development, which Maya could not decide for him. Amidst the busyness, only Dayer and the Expander could soothe Owen's wounded soul. It must be said that Dayer was even more imaginative than him in this regard, especially after she mastered shapeshifting. All sorts of beast ears, tails, fluffiness, and her use of the soft bone curse truly opened his eyes. In his previous life, she would definitely be an ancestral-level character in the hentai world. He had thought that things would develop step by step as planned, but to his surprise, Owen received a series of bad news after spring. First, Corins rushed back from Mara Town without any serfs, only horses and livestock. Moreover, for the next 3 years, Mara Town would be unable to provide more livestock as they had already been fully booked. The current supply was only due to advance bookings from last year, coupled with the elite soldiers Corrins brought, which made Marquis Mala reluctant to renege on the deal, so he painfully gave them up. But there would be none next year unless he paid more. Facing Marquis Mala's apologetic but detestable expression, Corrins did not get angry. Instead, he feigned curiosity and conversed with him, acting as if not being able to buy serfs and livestock was of no concern, which left Marquis Mala somewhat bewildered. However, a businessman does not like to make enemies, especially when the other party's strength is not weak, so Marquis Mala did not hide the reason for his actions. Corrins, of course, did not fully believe Marquis Mala's words, so he found several merchants from the south, which confirmed that Marquis Mala had not lied. According to the intelligence Corrins gathered from Marquis Mala and passing merchants, most serfs were intercepted before they even left the imperial border. The remaining ones were quickly divided among the Northern Land Reclamation group lords along the way, barely having walked far into the Northland, unlike in the past when a large surplus would reach the depths of the Northland. As for livestock, they were also in high demand now. Marquis Mala truly hadn't inflated prices, because there were plenty of people selling even more expensively than him. Hearing this, Owen slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten that the Second Northern Territory Development Group also needed a large number of people to reclaim land and farm, and the cheapest labor was undoubtedly serfs. As for the Northern Land Reclamation Group lords who also made a move, they had clearly felt the threat posed by the Second Northern Territory Development Group. The more serfs they acquired, the fewer people the other side would have. This was a struggle for survival, allowing no room for mercy. This really put Owen in a bind. The originally cheap serfs were gone, and if population growth relied entirely on exchanging progress points from the system, it would clearly be a heavy burden for him and the least cost-effective method. Moreover, the territory's animal husbandry had just begun and could not be self-sufficient in a short time, which was another troublesome matter. What was worse, there were more bandits in the Northland. Some were bandits and some were not, but they were all acting as bandits now, forcing merchants from the south to hire more guards. As a result, to ensure sufficient profit, all goods increased in price. Withdraw a sum of gold and silver from Maya. You must immediately go to the imperial border to gather more intelligence, Owen said sternly to Corrins, ignoring his headache. All the current information had been gathered by Corrins from Marquis Mala and merchants. No one knew how accurate it was, so it was essential to go deep into the imperial border to obtain first-hand intelligence to make accurate judgments. Yes, my lord, Corrins knew his chance to prove himself had come and immediately nodded, even though he had just returned and hadn't even gone home. Corrins was very clear that merely buying and selling serfs and livestock, no matter how hard, was just hard work. Only crises could bring merit, so he was not only unafraid but even quite eager. After a day of rest, Corrins put on the noble attire bestowed by his lord, mounted a beautiful white horse, and, escorted by cavalry, set off for the imperial border. To ensure speed, apart from the cavalry, only 3 carriages carrying supplies accompanied them. There were no infantry to slow them down, and they would not stop at any transit stations. However, there were 4 mysterious passengers in the carriages. They were small in stature, completely shrouded in cloaks, moved silently, and never communicated with anyone. Corrins's heart tightened, because seeing these 4 mysterious people, the only thing he could think of was suicide warriors and assassins. Clearly, the Hydra family was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Suicide warriors and assassins were not something one could become just by being willing to die. This represented the foundation of a noble family, which further motivated Corrins. After Corrins departed, Owen was discussing this matter with Maya, because no matter how he looked at it, the bad news Corrins brought was just the beginning. The subsequent effects had not fully spread yet, but it was already clear that the situation would be unfavorable. The most vital parts of the entire Northland are near the imperial border. They will not abandon these interests. Only the unsuccessful, who cannot get involved, will turn their attention to distant places, and these people will not harm the territory. At most, they will be minor troubles. So the territory, just as the Lord predicted, still has at least 1 or 2 years to develop, and the Lord's previous concerns are very necessary. Adventurers and dark forces are indeed objects of vigilance. They are too difficult to guard against. Meyer agreed with Owen's thoughts, which gave him a lot of confidence. It seemed he had learned a lot from the development of the territory over the years. However, even Maya had no good solutions for what was to come. Their only advantage was that the territory was almost independent of the empire, so unless a large army was sent to pressure them, this would be their home ground. Now it was up to them to see if they could withstand external disturbances and develop the territory as quickly as possible. If not for Owen's mystery, Maya would have held no hope for this. The best solution would be to choose a faction to pledge allegiance to, and through the efforts of several generations, obtain rewards. This was also the choice of most small nobles. Owen, unaware that he had become the hope of the territory, rubbed his temples, put all previous plans aside, and replanned the use of progress points. Thanks to the super farmland in the magic horn tree forest, the territory did not lack grain or fuel for iron smelting, but it lacked meat. Of the livestock purchased, cattle would be trained as draft oxen, and horses would be converted into war horses. Only sheep could be eaten, but to continue expanding their reproduction, even sheep could not be slaughtered too much, only providing food for the upper echelons of the territory, such as him and his maids, the Teutonic Knights and Corin's family. The chickens, ducks, and geese exchanged from the system reproduced quite quickly, but it still took time to form a large scale, eventually to be distributed to the farmers for individual rearing. Therefore, the only reliable source of meat at present could only be fishing. Owen recalled that he had only been to the territory's dock perhaps twice and hadn't paid much attention to it, so he didn't know how efficient the fishing was. Thinking of this, Owen went out, mounted his horse, and with Shire, who always guarded him, rode together to the riverbank. The castle's location was excellent, with a wide river, so the water flow was gentle, suitable for irrigation. Even in places with higher terrain, water wheels had been erected, allowing more and more land in the territory to be irrigated. This year would clearly be another bumper harvest. Unfortunately, it was impossible to further expand production, because without cheap serfs, even Owen found it difficult to bear the heavy consumption of progress points, which made him very annoyed by the arrival of the Second Northern Territory Development Group. The area where the dock was built was quite deep, so long wooden piles needed to be driven in for stability. However, ordinary wooden piles wouldn't do. Their surfaces had to be charred to make them more resistant to rot. Wooden piles several meters long were driven into the riverbed, passing through the silt and sinking deep within. Thick wooden planks were then laid on top, making it very stable to walk on. However, there weren't many fishing boats docked on either side of the pier, only 7 or 8, all of them the most common flat-bottomed fishing boats. The initial fishing boats were acquired by Owen, and later, when conditions allowed, the territory built its own. However, even the ones built were just ordinary fishing boats, about 5 or 6 meters long and a little over a meter wide, capable of carrying at most 2 or 3 people out to fish. At this moment, several fishermen were cleaning their catches and tidying their fishing nets at the dock. Owen went over and found that the harvest was quite substantial, nearly dozens of fish, shrimp, and crabs, though he didn't recognize most of them. In his previous life, he only recognized a few types of fish sold in the market. He had rarely seen fish from another world, so he was curious. The most striking catch was a white fish with a pointed head and a tapering tail, round and fleshy with fine scales, clearly delicious. There was also a snow crab similar to a king crab. Besides these, the rest were like miscellaneous fish. Their appearance alone was vastly inferior. Owen's daily 3 meals, including fruits and drinks, were mostly acquired from the system and then processed and cooked. He rarely consumed ingredients produced in the territory. Initially, he was tired of eating black bread, and later it was purely out of habit. Now, seeing these 2 aquatic products, he actually salivated. Owen wasn't afraid of them being poisonous. Neither the system's soldiers nor the farmers had immunity to all poisons. They would get injured and poisoned if exposed. So if they ate it without issue, he would surely be fine too. And if something did happen, weren't there Dayer's potions and the all-powerful system? So he asked the fishermen to send some white fish and snow crabs to the castle. On the way back, Owen had already decided to increase fishing efforts. The northern boundary river had countless fish and shrimp, and not utilizing them would be too wasteful. Moreover, they could be used to supplement the protein lacking in the territory's residents. Additionally, a naval force also needed to be assembled quickly, at least 2 aeroboats, to facilitate river patrols and guard against northern barbarians crossing the river to invade the territory. During the dry season, the water in the calm parts of the northern boundary river was not very deep, reaching at most to the chest. With the barbarians' physiques, they could cross safely, so precautions had to be taken. The northern boundary river is a cold water river because its source comes from melting glaciers. So even in summer, the river water is as icy as well water. Therefore, the fish and shrimp in the river grow slowly, but this also increases their deliciousness. The white fish, whether grilled or made into soup, was very fresh and tasty, and the snow crab was even sweeter and more delicious. Owen praised them endlessly after tasting. In fact, both were more suitable for raw consumption, as cold water rivers rarely have parasites, which would allow one to taste their ultimate freshness. Unfortunately, Owen was not accustomed to eating raw food, so although he included both in his diet, they were always cooked. While Owen sat at the long table in the castle savoring the delicacies, Corrins was traveling, enduring wind and dew. The journey was not peaceful. Wild beasts and bandits appeared randomly like weeds in the field, causing him to waste a lot of time. For example, they were currently encountering some trouble. The cuirassiers had already lowered their helmet visors, and by leveling their lances, they could launch a deadly charge. The horse archers had also knocked arrows to their strings, dispersed on both sides, ready to outflank. Sensing the elite nature of the cavalry, the enemies dared not approach easily, always staying at a safe distance, but they were also reluctant to leave. After all, not to mention the goods Corrins and his party carried, just the equipment and warhorses on the cuirassiers alone could fetch a good piece of land near the imperial border. Which of the northern nobles uses the Hydra as their symbol? The bandit leader was not controlled by greed. Compared to the immediate profit, he was more interested in the owner of this cavalry unit. Although there were only 20 cuirassiers, based on their equipment, warhorses, training, and morale, they were no less inferior to the elite cavalry in the imperial border army. This was definitely not something an ordinary minor noble could possess. Only the Hydra family in the entire north uses the Hydra as its symbol, and they were one of the most famous figures in the original Northern Land Reclamation Group. The bandit leader had 2 lieutenants beside him, a fierce Scarface and a slightly shrewd young man. It was the latter who answered. The Hydra family, how interesting, but to call themselves a family with merely 20 years of history. The bandit leader sneered disdainfully, clearly indicating that his true identity was not as simple as just a bandit. Let's go now is not the time to suffer losses. The bandit leader waved his hand, leading the dozens of bandits behind him to slowly withdraw. Staring warily at the gradually departing bandits, Corrins' palms were sweating. Although this wasn't his first encounter with bandits, the opponents were clearly not ordinary bandits. At least, he had never seen a bandit group with 3 masters who wielded battle chi. This strength was enough to support a viscount's title and territory in the north. There was no need for them to be bandits, so there was definitely something suspicious about them. Fortunately, the lord had dispatched 10 cuirassiers, 10 horse archers, and 2 knights to accompany him, which made the opponents retreat when faced with difficulty. Otherwise, he couldn't predict the outcome. However, the current situation was not beyond Corrins' expectations. The members of the First Northern Land Reclamation Group were composed of scoundrels, criminals, and vagrants, the dregs of society. Although the members of the Second Northern Territory Development Group were stronger, their essence was no different. They were all a bunch of damnable scum. It was inevitable that a large number of criminals and those with ulterior motives would be mixed in. It was also normal for a group of people to disguise themselves as bandits for primitive accumulation, because everyone did it. In other words, no matter which Northern Land Reclamation Group it was, they didn't even need to change their clothes. They were all bandits. This was another piece of bad news Corrins had brought back earlier. The number of bandits roaming the north had not only increased, but their strength and organization had also improved. Many merchants lost everything, and some even lost their lives. This was not good news. Originally, the bandits wandering the north were a bunch of vagrants who couldn't make a living and were unwilling to be exploited like serfs, so they lived by plunder. Due to their strength, they could only bully weaker serfs and dared not provoke nobles or merchant caravans with guards. The problem was how much food serfs had, so most of the time, they had to live by hunting and stealing, leading a very miserable life. But when the Second Northern Territory Development Group arrived, everything changed. Buying serfs and painstakingly farming and developing land was not as quick and convenient as subduing bandits and seizing existing territories, and even the titles were ready-made. The titles of northern nobles were bestowed by the emperor, who had specifically created a batch of seals as proof. Therefore, it was the seal that was recognized, not the person. Thus, as long as one seized the seal and the territory, they could perfectly inherit everything from the other party. It was that simple. It could be said that the emperor had ulterior motives when he did this, and it would become the root cause of future chaos in the north. After the Second Northern Territory Development Group entered the Northern Territory, local bandits became professionalized, as many people gathered idle bandits, provided weapons and food, conducted simple training, and formed more professional bandit groups. Although the investment was not small, as long as they could conquer a territory, they would transform into new northern nobles. To bet a small amount to win a large one, to make a huge profit with little capital, the choice became simple. Fortunately, the imperial border army's deterrent power was unusual. In areas close to the imperial border, peace and prosperity were maintained. While there were petty thieves and muggers, openly organized banditry was rare because no one wanted to provoke the imperial border army. Therefore, Corns's subsequent journey was smooth, and he arrived in Fey Lyre Town without any major setbacks. Fey Lyre Town was known as a shining pearl of the northern border region. Its owner was the Countess Fey Lyre, a northern noble renowned for her beauty, and one of only 2 countesses in the entire Northern Territory. Her town was very prosperous because it almost monopolized the entire Northern Territory's high-end fur market. In particular, the few top-grade furs sent to the imperial capital for auction each year were luxury items coveted by imperial noblewomen, always fetching astonishing prices. It was no exaggeration to say that such a town flowed with gold, so naturally, it was not something an ordinary person could establish, especially a countess famous for her beauty. In fact, there had long been rumors that Countess Fey Lyre was merely a puppet, and the true owner behind this town was a certain high-ranking official of the Imperial Border Army. Only such a powerful figure, commanding legions, could deter those greedy individuals who coveted the wealth gathered in Fey Lyre Town. Although this claim lacked concrete evidence, it was the most popular, as it was very difficult for a female to establish herself in the cutthroat Northern Territory, let alone create such a large enterprise. Consequently, fewer people dared to easily provoke Countess Fey Lyre, fearing that they would be flattened that very night by a group of bandits as elite as the border army. When Corns arrived, he found that perhaps because of its proximity to the imperial border, or perhaps because of sufficient confidence, Fey Lyre Town's walls were not particularly tall, only about 2 meters high and only half a meter thick. This was enough to defend against bandits, but very weak against warfare. However, this did not affect its prosperity. The outskirts of the town alone were exceptionally lively. On the open ground by the river bend not far from Fey Lyre Town, a large number of tents and camps appeared like mushrooms after rain, somewhat crowded. As for the quality of life, it was even worse. People defecated and washed their bottoms upstream, while downstream, water was drawn for cooking in large pots. Everyone was long accustomed to it, and nobody cared, all busy making money. This was the trading place for ordinary furs, and where southern merchants and northern merchants exchanged goods. The daily tax revenue alone was comparable to the annual output of a small noble's territory, not to mention the consumption during this period, and the goods brought in. Even if there was only 1 month of peak fur trading season each year, it still brought immense wealth to this border town. Corns arrived at just the right time. After spring, high-quality furs obtained from winter hunting in the Northern Territory were all sent here, where local furriers and tailors priced them according to quality. The best furs would be sent to a master furrier for appraisal and grading. The most exquisite furs would be sent to the imperial capital for auction, and the lucky individuals who provided these furs often became rich overnight, though no one cared whether they lived or died afterward. With so many people gathered, it was naturally impossible to let them all swarm into the town, let alone cavalry. So Corns rented a small camp nearby with about 10 tents, settled the cavalry, and was about to ask if the 4 mysterious individuals needed any help, but in the blink of an eye they were gone. Helpless, he could only take a night and prepare to enter the city. Who would have thought he would meet an acquaintance as soon as he stepped out? This was a merchant who frequently visited Mara town. Corns had dealt with him several times, so he stopped to chat for a few minutes and inquire about the situation in Fey Lyre town. Who would have thought this scene would catch the eye of someone with an agenda, especially since the camp behind him bore the Hydra family's emblem, and those elite cavalry were even harder to ignore. Not long after Corns left, the merchant's wrist was grabbed by someone. "Code, you scoundrel, instead of managing the Arrowy Trading Company's business, you've come to startle me. This won't do unless you treat me to a drink at the Rabbit Ear Tavern." The merchant, in turn, grabbed Code's hand and said shamelessly, "I just came to drink with you, but let's skip the Rabbit Ear Tavern in the city. I have good wine in my tent, and also some excellent smoked meat someone gave me. Come on, let's go drink at my place." Code smiled and pulled the merchant, ready to leave, but this time it was the merchant who was unwilling to go. "Your wine isn't good. Tell me, what do you need my help with again? Let me say up front, I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me." The merchant shook off his hand impatiently and said, "Nothing else, just asking for some information." Code didn't expect to hide it from the other party. He just smiled and said. The merchant wasn't stupid. He turned his head and looked at the flag of the camp behind him, immediately knowing Code's purpose. He knew that the rumors about the Airwee Trading Company coveting a certain noble's territory were not false. However, who would have thought that the Hydra family was so deeply hidden that they almost made the Airwee Trading Company cry? Not only did they lose a batch of goods, but their reputation also suffered due to their inability to provide serving maids, and they hadn't recovered in 2 years. Otherwise, why would Code, as the person in charge of the Northern Territory, run to an ordinary trading post outside the city? In previous years, he always traded within the city. "A bottle of good wine isn't enough," the merchant, knowing how to play hard to get, said meaningfully. "You'll definitely be satisfied." Code secretly slipped a money bag into the other person's hand. The merchant squeezed his 5 fingers, understood, and nodded with satisfaction. However, this was only the price for him to have a drink. Regarding information about the Hydra family, this was not enough. Leaving aside the Hydra family falling back into the Airwee Trading Company's sights, Corrins changed into neat, noble attire, rode a white horse, and entered the city under the escort of a knight. As a noble, Corrins could, of course, enter the city and was allowed to bring servants and guards. He had originally planned to have the 4 mysterious individuals disguise themselves as his servants to sneak in, but they disappeared without a word. However, this did not affect Corrins's plan. At this time, the taverns in the town gathered people from all directions. To get information, he just needed to keep his ears open, and he would not miss this opportunity. Airwee Trading Company. Walking on the street, Corrins suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, then resumed his steps. Corrins, of course, knew the relationship between the Airwee Trading Company and his lord, but as a smart person, he should not easily get involved in matters he shouldn't, such as his lord's family affairs. Therefore, he had no intention of going in to say hello. Although Corrins was dispatched and given considerable support, for Owen, the intelligence Corrins brought back was not that important, because no matter what situation he faced, he needed sufficient strength to deal with it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless, as he would only have 2 choices, flee or surrender. So the first thing he did was lift the restrictions and accelerate the conversion of serfs. Without the replenishment of external serfs, the previous incentive mechanism was no longer applicable. The earlier they converted into farmers, the higher their work efficiency, and the faster the territory would develop. For this, he even postponed the conversion of goblins. As serfs were continuously converted, although the territory's population did not increase, its efficiency improved significantly. After all, every farmer was versatile and never slacked off, and they cooperated with incredible synergy, allowing them to complete the same work in half or even less time. With enough farmers and the spring plowing behind him, Owen prepared to build city walls. The only problem now was the lack of sufficient materials. The city walls in the Northland were mainly wooden, as trees were scarce but easier to process than stone. However, in Owen's opinion, a wooden wall was just a wall. A city wall had to be made of stone. But the previous city walls of the castle had all been used for construction, and what remained was far from enough to build a wall that could enclose the entire town. Owen was plagued by headaches over this. Although Wild Buffalo territory had enough stone, the manpower required to quarry, polish, transport, and construct the stone would be at least 3,000, which already exceeded the territory's capabilities. According to Maya's calculations, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to initially complete the city wall system without significantly impacting the territory's production, because according to Owen's plan, the constructed city walls would need to accommodate at least 3,000 to 5,000 people living within them, including the castle and barracks, essentially a small city. No wonder even Maya, who knew the work efficiency of the territory's farmers, gave such a time frame. 5 to 10 years, Owen found this completely unacceptable, but he had no better solution. So during this time, he stayed in his study, flipping through the games in the system, hoping to find a better cheat to activate. If all else failed, he would directly exchange for city walls from the system. Although it would be costly and have a low cost-performance ratio, at least he wouldn't have to wait so many years. A flying owl tapped on the glass of the study window. Owen was startled, walked over, opened the window, pulled out a handful of nuts from a nearby jar for it, and then opened the envelope the owl brought. This was an owl from Hogwarts. Although it looked exactly like an ordinary owl, it was actually a magical creature. Because it only needed a name and didn't even require a photo or address, it could deliver a letter, which was more impressive than navigation. No one would believe it wasn't a magical creature. A ruin has been discovered. The letter was sent by the Goblin General, stating that they had discovered the ruin and were excavating the entrance. This news immediately excited Owen, as he suddenly had a good idea. Owen impatiently called Shar, mounted an armored demon sheep, and rushed directly to the goblin tribe, not even stopping at the wooden fortress. Deep in the magic horn tree forest, a large group of goblins were scurrying around like rats, but the leading goblin general was still not satisfied. "You damned lazy bums, speed it up. If you haven't dug out the entrance before Lord Demon King arrives, you'll all die." The goblin general brandished his sharp double-bladed battle axe, letting out an angry roar. There was no war in this cursed place, and the goblin general's bravery had no outlet. Besides farming, the only thing Lord Demon King cared about was this ruin, so he had to be attentive. If he couldn't even do this much, then he was truly useless. However, it wasn't him who was useless, but these unconverted magic horn goblins. Ruins often meant danger. The goblin general naturally used the unconverted magic horn goblins as cannon fodder, making them dig everywhere, but their efficiency was very low. He had to cruelly kill a goblin every now and then to make these forgetful bastards get moving, instead of drooling over the corpses on the ground. Upon hearing the unique hoofbeats of the armored demon sheep, the goblin general ignored the magic horn goblins, who were zoning out again, and quickly turned to welcome Lord Demon King's arrival. Owen was marveling at how far he had unknowingly ventured into the magic horn tree forest, and still couldn't see its end. It seemed the entire forest was far vaster than he had imagined. So, who exactly built a ruin here? Perhaps he would soon get an answer, perhaps he would never get an answer, but none of that mattered. The ruin wouldn't run away. The moment it was discovered, it had already become his possession. Reaching the end of the path, goblin farmers were clearing dry, fallen magic horn tree chunks. They had found the ruin in the pits formed by tree roots, but had not yet found an entrance, so they could only drive the unconverted magic horn goblins to shuttle through the surrounding demon horn trees, searching for the ruin's entrance. Owen dismounted from the sheep, carefully climbed down into the pit, and saw a corner of the ruin with his own eyes. No one knew who built the ruin back then. It was entirely constructed from cut stones, each 1 meter long and 1 foot thick. Even with demon horn tree roots clinging to it, the overall integrity remained, which showed how much money was invested in it initially. Exchanging for a bucket of dye, Owen used a brush to write the Chinese character dismantle, chai meaning demolish, on the stone wall, then circled it in a proper manner and said to Shar behind him, "No need to look for an entrance anymore. Start demolishing from here." Did you think Owen would patiently wait for the goblins to find the entrance, then take a few maids to adventure into the ruin, endure countless hardships, painstakingly reach the deepest part of the ruin, and finally learn the truth before leaving contentedly with a chest of treasures? None of that was right. Owen was neither an archaeologist nor a grave robber. Even if he were a grave robber, he'd be of the unloading ridge strongman type, so his plan was very simple. Owen wouldn't go inside at all. He planned to first clear the demon horn trees above the ruin, then send more goblin farmers to dig up the soil. Whatever part of the ruin was exposed would be demolished, and the cut stones would be transported away to build the city walls. This way, even if there were countless traps inside, they would be useless. The roof and foundation would be torn down, and the bricks would be hauled away. Unless it exploded on the spot, even if it self-destructed, the materials could still be used. Of course, Shar had no doubts about Owen's command. He gripped his upgraded demon sheep hammer, with the sheep's mouth facing down, and raised it high. With a roar from Shar, the extremely developed muscles on his back bulged with a thump like an airbag, shaking his long black hair, which hung on his back plate armor, to float up and remain suspended for a long time. Then, pouring strength into both arms, his brawny arms, with their sinews and bones bulging, swung the demon sheep hammer with a fierce wind, smashing it violently into the ruin's stone wall. It was as if it had been directly hit by a rocket launcher. Terrifying shattered rocks flew half a sky high with a whistle. If an ordinary person had been standing nearby, they likely wouldn't even need emergency aid. Owen, standing far from the tree pit, watched the rain of pebbles descending from the sky, sending a bunch of goblins scrambling for cover. He couldn't help but sigh that Shire's strength had grown again. Although this hammer strike had the blessings of charge and equipment, her own strength was equally not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was time to exchange a better template for her. The Templar Knight template couldn't fully unleash her potential. It is true that Templar Knights are a special unit on par with Teutonic Knights, but unlike Teutonic Knights who specialize in infantry combat, Templar Knights without a mount would have their strength reduced by at least 3 layers. This meant that Templar Knights, who could originally contend with Teutonic Knights, would not last many moves without a mount, which undoubtedly limited the upper bound of Shire, who was more skilled in infantry combat. Owen guessed that Shire's martial power potential was at least above 60, and her current age was precisely when martial power grew rapidly. Coupled with her unwavering loyalty to him, she was worth investing in. However, progress points were tight now, so he would let her continue to build her foundation with the Teutonic Knights for now, and reconsider when things were more lenient. Thinking of this, Owen waved his hand, and the Goblin General immediately personally commanded hundreds of goblin farmers to take tools and start dismantling the wall from the broken part of the ruins. An entire wall is not easy to dismantle, let alone a building constructed entirely of hard, heavy flagstones. After all, if the craftsmanship is good and the stones are polished finely enough, a blade cannot even be inserted between the joints. It would be impossible to deal with without siege equipment. But once a hole is made, the rest is as simple as peeling an onion. A large group of goblin farmers swarmed forward. Although they weren't very strong, they knew how to use tools. First, they tied ropes around the exposed flagstones and then pulled hard. For parts that were still sturdy, they first propped wooden stakes against the flagstones and then continuously hammered the stakes, which loosened the flagstones without damaging their integrity. Furthermore, goblin farmers were piling up earth to create ramps, making it easier to pull the flagstones to the ground, and even the tribe's most elite demon sheep knights were reassigned as truck drivers. Widen the small path that previously delivered grain to the wooden fortress as much as possible, and build a flagstone road using materials from the ruins, transported by demon sheep. I will prioritize converting goblins into laborers. Before the cold weather, enough flagstones must be transported to the wooden fortress, Owen said to the Goblin General after exchanging a few super farmlands nearby to clear the surrounding demon horn trees. Regardless of whether the order was reasonable, the Goblin General had no right to refuse, so he readily accepted the command, simultaneously planning to capture more magic horn goblins as laborers. The goblin tribe did not lack food, enough to feed more magic horn goblins, and dead goblins could also serve as their food. The Goblin General grinned hideously, and in a moment their fate was decided. As for whether it was cruel, he was a demon lord's cadre. Cruelty was his synonym. Owen, of course, had some guesses about what the Goblin General would do, as the orders he issued themselves implied cruelty. But what of it? His goodwill had not yet overflowed to the point of treating all goblins equally. Even the converted goblins in his eyes were just another kind of consumable, fundamentally no different. Owen, increasingly accustomed to thinking from the perspective of a high-ranking individual, began to calculate the time required for this project on his way to the wooden fortress. Although the goblin tribe had many converted goblins, they needed to undertake clearing ruins, dismantling stone materials, as well as building roads and transporting along the way, clearly facing a severe shortage of labor. While the farmers from the nearest wooden fortress were not few, they were tasked with felling timber, so not many hands could be spared. It seemed he could only mobilize a batch of farmers from the territory to accelerate the road construction. The problem was that building roads in the forest was not that simple. Just clearing bushes and snakes and insects was enough to cause immense headaches, and casualties would not be small. Fortunately, there were magic horn goblins. These guys were perfect for such work, and it wouldn't hurt if they died. Then the biggest problem was the trees. Felling trees was easy, but clearing tree roots was a task that could make one lose hair. First digging, then sawing, then pulling with horses, and finally filling the pit. A whole process would take 3 to 5 farmers most of a day for one tree. And the forest had no shortage of trees, not to mention that after backfilling, the roadbed still needed to be compacted and flagstones laid. According to his plan, the time consumed would be no less than Maya's plan. No, building roads this way is too inefficient. Owen took off his helmet and rubbed his temples. The cold sensation of the iron gloves did not alleviate his headache. Although he had previously considered connecting several places with underground secret passages, this was only a concept, and whether it would ultimately be implemented was still a question. After all, to connect these places, the number of underground secret passages that needed to be exchanged was a dizzying figure. Just the goblin tribe was 20 to 30 li from the castle, not to mention wild buffalo territory, which took 2 days to reach. Owen immediately realized that relying solely on exchanges was far from enough. A professional construction team had to be established. Upon realizing this, Owen's mood did not improve much. Instead, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entry of the Second Northern Territory Development Group into the Northern Land Reclamation Group caused a series of reactions. No serfs, a lack of livestock, attracting bandits, and various impending threats. Owen endured it all, as this was the Empire's decision, and he was powerless. However, to prevent a worse future, he had to abandon his original leisurely life, forced to rack his brains to develop the territory and race against time. It was like a Friday before quitting time when the boss suddenly assigned you a massive project that you might not even finish with overtime, frustrating, vexing, and infuriating, yet nowhere to vent. Holy crap, Owen, greatly troubled by a pile of vexing matters, almost swore out loud. He ultimately handed all matters over to Maya, letting her mobilize human and material resources to complete this project, while he retreated into the underground secret chamber. Facing the rudimentary plan left by her master, Maya was not flustered in the slightest, because this was much better than the situations she had faced before. At least she didn't need to consider too many human factors, whether they were her own people or outsiders, nor did she need to consider too many variables. She only needed to set a strategy and arrange it, and it would be perfectly executed, which was simply too effortless. Moreover, there was still RAM. Maya only roughly estimated that although the workload was not small, with the human and material resources she could currently mobilize, it was not impossible to complete, though it would take some time. In contrast, Owen, with his insufficient stress resistance, fragile inner self, and lack of ability, did not know these things. Because some things are routine work for capable people, but for those with insufficient ability, it is difficult for him, Fat Tiger. So Owen, choosing to escape, came to the underground secret chamber. In this small world, he was as if freed from all earthly troubles, immersed in the comfort zone he had created for himself, even having the mood to brew himself a pot of coffee in the living area. Of course, Owen wasn't so thoughtless, so he quietly watched the steam and incidentally began to reflect on himself. It was the same old story, unmotivated, disliking study, plagued by procrastination. All these flaws led to Owen's unsatisfactory life in his previous incarnation. In fact, with his personality, he should be grateful for good national policies that kept him from starving. The achievements he has made in this life are entirely thanks to Maya. If not for her overwhelming ability, forcing Owen to cheat and catch up, the territory would never have developed to its current scale. Owen knew his personality had problems, but the issue was he couldn't change. Suddenly realizing and turning over a new leaf sounds simple, but how many people in the world can actually do it? Not to mention anything else. Everyone knows smoking, drinking, and masturbation are bad habits, but how many can quit? There are plenty of people who, after being rushed to the hospital with a bleeding stomach, celebrate their discharge with a small drink. Not to mention exceptional individuals like the Sand Great Gods. How difficult it is to change. Owen has lived 2 lives, and in this one he even has a cheat, giving him the capital to slack off and be a salted fish. Changing his personality is even harder. Even if he were in a desperate situation and miraculously escaped with his life, he couldn't guarantee he'd change, let alone now. So introspection is fine as long as the thought is there. Truly expecting to rise up after this small setback is probably from reading too many novels. Of course, Owen still had a shred of masculine pride. If he threw everything to Maya and hid, and then came out with no achievements to show, Owen would probably be too ashamed to face her, let alone make Maya bow her head. So after a cup of coffee and a pot of tea, Owen dug out the previously revised puppet manuscripts, attempting to create something to salvage his dwindling reputation. In truth, Owen had never given up on puppets. Firstly, it was the first transcendent profession he chose, and secondly, the puppet master's potential was indeed significant. If truly mastered, mass production wouldn't even rely on the system. The biggest problem was his limited ability. He couldn't even copy well. However, with his reputation on the line, Owen couldn't care less about many things. He put his brain into overdrive and hastily began preparations. Spine, intelligent core, and energy core are the three key components of a puppet, responsible for transmission, command, and power supply, respectively. Therefore, all three are indispensable and are the most difficult challenges to overcome. For example, for the spine, Owen chose the easiest to learn mechanical system, but due to his poor craftsmanship, the mechanical spines he made looked like steel ingots strung together. For this, he had to enlarge the metal frame to accommodate the oversized spine. Later, he found that completely imitating a human metal skeleton also presented many difficulties, coupled with various challenges arising from scaling up proportionally, so he simply changed everything. He went with whatever was simple and sturdy. However, the core couldn't be changed because it was a complete whole. It's like a computer. You can change configurations or even connect a huge external speaker to a laptop, but you can't insert a graphics card where a memory stick goes. But if he simply copied it, Owen's abilities weren't up to par. In desperation, he could only choose to enlarge the core's volume, using greater capacity to compensate for errors and deficiencies. The result was that a fist-sized intelligent core became the size of a fitness ball in his hands. This thing was big enough to demolish a building. Owen vigorously scratched his slightly greasy hair, then set to work frantically deleting functions, eventually reducing the intelligent core's volume to within 2 feet. Fortunately, the metal frame structure had been expanded due to the mechanical spine. Otherwise, this oversized intelligent core iron ball wouldn't have fit. When it came to the energy core, Owen found that his previous method wouldn't work. The intelligent core could be reduced in size by deleting functions, but the energy core not only couldn't be deleted, but also needed to be strengthened. Otherwise, it couldn't power the oversized puppet, which had increased in volume by who knows how many times. Owen, who had been losing hair from the difficulty, simply threw caution to the wind and went all out. He exchanged for the blueprint of the zombie robot from Plants vs. Zombies, then heavily modified it. The final mechanical puppet stood 2.5 meters tall, with large, heavy bipedal legs providing excellent stability. Its waist was rotatable, and then there was a rounded, cast-iron turret-like upper body. The intelligent core and most mechanical parts were installed here. Finally, there was a backpack-style energy core, with 4 thick exhaust pipes, 2 by 2, distributed on both sides of the power unit's back, constantly expelling high-temperature steam. The energy core exchanged from the system emphasized stability and durability, making it more suitable for precise puppets. However, the puppet Owen built was completely unrelated to precision and was originally intended for heavy labor, so the power was as massive as possible. He also integrated 2 torchwood stumps. As long as magic horn tree chunks and water were fed in, this thing could drive the 2-ton-plus mechanical puppet. After the main body was completed, next were the mechanical arms. One was a roaring, rotating chainsword, and the other was a power claw connected by a steel cable. The former could easily saw through a tree that 3 people could embrace, and the latter could drag out 1 to 2-ton tree roots. The only problem was that, because the intelligent core was so subpar, this puppet required an additional driver. This was also why Owen exchanged for the zombie robot blueprint from Plants vs. Zombies. However, limited by the puppet's size, the cockpit was a bit too narrow. Besides goblins, Owen had no other option for a driver. Fortunately, because the operation was simple, even a goblin could handle it. The success of Logging Machine #1 greatly boosted Owen's confidence, but it also exhausted his inspiration. So, he brought 2 goblin-driven logging machines out of the dungeon's secret room to show off to Maya. When Maya saw the 2 goblin-driven logging machines, her eyes lit up, especially the 2 mechanical arms with different functions. Her inspiration exploded, and she could already imagine the effects of various modified puppets being used in territory construction. Owen was smug about this. In reality, he also had this plan. The logging machine only needed to change its mechanical arms and bipedal legs to serve as various engineering machinery like cranes, bulldozers, and excavators, allowing the territory to enter the age of mechanization ahead of schedule. Owen wasn't incapable of completely replicating engineering vehicles from his previous life, but due to power limitations, further enlargement would constantly increase costs. It was better to build these more flexible, heavy puppets, which only needed partial component replacement to adapt to various engineering tasks. At least for now, these heavy puppets were sufficient for building roads and walls in the territory. By the time there were major projects, Owen's puppet technology would certainly have been upgraded and replaced. He had some confidence in that. However, although he showed off the logging machines to Maya, Owen was actually a bit unsure because these things hadn't undergone much testing. How thick of a tree could it saw? What was the power limit? How long could it run continuously? Could it adapt to complex terrain? What was the wear and tear on parts? None of these had been tested. He wouldn't be surprised if it broke down on the spot. So he directly deployed these 2 logging machine puppets to the forest to build roads. This way, even if something went wrong, he could maintain them in time and wouldn't have to worry about losing face if Maya found out. The addition of goblin lumberjacks significantly increased the efficiency of road construction in the forest. And after the goblin general went mad capturing magic horn goblins everywhere after spring, the number of untransformed magic horn goblins had already reached several hundred. Driven by force and food, they were diligently clearing shrubs and snakes along the way. The small machetes were very handy for clearing shrubs, and the snakes and insects startled out were a rare delicacy. The magic horn goblins worked with great enthusiasm, then they respectfully stepped aside, watching 2 goblin lumberjacks enter with heavy steps. The goblin driver, wearing a tank helmet, pushed the control lever hard, and the heavy power backpack emitted a low hum. The chainsword, now connected to power, spun rapidly, emitting a piercing roar, like a ferocious beast bearing its sharp fangs, attempting to tear apart everything in its path. Because combat issues were considered during its creation, this meter-long chainsword not only used tough, shock-absorbing composite metal, but was also very heavy. It wasn't a thin blade, but a widened and thickened weapon. The sawteeth, quenched and arranged like shark teeth, tore through the air under ample power, creating a deafening sound. The ear-splitting noise, however, made the goblin driving the lumberjack machine even more excited, quickly moving the joystick, and the terrifying chainsword pressed down onto the trees in front of it. Upon contact with the tree trunk, the sharp sawteeth instantly ground away the bark and shredded the trunk, spraying wood chips nearly 10 meters away. This, along with the wide saw marks on the trunk, perfectly demonstrated the power of this lethal weapon. If it struck a person, they would be gone in the blink of an eye. Picking up a handful of damp yet hot wood chips scattered on the ground, Owen was glad for his foresight in installing a water mist spray nozzle on the chainsword beforehand. This chainsword had too much power and spun too fast, easily generating heat from friction. For short periods it was fine since trees contain moisture, but over time, the chainsword's temperature would rise rapidly, and the small amount of moisture in the trees might not be enough. Installing a nozzle made things much better. At least he didn't have to worry about igniting wood chips during prolonged use, only needing to add water regularly. The chainsword moved horizontally, sawing through the trees in front of it with considerable efficiency, then moved on to the next tree. Fallen trees would be cut and transported by goblin farmers using axes and saws. As for the tree roots, goblin farmers would first dig holes, and once the main roots were exposed, the lumberjack machine would saw off the thicker roots, then extend its power claws to grasp the roots, and finally begin dragging. It often didn't take long to clear a stump, and the efficiency increase was significant. With such high-intensity operation, the lumberjack machine quickly exposed various problems, which Owen immediately improved, and the goblin lumberjacks gradually became more complete. Through continuous modifications, Owen finalized the structure of the heavy-duty golem body. Perhaps it wasn't yet perfect, but nothing is ever 100% satisfactory. At least the heavy-duty golems he built were sturdy and durable, and that was enough. Once finalized, Owen began to expand the number of goblin lumberjacks, even specifically producing the heavy punch for roadbed maintenance and the strongman with tracked iron claws for transport. He also converted the originally open cockpit into an enclosed one, so that even if deployed on the battlefield, it wouldn't be a weak point. As the technology matured, aside from some irreplaceable psychic materials and torch tree stumps, a heavy-duty golem didn't consume much progress value, which greatly pleased Owen. Therefore, he designated it as his original series of works and used it as the foundation to establish a construction team. While Owen was busy, Correns, with an expression of intense headache, learned an important piece of news from the four mysterious individuals. His expression constantly changing, Correns felt that as a smart person, he shouldn't get involved. However, considering the cost of concealing this matter, and the fact that the news came from the four mysterious individuals, making concealment impossible, he ultimately wrote a letter himself and, in his dilemma, had an owl deliver it to the territory. You too keep a close watch on this matter. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Since the letter had been written, Correns, with no other choice, took a deep breath and said to the four. The leading Chunin nodded to him, then vanished into the darkness without a trace, a sight Correns had long grown accustomed to. Pouring himself a glass of wine and taking a small sip, Correns sighed. He never imagined that the Lord's mother would create such a big surprise, if it could even be called a surprise for the Lord. In fact, given the owl's speed, Owen received this surprise not long after. After reading the letter, Owen's expression was quite something, because he never imagined that even though his father was gone, his mother could still give birth to a younger sister for him. The question was whether this younger sister was from the same father and mother, or from the same mother and a different father. Owen didn't know, nor did he want to know. He already had enough worries, and given his former mother's resolute departure back then, he had no intention of salvaging this family tie, even if there might have been some unspeakable difficulties involved. Perhaps it was because his transmigration was rather clean, or perhaps because his former self left without any lingering attachments. Owen did not feel any regret or anything left behind by his former self. His heart unaffected, he truly had no feelings for his former mother and sister, treating them almost like strangers. Therefore, his reply, aside from asking for continued monitoring of the matter, was to act as if he knew nothing. Although this matter is not exactly glorious, there's no need to conceal it. So why would the Awoke Trading Company want to hide this? Owen put down the letter in his hand and began to ponder. Although he decided to ignore the matter, its strangeness still piqued his curiosity. Owen had never understood why his birth mother left back then, because if the Awoke Trading Company intended to scheme for the Hydra family's territory, her departure was completely unnecessary and even counterproductive. Had she stayed in the territory, there would have been too many opportunities for manipulation. Even ruling from behind the scenes would have been effortless. But his former self's mother resolutely chose to leave and even gave birth to a daughter of unknown paternity, which Owen found difficult to comprehend. One plausible guess was that his former self's mother had a lover outside and unexpectedly became pregnant, which is why she left in a hurry, not even taking her former self due to losing face. The problem was that the area around the Hydra family's territory was sparsely populated. Besides soldiers and serfs, where were the men? Could it be Code, that broad-faced, big-eyed fellow? Owen stroked his chin, feeling he had solved the case. Only Code, that handsome old man who frequently visited the Hydra family's territory, fit the description. However, Owen quickly regained his composure and stopped thinking about it, as it was meaningless. He instead turned his attention to the intelligence Correns had sent along. While Feylyre Town enjoyed peace and prosperity, it didn't mean the same for the territories of other northern nobles. After all, not every lord was as beautiful and charismatic, nor did they have powerful backing. In fact, during this period alone, a double-digit number of lords were replaced, with countless massacres occurring, though few were aware of them. However, this couldn't be hidden from those with keen eyes, especially in Feylyre Town, a place where people from all walks of life converged. Thus, Correns and the ninjas, through overt and covert means, gathered many secret messages and delivered them to Owen. Owen knew that the current, brutal situation was inevitable. This was mainly due to the Empire's decision back then, which dictated that the identity and inheritance of northern nobles relied entirely on the northern noble seal bestowed by the Empire. As long as one possessed this seal, they could legitimately claim to be a northern noble. Otherwise, they were as good as dead. It was famously a system that recognized the seal, not the person. Under this premise, although the Northern Seal had a bloodline verification function, as long as all direct blood relatives of the holder were killed, or the holder willingly transferred it, identity replacement could be achieved. Therefore, it was difficult for the North to avoid chaos. There was no doubt that this setup was entirely designed to facilitate future peach picking, taking advantage. Not only Owen, but many northern nobles were well aware of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so nervous upon hearing about the establishment of the Second Northern Territory Development Group. However, no one expected this day to come so quickly. The peaches weren't even ripe, and the trees hadn't fully grown, yet they were already eagerly making their move. This left even the cheating Owen in a difficult position, let alone the other northern nobles. In fact, given enough time, Owen, with his cheat, could have established his own nation in the north. At that point, unless the empire was prepared to declare war, he would have been free from worries. Unfortunately, he didn't have that time. Owen put away the letters, deciding to return and deal with matters after completing the goblin construction team. After all, this couldn't be rushed. The only advantage of a vast and sparsely populated land was that, no matter how many strategies you had, you still had to wait. Owen built 4 units of each of the 3 types of heavy puppets. The logging machines cleared the way, the heavy punch machines compacted the foundations, and the mighty machines transported construction materials. Coupled with hundreds of magic horn goblin laborers and 300 goblin farmers, the speed of road construction improved significantly. Seeing that the goblin construction team had initially taken shape, Owen, with many things on his mind, had no intention of continuing to improve it. He packed up and returned to his territory with Charles, who had been guarding him. A construction site was not a place for a person to work. Even if he was only giving directions, Owen still got quite tanned, and his back and waist became stiff. Despite his fatigue, Owen chose not to return to the castle, but instead went to the town center. As the Lord's office, it was naturally the most luxurious, not only exquisitely decorated, but also fully equipped, even including an ivory-white, gold-rimmed bathtub and a golden showerhead. He first went to his luxurious office to take a bath, change clothes, and relax. Then, feeling refreshed, he sat down. Just as he settled in, Maya, who understood him perfectly, walked in with coffee and tea. After handing the coffee to Owen, Maya went behind him and used her slender yet strong fingers to help him relax his slightly stiff shoulders. At the same time, various words of praise flowed incessantly, giving him both physical and mental enjoyment. She truly lived up to her reputation as a first-class serving maid. Maya had been keeping an eye on the heavy puppets Owen created and quickly assessed their potential impact on the territory's development. The results greatly satisfied Maya. With the heavy puppets, the timelines for all her previous plans were drastically shortened, and the materials previously reserved could now be used freely. Under her command, the castle's partially collapsed walls had been mostly cleared. The earth was used to fill low-lying areas in the town, and the stone bricks were used to construct important town buildings. The stored timber could also be used freely. The territory, whose development had somewhat stalled due to a lack of materials, began to advance rapidly once more. If not for the lack of a commercial foundation and external population, Maya was confident that within 3 years, she could develop the territory into a town on par with Fey Lyre, into a moderately sized city within 10 years, and even establish a nation within her lifetime. Unaware of Maya's ambitious aspirations, Owen, the salted fish, was enjoying her massage and compliments. Although he maintained a reserved smile and remained silent, he was actually inwardly triumphant, but due to appearances, he couldn't show it directly. However, when he saw the documents Maya placed before him, his smile immediately froze. Maya had organized the achievements during this period, the materials consumed, the development priorities, and the resources, manpower, and development plans needed for the next phase into clear tables according to Owen's habits, placing them before him. However, the thick stack still indicated that the workload was definitely not light. It wasn't like reading a novel where you're done once you finish. Owen needed to remember every piece of data. After all, this was his territory. Even if he didn't need to know every single detail, he should at least have a general idea. Otherwise, how could he develop the territory? So a busy life, while not what Owen wanted, he preferred to be a salted fish, especially when he had plenty to eat and drink and a beauty by his side. He wanted to just lie flat and disregard everything. But the problem was he dared not. Although the golden finger was powerful, he had to utilize it for it to be effective. If his territory were destroyed and he was captured and beheaded, what good would the golden finger be? Therefore, even though he was impatient, he still picked up the documents and read them repeatedly. The good news was that the territory's current situation was quite good. With the heavy puppets, the progress of various projects depended entirely on how many he produced. Furthermore, the number of farmers in the territory had now surpassed the serfs, reaching an unprecedented 800. Don't underestimate 800 farmers. The system farmers are versatile, capable of farming, moving bricks, and excelling in various tasks. They are a force that cannot be ignored in any aspect. Just consider how many construction workers are on a single residential complex construction site, and you'll understand. Moreover, Owen would only need to wait a little longer to complete the conversion of all remaining serfs, at which point the territory's labor force would once again see a breakthrough. However, not yet, although he had been busy manufacturing puppets during this time, because he had exchanged for materials in advance. The progress value had not been used for a long time and had accumulated quite a bit. The less the progress value, the faster it recovers. The more it is, the slower it recovers. Therefore, Owen rarely exchanged for items requiring more than 10 progress points. This was a rare opportunity, so he planned to wait a bit longer until it reached 30 to exchange for a high-value item. Anyway, the conversion of serfs in the territory was not urgent, and the road construction project in Demon Horn Forest was already on track. There had also been progress in improving military strength. This was a rare period of leisure, so Owen decided to accumulate the progress value to 30 in one go, though he hadn't yet decided what to exchange for. In any case, it must not be wasted, because next time he might not have the same patience to wait. After dealing with the documents Maya brought, Owen entered a period of accumulating progress points, enjoying a rare stretch of leisure. He did nothing all day, sleeping until he naturally woke up in the morning, leisurely reading in the forenoon, enjoying delicious food at noon, and in the afternoon, he would go to the greenhouse's green lawn to accompany Dare as she practiced the practical application of spells. The picnic sausages were a bit small. Occasionally, he would go to reward Maya. He had to treat everyone equally. He was such a selfless man. On this particular day, Owen was sparring with Dare on spells in the greenhouse when a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the direction of the magic horn tree forest. Although Owen possessed considerable mental and magical power, he only perceived a special fluctuation. His reaction was not as intense as those with special bloodlines. Maya, who was handling official business in the town center, suddenly groaned, instinctively covering her face with both hands, trembling all over as if enduring something. Owen was in an even worse state. Due to the spells, he was still unable to extricate himself and was sweating profusely in frustration. The quill slipped from Maya's fingers onto the paper on the desk, and the ink flowing from the quill instantly stained the beautiful script on the paper. However, Maya at this moment couldn't care less. She clutched her face tightly with both hands, only able to see her tightly closed eyes and pained expression through the gaps in her fingers. Compared to Maya's pained expression, her wine-red long hair, as if gaining life, twisted and coiled around her like snakes, creating a very eerie scene. Finally, Maya struggled as if a drowning person breaking the surface of water, suddenly releasing her hands and gasping for breath. The paper in front of her gradually turned gray and white under her eerie gaze. Maya incredulously reached out to touch it, and the thin paper instantly shattered, turning into thin fragments of stone. Is this the eye of petrification? Maya knew that Owen had changed her bloodline, not only freeing her from the fate of rapid aging, but also granting her youth and longevity. However, with the T-virus acting as a buffer and adhesive, the bloodline fusion process had been very gentle, so there hadn't been much change. Who knew that under an unknown external stimulus, her bloodline would suddenly erupt, awakening the eye of petrification, which she couldn't control, causing the ability to overflow. If the previous petrification ray was magic, then the eye of petrification was a talent. Its effect was stronger, its power greater, and it was more prone to accidental injury. For this, Maya had to close her eyes and learn to control this newly awakened instinct. While Maya was trying to control her newly awakened instinct, Owen's face changed drastically because Dare, as a witch, underwent an even greater transformation. All of her previously recessive bloodline was activated, causing Dare's snow-white, soft skin to gradually turn red, her muscles to twitch, and her internal temperature to rise sharply. A capitalized danger hung over Owen's head. However, in his panic, he mistakenly grabbed a slender, rounded object beside him. A magic wand. Owen was instantly overjoyed, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He seized the opportunity, continuously casting spells to finally extricate himself. Owen, who had narrowly saved himself, didn't have time to celebrate before reaching out to support Dare. His hand almost got scalded, and he even heard the sound of boiling water from within her. indicating how high her temperature was. However, he quickly calmed down because he realized that Dayer was not actually in mortal danger. The anomaly was due to her bloodline being activated. Manifest bloodlines indicate a sorcerer, while recessive bloodlines indicate a wizard. However, these are not unchangeable, though it is very difficult, especially for wizards. Due to the inertness of magic, wizards find it very difficult to cast spells, having to rely on various means such as potions, crystal balls, and rituals, thus lacking the ability to confront directly. Many wizards have attempted to change this, transforming from silent wizards into unrestrained sorcerers. However, activating a bloodline is not easy, and there is a high chance of becoming a monster or a madman during the process. Even if one is lucky enough to succeed, they are likely to be targeted. As for what targets them, it depends on the origin of the bloodline. Human bloodlines are very ordinary. Although they have high compatibility, they inherently lack magic. Even mages cast spells by using mental power to drive magic. Therefore, anyone who can awaken magic has a non-human part within them. If it's a demon beast, it's not too bad. Although partial beastification may occur, it only requires some time to adapt. But if the bloodline originates from a demon or an evil god, it's troublesome, even more terrifying than maggots on a bone, impossible to get rid of. After all, these non-humans spread their bloodline and power as bait. Every descendant and user is a positioning and coordinate for them, through which they can infect with their own power, ultimately achieving the goal of entering the material realm through a clone. Therefore, a wizard's recessive bloodline is actually a form of self-protection. Seeing Dayer begin to grow horns, bat wings, and a heart-shaped tail, Owen knew her bloodline came from a demon, and it looked like a succubus. Owen's expression was not good. Although succubi are known as friends of sorcerers, this does not change their essential nature as demons. As the most passionate and unrestrained demons of the abyss, succubi, though rarely resorting to forceful means, are extremely adept at overcoming hardness with softness and the siphon effect. Countless mages or sorcerers, after summoning them, fall into a bottomless abyss from which they cannot extricate themselves, silently succumbing beneath the opponent's reverse-jointed hooves. For this, many tragic and salacious cases, suitable for adult comics, have emerged, attracting countless latecomers who knowingly commit the same mistakes. Owen couldn't even handle the plain Dayer, let alone the epic-enhanced version of her transformed into a succubus. Therefore, he had to prevent Dayer's consciousness from being corrupted by the succubus, turning her into an insatiably demanding demoness. Drawing his magic wand, he cast spells to make Dayer float. Then Owen carried her and rushed towards the dungeon's secret chamber. After placing Dayer into the synthesis furnace, Owen looked at the demon-set armor he had just ordered the slime maid to retrieve, and hesitated again. The solution to Dayer's problem was simple. After all, a succubus itself wasn't a powerful demon, and she was a descendant separated by who knows how many generations. If it were a mature mage or sorcerer, there would be many ways to subdue her and turn her into a self-heating weapon. But the problem was that Owen didn't fall into this category. He was neither a mage nor a sorcerer, just a beginner in the magic system. Therefore, his only option was to use the system's power to suppress Dayer's own bloodline. Theoretically, as long as the proportion of system power exceeded that of the succubus, he would gain the initiative, and the crisis would naturally be resolved. Thinking this, Owen no longer hesitated and directly activated the synthesis furnace. This synthesis was not intended to combine Dayer with the equipment into a puppet monster, but rather to bind the two, allowing Dayer to directly borrow the power of the demon-set armor to suppress her own succubus bloodline and the reviving succubus will. However, Owen had no confidence whether it would succeed. How did it shrink so much? As the synthesis furnace opened, the figure that emerged from it caused Owen to blanch. It wasn't a broad-chested lady turning into a soft lowly. Instead, the demon armor had severely shrunk. From its original cold, hard, full-body heavy armor in a Demon King style, it had transformed into the kind of armor female characters wear in third-rate online games, where less coverage means higher defense. Its limbs were fully armored, but its torso looked as if it were covered by just two intersecting bars. Owen's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to ask about the situation first or just keep staring. No matter what, Owen's method had worked. Although her pupils had turned yellow, 2 lamb horns had grown on her head, she had a pair of bat wings not much larger than chicken wings, and a slender tail with a heart-shaped tip. Dayer had indeed maintained her original sanity. However, compared to her previous gentle and soft temperament, she now harbored a few more traces of greed and desire for him. Simply put, she lusted after his body. This was not strange. Daeir's succubus bloodline had not disappeared. Instead, it was suppressed and eroded by the power contained within the demon armor, forcing her to pledge allegiance to Owen. But demons are not so easily subdued. While she couldn't actively harm him, there were many passive methods, and succubi happened to be very skilled at this. "Can you change back?" Owen asked with some concern. Although Daeir's current appearance was indeed quite stimulating, considering his own frail body, he couldn't even handle the original version, let alone an abyss-enhanced one. Owen decided to play it safe for now and not rush into seeking thrills. If trying it meant dying, he would definitely be the most embarrassing transmigrator to ever die. The master can Daeir reached out and grabbed her playful little tail, slowly coiling it around her middle finger. Then, pinching the struggling heart-shaped tail tip, she let out a soft hum and said with a laugh, her voice carrying a hint of honeyed undertone, almost making Owen's heart go into arrhythmia. When Daeir returned to her original appearance, miraculously, the armor also disappeared. Isn't that amazing? Owen no longer had to search painstakingly for any trace of his beloved demon armor in the deep canyon. However, Owen ultimately couldn't escape the fate of trying it, but at least he managed to walk out alive, which made him almost cry tears of joy. Demons truly live up to their name. Even just their bloodline is something humans cannot endure. As Owen slumped into a chair in the hall, waiting for Daeir to finish brewing the tonic, Maya also arrived. Her anti-gravity floating burgundy hair, coupled with her pair of magical eyes, made Owen realize that she too had been affected and had grown stronger. But why did both of them get stronger while he was utterly drained? Was this directed at him? Though indignant, Owen knew that the most important thing now was to find the source of the anomaly and check if the territory had been affected. If the source of the anomaly wasn't resolved, the troubles would never stop. Although Owen was weak, at least his mind wasn't affected, and he knew what was important. In reality, there was no need to guess. The ruins must have had a problem. Sure enough, not long after, the Goblin General sent a message via owl. The ruins indeed have a problem. When the goblins dug to the second level, they touched something, which resulted in a special wave erupting, causing the goblins in the tribe to mutate and even affecting the entire demon horn forest, Owen said with a frown. Hearing this news, Daeir, who never cared about territorial matters, looked bewildered. Maya's expression, however, remained unchanged, because ever since she learned about the ruins, she had made many contingency plans, including combating magical beasts and undead emerging from the ruins, dispelling curses and poisons, and even plans for migration and escape. Fortunately, the situation was not that bad. At least, apart from a few mutated livestock, the territory was almost unaffected. Moreover, the mutations were benign. The livestock became larger and stronger, making them very suitable for breeding and improving the genetic makeup of the territory's livestock. However, everything must have a limit. For example, the demon horn forest became the hardest hit area because it was closest to the source of the anomaly, leading to massive mutations in plants and animals. Some were benign, some were malignant, but no matter which kind, mutation consumes energy. Without being fed to replenish energy, all creatures, regardless of type, fell into a frenzy of foraging. Herbivores weren't much of a problem. At most, they would gnaw on tree bark. Carnivores and magic horn goblins, however, were troublesome. The Goblin General was initially caught off guard. He has now recalled all his troops and heavy golems to the tribe, relying on wooden walls for defense. They can hold out for a short time, but it's hard to say how long they can last. Because the Goblin tribe is too close to the ruins, the source of the anomaly, the surrounding demon horn trees have been affected and started to become animated. Fortunately, the super farmland is even more unreasonable. Unless the demon horn trees can detach from the earth, no matter how much they mutate, they will only have their life force drained and be turned into fuel. However, although the Goblin tribe could still hold on, Owen couldn't sit still. The demon horn tree forest is irreplaceable for the current development of the territory. Lumber, fuel, and food all rely on it for supply, not to mention the mysterious ruins. Owen could not risk waiting any longer for fear of losing control. Therefore, he immediately mobilized his troops, preparing to head to the demon horn tree forest. While Owen was busy mobilizing troops, he didn't realize that he had underestimated this anomaly. Moreover, since neither Daeir nor Maya were true magic practitioners, they overlooked the issue of the anomaly wave's propagation range. For humans, a journey of a month or two is already very far, but for certain waves, it's merely a blink of an eye. Coupled with the vast emptiness of the northern lands, the waves spread faster and wider. At least at the imperial border, the waves generated by the anomaly could still be clearly felt. Although the source of the waves could not be determined, it had already attracted the attention of some people to the northern regions, meaning Owen had little time left. At this moment, Owen, still unaware, was preparing to dispatch troops to clear the hidden dangers of the ruins, not knowing that more troubles awaited him. Considering that the battle would take place in a forest, Owen only mobilized the territory's swordsmen and crossbowmen. They were more suited for combat in complex environments. As for the spearmen and javelin throwers, they were left to guard the territory. 50 swordsmen and 50 crossbowmen already constituted half of the territory's military force. Fearing that the chaos caused by the anomaly would continue to spread, even with hidden measures, Owen still chose to send 200 farmers into the barracks as reinforcements. What peasant-to-soldier ratio? He couldn't care about that now. He needed to overcome the current difficulties first. Mobilizing so many farmers would, of course, greatly reduce the territory's production and development speed, but compared to the chaos caused by the anomaly, it was worth it. Besides, the progress value was already at 30, and he could exchange it at any time, then use the recovered progress value to convert serfs, filling the labor gap, so he wasn't too worried. Without further ado, Owen, accompanied by Charles, the Teutonic Knights, a few ninjas, healers, and 100 soldiers, hurried towards the Demon Horn Forest. Considering the unknown situation, Owen did not head straight for the Goblin tribe, but chose the Wooden Fortress as his base. The Wooden Fortress was initially a hidden troop gathering point for Owen, but later, due to its exposure and the increasing importance of the Goblin tribe, it was converted into a transit station. After continuous expansion, the Wooden Fortress could accommodate 200 people for long-term garrison and had a considerable capacity warehouse, storing magic horn tree chunks and food transported from the Goblin tribe. Fortunately, 2 years of continuous logging not only made the Wooden Fortress increasingly sturdy and complete, but also created large open spaces around it as a buffer. Any approaching attackers could not hide their tracks, so the Wooden Fortress's soldiers and civilians did not suffer too much damage in the first wave of mutated creature attacks. They retreated to the Wooden Fortress in time, and instead, killed many mutated creatures. At present, crossbowmen patrolled the wooden walls, and swordsmen stood ready. Many mutated creatures, having suffered casualties and being cowardly, chose to retreat. Therefore, Owen entered the Wooden Fortress smoothly without encountering any trouble. After entering the Wooden Fortress, Owen had the healers treat the injured with dittany, and then began to inquire about the situation, which made his expression not very good. It wasn't that the situation was bad, but that he didn't know the situation. Although the system troops were loyal, their initiative was very poor, almost as if they were uninvolved. This was especially true for lower-level troops, who only knew how to rigidly obey orders. In short, sending them to their deaths was fine, but asking them to manage things was difficult for them, so what could Owen do? Because the Wooden Fortress had always lacked a leader, upon attack, they would only retreat to the Wooden Fortress as Owen had previously instructed. As for more details, they knew nothing. Helplessly, Owen could only send out all the scouts from the Wooden Fortress to gather information. He couldn't just rush in without knowing anything. Fortunately, according to the intelligence brought back by the scouts, the situation in the forest was still good. After some mutated creatures died or were injured, most of the remaining ones had regained their sanity and were returning to their original life, grazing if they ate grass, and hunting if they hunted. As for other impacts, they could not be seen in the short term, so Owen decided to set off immediately for the Goblin tribe. The road between the Goblin tribe and the Wooden Fortress was not yet complete, but a large number of trees had already been cut down, so carriages couldn't pass, but walking was fine, which saved Owen a lot of worry. Apart from 2 days' worth of food and water, the group did not carry any extra supplies, because if they successfully entered the Goblin tribe, they would not lack food and water. If not, the lighter the burden, the better when they turned to escape. The scouts of the Wooden Fortress were very familiar with the forest. They acted as the eyes of the army, scouting ahead, while the swordsmen and crossbowmen were responsible for striking down any mutated creatures encountered along the way. The Teutonic Knights held the center, the ninjas were hidden in the shadows, and Charles guarded Owen's side. Everything was orderly. It's just that, perhaps due to the short time or the fluctuation causing the mutation not being as severe as imagined, although some mutated animals and plants were encountered on the way, they were not as formidable as expected. For example, their bodies became larger, their claws and teeth became sharper, stronger, and faster, which gave the mutated creatures better survival abilities. However, they didn't last longer than ordinary animals against longswords and crossbow bolts, which allowed Owen to somewhat relax his constantly tense heart. But when they reached the vicinity of the goblin tribe, the mutation became a bit outrageous. The originally domesticated magic horn goblins were affected by the mutation. Their bodies grew much larger, with red eyes, black skin, sharp horns, and ferocious muscles, like ghosts. At the same time, they lost most of their sanity, replaced by enhanced strength, even able to exchange a few blows with swordsmen. If equipped with weapons and trained, the mutated magic horn goblins might not be inferior to swordsmen. However, whether their remaining limited sanity would allow them to master the use of weapons and training was still a question. Even so, it still made Owen highly vigilant, because no one knew how many magic horn goblins were in the Demon Horn Forest, and how many of them had mutated. Clear them out and have the scouts pay attention to our rear and flanks. Owen knew how cunning goblins were. A low level of civilization didn't mean they were stupid. Traps, lures, and encirclement had become their instincts. If you dared to be careless when facing goblins, it wouldn't be long before you appeared in their cooking pot. Owen's orders were perfectly executed, especially by the ninjas. They were skilled in stealth and assassination, and with the high burst of the breathing technique, they were like tigers with wings. Most magic horn goblins died without knowing how they died. When Owen and his group arrived at the goblin tribe, the battle here was still ongoing. Large numbers of magic horn goblins tried to rush into the goblin tribe, but the goblin general had clearly carried out his orders well. The large amount of timber obtained from road construction was used by him to build wooden walls, causing the entire tribe to be surrounded by several meter-high logs, and a large number of arrow towers were built. Therefore, even if they did not have an advantage in individual strength and numbers, they could still hold on. The reason why hundreds of magic horn goblins gathered here was because they knew that the goblin tribe had weapons, food, and everything they needed. Therefore, even with many casualties, they were still unwilling to leave, and they continued to mutate in the continuous fighting, even subtly producing more powerful magic horn goblins. Now Owen found that some larger, longer-horned mutated creatures had appeared among this group of magic horn goblins, which made him feel very absurd. What he found absurd was not the appearance of mutated creatures, but the appearance and looks of the magic horn goblins. Magic horn goblins actually don't have horns, and their skin isn't black. However, in order to adapt to the environment of the magic horn tree forest, they would apply a sap from the demon horn tree root that could neutralize the toxicity of the demon horn tree thorn to their bodies from a young age. This viscous pitch-black sap has a slight toxicity. Humans definitely can't stand it. It would cause severe allergic reactions, even death. But goblins, through their strong adaptability and rapid reproduction, adapted to this toxicity, gaining the ability to live in the magic horn tree forest. As for the horns on their heads, those were demon horn tree thorns. Magic horn goblins would stick a demon horn tree thorn on their heads after adulthood, signifying their coming of age. So, magic horn goblins were actually not much different from ordinary goblins. Of course, that was before. Now, they have indeed become the black-skinned, horned and fanged creatures in front of him. However, although the magic horn goblins had become stronger, they had also lost part of their sanity. Coupled with the fact that no leader capable of commanding all magic horn goblins had appeared, the situation of scattered troops fighting independently led to a stalemate. The goblin soldiers relying on the wooden fortress and arrow towers were not at a disadvantage. Moreover, once the battle turned unfavorable, the goblin general would lead the goblin demon sheep cavalry to charge out and turn the tide, so they could hold on for a short time. Kill all these magic horn goblins. Owen, riding an armored demon sheep, waved his hand, and 100 elite soldiers advanced without hesitation against enemies far outnumbering them. Swordsmen holding shields stood in front, slaying any magic horn goblins that dared to approach, while the crossbowmen in the rear began free firing. Compared to bows, the advantage of crossbows at close range is easy aiming and shooting. One just needs to aim and pull the trigger. Therefore, within 10 steps, their effect is equivalent to firearms, making them difficult to dodge. Although the mutated magic horn goblins are agile, they do not have the ability to dodge crossbow bolts, not to mention that these crossbowmen are elites produced by the system, so there is no situation of panic when facing enemies, and they understand a bit about prediction. Thus, even if they cannot directly hit vital points, hitting the torso is not a problem, and as long as they are hit, a swordsman can step forward and take down the target with one move. The battlefield is not a one-on-one fight. Cooperation between individuals is very important, and there is no such thing as stealing kills. Therefore, the close combat and long-range attackers cooperated very tacitly. However, the magic horn goblins still held a numerical advantage. When hundreds of magic horn goblins were alarmed and rushed over together, a mere 100 soldiers simply couldn't hold them back, so it was time for the Teutonic Knights to make their appearance. When the Teutonic Knights, like iron cans, wielded their greatswords, they became reapers of death on the battlefield. No entity could withstand their attack, and no entity could break their defense. At this moment, the Teutonic Knights dominated the battlefield. Facing the almost cheating Teutonic Knights, the magic horn goblins couldn't hold on. Their wooden clubs and stones could only make a sound against opponents in full plate armor, and their bodies were so powerless against the enemy's greatswords. Those who charged at the front had already been reduced to scattered fragments that couldn't be reassembled, and the enemies, apart from some bloodstains and debris on their armor, hadn't even changed their greatsword-wielding movements in the slightest. The surviving magic horn goblins had no doubt that if they didn't run, they would all turn into a pile of minced meat. Therefore, no leader capable of truly commanding the magic horn goblins had appeared yet, so a rout was inevitable. The Teutonic Knights were brave and invincible, like a fan dropped into a chicken coop, but their overly slow movement ability limited their pursuit of the enemy. However, swordsmen were not short-legged iron cans. Moving like the wind was their style, and the forward slash was their favorite, thus becoming the main force in the chase. But soon, the demon sheep cavalry led by the goblin general became the new main force in the pursuit. Every demon sheep cavalryman was a goblin produced by the system. They wore light armor, wielded short-handled maces, and with the charge of the demon sheep, they could easily smash the enemy's bones. Under the efficient clearing by the soldiers, only dozens of magic horn goblins ultimately escaped. Unfortunately, such a glorious victory did not cause the system's progress value to increase again, which made Owen a little disappointed. The goblin general, after fiercely pursuing with the demon sheep cavalry for a while, came shamefully before Lord Demon King and knelt down. "Follow me." Owen ignored the goblin general, who would kneel at the slightest provocation, and riding an armored demon sheep, entered the goblin tribe, guarded by the silent Teutonic Knights surrounding him. After entering the goblin tribe, Owen discovered that it wasn't just the magic horn goblins that had mutated. The goblins converted by the system had also mutated, but in a direction completely opposite to the magic horn goblins. Magic horn goblins exchanged part of their sanity for power, while the converted goblins became more intelligent. At this time, the goblins in the tribe had softer facial features. Even their hooked noses had shrunk and softened, while their eyes became larger and their mouths smaller. Their originally hunched posture also straightened up, as if they had evolved over thousands of years and stepped into the realm of civilization. Although the changes were significant, the system's capabilities were trustworthy. At least Owen didn't have to worry about the goblin tribe falling out of his control. What also pleasantly surprised him was that the mutated goblins were qualified to become commoners. The goblin tribe seemed to be in good condition. Owen left the healers behind, then said to the goblin general, "Take me to the ruins." "Yes, Lord Demon King." The bloodstained goblin general, hearing Lord Demon King's tone, knew he wasn't blamed, but as a subordinate, needing Lord Demon King to come to the rescue was too shameful, so he bravely walked at the very front. Due to the super farmland, although the nearby demon horn trees showed signs of being alive, they looked half dead. As long as the super farmland was reactivated, it wouldn't be long before these animated demon horn trees would all turn into fuel, so Owen just looked up without taking it to heart. The Super Farmland Avenue was the first area to be completed, entirely paved with smooth flagstones, so the group moved quickly. Owen could already see the deeply excavated ruins. The goblin farmers worked very efficiently. They dug the soil layer above the ruins into a large pit, then excavated along the pit, forming a spiral walkway. Although it was a longer path, it was easier, and they also built wooden frames similar to derricks to directly transport flagstones from the bottom of the pit. No wonder their work efficiency was so high. It was precisely because of the goblins' high efficiency that they unexpectedly dug through the second layer of the ruins, touching something, which resulted in this mutation outbreak. Now the ruins were occupied by a group of mutated monsters, black jelly bugs, hard skin rats, and thorn spiders, whose original forms were from the magic horn tree forest. Black jelly bugs are insects with tough hides, about a foot long when adult, feeding on the sap of demon horn tree roots, thus containing toxins. Their internal mucus, once ignited, has extremely high temperatures. However, their larvae are only an inch long, plump, and very delicious, but they live deep within the demon horn tree roots, making them difficult to catch. Hard-skin rats are good at burrowing and feed on black jelly bug larvae. Because of their tough fur, they can withstand demon horn tree thorns and are one of the few creatures that can live in the magic horn tree forest. Thorn spiders are large, agile predatory spiders, the size of a pot lid, covered in stiff bristles. Any creature that enters the demon horn forest is their food, primarily feeding on hard-skin rats and goblins. Now they have all mutated and gathered in the ruins according to instinct, becoming targets Owen needed to eliminate. What are the special characteristics of these mutated monsters? Owen did not rashly enter the ruins, as he was unsure of the current situation inside. Therefore, he first asked the Goblin General, hoping he could provide some useful information. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether to create a more competent Goblin General to replace him. The Goblin General, still unaware of his unstable position, seriously answered Owen's question. Although not comprehensive, obtaining so much information in such a short time meant he would temporarily keep him. In fact, the Goblin General did a good job. He wasn't careless about the ruins and constantly sent a team of goblin soldiers to guard the area. Therefore, after the anomaly occurred, he was able to safely bring back most of the goblin farmers working there, though they paid the price of total annihilation. Facing the swarming monsters, they simply didn't have time to retreat. Fortunately, the mutation had just begun at that time. Although the number of monsters was large, they weren't very strong, and their instinct not to leave the ruins saved the goblin tribe from invasion. Later, the Goblin General tried to reclaim the ruins, as he knew how much the Lord Demon King valued them. However, 2 counterattacks on the ruins failed, resulting in significant losses. Coupled with the sudden betrayal of the mutated magic horn goblin, the Goblin General had no choice but to focus his energy on that. Still, he had some understanding of the situation inside the ruins. Lord Demon King, these monsters have grown in size after mutating and have become more aggressive. The Goblin General personally led teams into the ruins twice, each time more dangerous than the last. The final time, he almost didn't make it back, and he remains shaken by the experience. The originally harmless black jelly bugs are now as thick as a thigh. They can inflate like a pufferfish by swallowing air, then connect head to tail and roll like a wheel by controlling the flow of their viscous internal fluid, gaining speed and attacking enemies by ramming them. However, no matter how hard a black jelly bug tries, it's still just a car-sized inflatable tire, and a simple ramming attack is unlikely to be fatal. Therefore, logically, the threat level of the black jelly bug shouldn't be high. But in the Goblin General's eyes, the black jelly bug is the greatest threat in the ruins, because once their tough outer skin is broken, the viscous fluid inside, under high pressure, instantly vaporizes and burns fiercely. If the sap of the demon horn tree is crude oil, then the bodily fluid of the black jelly bug, which feeds on the viscous sap of the demon horn tree roots, is purified and concentrated fuel. Therefore, the power of its instant combustion upon vaporization is immense, comparable to a small thermobaric bomb. If the Goblin General hadn't been cautious enough to send goblin soldiers to explore ahead, he would probably be plastered on the wall by now. In contrast, while the hard-skin rats and thorn spiders have also changed significantly, they are not as deadly as the black jelly bugs. The hard-skin rats can now walk upright, communicate, use tools, and gather in large numbers. They are very troublesome. The thorn spiders have become quite massive. Their spines are very sharp and their carapaces are extremely tough. Unless heavy golems are used, they cannot be stopped when they charge. However, their numbers are relatively small and most act alone. The Goblin General relayed all the information he possessed to Owen, causing Owen's brow to furrow deeper and prompting him to change his original plan. Leading troops in would be the most idiotic choice. Forget the ratmen and thorn spiders. The black jelly bugs alone are an insurmountable obstacle. After all, one self-detonation would be enough to wipe out countless soldiers. Although Owen didn't consider himself particularly clever, he had too many options, so there was no need to choose a head-on confrontation. Thus, he returned directly to the Goblin tribe to devise a plan. Long ago, the Goblin General had prepared a temporary residence for the Lord Demon King in the tribe. It was a giant tree hollow, where the massive root system and hollow trunk created an interior space capable of accommodating dozens of people. Originally, most of it was filled with rubble and dirt, but the goblin farmers cleaned it out and laid down animal skins, preserving only the most natural and primitive style, which gave it a unique charm. This was specially arranged by the goblin general according to the Lord Demon King's preferences. Otherwise, according to tradition, he would have used skeletons and ghost fire as decorations, then hung cages full of sacrifices on the walls, waiting for the Lord Demon King's arrival to welcome his esteemed presence with the blood, wails, and souls of the sacrifices. However, the goblin general didn't think the Lord Demon King he now served would like these things, so he changed his style of conduct. After all, the Lord Demon King's preferences were their guiding principles. Although the Tree Hollow was novel, Owen didn't pay too much attention to the living environment. With Teutonic knights outside, ninjas in the shadows, and Shire as his personal guard, he was well protected. So Owen could now think with peace of mind about what to do with those 30 progress points, because his upcoming plan required a lot of progress points, and he couldn't waste any more time, nor did he have time to continue hesitating. Actually, the reason for Owen's hesitation was that he was faced with too many choices, and many of the items made him drool, making it truly difficult to decide. Finally, with a determined bite of his lip, Owen made the difficult decision to exchange for an item that seemed unremarkable, a sacred object. Sacred objects originate from the Age of Empires, and their function is to enhance building characteristics and increase the amount of gold. These effects seemed average in the game, but in Owen's view, they were not simple. Moreover, since most of his territory's buildings and units currently came from the Age of Empires, he decided to exchange for a sacred object to see if it could trigger some kind of chemical reaction. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter. It would just mean waiting a bit longer, and he could afford to wait. Conversely, if it successfully triggered a chemical reaction, he would clearly profit greatly. In the game, a sacred object was just a box, and no one knew what was inside. Only after exchanging for it did Owen understand that the box was merely a vessel. The essence of the sacred object was actually a sacred power capable of creating miracles. Sacred power transcends ordinary energy and is more idealistic. In other words, it can arbitrarily distort reality, hence it is called a miracle. With Owen's current abilities, he couldn't comprehend it, nor did he even know the specific effects and limits of miracles. However, he knew that his risky choice was not wrong. Furthermore, after being exchanged into reality, the sacred object gained another characteristic, faith. Owen could now choose to integrate the sacred object into a building to enhance its characteristics, or to sculpt an idol to collect faith. But after careful consideration, Owen chose to integrate the exchanged sacred object into the hero's heart to modify and enhance that armor. The main reason for doing this was that Owen couldn't fully grasp the current situation of the ruins. With the protection of the sacred object, he would feel somewhat more at ease. Besides, even if it was wasted, he would just have to wait a bit longer to accumulate progress points, and he could afford to wait. After making his decision, a wisp of golden light silently merged into Owen's necklace. After waiting a while with no further movement, he unfurled the armor hidden within the necklace and only then discovered its extraordinary qualities. After receiving the sacred blessing, the armor was optimized and enhanced, gaining characteristics such as purification and protection. So even though Owen was a weakling, once he donned the armor, he became the top expert in the territory. Anyone he struck would die and no one could harm him. Most importantly, as long as the issue of faith was resolved, this armor, with the blessing of sacred power, would grow stronger and stronger, eventually creating miracles. As the progress value continuously recovered, Owen also began to get busy. Owen first exchanged for super farmland around the ruins to eliminate the gradually vitalized demon horn trees. However, what was planted this time was not grain, but sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies. The abundant fertility of the super farmland made the sunflowers produce sunlight at an extreme speed, as if they had consumed a powerful fertilizer. With a considerable amount of sunlight, Owen didn't need to directly exchange for finished plants. Seeds costing 1 progress value per bag became his best choice. Moreover, there was no need to exchange for super farmland. He could simply find any patch of ground, bury the seeds, and then water them with sun water, a mixture of sunlight and water, making it very convenient and quick. With a free hand, Owen first erected a circle of tall walnuts to block the path from the ruins to the goblin tribe, and then deployed a wave of potato mines, cherry bombs, and the like. Considering that the black jelly bugs, which explode on impact, had too much destructive power and might overwhelm the walnuts, Owen didn't solely choose the cheap and numerous pea shooters. Instead, he mixed in some snow peas with freezing properties. Although the snow pea's lethality was a bit low and its freezing effect was average, it was very practical, especially when facing black jelly bugs. Even if the opponent was blown up, the vaporized bodily fluids would not combust at low temperatures. Even black-backed ratmen and thorn spiders could not ignore the low-temperature damage of the freezing peas, so Owen planted them in front. Considering that the firing rate and lethality of the pea shooters were far from sufficient, Owen also planted some Gatling peas and frozen watermelon pulps to target the numerous black-backed ratmen and the gigantic thorn spiders. As Owen had imagined, after the monsters in the ruins were lured out by the goblins he dispatched, they simply could not break through his carefully constructed plant defense line. Firstly, the walnuts looked ridiculous, but the problem was that these were not ordinary plants. Aside from their inherent taunting effect, the walnut shells also possessed special properties. Normal attacks were ineffective, and they couldn't be pushed away. At least the black-backed ratmen couldn't do anything to them, only revealing their incisors to slowly gnaw. But the pea shooters were not just for show. Compared to muskets, although they had various shortcomings in power and range, they were still effective against the smaller black-backed ratmen. The thorn spiders, like small tanks, were quite formidable and capable of charging head-on. The problem was that no such spider was known to be cold-resistant. After being hit by snow peas, their speed gradually slowed, and they were finally crushed by the ice watermelon pulps that Owen specifically exchanged for. It must be said that once the growth and cost issues were resolved, the Plants in Plants vs. Zombies truly feared no one in defensive warfare, at least in the cold weapon era. Unless a large-scale, no-holds-barred push was made, they simply couldn't be outlasted. Unfortunately, cultivating plants was not easy. Unless he disregarded environmental damage and continued to accelerate their growth, he could only wait for the plants to grow naturally according to the schedule. Currently, by resolving the vitalized demon horn trees in the surroundings, Owen had cultivated a large number of plants and built a plant defense line. However, if the monsters inside the ruins could not be dealt with, even the most powerful plant defense line would be useless. After all, even the strongest defense line could not move. It could only passively wait for enemies to come. Therefore, Owen once again improved his puppets, intending to use them to reclaim the ruins. The success of the heavy puppet opened a new door for Owen. Since he couldn't master precise humanoid puppets like the human body in a short time, why not switch to researching large, crude mechanical puppets? As long as there was enough horsepower and it didn't overturn, it would always succeed. After realizing this, Owen discovered how many places he could draw inspiration from. Many games feature factory and mechanical scenes. These were just background in the games, but after being transformed by the system, they became real existences. Puppet masters, whose selling point was exquisite graphics, had complete backgrounds and complex puppet systems, and other games were naturally no exception. Moreover, while the price for exchanging modern products was high, knowledge was cheap. Except for a few arcane subjects, the cost of most knowledge, excluding the paper serving as a medium, was almost zero. Previously, Owen had drawn inspiration from the robotic arms in automated production lines, parts of engineering machinery designs, and the robot blueprints created by Dr. Zombos in Plants vs. Zombies. Coupled with the synthesis furnace's correction of errors in assembly, he completed his first heavy puppet. Having succeeded once, Owen was not only as excited as Chunin finding a trick, but also brimming with inspiration, eager to try 18 different variations. Therefore, this time he designed a very special, yet very simple mechanical puppet. The finished mechanical puppet, when viewed from above, was a six-legged platform shaped like a spider. When viewed from below, it resembled a beetle car with its chassis facing upwards, giving it a somewhat peculiar shape. Considering its special purpose, the six-legged platform was not very tall because the power unit and cockpit were installed beneath the platform, making the entire platform appear even lower. Rather than a spider, it looked more like a crab, so Owen simply installed two mechanical claws on the front of the platform. This way, when encountering an enemy, the six legs would retract, the platform would lower, and the two mechanical claws would block, maximizing protection for the cockpit and power unit. Other than that, there was nothing else on the entire platform, because it was merely a platform itself. The truly effective elements were the special plants prepared to be moved onto it. In Plants vs. Zombies, there is an item called a flower pot, which allows plants to detach from the ground and move freely. They only need regular replenishment of sunlight and water to continue fighting. Thus, the six-legged platform Owen built didn't need any weapons installed. It only needed to be equipped with plants according to demand. As for the drivers, the goblins who had been converted into civilians were perfectly capable, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Even Owen hadn't expected that his first batch of civilians would be goblins. But it must be said that the mutated goblins were truly very intelligent, alert, and quick to learn. They picked up driving puppets very quickly. This trait made him take an interest in goblins, and he decided to increase his efforts in cultivating them. Just then, Dayer brought him a surprise. While exchanging for plants, Owen casually exchanged for Crazy Dave's plant cultivation and modification notes, which no one could understand, and gave them to Dayer. Who would have thought that she would be greatly inspired and cultivate plant variants that even he marveled at? Owen had the goblin soldiers carry a strange object. Its main body was a flowerpot-sized wooden barrel, connected to the plant's thick, long, and tough roots, with a pea shooter's head at the other end. The overall shape resembled a flamethrower, except that it didn't spray flames, but rather peas as hard as iron, the kind that could kill. In other words, it was a plant-like machine gun. Pea assault trooper. Owen was truly stunned. He never imagined that Dayer's transfiguration in herbology, when applied to the special plants in Plants vs. Zombies, could result in such miraculous transformations. Not to mention, she had even cultivated portable cherry grenades and potato mines, bizarre plants comparable to bun-shaped explosives. The thought of goblin soldiers carrying flower pots, holding peas, hanging cherries, and tucking away potatoes gave him an urge to complain. However, it had to be said that the mutated plants cultivated by Dayer clearly brought the goblin soldiers' equipment level into the firearm era ahead of schedule. Moreover, compared to complex ammunition, their resupply only required sunlight and water. Furthermore, replacing the pea shooter with a snow pea, Gatling pea, or similar posed no difficulty. This way, the six-legged platforms would have plenty of room to carry some special plants, such as walnuts, cacti, snapdragons, and coconut cannons, which together with the goblin assault trooper could form a goblin mobile armor unit. "Now let me see what you're made of," Owen said with a strange expression, looking at the 150 goblin assault troopers wearing coconut shell helmets and the 10 six-legged platforms before him. The 2 six-legged platforms carrying walnuts were the first to enter the ruins. As expected, a cacophony of clangs immediately echoed from inside as black-backed ratmen threw stones at the six-legged platforms. But these black-backed ratmen seemed to be under a spell, throwing all their stones at the walnuts. There wasn't even a scratch on the six-legged platforms, which was precisely the special effect of the walnut, attracting aggro. The goblins driving the six-legged platforms were initially a bit flustered, but they had now calmed down. Firstly, the attacks weren't even aimed at them. Secondly, they realized that the front-mounted cockpit wasn't as fragile as they had imagined. Although the space was cramped, requiring them to crouch inside, the outer shell was 6mm thick steel plate, and the interior was a buffer layer woven from rattan. Even a direct hit from a large axe or heavy hammer would be hard-pressed to break it in one blow, let alone the 2 mechanical claws that could squeeze out a person's intestines. After calming down, the goblins operating the six-legged platforms, following Owen's instructions, began to advance steadily, firmly attracting the attention of the black-backed ratmen. Then, 2 six-legged platforms, each carrying 12 pots of Gatling pea, quickly rushed into the ruins. 24 pots of Gatling pea unleashed a storm of iron-hard peas. The Gatling pea's lethality, rate of fire, and range were far from comparable to a real machine gun. However, if it could kill zombies, it could kill people, let alone the relatively small black-backed ratmen. When they were still hard-skinned rats, they might have been able to cling to life with their thick hides, but after growing in size, only the fur on their backs remained tough. The problem was that with 24 pots of Gatling pea firing simultaneously, no single layer of fur could withstand it, and casualties immediately mounted. However, the Gatling pea's ammunition was consumed too quickly, and there was no way to reload magazines. Although the goblins in the cockpit activated a mechanism to inject sun-infused water into the flower pots, it still took time to generate bullets, which gave the black-backed ratmen an opportunity to counterattack. The black-backed ratmen had mutant forms even earlier than the magic horn goblins. A group of black-backed ratmen, riding enlarged hard-skinned giant rats that hadn't transformed into ratmen, charged forward like cavalry during a lull in the bullet rain. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong moment, because right behind the Gatling P six-legged platforms came two six-legged platforms carrying cacti. The cactus's spines could shoot down planes and acupuncture the earth. With a twist of its body, countless sharp spines shot out like rain, killing the black-backed ratman cavalry on the ground. Those who miraculously survived couldn't hold on and immediately fell into disarray, being shot down one by the charging goblin assault troopers. The popping sound of the pea shooter seemed comical, and its range wasn't great, but its close-range lethality was truly not weak. The peas it sprayed were enough to penetrate skulls, allowing the goblin assault trooper to quickly dominate the battlefield. Occasionally, when encountering black-backed ratmen gathered together attempting a counterattack, the goblin assault trooper would pluck two large cherries from his waist, bite off the stem, and throw them. Then, with a dull thud and a fruity aroma, the enemies would be splattered into a jam-covered mess on the ground. Although he had seen it many times, Owen still found it hard to accept this scene. The pea shooter was one thing. It could be understood as producing gas internally and then compressing and spraying it like an air gun. The power of an air gun was actually not weak. As long as airtightness was maintained, both its range and lethality were comparable to a musket. However, how two large cherries possessed the power of a grenade was something he had always struggled to comprehend. But thinking that the creator of these plants was Dave, who was famous for his madness, Owen felt it was better not to try to understand. Even Dare, under the blessings of Hogwarts herbology, potions, and her witch bloodline, had only barely understood a part of it. Even now, she could only rely on transfiguration to interfere with the morphological changes of plants, unable to delve into the essence of plants, let alone create these miraculous plants from scratch. However, it had to be said that, relying on these plants, the Goblin Mobile armor unit, which Owen had not held much hope for, did bring him quite a surprise. The Goblin assault troopers were originally swordsmen, foot archers, and scouts converted from barracks. After being equipped with plant weapons, their fighting styles also differed. For example, scouts excelled at infiltration, swordsmen at head-on combat, and foot archers at shooting. Therefore, their weapons also varied, using pea shooter, Gatling pea, and snow pea respectively. The combination of various plant weapons allowed the Goblin assault trooper to successfully deal with even black jelly bugs. Black jelly bugs actually didn't have much attack capability. After all, turning into an inflatable tire to ram enemies without the added weight of a metal frame would make it hard to die unless one was extremely unlucky. Their most troublesome aspect was self-detonation. Even if it wouldn't cause the ruins to collapse, a deflagration in a relatively sealed environment would more than double its lethality. However, with targeted methods, the threat of black jelly bugs was greatly reduced. One freezing pea could significantly slow down the inflatable tire, and 2 or 3 shots could keep the viscous fluid, on the verge of gasification, in a liquefied state. Even the internal gas would leak out, turning it back into a limp bug. Owen, very interested in black jelly bugs, ordered these special bugs to be captured alive to see if they could be utilized more effectively. In fact, by this point, Owen no longer needed to pay too much attention. Even encountering thorn spiders, which were like mini-tanks, was useless. After all, the 6-legged platform combined with the incredibly powerful coconut cannon was the real mini-tank. Moreover, the Goblin assault trooper also carried illegal items like potato mines. The thorn spiders, with their soft abdomens and numerous joints, couldn't withstand a potato mine exploding directly beneath their chassis. As the well-equipped Goblin Mobile armor unit achieved successive victories, the second level of the ruins, filled with monsters, gradually opened up to Owen. After all, as long as a targeted method was found, these monsters were not difficult to deal with, and instead provided him with many useful materials. The bodily fluids of the black jelly bug clearly had great uses. Even without any processing, they were excellent accelerants and bomb materials. The back skin of the black-backed ratman was good leather armor material. Although Owen couldn't accept it, the goblins didn't mind. The carapaces of the thorn spiders were even better, not only high in strength but also very tough and much lighter than metal. With a little modification, they made excellent materials. It was because of these gains that Owen decided not to eradicate these monsters. As the advantages accumulated, the second level of the ruins was finally cleared. Due to Owen's emphasis, the Goblin assault trooper were very cautious during the monster clearing process, often luring monsters out before encircling them, thus not causing severe damage to the second level of the ruins. However, time itself is the best grave digger. Too many things have been erased, and no one knows how much can still be preserved. Wearing power armor enveloped in golden light, with a full coverage helmet, and carrying a warhammer, Owen entered and realized he had been nervous for nothing, as everything here had long since decayed beyond recognition, devoid of life, let alone danger. However, Owen did not become careless because of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept the Teutonic Knights and Tsar far away from here. Neither the Teutonic Knights nor Tsar had special bloodlines, who knew what would happen if they were induced to mutate. Owen dared to enter, firstly because he was surrounded by cannon fodder, and secondly because he had power armor blessed with divine power, ensuring his safety. Lantern grass were hung around by the goblin assault trooper, allowing Owen to gradually see the environment here. The current location should only be a part of the second level of the ruins, expanded from an underground cave system, so the space was not small, roughly the size of 2 stadiums. This place was probably a greenhouse-like area before, as the ground was covered with a thick layer of soil, and there were artificial hills, which clearly shouldn't appear in a cave. However, the originally lush vegetation had long turned to dust, and scattered, unrecognizable bone fragments still barely proved that some creatures once lived here. But for reasons unknown, this place had long been abandoned, everything turned to dust. If it were just like this, it wouldn't have caused the mutation, so the source of the mutation had not been found. Owen immediately ordered the goblin assault trooper to spread out and search for anomalies. It wasn't difficult in practice. The goblin assault trooper quickly discovered an anomaly at the very center of the entire space. A person-height rhomboid green jade was obliquely embedded in the ground here, flickering on and off, looking like the culprit, making it hard to ignore. Judging from the overturned soil at the landing point, this green jade should have originally been suspended in the air, and only fell and embedded itself in the soil after losing buoyancy. Scattered stalactites nearby, and obvious cracks on the green jade, led Owen to guess how all this happened. When the goblins dismantled the second level of the ruins, they accidentally caused a stalactite to break off and coincidentally hit this green jade, leading to the leakage of energy capable of causing biological mutation from within, which caused all of this. Although it was just Owen's conjecture, unless someone deliberately laid a false trail, his guess should be true. Realizing it was just a false alarm, Owen's emphasis on this ruin increased significantly. After all, a place similar to a greenhouse, with a green jade used to induce mutation, caused such a stir. How astonishing were the secrets hidden in the entire ruin. No one could estimate, nor could Owen, so the best way was to take control of the entire ruin. Next, Owen discovered a huge crystal ball at the top of the cave, roughly the circumference of an 8 immortals table, which was quite astonishing. It also appeared to be a device for providing the light needed for the growth of plants and animals here, as there were power supply lines nearby. These discoveries, once again, completely suppressed the slight pride Owen had felt due to his increased strength. The green jade that caused the mutation of plants and animals could be said to be a natural mineral with special radiation, but a crystal ball capable of mimicking sunlight and a power supply device were undoubtedly not something a backward civilization could create, even if magical means were used. Perhaps there is no difference between magic and technology once they develop to a certain extent. Owen sighed, feeling that this world was too unfriendly to transmigrators because you simply didn't know how deep the waters of this world were. Perhaps you would confidently go out to explore, only to step into an empty space and fall into a ditch. Indeed, choosing to stay in the north and develop slowly is the correct decision. As long as I have enough time, I can build an impregnable sanctuary, Owen murmured to himself, which made him even more convinced that his decision was correct. As long as he was cautious enough, the storms of the outside world would not affect him. Too much had been erased by time here, but what remained still held valuable worth. Therefore, Owen instructed the goblins to carefully search for and dismantle anything valuable. As for the green jade that caused the mutation, he planned to take it personally. After exchanging for a heavy lead box, like a coffin, Owen had the goblins' control puppets to place the green jade inside. However, the green jade, perhaps due to being struck and dropped, or due to changes in its internal structure caused by excessive energy release, shattered, leaving only a fist-sized core. When the green jade shattered, a much weaker fluctuation was released again. The golden light displayed by Owen's power armor brightened for a moment before returning to normal, clearly unaffected, indicating that the blessing of divine power was much more effective than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the eyes of the surrounding goblins became more agile, apparently having gained many benefits. Although it shattered, it allowed Owen to confirm that the mutation was indeed caused by the green jade, so he didn't miss even a single fragment and took them all. Under the goblins' thorough search, some buried areas were gradually excavated, including even a passage leading deeper into the ruins. Owen did not intend to delve deeper into the ruins. He would stick to his original plan, dismantle as much as he entered, exposing everything to the sunlight. However, through these things, Owen discovered that this place was indeed, as he had thought, a place for cultivating plants and creatures, because he had seen many of these things in a greenhouse. However, this place was more geared towards the cultivation of special creatures, and some of the tools were very strange, their purpose unfathomable to him. Next, several more storage-like spaces were discovered, but they contained only some tools of no value. Only a huge bronze book caught his attention. To be honest, if this book hadn't been bigger than a door and a foot thick, he would have suspected it was a little smutty novel secretly read under the covers at night. There was no way around it, just the translated title was suggestive, and the illustrations inside made him feel like he was browsing a monster girl hentai. Notes on the fusion and transformation of magical creatures and human bloodlines. Isn't this just a monster girl cultivation manual? That senior-time traveler, transmigrator, must have created it. Has Beifeng transmigrated? Biological body modification, humanoid evolution, intelligence activation, removal of reproductive isolation. It all sounds very advanced and clearly cutting-edge biological black technology. The question is, why choose such an inefficient method for bloodline modification? Is it purely because the author is an LSB? Owen couldn't help but complain, but now he understood how non-human bloodlines, like those of warlocks and wizards, came about. It really was through simple and crude reproduction, and it involved both males and females. The people of this world truly played it wild. With admiration for the senior gentleman, Owen put away the book, intending to take it back and slowly appreciate it with a critical eye. Don't misunderstand, although his two women had non-human bloodlines, his moral compass was strong. He only ever appreciated non-human females from a distance. His bottom line was very firm, let alone cat-eared girls, even centaur girls with 4 long legs wouldn't make him cross his line. He was that confident. After confirming there was nothing left to scavenge, the demolition work resumed, but this time it was quieter and more professional to prevent similar incidents. However, this would definitely slow down the project, so Owen planned to specially create a batch of engineering mechanical puppets for the goblins to speed up the process. After this experience, Owen would not ignore potential hidden dangers in the underground ruins, so the best solution was to control everything himself, and to that end, he decided to increase his investment in the goblin tribe. First, the goblin tribe was officially renamed Green Shade Town. The accompanying construction was not a problem for the goblins, who were gradually becoming mechanized, and could be completed while maintaining project progress. Additionally, the town's defenses needed to be strengthened, because both the hidden threats in the underground ruins and the numerous mutated creatures in the Demon Horn Forest were threats the newly established town had to face. In this situation, Owen not only couldn't deploy the Goblin Mobile Armor Unit, but also had to find ways to reinforce it. Green Shade Town had over 800 goblins. Excluding the more than 300 young goblins born in the past 2 years, the number of adult goblins was around 500. Of these, 150 were goblin assault troopers, and the rest were Owen's designated mechanical puppet drivers and engineering personnel. Therefore, they could no longer be simply categorized as cannon fodder. So he decided to have the goblin general capture and convert mutated magic horn goblins to fill this gap. Due to excessive mutation, the converted magic horn goblins did not possess the intelligence of the town's goblins and instead preferred close-quarters combat. Therefore, Owen did not insist on equipping them with plant weapons, but instead transformed them into swordsmen, serving as an indispensable melee unit for the town and also filling a void. Although the Goblin Mobile Armor Unit achieved good results in the underground ruins and seemed quite impressive, Owen was not carried away by this. He didn't truly believe the Goblin Mobile Armor Unit was as formidable as its name suggested. In reality, issues like range and ammunition alone meant they lacked the ability for long-term independent operations. Once they ran out of ammunition, the time it took to regenerate would be enough for opponents to tear them to shreds. Therefore, their most suitable role was to rely on the town's ample logistics, specifically for clearing the underground ruins and for passive defensive battles. Now, with the fearless magic horn goblin swordsman, some deficiencies were made up for, but it was still not enough. Coupled with the increasing importance of this place, Owen did not plan to deploy the forces here. However, this was only temporary. Although goblins had the disadvantage of a short lifespan, this also meant they were born quickly and grew quickly. With 3 litters a year, and the ability to reproduce at 3 years old, without the influence of food shortages or external enemies, their population could expand to a staggering degree within 10 years. Even with a current population cap of 5,000, Owen dared not let the goblins reproduce freely. Otherwise, this population cap would not last for a few years. Once the population cap was exceeded, newly born goblins without a quota would no longer possess the system's conversion characteristics and would become a hidden danger for the territory. Therefore, Owen was not at all worried about a future shortage of goblins. "Garen, pack up, it's time for us to go back." As soon as Owen finished speaking, a popping sound came from beside him, and a small creature with large bat-like ears and tennis ball-shaped bulging eyes appeared next to him, bowing slightly. Its demeanor perfectly matched the miniature tailcoat it wore. It was a house elf. "At your command, honored master." Garen was a house elf Owen had exchanged for when he was in the goblin tribe. This was mainly because Shire, who was originally a serving maid, was truly no longer suitable for daily serving duties, especially when she wanted to accompany him to bed. Owen was genuinely startled. Although Shire had long black hair and a very curvaceous figure, looking like a mountain range from different angles, how could flesh and blood compete with stone? So Owen, fearing a broken head, decisively exchanged for a house elf, allowing Shire to focus on her guard duties. The house elves in Hogwarts were all like beggars, and Owen couldn't stand it, especially since giving them clothes was equivalent to granting them freedom. So, using the master's dignity as an excuse, he had the house elf, named Garen, make himself a butler's tailcoat and gave him some butler books he had exchanged for. After receiving these books, the house elf, who wholeheartedly served his master, seemed to open up a new world. He no longer resisted changing his appearance, vowing to become his master's all-around butler, and considering this the supreme honor of a house elf. From then on, Garen willingly wore the tailcoat, making his demeanor like that of a well-mannered gentleman. Owen was happy to see this. If the effect was good, he would exchange for a few more house elves to assist Garen. After all, these house elves were not only loyal and capable of all household chores, but also excellent helpers. Their racial talent for elven spells was in some aspects not inferior to Hogwarts spells, and even superior. If they hadn't lost the war back then, perhaps the treatment of both sides would have been reversed. Moreover, this was also the crisis Owen had to face. Did he really not know that concentrating power was best? The problem was that before he had a big enough fist to silence everyone, he had to consider the impact and hide himself well. Simply put, he had to develop and grow stronger within a range that others could understand and accept. Otherwise, there would be plenty of people trying to probe his secrets. If the allure was strong enough to attract powerful figures, Owen didn't know what his fate would be. This was why he tried to hide everything underground. Spamming troops and overwhelming opponents was satisfying, but the consequence was being targeted in various ways, and he would surely die miserably, as even cheating required consuming progress points. A phantom shift still feels just as awful. Owen retched, but he had to admit that magic was truly efficient. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the castle. However, unless absolutely necessary, Owen felt that riding a horse was better, but then he thought about the journey from Green Shade Town to the Wooden Fortress, and then from the Wooden Fortress to the castle, the constant travel fatigue. He found it hard to choose. Was it a long pain or a short pain? But Owen quickly stopped thinking about it. He would just choose his mode of travel based on his mood. After Jaren went to familiarize himself with the castle, Owen had a slime maid prepare a change of clothes, then went to the bathroom alone. The castle's bathroom was no longer the simple ditchen tub setup it once was. It had been replaced by a lavishly decorated, massive bathtub, surrounded by hundreds of golden faucets inlaid with various gems, perfectly showcasing luxury. This was the private bathroom for Hogwarts prefects. Besides adjusting water temperature, it had no special attributes, so it didn't require much progress value. Owen had exchanged for it, and often had water fights with Dayer and Maya here, incidentally creating half an hour of artificial waves. Soaking in the warm, comfortable bath, feeling the buoyancy of the water, Owen relaxed his body contentedly, enjoying the rare leisure. When a man bathes alone, it doesn't take much time, even if he soaks until his skin wrinkles, that's usually enough. Owen picked up a soft white towel from the pile by the tub, dried himself, and lay on the bed. A slime maid beside him skillfully tilted her head back, opened her mouth, and swallowed a cup of pre-prepared olive oil, then expertly climbed onto him, transforming into a gelatinous mass. The essence of a slime maid is a deformable gelatinous polymer that can freely transform between solid and liquid states, while simultaneously producing a massage-like effect through its creeping. During this process, the olive oil she drank earlier is evenly applied to Owen's body, making it very convenient and comfortable. However, every time Owen experienced this, his expression would always be very strange, because the feeling was somewhat similar to a silicone product he bought purely out of curiosity from a small street shop during his adolescence. Incidentally, the accompanying oil was hard to clean and easily discovered. Also, don't ask him how he knew. Changing into loose clothes, Owen, feeling full of energy, went to the greenhouse to find Dare. As for his purpose, haven't you heard that a full cup overflows? So a mature man knows to clear his inventory before it overflows. Arriving at the greenhouse door, Owen noticed some changes in the plant guards at the entrance. Clearly, Dare had gained a lot of inspiration from Crazy Dave's notes and was capable of implementing them. With this ability alone, she had shed the identity of a flower pot and a canary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continuously increased her treatment. Although Owen had lived 2 lives, he never overestimated his abilities. If he could do something, he could. If he couldn't, he couldn't. Pretending to be capable only resulted in making a mess of things, so he never did anything superfluous. Instead, he entrusted tasks to professionals. After all, with his system, he was the core of everything and didn't need to worry about being sidelined. He only needed to provide appropriate compensation and let these professionals work for him. Entering the greenhouse, Owen found that Dare was unusually not tending to plants or concocting potions, but was tinkering with something. Upon closer inspection, his face immediately turned green. At this moment, Dare was holding a metal rod. It was 8 inches long, 3 inches thick, wide at one end and narrow at the other, with uneven patterns on it. She was moving it up and down, back and forth, pounding the herbs into a soft pulp. "Is this the pestle your mother left you?" Owen didn't ask why the thing looked so unique. A man who found it hard to stand up straight was just that agreeable, so he wisely changed the subject, pulling out a small bottle. "Is this the source of the mutation?" Dare put away the pestle, picked up the small bottle Owen brought, shook it, and curiously looked at the green fragments inside. The bottle contained fragments of the green jade. Owen had placed most of the fragments on the lowest level of the dungeon, then put a small amount in a bottle and gave it to Dare to research, to see if she could refine a bloodline potion. Dare was very interested in Owen's idea, but she was more interested in him himself. Dare's craftsmanship had become increasingly refined. The nourishing soup she stewed not only tasted good, but also had a good effect, though it was a bit taxing on people. Owen lay there somewhat speechless. Owen had just recovered when Maya arrived, her black stockings and high heels clicking precisely on time. Clearly, from the moment she received the news of his return, she had been timing everything, showering, walking, toiling, and drinking soup to catch her breath, not wasting a single moment, leaving him with no excuse whatsoever. The territory situation was good. Although Owen had focused most of his energy on the ruins for a while, he also handled some territorial matters while creating puppets, such as serf conversion and soldiers' training. Now there were no more serfs in the territory, and soldiers' training had gradually begun, making their strength unprecedentedly powerful. However, trouble arrived faster than he had imagined. During this time, many outsiders appeared around the territory. Bandits, people from the 2nd Northern Territory Development Group, spies with ulterior motives, adventurers, and practitioners. The composition was very complex. Fortunately, Owen had prioritized strengthening the territory's cavalry. The newly trained 20 scout cavalry and 30 light cavalry were enough to deter the opponents, as those capable of taking out dozens of cavalry wouldn't be doing grunt work. However, Maya knew this was not a long-term solution. It was better to guide than to block. Strict precautions would only arouse their excessive curiosity, as she knew too well the troubles these outsiders brought. Therefore, she immediately tidied up the originally decorative tavern and inn to accommodate outsiders. All the residents of the territory had been transformed by the system. These outsiders could not gather any useful information here, but they still set their sights on the Demon Horn Forest. There was no other way. The Northern Land Reclamation Group was vast, and only the Demon Horn Forest seemed like a place hiding secrets. However, due to the wooden fortress, these people either returned empty-handed or had to choose a detour, because the wooden fortress did not allow any outsiders to approach. This did not arouse the suspicion of outsiders, as lords everywhere did the same, and some even went further. Outsiders who were indiscriminately hanged by local lords were countless. No one cared. Therefore, the outsiders could only choose to give up or take a detour, and once they detoured, they didn't know where they would end up. After all, the Demon Horn Forest was now full of mutated creatures and an unknown number of magic horn goblins. Even an army would find it difficult to penetrate deep, let alone groups of 3 to 5 outsiders. Thus, nothing happened for a while, but everyone knew this was only temporary because the word peaceful had never been associated with outsiders.